sent you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The shorthanded Phoenix Suns gave the Pistons all they could handle last night, but it wasn't enough in a 108-105 loss, and here was Jordan Knott postgame.
We don't need any excuses. We play these guys again soon. It's going to be the same dogfight, and that's where we'll get better. We'll just keep continuing to get better.
The Suns now head to Madison Square Garden on Saturday night for a big one against the Knicks with the hopes of getting both Devin Booker and potentially Jalen Green back. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search continues as they interviewed 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh late last night. They also interviewed Packers DC Jeff Hafley on Wednesday and reportedly have interviewed former Falcons head coach Raheem Morris as well. ASU Hoops continue their gauntlet of a Big 12 schedule this weekend. They'll be at Houston on Sunday at 2:30, and you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com today and schedule your free eye evaluation.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning and welcome to the 2 greatest words in morning radio. Happy Friday, everybody.
It's here.
What a week it's been for me. They're always long weeks.
Well, let's just say this. I don't want to jinx anything.
Okay.
We got a 3-day weekend coming up.
Knock on wood.
See, Vinny, you just
No, I
jinxed
didn't.
it.
I did not. Don't even believe that, Sammy.
Yeah, no, you remember, you weren't going to bring this up and put this out there in case anybody who wish ill will on us
I'm not saying
could affect change.
I'm not going to explain what the possible jinx is, so nobody knows.
Okay, good.
We'll just
Glad
keep
to know
that part in-house.
Thank you very much.
And we'll let the audience wonder all morning long what the hell I'm talking about.
Right, I do appreciate that. And here we are, like 10 months after Jared stole my sandwich. He finally shows regret today. It's like delayed regret.
It was a free sandwich, first of all, not something you bought. It's unbelievable how this still is
how did
eating
that come
at you.
it's not eating at me. It was clearly eating at you, or you were eating at it.
It came up because somebody in the office that shall remain unnamed is a borrower of other people's stuff.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
And I happen to be that person who gets his stuff borrowed. And this person not only borrowed it, but extinguished it.
That's crazy.
Finished the product.
That is crazy. We've got a communal refrigerator where everybody puts their stuff.
Now, this person, did you know that this had been going on? Like,
yes.
There was a suspicion on Vinny's
No.
you knew.
You knew. It's been
Okay.
communicated. And so the situation is half and half. I when I have coffee in the office, I like that. I don't like the creamer that they supply, which, by the way, if you're supplying coffee, why can't you supply half and half? Whatever. It's not like we don't get deliveries every week of stuff to put in the kitchen. Anyway, this person also feels the same way. This person has been very gracious. Hey, I bring in half and half too. If you ever need it, feel free to use mine. But I don't do that. I bring in mine for my purposes only.
What else is in there? Want me to go see what's in the fridge?
The commonality is this person who shall remain unnamed knows that she should not have extinguished. Yeah. I'm sorry. This person knew. This person
he or she
shouldn't have extinguished all of your half and half, but couldn't resist.
Right.
Just like Jared Carlin probably knew shouldn't
he opened
eat
the fridge.
a sandwich delivered for me.
He saw a free sandwich. Nobody defending it. Nobody had written a name on it.
I truly thought, because you often will do this when they bring free stuff.
No, you'll
say, here, you want this or whatever.
Accurate.
And I thought because you had put it in the fridge and left.
You're accurate.
I thought it was done, and it was a weekend.
You're accurate.
Now,
that's accurate, which is why I bring it up only just to poke at you. It's really not that big of a deal.
Back to retribution on the half and half. Do you want me to steal her purse or something? Make this even. How do we make this square?
No. It's all good. It's all good. But that's how we got back to the sandwich game.
I got it.
But it came up early in the show meeting, and then we went on. We did our show meeting, and Jarrett kind of walked out in a daze going, how did that happen again? What were the circumstances behind that again?
I forgot all about the
delicious sandwich, though.
It was really great.
Which is why I actually realized I forgot my sandwich. Yeah. Right.
Can we just this every time this comes up, it just bothers me, the sandwich gate thing, because we see this anytime there's any kind of scandal. Watergate was not a scandal about water.
No, it wasn't.
Hotel.
It was the hotel,
Yeah.
the Watergate Hotel.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
You're right, and I raised my hand.
But
and I take accountability for using that.
Well,
Deflategate and Spygate.
We need another word. Gate's fine, but we can't use it for every single scandal.
Yeah,
we need another scandal word.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you guys know this, but we live in a dumb society. So.
Yes.
George Carlin had the best line. He said, think of how dumb the average person is. And then 50% of the people are dumber than that.
Wow.
That's a good way to
Truer
look at it.
words were never spoken.
True.
Happy Friday, everybody. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns off to an 0-2 start on their road trip after they drop a 108-105 decision to the Detroit Pistons. Suns played a marvelous first half, led by as many as 16 points, but the Pistons crept back toward the end of the second quarter, cutting the Phoenix halftime lead to 7 before outscoring the Suns 52-42 in the second half. Trailing by 3 late, Grayson Allen's last-second desperation attempt from deep was off the mark. Suns fall to 24 and 17 on the season. Allen was magnificent for most of the game, led the Suns' offense in Devin Booker's absence with 33 points, and took a franchise record 23-point attempts. Wow. Suns' 6-game roadie continues tomorrow night in the Big Apple against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Tip is at 5:30. You can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with pregame coverage rolling at 4:30. For different reasons, but similarity, the main similarity so far on this road trip is 2 games, 2 frustrating losses for the Suns.
Wouldn't argue with that.
Nope. Thursday night in the NBA, OKC rolled the Rockets in Houston 111-91. Thunder defense limited the Rockets to 33% shooting. Boston roared back in the fourth. They beat Miami 119-114. Anthony Simons 39 off the Celtics bench. The Spurs torched the Bucks 119-101. Dallas ran it up on Utah 144-122 without Cooper Flagg. Warriors shot down the Knicks 126-113. Jimmy Butler at 32. And the Lakers lose in L.A. to the Charlotte Hornets 135-117. LaMelo Ball 30 points, 11 assists. Elsewhere in the league, Shams Charania of ESPN reported on Thursday that Golden State Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade on the first day he became eligible to be traded. Kuminga started the first 12 games of the year, but has logged 13 or 14 now, straight DMPs heading into Friday's action. Kuminga, incidentally, has been connected to the Suns in trade rumors for the better part of a year. Huge news from baseball. Free agent outfielder Kyle Tucker signed a 4-year, $240 million contract with, you guessed it, the Los Angeles Dodgers. His contract has opt-outs. After the second and third seasons, Tucker hit 266 with 22 home runs for the Cubs in 2025. In other baseball news, I loathe the Los Angeles Dodgers. That's all.
Yeah.
We'll get into this.
Oh, we will.
Taylor Clark is back with the D-backs, the lefty who came up through the organization. Then pitched for the Diamondbacks from 2019 to 2021, signed a one-year deal with the team. The reliever, good season in Kansas City last year, posted a 3.25 ERA in 51 appearances out of the Royals' pen. The Cardinals did not add any candidates to their head coaching interview list, but they did get an interview conducted reportedly with San Francisco 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, who's helping his team get ready for the NFC divisional playoffs matchup against Seattle this weekend. Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer reported that Saleh will also interviewed with the Dolphins on Thursday and will interview with the Titans and Ravens on Sunday. We're down to 8 teams vying for the Super Bowl title this year. We've got back-to-back days of playoff doubleheaders. Saturday, top seed in the AFC, Denver hosts Buffalo at Mile High. That's at 2:30 on CBS. Then at 6 o'clock, it's the aforementioned 49ers-Seahawks matchup at Lumen Field. That game will be televised on Fox. Sunday, the early game from Foxborough, Patriots and Texans at 1 o'clock on ESPN and ABC. And the late game in frigid Chicago, where the Bears are hosting the Rams at 4:30 on NBC and Peacock. A couple of side notes from the San Francisco-Seattle game. 49ers star linebacker Fred Warner, who hasn't played since a Week 6 loss after suffering a gruesome ankle injury, will not make his return on Saturday. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said that the team has been targeting the conference championship round for Warner's return should San Francisco advance that far. And Seattle's quarterback, Sam Darnold, not practicing, but saying he's going to be good to go for tomorrow. That could be a problem for Seattle if he is marginalized. Bills quarterback Josh Allen is banged up. In fact, he's listed with 3 different injuries, but he is a full go for tomorrow's game in Denver. Lots of college hoops for in-state schools this weekend. Top-ranked Arizona on the road to face UCF in Orlando tomorrow at 2. The GCU Lopes taking on the 23rd-ranked Utah State Aggies in Phoenix tomorrow, 12:30 tip. And Bobby Hurley's Arizona State Sun Devils continue their murderous stretch of schedule with a trip to Houston to face the 7th-ranked Cougars Sunday at 3. You can catch that here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And a college basketball point-shaving scheme involving more than 39 players on 17 Division I teams resulted in dozens of games in the previous 2 seasons being fixed by a gambling ring that reportedly included a former NBA player. This was a federal indictment unsealed Thursday in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. 20 of the 26 defendants played college basketball during the 23-24 and or 24-25 seasons. And some of the schools named in the indictment include Buffalo, DePaul, LaSalle, New Orleans, St. Louis, Southern Miss, and Tulane. 17 teams. 39 players.
This is a big deal, and it's not getting the attention it deserves because it doesn't involve big programs. But how does anyone know that this isn't going on at big programs as well?
We are, for whatever reason, America has become conditioned to consume gambling scandal stories and go on with their day.
And go on with their merry...
Yeah, that NBA
crazy
scandal that happened, nobody's talking about it.
It's unbelievable to me.
None.
It's crazy.
There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, January 16th. Coming up next, another hard-fought game, another frustrating loss for the Suns. We'll tackle it as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting at the buzzer. He tried the 3 to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here in Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
There's something that a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit, and that is struggling with private student loan debt. And when you are struggling with it, it feels like the weight of the world is on your shoulders and you're dragging it around wherever you go, but you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and that's because Y-Refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it with no judgment. They're not here to lecture you or question you or ask why you got in this situation in the first place. Why Refi is here to help you start fresh. I talk to people who have felt completely buried, like they had no options left, and then Why Refi comes in, gives them a real path forward. And there's something very powerful about knowing somebody's actually willing to work with you. You can't change what happened, but you can actually change what happens next with your student loan debt. Give Why-Refi a call, 888-WHY-REFI-85, or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
It's 2026. New year, new you, new resolutions to keep for a couple weeks. Whether you're trying to eat healthy in the new year or not, your best choice is Omaha Steaks. They have multiple bundles to choose from. They have an all-protein pack if you're trying to slim down or eat clean, consisting of butcher's cut filet mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken breast, boneless pork chops, classic burgers, and more. Everything you need for your freezer and meal prep. Or grab one of the other bundles that include potatoes au gratin and caramel apple tartlets. That sounds good. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com, and for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SKY.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. What stood out in last night's Suns game against the Pistons, and what is the latest regarding the health of Devin Booker? The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
This morning, a good morning on this Friday. What an awkward way to get into this, huh? Shout out and a thank you. Tip of the cap to our audience in Deer Valley. We appreciate the support in Deer Valley.
Awesome. We want to play in these nights. That's playoff basketball. This is a really good team, top team in the East. They play extremely hard, extremely physical. We pride ourselves in doing the same every night. I think they felt us early, how hard we play. Then the fourth quarter became football. You look down and the free throws hurt us. They foul the most in the league. We end up with less free throws, 14-0 in the fourth. Obviously, we were fouling there at the end, so we have to take a look, but obviously that plays into why we only have 15 points in the fourth. So got to play through it. Thought we did a good job of trying to play through it. But that's playoff basketball, and that's what we want to be in. We want to be in these environments to grow. We got some of these young guys that haven't played in it, and then even the guys that have, we haven't played together. So these minutes against a really good team on this road trip is going to help us. We're going to get better from it.
It's Jordan Ott, head coach of the Suns, after a 108-105 loss by the Suns to the Detroit Pistons, and there's a couple different ways to look at it. Yes, it was a frustrating loss because I think it was a winnable game. for a number of reasons that we'll get into. But then when you walk away from that and say, again, this was a shorthanded team. They go in without Devin Booker. Jalen Green still isn't back. They didn't play their best. And to go wire to wire in a game with the Eastern Conference's best team who had been rested for 4 days and got a bunch of their dudes back, as far as losses go, it's not that bad.
Not at all. No, listen, that first half, it was very, very enjoyable.
Wow.
I love what Kellen Olson wrote in his game story this morning, that we've now become accustomed to see opposing teams and head coaches call what he referred to as rage timeouts, where you call your team to the bench to rage at them for playing so inferior in terms of intensity to the Phoenix Suns. And to do that to the Detroit Pistons, who are more of the Suns ilk than not, I thought was fantastic. Grayson Allen was on one in that first half.
He was putting on a show, and I got early on especially, but really throughout the game, and it was team-wide.
Mm-hmm.
What the Suns did to Cade Cunningham, I mean, they tortured him.
Yeah.
Cade Cunningham looked like not even an NBA player at times last night. It's like he never adjusted to the Suns' intensity to their on-ball pressure and just continually turned the ball over. And that was one of the things that was kind of sticking in my craw, is when the best player on the opposing team has such an off night and you're right there.
Yeah.
That's a game. Ugh.
Yeah, no. Listen,
and Jordan not mentioned free throws, and it wasn't just the lack of free throw attempts in the fourth quarter. For the first three quarters, the Suns missed way too many free throws. If they make their free throws, we're talking about a win.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But for them to even be in that game without Devin Booker against Detroit, considered one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference, you got to feel really enthused about this. And I know that for a fan base now that has seen this team win most of its games, that it's disheartening to have a 2-game losing streak. Everything I see from this basketball team is trending up, in my opinion. In fact, the team that was supposed to have no present, no future, in the worst situation in the history of the sport, right?
Yep.
They are the first team in NBA history. The first team in NBA history. These Phoenix Suns are the first team in NBA history with at least 575 three-pointers and 400 steals at the midway point of a season.
Yeah.
Think about that.
We are there. This is the midway point of the season.
Yeah.
41 games in the books. Another thing that stood out from the stat sheet for the Suns, the first three quarters, three-point shooting, very good. 6 of 14 in the first, 5 of 11 in the second, 5 of 10 in the third, 1 for 11 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Yeah, it was unfortunate that Grayson Allen's heater kind of ended in the fourth quarter for the most part. But his game was so spectacular, you can't really hold that against him. Dylan Brooks was kind of an issue last night, and we're going to get into him at some point today. And I'm starting to come around to y'all's theory that Jalen Green's returning at a really good time.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Well, we talked about it earlier this week, and you were kind of hesitant to say, I'm not sure Jalen Green's going to be the second option offensively. I think, and I'm not pointing at you and saying, see, we told you so, but last night was kind of the advertisement.
I told you
but
so.
It was kind of the advertisement. It was a rough night all the way around for Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, and the biggest issue for me is that he's now in this mode where he's not even moving the basketball.
Yeah.
He's getting the basketball, and he's just, I'm shooting.
Yeah.
And that's no bueno.
And he, at one point, actually 2 points of the game, playing with foul trouble, was affecting things with fouls, and also, I thought, taking ill-advised early shots in the shot clock that weren't falling. He was 4 for 16 last night. We mentioned Allen. He was fantastic, but he did take some culpability about missing 2 late threes in this game.
I got 2 really clean looks, one going right off the pick and roll, and then that one off the pump fake in the corner. Both those got to go down, and then it'd be a different game.
And we heard Jordan Knott talk about the free throw differential. It was 14-0 in favor of Detroit in the fourth quarter of that game. The Suns were called for 9 fouls in the fourth quarter. The Detroit Pistons were called for 1. Grayson Allen was impressed by the physical nature of the defense and still not getting called for fouls.
It's impressive. I think they're leading the league in fouls per game, so impressive quarter by them to go 11 minutes or whatever it was without fouling. It's impressive to be that physical without committing any fouls, so I guess hats off to their defense. I don't know how they can do that. But yeah, I mean, they're a team that gets downhill and attacks the rim too, and a lot of stuff in the paint. So might be one of the reasons why, but we probably got to be a little bit more aggressive at the rim and try to get rewarded too.
The first half of that soundbite is classic.
Yeah.
Perfect delivery by Grayson Allen.
It's all
And
time.
I'm not going to sit here and say that the Suns lost because of officiating. Again, I think if you make your free throws in the first 3 quarters of this game, we're talking about a different result. But my goodness, that game was a debacle from start to finish for the 3 guys with whistles.
Yeah, I will say this. Isaiah Stewart gets away with stuff that Dylan Brooks would get flagrant ones for.
Yes.
I will concede that.
And Stewart has a reputation. He's the guy that tried to kill LeBron James. There was a
Too
play.
bad he didn't succeed.
There was a play in the fourth quarter.
Joking.
Metaphorically.
Joking.
Metaphorically speaking.
That's a joke, folks.
There was a play in the fourth quarter where Grayson Allen had the ball between the circles, so he's about 30-plus feet from the hoop, and he's dribbling on Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham put both hands on Grayson Allen and pushed him forcefully, knocking him off his path. There wasn't any other traffic. It was just those two. Grayson Allen was so demonstrative. That's not a foul. That one got me up off the couch.
Yeah.
I remember exactly that play because he just like went like this. What? It wasn't like he was screaming. It was like he was shocked that it wasn't.
Yeah, but again, we're talking about back-to-back losses. We haven't done that in quite some time with the Suns. We're talking about the difficulty of this road trip, but there's a lot to be encouraged by. They were right there with Miami, and Miami had a hot shooting night, and Bam Adebayo came back from the dead. And last night, the best team in the East, they lose by 3 without their best player. This team is going to give you an honest effort every single night.
Yeah, and for them to go in and do that, I know a lot of people are just so in the moment that they're like bummed out that you lose a game like this. You got to look at the big picture with this basketball team and these growth moments that they're having. I want the Suns to win as bad as anybody, but I have really not felt any of those pangs of, oh, here we go again at all.
Yeah.
Out of this trip so far.
Yeah, me either. Loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on this show, on Wolf and Luke, on Burns and Gambo, starting next Tuesday. When you hear it, just text that word to 620-620, and you will be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, the Cardinals finally interview the coaching candidate a lot of fans want. So what now? We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Nolan Arenado, I'm looking around like, dude, I'm not 85 years old. Like I can play baseball, and so yeah, you probably do have something you want to prove.
By the way, playing in the field is also part of playing baseball. It is.
You know he's good at that.
This guy's got a lot of clout, a lot of respect for what he's done in the league. This is a beautiful situation to bring a guy into the clubhouse who says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play every day, every game. I'm going to play. That's the tone that is going to be set in that clubhouse, largely because of Nolan Arenado.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the kitchen and home. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. In fact, many of the large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into the valley are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. And for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi Plus. Right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns lost a tough one in Detroit last night, 108-105 without Devin Booker, but they'll be back on the road Saturday night in Madison Square Garden against the New York Knicks, hopefully getting Booker and potentially Jalen Green back. And in Arizona Cardinals head coaching search news, Robert Saleh was interviewed by the team Thursday night. And this weekend, a slate of NFL playoff games. Don't miss it. And ASU at Houston, you can hear that on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Ready to freshen up your home in 2026? Come visit the Window Depot today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What coaching candidate does Patrick Peterson want for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll ask the Cardinals legend at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings rolls on here as we take it up until 10 o'clock, heading into NFL divisional round of the playoffs.
Yeah,
8 teams going at it this weekend, but for the Arizona Cardinals, they're concerned with something else. They're concerned about finding their next head coach. Is that next head coach participating in the divisional round of the playoffs? Robert Saleh, defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers, getting ready for their game against Seattle. He reportedly has interviewed with the Arizona Cardinals, an interview that went down last night. There's also reports that Jeff Hafley has completed an interview, the defensive coordinator of the Packers. Former Atlanta Falcons head coach Raheem Morris has also reportedly interviewed.
And Michael LaFleur, they're interviewing today. It was reported.
Who? Mike LaFleur?
Mike LaFleur has an interview today with the Cardinals.
Okay. And he's also a guy that's participating this weekend in the playoffs. But let's focus on the Robert Saleh thing.
Okay.
This is somebody who we identified early as I don't know if there's an ideal candidate being in this situation, but as close to ideal as you can get. Now, he doesn't check all the boxes that Cardinals fans are looking for when they have that ideal candidate in mind, mostly due to his lack of success as a head coach in the NFL. I scrubbed that away because it was with the New York Jets. What Robert Saleh has brought to the San Francisco 49ers now in 2 different stints as the defensive coordinator has been absolutely instrumental in their success. He knows the division. He's got the experience of the first job jitters out of the way. And I think when guys do get a second opportunity, guys that really know what they're doing, they thrive in those opportunities. I think this is the guy that the Cardinals should be zeroed in on.
I don't know what Cardinal fans you're referring to that don't think Robert Saleh is a good enough candidate for them, but I would venture to call them idiots. I mean, seriously, what football, with the limitations of the job and everything that goes along with it, who would be saying that? Anyways, for me, I wonder exactly what this Zoom interview looked like, because the reporting was early last night that Robert Saleh was going to try to make time for the Arizona Cardinals. That's not ideal, right? So I don't know if the phone call went very, very long. I will say this. If you are Michael Bidwill and you're very, very serious about hiring Robert Saleh, if you're Michael Bidwill and you realize, okay, you know what, we are at an inflection point with this organization. My fans are very agitated. They're growing very, very impatient. I'm in a division that's very, very difficult. I have got to land this guy. Okay, if you're Robert Saleh and you've got jobs that are going to people and teams that are going to be interested in you, I'm assuming the Ravens are going to be interested in him. They've got a great quarterback. I'm assuming the Steelers will be interested in him. He'd be a very good fit there as well.
There's interest from the Dolphins, the Titans, interviews being scheduled with Robert Saleh.
All things being equal, Robert Saleh would not want to go to an NFC West rival. He wouldn't want to do that. It would be if you've got better options or you've got other options, there would have to be something very compelling to bring you to the Arizona Cardinals, just for that reason alone. Forget the report card, forget the reputation, forget the quarterback, forget the 14 losses in their last 15 games, whatever it is. So that means if you're Michael Bidwill, you gotta give him a blank check. What do you want, Robert? $12 million a year? You got it. You want to pick your own GM? Okay, Monty, we're gonna reassign you. You want power? Okay, you got it. That's what you have to do. To get a guy like this to come to the Cardinals from a team like the 49ers in the NFC West, again, this is going to literally be a put your money where your mouth is kind of situation if you're going to get a candidate like that. Now, that's even if Robert Saleh is interested. Because the way this thing was reported last night, it almost feels like a courtesy interview.
Yeah, but I think there's some amount of interest. This is a guy that's getting ready for a big NFL playoff game this weekend.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're giving courtesy interviews to take time away from your preparation if there's no level of interest.
All right, good.
But your point on what the Cardinals need to sell, or maybe what they need to offer to get a guy who I believe will be a head coach when all the smoke clears with these 8 remaining jobs that are open, Robert Saleh is going to fill one of these jobs. And it's time for the Arizona Cardinals in this process to, if they've identified he as the guy that they want, they have to make it happen. They have to rise above the attractiveness level of these other openings. Settling has not worked historically for this organization. And you mentioned it. The fan base is getting tired of it. They got to make something happen.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And so I do hope the interest was real. I hope they connected, and not just physically. I hope that they connected emotionally, and I hope Robert Saleh is like, okay, you know what? I'm going to circle back to you guys. Let me get out of this weekend. I like what you had to say to me. Let's talk more. I hope that happened.
Yeah, so that's the latest with Robert Saleh. The other interviews we mentioned, Jared said Mike LaFleur, the offensive coordinator from the Rams, he's going to interview. The interesting part, too, with a lot of these guys that have been linked to the Cardinals, and LaFleur and Saleh specifically, also Chris Shula has been on the list for interview requests for the Cardinals. He's the DC with the Rams. Some of these guys might become available as early as tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
If the Cardinals are willing to make that splash, like you talked about, could we be looking at a weekend where we come back from the weekend and we're talking about a new Cardinals coach being in place? It does not necessarily, even though what I just said I think needs to happen, it does not jive with their process historically when they're looking for a head coach.
No, not at all.
They have been incredibly deliberate with not usually one round of interviews.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually 2 or 3 in this process. And let's face it, this has moved rather slow league-wide. John Harbaugh is the only guy, and even that's not finalized yet with the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lot of finalization of that contract going on, hasn't there? 2 days worth now? So there's still 8 jobs open. I think teams are really, really biding their time and waiting to see what happens with these playoff participants.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. At one point, there were 9 openings of the 18 teams that didn't make the playoffs. That's crazy. That is literally half the league that didn't make the playoffs are trying to fill coaching vacancies. And as Vinny pointed out, there's a stat yesterday that the 9 vacancies pale only to the 10 vacancies in 2022, and 8 of those 10 vacancies filled in 2022 have already been fired.
Yes, that
unreal?
was astounding to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's 4, not just barely 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
3 football seasons ago.
3 football seasons. And 8 of the 10.
Well, 4 football seasons, including 22. 22, 23, 24, 25. But still.
I thought it was after the 2022 season. All right, whatever. It doesn't matter. The stat still works. It's crazy. And Todd Bowles is one of the survivors. I forget who the other guy was. But this is the NFL now, man. This coaching carousel stuff is nuts.
It is, and we'll see if the Cardinals. Well, I, at this point, do you expect them to add more names to the list? It's up to 12 or 13. I know there's still some guys that people feel should be included that haven't been included.
I would think if the process goes on and the Cardinals, if the top candidates of their list get hired elsewhere and the Cardinals don't like the bottom of their half of their list that much, you might add more. You might backfill.
You might. But if it's names like Arthur Smith, then stop adding names to the list.
Well, yes. Yes.
Coming up next. I shudder to read this, Jared.
It's up to you.
Honestly.
It's up to you.
I'm not going to read it.
Okay.
The Dodgers do it again. They're ruining baseball by handing out ridiculous contracts. We'll tell you about their latest next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on AC Preps Live. AC Preps Live Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about the best place in the Valley to get into a new Ford vehicle, and that, of course, is Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Well, it's experience. Earnhardt has been a name Arizonans have trusted for 75 years. It's about selection. Earnhardt Ford has the vehicles you're looking for, and, of course, it's about incredible offers. Like right now, you could take $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or check out the 2025 Ford Maverick with $2,000 in retail customer cash on gas models or $1,000 on hybrids. Plus, Low 2.9% APR financing is available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. I-10 and Ray Road. No bull for 75 years and counting. Or you can check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer. Burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine, simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is the best storyline going into the NFL divisional round? We'll ask senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando, at 10:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Here's a 2-1. Swing and a ball drilled center field. Back goes Perkins at the wall, and it's gone! Kyle Tucker! And he will touch them all, and the Cubs add on. It is 5-0. His first extra base hit of these playoffs.
Boog Shambi on the call on ESPN Radio. Last baseball season, one of 22 home runs hit by Kyle Tucker as a member of the Chicago Cubs. He is no longer a member of the Chicago Cubs. Late last night, after the Suns game ended, well, not late, but late for us, after the Suns game ended, the news breaks that Kyle Tucker has a new home and a lot more money in his bank account. The Los Angeles Dodgers signed him to a 4-year, $240 million contract. $60 million a year for Kyle Tucker, who was one of the most sought-after free agents on the market. And again, it just, whatever the Dodgers want, the Dodgers get. And yes, there is a good amount of deferred money in this contract, $30 million of deferred money. There are some creative ways to get Kyle Tucker in by offering him opt-outs after year 2 and year 3 of this deal. But the bottom line is this. We've reached and gone past the point of ridiculousness with the Dodgers' willingness and ability to spend way more than anybody else in baseball.
But they're not breaking any rules. Let's be clear about that. Everything they're doing
that's part of the problem.
Everything they're doing is perfectly legit by baseball rules.
Yes.
They're going to field a team that is absolutely unbelievable. Shohei Ohtani, this is the proposed batting order. Shohei, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Kyle Tucker, Teoscar Hernandez, Max Muncy, Tommy Edman, and Andy Pages.
That's a pretty good ball
That's
club.
a pretty good, and that's not even into their pitching staff.
Teoscar might get traded, I think. But
Regardless. I mean, if he's gone, fill in whoever you think they might get, and it'll probably be them.
Look, and we can ask the question, and this is not a knock on Kyle Tucker, who's a good player. $60 million for Kyle Tucker?
It's absurd. He's not a top 10 player.
You can absolutely, in this wacky world of baseball finances, justify that kind of price tag for Shohei Ohtani. The guy's a unicorn. Kyle Tucker is, he's okay.
It might have been a scenario which Kyle Tucker...
He's better than okay, but I see your point. He's not a $60 million a year player.
It might have been the Dodgers here, and the Mets are flirting with $50 million a year, and then going to Kyle Tucker. But how's 60 sound? You want to come play for the Dodgers? And he's like, sure.
There were
they could overpay anybody.
Yeah, there were projections when the offseason started that the deal for Tucker might look like, a double-digit year deal, like 11 for over $400 million. The recent reporting out of New York was the Mets were trying to tweak things a little bit and go real big on salary, but a real short term, $50 million for a year, $100 million for 2 years. The Dodgers kind of went in the middle and bumped up the average salary to $60 million and still went 4 years. Alden Gonzalez, who covers the Dodgers, kind of laid it out brass tacks.
The Dodgers are at a point now where if they want a player, they're going to get him. It doesn't matter if it's a short-term deal. It doesn't matter if they're deferrals, and it doesn't matter who they're competing against. They win more than everybody else. They have more talent than everybody else. They have more money than everybody else, and they have secured themselves as the destination spot in baseball. The Dodgers didn't need Kyle Tucker. They were never considered the favorites for Kyle Tucker, and yet they got Kyle Tucker, securing the best free agent available just 1 month after signing star closer Edwin Diaz. With his 4-year, $240 million contract, $30 million of which is deferred, Kyle Tucker secured the highest average annual value ever. But he did so on the type of short-term deal that the Dodgers prefer. Even though at 28, he was widely expected to sign long-term.
You said something very important in this discussion. The Dodgers aren't breaking any rules. We are going to be looking square next year at this time. We'll be looking squarely in the face of a work stoppage in Major League Baseball. And it is my contention that one of the issues that needs to be buttoned up is this use of deferred money. Okay, the Dodgers are rich. They got it. But they're also becoming richer by maxing out their credit cards. And if you look at these deferred numbers, Shohei Ohtani is going to receive a $68 million installment every July 1st from 2034 to 2043. Blake Snell, $66 million in deferred salary. Tommy Edman, $25 million. Mookie Betts, $115 million. Freddie Freeman, $57 million. Teoscar Hernandez, $23.5 million. Edwin Diaz, $13.5 million. Kyle Tucker, $30 million. Will Smith, $5 million every year. Tanner Scott, $21 million. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous that they're allowed to play that loose with this deferred money situation. They have the money to pay these players.
It's my belief that the Dodgers are doing this because that last clip was right on the money. One of the things that struck me is the Dodgers did not need to sign Kyle Tucker. No. They did not need to do it. But I think they're doing it because they know this is their last chance to flex this way.
Yes.
Because there is going to be a work stoppage coming. And the Dodgers are very, very aware that what we just did this offseason is going to push everybody over the edge. And so it is my belief they're going to go for some all-time win record this year, and then they're going to know after that there's going to be a cap and a floor in Major League Baseball after a lengthy work stoppage. That's what I believe.
The counter is it is the Dodgers who are doing this. The ratings for the playoffs and World Series were through the roof. If you are the commissioner and you are the owners, that it's something you have to factor in, that it's not all bad for baseball.
You're absolutely right. The ratings with the Dodgers are through the roof.
Yeah,
because it's created this dynamic.
The last time that baseball was this relevant was the late 90s, early 2000s with that Yankees dynasty team, a major market with a bunch of superstars that just kept winning and everybody complained about.
Look,
and
I'm
called them the original.
I'm no expert on television ratings for Major League Baseball, but I do believe it's very hard to register any ratings for Major League Baseball when there's a year-long work stoppage.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That was probably coming regardless. Regardless of what the Dodgers did this offseason, there is going to be 2/3 of these owners that are looking to get a salary cap in the sport. I think they're willing to go into the deep end of the pool and just see who drowns and who doesn't. Here's what I can't help but think every time I thought about this Kyle Tucker story last night. Corbin Carroll is better than Kyle Tucker, in my opinion. Corbin Carroll is going to be making $10 million next year.
Yeah.
I hope Corbin Carroll never gets the regrets. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't have done that. And you know what? I'm angry that I did that, and I'm angry at myself, but I'm going to take it out on the Diamondbacks. Now, I don't think Corbin Carroll's built that way, but that's the flip side.
Look, that's kind of the situation you put yourself in when you're a player like Corbin Carroll and you get rewarded early.
Mm-hmm.
It's a gamble for a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Corbin Carroll came out of the gates tremendously, but it was still a big gamble for the Diamondbacks to commit that much when they did.
Or that first month, the second year?
Yes, but on the flip side, Corbin Carroll and his representation have to know that too.
Yeah, they do.
If this goes well, we're tied to it, but we're probably forfeiting hundreds of millions of dollars in the process.
2029 would have been his first free agency year, Corbin Carroll.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to make $28 million in that deal. His value as a free agent in 2029, probably $60, $70 million a year.
That's ridiculous.
Depending on what happens in the lock.
That's right, exactly. Depending on what happens.
I again say Kyle Tucker is probably the 6th or 7th best player, not in baseball, on the Dodgers right now.
I know. They did not have to do this. They did this because they could, and they did this because, in my belief, they know the gig is up after this season.
Yeah, and that's the discouraging part, especially for fans in Arizona and Colorado and San Francisco and San Diego, is that you got to deal with this every single year. And as recently as 2023, the Dodgers were still playing this game, but it was the Diamondbacks that proved, hey, if you get to the party, anything can happen. The last 2 years, it didn't matter who was in the party. The Dodgers just flexed. Even with all their injuries, even with Mookie Betts having a down 2025 season, they won the World Series for the second straight year.
The Dodgers' projected luxury tax bill for this coming season is $165 million. That alone would be the 19th largest total payroll in Major League Baseball.
Are they allowed to defer that payment?
I think that one's got to be paid.
I think they probably are going to find a way to loophole that situation, too. Ugh. So gross. Coming up next, last night for the Suns, we saw good Grayson Allen and bad Dylan Brooks. We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
College football fans, this is the game you've been waiting for. Watch the College Football Championships at Talking Stick Resort on Monday, January 19th. Catch every play on massive screens and enjoy mouth-watering food and drink specials that bring the ultimate game day energy. Whether you're cheering for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, this is the place to be. So come early, grab the best seat, and watch it all at Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Suns dropped another tough one last night in Detroit, 108-105, without Devin Booker in their second of a 6-game road trip. They'll look to get back on track in the Garden on Saturday against the Knicks and potentially get Book back, and we might see Jalen Green as well. The Arizona Cardinals have reportedly now interviewed Robert Saleh, Jeff Hafley, and Raheem Morris for their head coaching opening, and they'll interview Mike LaFleur today. For more, head to arizonasports.com. What a weekend of playoff football. It kicks off Saturday with Josh Allen and the Bills in Denver for Sean Payton and the Broncos. Then an NFC West showdown between the injured yet dangerous 49ers and Sam Darnold and the 1-seed Seahawks. Sunday, the Texans and their defense travel to Foxborough for May and the Patriots. And Sunday night in frigid Chicago, Matthew Stafford and the Rams get the cardiac Bears and Caleb Williams in what has the making for a fantastic game. And that's what's trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. What stood out in last night's Suns game against the Pistons, and what is the latest regarding the health of Devin Booker? The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting, at the buzzer. No! He tried the 3 to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons. And the Suns fall short. The final score here at Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight
That is Matt Derry on the final call, filling in for John Bloom last night from Detroit. The desperation 3 by Grayson Allen. I was surprised they got a shot off there.
Yeah.
I don't know
how. It was a heck of a pass from Royce O'Neal.
It was a heck of a catch by Grayson Allen.
And a spin-a-rooney.
And the official term is spin-a-rooney.
Yeah.
Came up with nothing but glass. Suns fall 108-105. We mentioned it earlier in the show, but we saw like the best of some players, and we saw, I think, the worst of some players last night. Oso Ighodaro, fantastic last night. 6 steals, the most steals by any Suns player since 2022. Jordan Goodwin's impact, he filled a lot of categories stat-wise, but he was an absolute demon defensively all night long. We mentioned Grayson Allen put on a show in the first quarter, had 13 points, had 3 block shots, including one at the rim of Cade Cunningham. That was just a play you don't see guards of his stature make very often against elite players.
Yeah.
He was fantastic. Struggled in the fourth quarter shooting the 3, but a really good game for Grayson Allen. And we got to get to Dillon Brooks because, with Devin Booker out, I think Dillon Brooks felt even more of a responsibility to carry the offense, and he really struggled last night.
Yeah, he really did.
He struggled with foul trouble, his shot selection, his shot percentage. He was 4 of 16 from the floor. And I thought really in 2 stretches in the third and fourth quarters, Dillon Brooks kind of was shooting the Suns out of the game.
Yeah, and listen, and I don't know if he's sort of suffering a regression back to the means offensively, but this isn't the greatest stretch of basketball for Dillon Brooks. Although he was very, very good in the third quarter the other night. I will say this, I just think that, and I love his mentality, and I'm going to be very, very careful here because I really don't want him to change. But at the same time, when Jalen Green gets back here, he's got to move the basketball along a little bit.
Yeah.
It's sticking in his hands.
When he would get the ball, usually near the top of the key, it was a very, very, you knew what was happening, and it was going to be a contested jumper going up.
It sometimes feels like a hostage negotiation with him where you're like, it's okay. Calm down. Put down the ball. Put down the ball. Pass. Give the ball to me. Give the ball to me.
There was a span of 5 minutes and 17 seconds of the third quarter where the Suns were up 5. Dillon Brooks took and missed 5 shots. In that span, the lead turned from 5 into a 2-point deficit. Not all on Dillon Brooks.
No.
But also he got back in the game, and then at a crucial time in the fourth quarter, came back in with about 7 minutes to go and missed 3 shots in a 59-second span. And it just kind of added to the doldrums offensively that the Suns were going through. Here was Jordan Ott talking about Brooks' tough night.
Dillon, I thought he got some of the same shots that he's been making all season. So, again, something that we'll take a look at. Did feel like the more the crowds were coming to him because everyone knows he's gotten so much better. And he likes to get to some spots, and teams are figuring that out. So we got to help him. We got to help him there.
Yeah, I agree with that too. It was shots that Dillon Brooks has made consistently, but you know what they say, Pick. It's a make or miss league.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. It is.
Here was Dillon Brooks himself talking about maybe some regrets about his rough game in Detroit.
Foul at the end, especially on my part. A couple transition threes, and missed a lot of amazing shots that I usually make. That stuff happens in a long season, and refocus and play a better game the next game.
And we said yesterday he got his technical from the Miami game rescinded. Didn't get a technical last night. Got a flagrant foul, which, again, was not a flagrant against anybody else. I thought that even the flagrant foul that was called against Asar Thompson for the reckless closeout, what was reckless about that?
I don't know.
It's just today's NBA.
Listen.
But the bottom line is Dillon Brooks was on that tightrope of foul trouble all night long, and I think that affected his play too.
I think so too. And again, I want to caveat the fact about him because when I say the ball sticks, I also have to acknowledge that going into the game, clearly without Devin Booker and without Jalen Green, he's thinking I've got to be the guy offensively. But on nights when it's not working for you, that's kind of what I'm talking about here. I think there was also a trend that we talked about a couple of days ago off the air. We never got to it on the air. That officiating for the past month has the amount of fouls called during games has dropped by 20%. So, and people think it's orchestrated from the league. Less free throws is, I think, what people think. At the same time, there's been a lot more technicals and flagrant ones and things like that. So I don't know whether those are dual initiatives from the league. Get free throws out of the game, but also clap down on this. I don't know.
It didn't work last night because Detroit got to the line 37 times, and they didn't shoot free throws well either, and that kind of kept things in jeopardy for them. They missed 14 free throws, but they shot 12 more, and they still had a 7-point advantage of makes from the free throw line. We played the Grayson Allen cut earlier about him talking. It's really impressive. They can be that physical and somehow not commit a foul for 11 minutes in the fourth quarter. Here was Jordan Goodwin's reaction to no free throws shot by the Suns in the entire fourth quarter.
So we got to do better too. Some of it, we're a physical team, so we're gonna get some fouls and stuff like that. But I feel like there's no excuses though.
And Jordan Knott?
I looked up and their first foul was 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So we'll have to take a look. I just know how hard we play and know how hard they play. And I know the stats. I know the stats of where they've been all season. So we don't need any excuses. We play these guys again soon. It's going to be the same dogfight. And that's where we'll get better. We'll just keep continuing to get better.
And that's the attitude ultimately to have.
That's it.
Even when you mix in the frustration of what happened. Again, I mentioned the Suns' three-point shooting just completely dried up. Allen made his second to last three. That was the only make the Suns had from deep in the fourth quarter. They missed 10 of their 11 three-point shots. That was a big difference in the game, too.
Yeah, and it's a shame because the bench did enough for the Suns on any other given night, you would think, to win that game. And it just again slipped away from them at the end, kind of just like the Miami Heat game did as well.
Yeah. And I think we're past the Colin Gillespie rough stretch. He's been fantastic. He was great last night. 18 points, very efficient. 6 of 10, hit 4 of his 6 threes. Jordan Goodwin, we mentioned. Ryan Dunn's making some plays. Oso Ighodaro made plays. I thought they got good minutes from Isaiah Livers last night. But there is one, and Kellen Olson, and you read his stuff on ArizonaSports.com, and he's been talking about it on air too. It's been a rough patch of games for Mark Williams, and he got absolutely outplayed last night by Jalen Duren.
Yeah, and that was, we talked about this yesterday. I thought, to me, if the Suns were going to win that game, he would have to win his battle. He would have to have a really big night, and I think that did not happen.
No, I mean,
it's been a rough stretch for him. You're absolutely right.
Duren, 16 points, 18 rebounds, 4 on the offensive end. He was a plus 23, which was the highest number in the game for either of the two teams. And you know, when you look at the minutes dispersal, Oso ended up playing more minutes in that game than Mark Williams and played down the stretch. And as Kellen wrote in his piece on ArizonaSports.com, that was absolutely justified with what was happening in that game. The Suns move on. We don't know the status of Devin Booker. We don't know the status of Jalen Green. But, man, you want to talk about a shot in the arm if both of those guys are in uniform tomorrow against the Knicks, who probably won't have Jalen Brunson?
That would be welcome.
And the Knicks are struggling a little bit right now, too, with their injury issues. So the road trip continues. But here's something to remember, regardless of what happens. And, you know, we both believed you come back after this 6-game stretch, 3-3, which is still possible for the Suns.
Yeah.
You've accomplished something. They have a stretch upcoming where of 19 games, 16 of them are at home.
Wow.
That is a chance to make some hay.
They've been really good at home
They've been really good at home and stack some wins in what's been a tightly contested Western Conference. So, regardless of what happens on this trip, just keep that in mind.
We are at the halfway point of the NBA season. Can you believe that? We are at game 41 for the Phoenix Suns. And as I said earlier, they're the first team in history to have 575 threes and 400 steals. A historic effort from a team that was alleged to have no future and in a very dark place. We should all be very happy.
Yeah, and Tim McMahon wrote a great piece on Dylan Brooks on ESPN.com yesterday about him being the foremost villain in the NBA and reaction from teammates. Really good piece, and we're going to talk to Tim McMahon later on in the show. He's going to join us at 8:30. Coming up next, how much will weather and injuries affect this weekend's NFL playoff games? We'll explore it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think from a Cardinals perspective, this changes things not so much because Tomlin is available, because as I said, I don't think you're going to get him. I think what changes things for the Cardinals is that Pittsburgh is available. And now that search got a little bit more diluted for the Cardinals to find their next guy.
That's a great point. It is one of the most stable franchises in the NFL, but there's a lot you've got to kind of overcome.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and as we kick off a new year, a lot of us are focused on getting our homes in better shape, and that's where Parker & Sons really stand out. Now, you know, when you have an emergency, they'll be there in minutes, not days. No matter when you call, you'll reach a live person, which means no waiting, no messages, just help when you need it. But they're also a great choice for home improvements. For instance, if you want better indoor air quality, highly recommend the Captura Air Scrubber, which cleans the air in your home 24/7, and most people don't realize what they're breathing until they notice the difference. And Parker & Sons can also help you start the year with better water, reverse osmosis systems for clean, great-tasting drinking water, and water softeners that mean spot-free dishes and lower water and electric bills. Whether it's an urgent repair or a smart upgrade to start the new year, call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carroll Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carroll's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carroll Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carrollhasthebuyers.com. Carroll and seller must agree on price and possession.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
It's Friday morning edition of Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports. Want to send a shout out, a thank you to our audience listening on the radio, watching on YouTube, taking it in on the app. In Apache Junction, we appreciate the support in AJ this morning and every morning.
It's a significant factor. It's significant for everybody and how they handle it, mainly the Los Angeles Rams. Stafford's going to have a comfort level in doing it. Now, he is not 32 like he was doing it years ago. He's 37, 38 years old in that cold. I don't truly believe that it's going to have a negative impact on Stafford's ability to throw the ball, but hanging in the pocket, willing to stand there and take some of those shots, giving the ball to playmakers on the perimeter. And I think whatever team handles the cold, I think it gets so cold sometimes you can't even think. Let alone try to go execute at an incredibly high level. So who can handle it the best is certainly going to be in an advantageous situation.
That's Dan Orlovsky. Whoever handles the weather the best is going to maybe win that playoff game. You'd have to favor the home team, especially when it's it's such a discrepancy between the conditions. The Bears, yes, they play in Chicago. They're used to maybe not this adverse a condition set as what we'll see at Soldier Field, but when you're playing a team from LA that plays in the comfort of a basic dome stadium
in Southern California,
which is just
absolutely ludicrous.
But do you have to favor the home team? Caleb Williams has never played in this cold of a game.
No, it's true, and people have pointed out Matthew Stafford, for all the years he spent in Detroit, was playing cold weather games usually once or twice a year, at least against the Bears and the Green Bay Packers. So,
Sammy, if you can find the cut from Matthew Stafford on playing in the cold weather, I'd really like you to find that, because I think this would add some context to this discussion or another discussion. But I do think Vinny's general point is right. While the quarterback edge in terms of the cold weather might go to the Los Angeles Rams, because ironically, their quarterback is a guy that spent most of his career in the NFC North, while the Bears quarterback was at USC. He was the one in Southern California. It's really a team-wide thing. And if you've got a team like the Bears that have played in miserable conditions, this will be miserable, but to an extreme level. What this does, though, and Chris Canty talked about this morning at ESPN, and it's something I know being a Bears fan growing up. When you get super extreme cold weather, like it's going to be, players don't run as fast.
No.
The game slows down. You're just not firing the way you would do in optimum conditions. There's not going to be the level of hitting you generally see because the game just slows down. Bodies don't move as fast in 8-degree weather or whatever it's going to be. So who's that going to favor? You would think that would favor the Bears, who seem to have a better running game.
Well, they can lean on Monangai. They can lean on Swift, guys that really can push the pile. But the Rams are pretty adept at running the football, too. Their 1-2 punch of Corbin Williams is also pretty adept. Now, the Rams, their big advantage, at least from a personnel standpoint, in my opinion, is Puka Nacua. Nobody can slow this guy down. But how much of a factor will he be? Because they're also talking about it, in addition to being cold, it's Chicago. It's the windy city. There's going to be gusts of wind projected up to 30 miles per hour. That affects the passing game. How much does that neutralize Puka Nacua as a weapon that can be a difference maker for the Rams? In my opinion, a lot. But we also can't forget, the LA Rams went to Philadelphia during the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, should have beaten the Philadelphia Eagles.
Absolutely.
They were right there in a cold weather situation against a really good football team. And by the way, the Eagles were running the hell out of the ball last year with Saquon Barkley going over 2,000. So maybe too much is being made of the weather in terms of putting that in the advantage column for the Bears. I still feel that it is, but it's not like the Rams are going to be absolutely shocked by the conditions either.
I feel like it is too, but I don't think it's much of an advantage. When you get cold, windy weather, do you have a quarterback with enough arm strength to drive the football through the conditions? Both teams do.
Yeah, they do.
Both teams do.
They do.
So there's no issue with that.
So we got weather in one game in Chicago and LA. The other NFC game, there's injury questions. And most people were focusing on the San Francisco side of the ledger when it came to injuries going into this game. But how about Seattle? The news coming out of there. Sam Darnold did not practice, an oblique injury, but
just in routes on air, just kind of felt a little something about oblique. Just didn't want to push it. Wasn't the day to push it, so that was it. So just came inside, got some rehab, and feel like I'll be ready to go for Saturday.
Look, when you break down this weekend in terms of, and everybody does this all the time, and we fall into it as well, measuring pressure on individuals. I think the quarterback pressure still falls on Josh Allen because he's been the closest for the longest, and they got a tough game going on the road to Denver. Sam Darnold might be number 2 on that list. Sam Darnold, the Sam Darnold supporters will say, hey, he's the only quarterback in NFL history to win 14 or more games 2 consecutive years with 2 different teams. The guy's a winner. But his collapse at the end of last year, at the regular season and the playoff loss when he was in Minnesota was something. And, if you have another playoff failure with a home game against a division opponent, he doesn't play well, and now he's going in maybe marginalized with an oblique injury. I think Sam Darnold's a tough guy. I think you'll see him play to the best of his ability, but doesn't guarantee a performance.
Listen, the oblique muscles, for those who don't know, they're right on the side of your abdomen, and they're a big deal.
On most people.
On most people, right. And they're very important in flexing and twisting and turning and that kind of thing, which means he's gonna have to get the magic potion,
the good old shot,
the blue juice, the good stuff before the game. That'll give him about 3 to 4 hours of pain-free movement, and he'll grind his way through it. How effective is he going to be? I don't know. This is. I really thought I predicted Seattle to win this game rather handily until I heard about Sam Darnold's injury. Now, to me, it's a toss-up.
Yeah, and then Brock Purdy, experienced at the quarterback position, won on the road this past week. Kyle Shanahan feels real good having number 13 at QB.
I think the big thing is Brock doesn't get rattled. You can be as loud as you want. They're still probably not going to hear you there, especially if you're in the gun. And then we know they'll be that much louder this week. But I think it's nothing really rattles Brock. He stays the same. As you guys got to know Brock in all the situations, I don't think when you guys talk to him, whether he's had a good game, a bad game, I don't think he ever seems much different. He's always Brock. And you feel that on the sidelines throughout a game. I mean, you felt that last week. That's what I thought was so impressive, having that interception with like 8 minutes to go and we lose the lead. And the way he came back and played the next drive after that is the perfect example of, that's what I mean by, like, you can kind of see people's character, what type of people they are on the silent tape. And a guy who can act like that on that silent tape describes exactly the type of dude he is.
Crazy stat. Brock Purdy can join Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady with 6 playoff wins through 4 NFL seasons if he wins tomorrow.
I think this will be if he wins, it'll be his 3rd NFC Championship game appearance.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And let's not forget that he got hurt early in the NFC Championship game against Philadelphia, and that game just got completely sideways. Yeah. There's a good chance the 49ers win that game, too, if he doesn't go down.
And if that happens, Jonathan Gannon never comes to Phoenix.
Oh, well,
there's that. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the conversation.
Does that make you feel better?
No, it doesn't. No.
I was looking for the Matthew Stafford clips about him talking about cold weather. It's a long one, and there's multiple questions. But did you know he wears this sort of scuba suit in the cold? Have you seen that?
I have not, no.
So,
I'm Scuba Matt. Scuba Steve's father.
Football players, by the way, you might not know this, but what they do, they generally mix up Vaseline, icy hot, and there's something else, and they rub it on their arms. It's called whale skin.
Whale skin.
That's what they call it. That's not the official name, but that's what it does.
I know ESPN did a special on, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, where they talked about Matthew Stafford and his scuba suit, but it's kind of gone under the radar again until obviously he's playing in freezing cold temperatures this week. It's a wetsuit that he'll wear under his.
Wow.
It's just your hands you got to keep warm, though, if you're a quarterback, isn't it? Like that, they have the dilly pop that they put their hands into.
Yeah,
and then
that little, the little fanny pack that does the job.
But I mean, other than that, you're just cold, and I'm sure getting hit hurts a lot more. But it's not going to affect your play, other than keeping your hands so you can grip the ball and control the ball. I would think.
I feel like it might be and I'm not going to say it's the hardest for the quarterback, but they don't really have the chance to get the blood is going to be flowing, but as a running back or a receiver or D end, like their blood's flowing. Eventually, they might just kind of become numb to it. A quarterback, I feel like you're not moving around as much.
Jarrett, in response to your point, I want to go full Sean Payton on you. Oh, you know what it's like to play in the cold weather. You know what that's like.
I was a big athlete, in high school.
Yeah, I'm sure you ran several track meets.
So you know what it means to attack downhill, do you? You know what it means, do you?
In middle school, in I guess 7th grade, 8th grade, I used to run cross country, believe it or not. and we had a meet that would be through the parks on Long Island. And one time we ran during a hurricane. It was a big meet with supposed to be 15 teams, and only us and one other team showed up, and we didn't want to concede because if we went through with it, we would still get the points for end of year standings or something. And it was pouring rain. It was cold. It was miserable, and I did terrible. But I did compete.
But was that the beginning of the hurricane legend?
I was unrelated.
How could that be? If you did well, that would have been the origin.
Hurricane was my
nickname.
Track and field name, not cross.
It didn't cross over to cross country.
No.
Yeah, okay. Coming up next, Sammy's going to get us caught up to speed on the big stories on this Friday morning on the Rush Hour Reboot. That is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting at the buzzer. He tried the three to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here at Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time to get moving, and if you've got joint pain that is holding you back, that is limiting what you want to do in life, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your entire life on pause, and that is because my friends at QC Kinetics specialize and deliver advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and the patient satisfaction reports at QC Kinetics nationwide are 92%. That includes me. I've twice leaned on QC Kinetics to dramatic results. It includes Emmett Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage his joint pain after a lengthy career in the NFL. And the best thing is these treatments are all natural, all organic. They happen right in the office. You go in, you get your treatment, you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery. Move better, get stronger, stop managing your pain, start solving it with QC Kinetics. You can get a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor. Search your jewelry box. Find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know. Now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 1,000 5-star Google reviews, and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The shorthanded Phoenix Suns gave the Pistons all they could handle last night, but it wasn't enough in a 108-105 loss. And here was Jordan Knott post-game.
We don't need any excuses. We play these guys again soon. It's going to be the same dogfight, and that's where we'll get better. We'll just keep continuing to get better.
The Suns now head to Madison Square Garden Saturday night for a big one against the Knicks, with hopes of getting both Devin Booker and potentially Jalen Green back. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search continues as they've interviewed 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh late last night. They also interviewed Packers DC Jeff Hafley on Wednesday and have reportedly interviewed former Falcons head coach Raheem Morris as well. And today the Cards will conduct an interview with Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Ready to freshen up your home in 2026? Come visit the Window Depot. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Happy Friday. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I am Sammy Sabolka, ready to get you guys up to date and a little look ahead on what to expect in the sports world this weekend. I want to start with the Phoenix Suns. They lost a tough one last night and really kind of felt life without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. But could Saturday be a massive turning point for this Suns team and season? And by that, I mean getting Book, Jalen Green back at Madison Square Garden, maybe a nice win.
Yeah, I mean,
yes, that too.
I'll even eliminate the outcome portion of that.
Okay.
Whenever Jalen Green comes back, it's going to be viewed as a turning point for the Suns.
Yeah.
We've seen so little of him. He's played 30 minutes this season out of 41 games. Getting him healthy and getting this team as close to full health as possible is key. It's a very temporary condition in the NBA, but I think regardless of what happens in terms of wins or loss, whenever Jalen Green comes back, and I hope it's tomorrow, I want to watch him play, I think that's going to get viewed as a turning point, definitely.
It can be a turning point if this coaching staff has the same effect on Jalen Green as it has on Colin Gillespie, Dylan Brooks, and you can just go down all the way down the list. Jordan Goodwin, of all the guys who have come here and posted career highs well above their previous career highs. So if this system is as good for Jalen Green as it is for everybody else, then yes, it could very easily be a turning point.
Okay, with the Arizona Cardinals interviewing head coaches now, we briefly mentioned this, but are you okay with the next head coach having a say in the general manager and organizational decisions, or not really?
It all depends on who the candidate is.
Okay.
The quality of the candidate is what drives that discussion. If you've got a guy that you know is an impact head coach and you want more than anything, then you make concessions. Right? And this happens all the time in sports. And then if that coach candidate fails, you reel the power back in. So if it's a guy like Robert Saleh, then yeah, I think and if he's dead serious about coming to your organization, then yeah, you go to the wall for that.
So you're saying if the candidate you want wants the power, you're willing to give it to them, is what you're saying.
That's what Bick is saying.
Right. I mean, not unchecked, but I mean, if a coach wants control over the roster, then yes, you can arrange a situation in which he is part of the process.
Yeah, I agree with Bick to a degree. I don't think that is across the board for all candidates, and I don't even think I don't necessarily put Robert Saleh in that category. He comes in and he says, "I'm changing things up, Monty Austinfort, you're gone." I don't think the track record is there for Robert Saleh to get away with that, and I just don't think. I mean, the Cardinals had a chance to move on from Monty Ossenfort and didn't. He is their guy. He's spearheading this head coaching search. And it would be, wow. I mean, that would be pretty bold for Monty Ossenfort to say,
guy that fires
hey,
him?
Coach X, you're hired. Oh, by the way, you want me gone?
No one's listen. I apologize if you took me that way, Sammy, but I never said that Robert Saleh would get Monty Ossenfort fired.
No.
That's not what I meant.
No, but what I'll say is, yes, in certain situations you do that. If it's a head coaching candidate comes in with an impeccable resume and
John Harbaugh.
multiple championships, maybe even one championship, you do it. But he was probably the only guy you would even consider doing that for in this cycle.
Harbaugh or Tomlin.
Yeah. All right, real quick, for or against Raheem Morris being the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
I don't want to go completely polar on it and say just yes or no. I think there's a scale here.
Mm-hmm.
And if the range is 0 to 100, I'm 55% in favor for Raheem Morris. He's kind of in the middle of the pack for me. I like a lot of things about Raheem Morris. I don't like the lack of winning in Raheem Morris's past, but I think they could do worse than him. I'll say that.
He finished the season very, very strong.
Yes.
Which was what
a lot of people don't believe he should be available.
Well, yes, but the Falcons have decided to give the whole operation to Matt Ryan. They had a chance to hire Matt Ryan. They said, okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Right, yes.
You want to rebuild this? Have it all.
Yeah.
So Raheem Morris was, when he first was a head coaching candidate and he went to Tampa, he was considered this is the next Mike Tomlin. And he didn't have success. I don't know how you frame. I don't pay that much attention to the Falcons. So a guy that doesn't have success in his second stint, I think that's a red flag.
Yes.
But if there are mitigating conditions, he certainly has the personality and the riz.
Just get him out of the NFC South.
There you go.
That's all it takes.
All right, so there's a chance we're not here on Monday to preview the Indiana-Miami National Championship game. But with that being said, Indiana has a chance at an undefeated season, a national championship, and maybe one of the best stories of all time in college football. How can Miami spoil this Indiana story, or do you not think so?
Yeah, they can. I think if you go to Indiana's season and you look who tested them, Penn State gave them a run for their money.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it by controlling the clock, by little gains here, 8-yard gain, 8-yard gain, 8-yard gain. If Miami can control the line of scrimmage to some degree and run the football and milk the clock, I think this game is going to be tight for most of the game. I think Indiana's going to pull away late, but I think it's going to be a good game.
Yeah, I agree with Big. It comes down to the line of scrimmage, but just based on what Indiana has done to two opponents in this college football playoff, and that realm and every other realm, they've looked, I don't want to say they can't lose, but they have looked completely unbeatable to this point. And a lot of people this week I've heard talking about the fact that, people are asking the question, is this the best college team ever? It's certainly one of the oldest teams ever.
Yeah.
They are really experienced, and their average age is kind of that of a younger NFL team. That's how much experience they have.
And that makes such a huge difference.
It does.
When you're talking about young college kids versus older college kids.
Yes. Just more snaps, more experience.
More strength.
They've done that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's the Rush Hour Reboot. Again, happy Friday, and we've got some good football on tap this week.
Yes, we do, and we'll continue to talk some football next. Not only Cardinals coaching search, but also the NFL playoffs. Former Cardinal and now radio postgame co-host Rob Fredrickson will join us in studio here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The list of free agent quarterbacks, you stop me when there's one that you're like, no, I'd rather have that guy. Trey Lance, Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis is interesting, but
yeah, he is.
Let's be fair. If you weren't the Cardinals and you were presented with the option of, hey, you got to find a quarterback to save your franchise this year, you would take Kyler Murray over Malik Willis.
Yes, you would, especially if you were planning on running a lot more of the new than the old offensive schemes, because while Kyler Murray was out there running a lot of the new base earnings, he won the Rookie of the Year, and then all of a sudden he started going to Pro Bowls after that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've seen his face on billboards, Valley buses, television commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is very, very serious. And when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those predatory insurance companies. Those insurance companies know they can't play games, they can't nickel and dime, they can't deny when dealing with Sweet James, and that is why Sweet James not only wins 98% of its cases, big and small, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest wins in the country. And remember, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hobick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hobick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information at santanford.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions.
Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T2.
The testosterone booster?
Yeah, but it's way more than that now. It also skyrockets your nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. I started taking it right away, and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with T2, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text TAP to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's TAP to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at Barrett-Jackson.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Robert Saleh's interview with the Cardinals go? Plus our thoughts on the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Burns and Gambo starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
We continue here on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, talking football with former NFL linebacker. Now you hear him as part of the Cardinals radio postgame team. Rob Fredrickson joining us in studio. Freddie, how are you, man?
Bick, Murata. How you guys doing?
Good. Here we are again. Every 3 years. It's not quite the Olympic cycle, but it's getting close. Every 3 years, we're looking for a new head coach in Arizona. Cardinals are there. We've been talking a lot about Robert Saleh, how intriguing a candidate he is to us. The first interview apparently went down last night. But when you look at this coaching search, what are some of the ingredients, the characteristics that you're looking for in the next guy to be the sideline boss?
You know, I look at the list of candidates, and it's long. There's several. And I think each one of them are uniquely qualified, right? They're all qualified to be an NFL head coach. So I'm not in the camp of I want a guy that has previous head coaching experience, or I want a guy from the NFC West to do damage to the rest of the team. You know, I'm not in either one of those camps. So where I land is, for me, as a former player and going through a lot of coaches, it's the staff that's more important. It's the coordinators and the position coaches. Those are the coaches that spend the bulk of the time with the players. Those are the guys that are in every meeting with the players and out on the field with the players. The head coach, not as much. The head coach, you know, it's a big picture position, and he's setting the tone for the week, and he's involved in the game plans offensively and defensively, and obviously everything, the responsibilities for the head coach on game day. But when you really get into the weeds, it's about the staff. And the thing I worry about a new head coach, a first-time head coach, is what kind of staff can he bring?
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
The Cardinals just kind of went through that. A lot was made about the inexperience level of the Gannon staff from the beginning. I thought that really bared out in year 3 when things got rough. There wasn't a whole lot of adjustment going on.
Yeah. So, you know, you would hope maybe you'd bring in a senior consultant or consultants.
Yeah.
And somebody that's been through it, been there, done that, and can offer you some sound advice when situations arise. But the Cardinals just never had that. They didn't have that with the previous coaching regime. And so I feel like at times they weren't really sure how to steer that boat, and you know, and it struggled.
Take a look at what Kenny Dillingham has emphasized at ASU the last couple of years. Don't worry about this is not about me. Take care of all my guys, because I need my guys, because these are the ones that are interfacing and teaching these players. And you're getting this impression, and after talking to people, there's this belief that the reason why all these draft picks for Monty Ossenfort, while a lot of them seem underdeveloped at this stage of their career, they might not be getting the teaching that they need. You being a former NFL player and a former college player, can you see that on the field? Do you see a team that is lacking technique, that might not be taught properly?
I could see areas where, especially like in coverage from a defensive perspective, where there's a bunch of alignment and route concepts come off of that. It looks to me at times where players are misaligned or not in the right position to get to their coverage. And that to me is coaching. That's you know, hammering it throughout the week and in terms of where you need to be in this situation, where you need to be in that situation. So, yeah, some of that is coaching. A lot of it, I think, too, is talent identification. You know, Michael Wilson was in route progression purgatory for most of his career here until it was miraculously found out that this guy's pretty dang good. You know, I would like to know that coming out of training camp. Yeah. I would like to be able to identify that and find ways to get a guy like that the ball. Another guy, John Gaines, you know, he's probably not a starter, but when he finally got a shot, this guy was a baller. This guy was a dog. And where's that been? You know, I don't want to wait until week 16, 17 to find these things out.
Rob Fredrickson joining us in studio talking Cardinals coaching search. With everything that went down and all the weirdness that still remains with the Kyler Murray situation, it seems to us that they're done with Kyler Murray. That may have been a Monty Ossenfort decision. We saw the goodbye from Murray to Gannon. In this coaching search, and a lot of people are talking about this, and I'm sure you've heard this talk, Rob, if a coaching candidate comes in and tries to convince the powers that be with the Cardinals, hey, I can fix Kyler Murray. We can win with Kyler Murray. Should that be a non-starter? Should they consider handing him the reins back?
Yeah, no, I think Kyler's out of here, and you know, I think that feeling's mutual. I do.
Definitely.
I don't. Why would Kyler want to come back here where they're putting particular language into my contract, and then this whole thing around injury and quiet benching. I don't know. It's just I think Kyler needs some new scenery, and I think the Arizona Cardinals need to move on as well.
So I so agree with you. All this stuff about maybe they're going to circle back. It's nonsense. All right, as a Big Ten guy, and I don't know if I've asked you this because we've learned about Jared Carlin's booking strategies. Yeah. He texts Rob Fredrickson and says, "Hey, you going to be in the office tomorrow?"
Exactly.
All right,
almost word for word.
But yeah, exactly.
At the station, I said.
But you know, as a young man who watched you play college football, you just destroyed dudes. Indiana in the championship game.
Yeah,
that has to blow your mind.
It does, and for everybody in the camp of players win games, coaches just get out of the way. No, look at Indiana, man. Cignetti, what he's done there in a short amount of time. And it's not like they're breaking the bank with NIL deals left and right. He's doing it the right way. He's got a bunch of dogs in there that feel slighted, that have a chip on their shoulder, and they are balling out. And it's so detailed and tightened up, everything about that program. Kirk Cignetti is phenomenal.
He made Alabama look foolish. He made Oregon look foolish.
Yeah.
His receivers don't drop passes. They don't lose fumbles.
Yeah.
They don't have formation penalties.
When I think of the state of Indiana, I think of Larry Bird. Now I'm starting to think about Kirk Cignetti. Honestly.
It's insane.
But just to show where they came from, and people are talking about how bad they were historically with one of the worst Power 4 teams around. Take us back to your memories. When you were getting ready to play Indiana, when you were wearing the green and white of the Spartans, what were you thinking? Week off, basically, right?
Well,
or were you there at a time where they were decent?
So I was there in a transition period. My first couple of years, we were pretty good, and then it just kind of tailed off. So we weren't taking anything for granted, Vinny.
I got you. NFL playoffs this weekend.
Yeah.
What the San Francisco-Seattle game, I think, is a great one. The Denver-Buffalo game, I think, is going to be actually all 4 of these games are going to be great. What stands out on the schedule to you? What are you looking for?
Well, I hear a lot of talk about the weather in Chicago, right?
Yeah,
right? And how big of a factor is that going to be? That will be a factor, one way or the other. Whatever team, whatever players can navigate that the best, I think they're going to have the best opportunity.
Tell me your worst cold weather experience and how that kind of extreme cold affects a football game.
Well, my worst experience was when I was a freshman at Michigan State, and I wasn't playing, and we had limited number of those big coats, and we did.
And freshmen aren't getting any of them.
My job was to make sure I had a coat that I wore when my fellow starting linebacker was out there playing,
right.
And then when he came off, I gave it to him
because it was already pre-warm for him.
Yeah,
right.
But look, we used to do things. We used to rub Vaseline on our bodies to kind of close up the pores, but then you don't sweat. You can't sweat if you got all that on you. But I think once you get into the game, though, the most important thing is to keep your helmet warm when you come off the sidelines. Because if you put on a cold helmet, oh no,
you're never
getting
warm.
You're going to be miserable because it's like a rock.
Yeah. What's worse to play in, extreme cold or extreme? I mean, you played 4 years with the Cardinals, so you know extreme heat. The beginning of September games in Arizona were tough. What's worse?
Yeah, cold.
Yeah,
100%. It just feels different when you get hit and when you hit, and injuries seem to just manifest. But the heat, you can deal with that. You can hydrate all week and prepare yourself for that. But that cold is something else.
Yeah, Rob, great stuff. Thanks for coming in, man.
Thank you, Freddie.
Glad you were
guys.
in the office today.
Yeah. How about that? Boy, we
Thanks, Jared.
Rob Fredrickson, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Big's got your blast to kick off the second half of the Friday show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and artificial turf has become all the rage in Arizona. See it all over my neighborhood. So many homes switching over to beautiful green sparkling lawns, and I get it. There's no mess. There are no water bills. You don't have to do landscaping on the weekend. And if this sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. They look fantastic, and once installed, Turf Monsters can take care of that maintenance, making sure the turf is always looking great, smelling great, free of debris. Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Their range is incredible, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pergolas to pickleball courts, all the way down to custom-built putting greens. And their customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and the quality of the finished product. Go schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved and dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all three Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm
Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Suns dropped another tough one last night in Detroit, 108-105, without Devin Booker in their second of a 6-game road trip. They'll look to get back on track in the Garden on Saturday against the Knicks and potentially get Book back, and we might see Jalen Green this weekend as well. The Arizona Cardinals have reportedly now interviewed Robert Saleh, Jeff Hafley, and Raheem Morris for their head coaching opening, and will interview Mike LaFleur today. For more, head to arizonasports.com. What a weekend of playoff football. It kicks off Saturday with Josh Allen and the Bills in Denver, and an NFC West showdown between the injured yet dangerous 49ers and Sam Darnold and the 1-seed Seahawks. Sunday, the Texans and their defense travel to Foxborough for Drake May and the Patriots. And Sunday night, in the frigid Chicago weather, Matthew Stafford and the Rams get the Cardiac Bears and Caleb Williams. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured, call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Dodgers have ruined baseball. Their starting lineup looks like something you'd see at an all-star game. They are the loophole dynasty, spending over $1 billion of deferred money to create the biggest financial crisis in the history of baseball. At least that's what I'm supposed to think. But there's another side to this story, folks, because 2/3 of Major League Baseball, 20 of 30 owners, spend less than 50% of their revenue on payroll. Both teams in Chicago spend 36% or less, and all the cheapskate owners who are railing about the system and who will soon vote to lock out the players are doing so to protect their own miserly nature. And at times like this, I once again feel immense pride for the Diamondbacks, because they have a general manager who will not spend 1 minute feeling sorry for himself, because their 3-game sweep of the Dodgers in the 2023 postseason is what triggered all of this madness in the first place, and because the Diamondbacks spend 67% of their revenue on payroll, which ranks 5th in Major League Baseball, which means in a climate conducive for owners to not compete, to cry poor and skim from the till, Ken Kendrick is still giving it his best shot, even though he has little chance of winning a division he shares with the Dodgers, which I respect immensely. And if we can get our NFL owner to do the same, we'll all be in a much better place. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I don't know. We try not to look at the Dodgers too much. They're a great organization. They've reaped all the success from the way they do business. It's a mountain for us to climb. It's a goal for us that we set. We're going to keep shooting at that. It is what it is. We're in the division we're in. I like being in this division. I think it best prepares you if you get into the playoffs to compete in the playoffs for having to go at it day after day. And we'll see. They're not going to get any weaker. They never do. So we're going to have to go take them down.
Yeah, that was back on December 8th. Mike Hazen chatting with MLB Network on the Dodgers being in the division, and that's been the consistent message from Torey Lovello, from Mike Hazen, from everybody involved, from Derek Hall, from everybody involved with the Diamondbacks when it comes to the Dodgers. I wonder if last night's activity really, again, we know this is our reality, but $240 million for Kyle Tucker, seriously? And you mentioned the over $1 billion of deferred money on the books for the Dodgers. There's a study out or a stat out that tracks all of the payroll, whether it's real payroll, deferred payments on the books from 2026 on for Major League Baseball. The Dodgers are well over $2.1 billion of payroll, almost $1 billion more than anybody else in Major League Baseball. This is a problem.
Of course it's a problem. It's a terrible problem. But like I said, in the Blast, there's two sides to this story. You've got 2/3 of the league not even at 50% of revenue towards payroll.
Yes.
And
the Diamondbacks do a great job with that.
Listen, when I saw the chart, when I researched this and I saw the Diamondbacks were in 5th place, only behind, and they're right there with Philly at 67%. Okay, medium-sized market, and we're not medium-sized market anymore. But we, not a traditionally great sports market. You're spending the same as Philadelphia. You're spending the same as Toronto. You're spending the same in the top 5 as the Mets. You're spending in the top 5 with the Dodgers. Well, that to me is just tremendously impressive.
But that's what makes this more frustrating is that the Diamondbacks are earnestly trying, and I'm not sitting here and saying that they're not deferring some payments too, but it's a small fraction of what the Dodgers are doing.
I totally agree.
But the Diamondbacks are actually, I think, more consistently than any other time in their history, they're going for it. They want to win World Series titles.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing it responsibly, and they're, like I said, earnestly.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have a team in your division that, when you're reminded on January 15th, oh, by the way, good luck. If you're making the playoffs, it's going to be as a wild card, so shoot for that.
And here's the difference.
We're only going to lose 45 to 50 games this year.
Here's the difference also and why this sucks. It's not necessarily just like the starting lineups and stuff. You mentioned they didn't even need Kyle Tucker. It's when something like what happened to the D-backs last year, when they're hit with all these injuries, you can only overcome so much if you're the Diamondbacks. When they're the Dodgers and you have unlimited funds, unlimited money, and a roster just top to bottom full of all-stars, you can afford to overcome more stuff than other teams
and
can.
We've absolutely seen that the last 2 years, because the last 2 years, the Dodgers have been hit with massive injuries on their pitching staff, and it didn't matter. It did not matter.
No. And so listen.
What's your reaction going to be when the Dodgers trade for Tarek Skubal in the next few weeks?
Can I make we live in the NL West. We're Diamondback fans. The 2 we cover, we love the team. But if you're a Texas Rangers fan, the Dodgers doing this, I don't necessarily know if it ruins baseball because now they are the grade A villain of the sport. Everyone in the sport is trying to knock them down and take them down. And B, now the MLB has something to do. They have something to fix. So I don't know if it's ruining baseball.
But traditionally they haven't fixed their issues. They've come to a impasse mostly on negotiations, and everything's temporary with the CBA. Oh, we'll push this down the road until the next CBA negotiation.
There's two ways to view this about it ruining baseball. It's not ruining baseball because the ratings are higher than ever. It might fan interest they like dynasties in all sports. They like super teams, and they like either rooting for or against them, and they like superstars. For the other 29 teams in baseball, though, is this ruining it for them because they can't play on the even playing field?
It takes away a lot of the fun of the competition, and I think baseball is the funnest sport to follow from season to season because it's an everyday endeavor and you have all these things to track. And when 29 teams, we talked about this with small market teams that don't, and I'm not feeling sorry for the Pittsburgh Pirates and the teams, the Miami Marlins, the Athletics, teams that don't really try. You've made your bed, sleep in it. But the teams that are trying, this is just such a gut punch for them.
Yeah, but again, every other billionaire who owns a baseball team could be spending deferred money.
Yes.
And there's not a rule in Major League Baseball that says only the Dodgers can do this.
This is true.
And the Blue Jays were 3 inches away from winning the World Series last year.
Vinny, run that set of statistics by our audience that shows how LA trumped Toronto at every turn. This is if you're a Canadian, this really hurts.
I got to pull this back up here. Here we go. Dan Clark tweeted this out. The Blue Jays aggressively pursued Freddie Freeman, thought they signed Shohei Ohtani, were close to signing Yamamoto, aggressively pursued Sasaki, came within inches of winning the 2025 World Series, and aggressively pursued Kyle Tucker. And the Dodgers beat them every single time, 6-for-6.
Suck it, Toronto.
Sorry.
And that's the thing also. 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now, I guess, the Diamondbacks beat the Dodgers in the playoffs. Okay? And they faced against the Texas Rangers, not, the Yankees or a superpower team.
Sure.
But this can happen. The thing is that it's not the Dodgers every single year are going to be the favorites. There could be an outlier team like the Blue Jays that could push them. Do you think the Blue Jays are going to make the World Series again this year? And next year and the year after?
Maybe.
They could.
I mean, I think they're going to be in the mix. But you bring up an interesting point. Go back to 2023 when the Diamondbacks not only beat the Dodgers, they embarrassed them. They swept them in that 3-game series.
Since then,
look at that roster that the Dodgers put out there compared to what they have now. They didn't have Shohei on that team. They didn't have Sasaki. They didn't have Yamamoto. They didn't have Tucker. They didn't have Blake Snell. They didn't have Tyler Glasnow. They didn't have any of that.
I come back to, again, you still have to play the games.
And they play the games and win. That's the problem. It's working. It's working.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing this evil, terrible, not illegal, but it's brutal, and it's working every year. They're winning every year.
It's brutal only if you have an owner who won't spend.
Nobody spends. Even if everybody spent as much as they could, you don't spend as much as the Dodgers do.
Yeah, I think this is more of a what you're talking about, Bick. That you're pointing at the Bostons and the Cubs and the Yankees and the Mets and those teams traditionally that have the wherewithal to spend like the Dodgers spend and choose not to. Those are the teams that I think are deserving of the criticism.
Yeah. That is the other thing
I honestly believe that the Dodgers know what's coming and everybody knows what's coming, and they just decided we're going to really rub their noses in it now.
And they've really overpaid for Kyle Tucker.
Oh, they sure have.
But
he's making 6 times what Corbin Carroll will be making.
It's ridiculous. Like I said, he's probably the 7th best player on the Dodgers overall.
Maybe.
And but the thing that I don't know. I can't even remember what I was going to say. Here's the thing. The thing that sucks about the Dodgers is that they're really good at all this also. It's not just that they're spending money. The Mets have spent a ton of money over the last decade.
Yes.
They never win.
They have.
They don't even make the playoffs.
It's just, I'm just looking forward to baseball season, and now it's dampened, quite honestly. Coming up next, can the Patriots get closer to the start of another dynasty? And can the Bills get closer to finally getting over the Super Bowl hump? We'll preview the AFC divisional playoffs coming up next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Lawler, I mean, he's still considered one of the top prospects in baseball. We all know about the failings that he's had at the major league level so far, whether it was the yips or his inability to hit at first. I feel like we've gotten to that point where Jordan Lawler, where it's like, okay, what are you? Who are you? How are you going to contribute to the Arizona Diamondbacks? And I don't mean Reno. I mean the Arizona Diamondbacks. How are you going to contribute to this team? And it feels like this is that year for Lawler. I just don't know where that path is.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So they call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 3 decades of your life paying off that home, and a lot of people reconcile this because they think they've attained a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan realized a couple of horrifying things. Number one, he realized it wouldn't be until year 22 of that 30-year fixed rate mortgage when he would actually pay more principal than interest, and at the end of it all, he was going to spend over $700,000 for a $300,000 home. $400,000 in interest. In other words, there's a much better way. At Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes directly towards paying off all of your debt, not just your mortgage payment, all of your debt, and you can do it without any trepidation because you always have 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay off, pay back, or borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Lots of great things with Life Changer Loan. Thousands of very grateful clients here in the Valley, but this is not for everybody. If you've got the right set of financials, if you're a good fit, however, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what makes starting the new year with service at Liberty GMC such a smart move?
Glad you asked, Dave. We respect your time all year long. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, right now, get 25% off your entire bill for the month of January.
And to start the year strong, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 39 months. Buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is the best storyline going into the NFL divisional round? We'll ask senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando, at 10:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning. What's up to our audience in Guadalupe this morning? We appreciate the support from the Guad. Do they call it that?
No.
Maybe they shouldn't.
No.
I tried something. It didn't work.
They have great talent, great scheme. They play hard. I respect how hard they play. And they're just not only talented, but they have a play demeanor that I can appreciate. If they get blocked, they don't stay blocked long. Can power different moves on the edge. So they play hard against the run. It's not just if you run the ball that they're taking plays off. So 2 really good, bookends.
That is Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots. They're getting ready for a home game against the Houston Texans. That should be a heavyweight battle. Mm-hmm. But let's start here. There are doubts about the Patriots. Even though their record is what it is, they are 15-3 after they beat the Chargers. They're a good football team. They're 14-1 in their last 15 games played. Mm-hmm. But in that stretch, out of 15 games, they've only played 4 games against playoff teams. And they're 3-1 in those games?
No, listen, and again, that's the dividing line why Drake May is not going to win the MVP. Now, I'm not saying he would have won it had their schedule been better, but if you're stacking up what Matthew Stafford has done versus Drake May's got the division title and the team with the better record and the better seed. They played nobody all year long.
It's almost odd to see that light of a schedule in the NFL, and I know it's luck of the draw, but if you go back to week 4 when they started their turnaround, they beat Carolina 42-13. Carolina's a playoff team, but they had a losing record this year. Mm-hmm. They didn't play, and then they played in week 5. They beat the Bills 23-20. They didn't play another playoff team until week 15 when they played the Bills again in Foxborough and lost 35-31. And this includes last week's game against the Chargers. You're guaranteed to play a playoff team if you make the playoffs. That is an astounding run of light opponents.
There's no doubt about it. And so I think that is one thing you look at when you wonder, can New England hang in there against a defense like the Texans? I think if you're a Patriots fan, you take great solace in the fact that Mike Vrabel's your coach. He's been there, done that many, many times. Mm-hmm. and he's an excellent coach as well. And the Patriots are very, very physical, and they can get after a quarterback. So. Yeah, that game's going to be interesting to me because I'm not sure what has become of C.J. Stroud, and I don't know where the guy went that really kind of flashed as a rookie. Remarkably so.
More than flashed. He was anointed as a rookie in the last 2 years, even though the Texans have remained very competitive, made the playoffs both years. The development has not been on a steady upward and to the right trend for C.J. Stroud. Here was C.J. Stroud himself talking about rebounding from a tough game last week.
Yeah, I've learned a quote: "Don't love the love, don't hate the hate." Like things be up and down throughout your life, your career, whatever it is. I think that's just how life works in general. But especially in the position I'm in, everything is, criticized and everything is talked about. So, I've learned to, to stay what's important to me. That's my faith, my family, and then my teammates, and then myself, how I view myself. So, through failures and successes in this game, from time I've been 16, with somewhat of a public eye, and when I went to Ohio State, same thing. Like they would love me one week, hate me the next. So I'm well equipped with what is going on, and I'm excited to play this next game and just kind of keep the same even keel.
Yeah, still astounded too that C.J. Stroud struggled the way that he did. And we talked to Mark Schlereth about it, and he was dumbfounded. They couldn't complete a shotgun snap last week against Pittsburgh.
I know.
And they won by 24.
Yeah,
That's how good that defense is. I don't know. I'm having a real, we're going to do the spreadsheet coming up later this hour. And kind of put our picks on the line.
Yeah.
Where I'm in last place, all due respect to everybody else. I'm having a real hard time picking the home team in this game.
Yeah.
And not to give away my pick.
No, I don't think I'm going to be either.
Yeah.
So I just, that Texans defense is just too unbelievable.
And they're hungry now, and they feed off what they've done. 2 defensive touchdowns last week again.
Yeah.
They're good.
Does that game for you guys solely come down to C.J. Stroud, or do you think Drake May can be that good?
Drake May is the wild card in my opinion.
Okay.
Drake May is a kid that does have a lot of talent, and Drake May is very good at making plays with his feet. And I think that against that pass rush, there's going to have to be a lot of that. There's going to have to be a lot of gashing these defenses and their over pursuers by getting out and running.
Yeah, the other game, good one too. Buffalo on the road at the number 1 seed in Denver. Pressure on Josh Allen. He talks about facing the Broncos' treacherous defense.
They've got some absolute studs over there. Obviously, they rush the passer extremely well. Interior, they're, again, some big, stout guys that can really push the pocket. And they could stop the run in the back end, too. A guy like Pat Peterson, who was Defensive Player of the Year last year, he's an absolutely fantastic football player. So, yeah, we're going to have our hands full of just making sure that we're putting in the right stuff, understanding the game plan, getting to the right checks, getting to the right calls, executing and playing for each other because, again, we can't give them any help. That's a good team over there, and anytime you're facing a really good defense, again, you got to go out there and execute and do your part.
Yeah, last week we talked so much about the pressure on Josh Allen, the pressure on Sean McDermott. If the Bills lose that game against Jacksonville, is McDermott going to be shown the door? And I think a lot of people believe that, but I don't think necessarily one win takes that pressure off on his front. This is like Super Bowl or bust time for the Buffalo Bills. Even though they're seeded what they're seeded and they're going on the road again, they need to win this game, I think.
I wonder.
For Sean McDermott's sake.
Well, listen, yeah, I would say so, but I just wonder with the injured nature of their wide receiver room, with as banged up as Josh Allen may still be, if a loss on the road at a number 1 seed like Denver is really going to ding your legacy that much. I did agree with you going into the postseason that if you clear out Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen still can't get to a Super Bowl, then maybe we got issues here. But I don't know what the circumstances are surrounding this team. I will say this, though. Last week, when Gabe Davis went down for the Bills, they basically had nobody. And Josh Allen still completed passes to 9 different receivers.
Yeah.
Without having any receivers. I don't know how he pulled that off.
They have two really good tight ends.
Yeah.
And Denver
Knox
loves
and Kincaid are both
Kincaid.
good.
And Denver loves to play in close games, and it comes down
That's
to
true,
if it's
too.
a close game, the Bills have the best player.
Oh, listen, if it's a close game, Josh Allen's going to put on the cape at some point in time.
Yeah, because he's willing to do whatever it takes to make the play.
If it's a close game, Who has won more close games this year, though, than the Denver Broncos?
Yeah, but it's Josh Allen. The key to this whole thing is going to be whether or not the Bills can run the football, because they played each other in the playoffs last year, and the Bills dominated time of possession.
They got the most productive running back in the game, and James Cook going in. So I think these games are awesome this weekend. Can't wait to watch them. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on this show, on Wolf and Luke, on Burns and Gambo, starting next Tuesday. When you hear that code word, just text it to 620-620, and you will be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, Suns struggling so far on their road trip. Tough game for Dylan Brooks, but we'll talk NBA and Dylan Brooks with a man who just wrote about him. Tim McMahon from ESPN will join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting at the buzzer. He tried the three to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here at Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, in a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. Nobody wakes up and says, you know what, I got a great idea. I'm going to go out and replace my windows. I'm going window shopping today. But if you've lived in your house sometime in Arizona, you know the sun can do a lot of damage to your window. I got a great opportunity for you to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that's because my friends at Advanced Window Products staging their New Year's sale. You'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows, $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this exact same offer. Cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, how beautiful my windows look from installation to cleanup. The whole process was fantastic. Advanced Window Products, a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. And the cool thing is that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, and there are great financing options available. For more information, call 480-764-2110. Tell them I sent you. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Moving in Phoenix or the East Valley? Let me tell you, Moving Team 6 makes it easier than you'd ever expect. With their new Mesa facility, they're serving the East Valley with trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, packing and secure climate-controlled storage. They support veterans, train their crews, and every move is handled by full-time, experienced staff. Licensed, insured, and ready to get it done right. Go to movingteam6.com. That's 6 spelled out.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The shorthanded Phoenix Suns gave the Pistons all they could handle last night, but it wasn't enough in a 108-105 loss. And here was Jordan Knott postgame.
We don't need any excuses. We play these guys again soon. It's going to be the same dogfight, and that's where we'll get better. We'll just keep continuing to get better.
The Suns now head to Madison Square Garden on Saturday night for a big one against the Knicks, with hopes of getting both Devin Booker and potentially Jalen Green back. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search continues as they have now interviewed 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh. They've also interviewed Packers DC Jeff Hafley, and on Wednesday, they reportedly interviewed former Falcons coach Raheem Morris as well. And today, they'll be interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, it's Luke. What coaching candidate does Patrick Peterson want for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll ask the Cardinals legend at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Suns 0-2 on their road trip. That continues tomorrow night in the Big Apple against the Knicks. Joining us to talk Suns basketball, and more specifically, a piece he wrote on ESPN.com, how the NBA's biggest villain helped turn around two franchises, focusing on Dylan Brooks. The author of that article, Tim McMahon, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Tim, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Howdy, partners. How you guys doing?
Doing well. I really enjoyed the piece on Dylan Brooks. It has been a revelation. It's been a breath of fresh air to have a guy who is a villain turn things around so quickly. And then, of course, last night he probably had his last game, his worst game of the season on the day it gets published.
Well, look, there's going to be ebbs and flows for him, certainly, in terms of offensive efficiency. I'm not sure he's going to average 21 points per game in pretty efficient fashion for the entire season. But in terms of his energy, his intensity, the swagger, the snarl, the attitude, that will be consistent. And, there will be also some suspensions coming for technical fouls, because I'm just here to tell you, he's not going to tone that down.
What's interesting to me, Tim, is that part of this, at least if from a Memphis Grizzlies hierarchy standpoint, it's a cautionary tale, because Matt Ishbia has already come out and proclaimed Dylan's going to be with us forever. And obviously he loves what Dylan Brooks has brought to the team in terms of toughness and all that. But is it a cautionary tale? Because apparently, according to the Grizzlies, a lot of those antics they didn't think were really good examples for a group of young players. So I'm curious if there's danger on the flip side of all of this.
Here's the thing about the Grizzlies. They loved all that stuff until their culture, they felt like, got out of control. And look, Dylan talked about just there wasn't communication, he felt, between the front office and the players. There were a lot of things going on with that Memphis team. And Dylan was kind of, they were hopeful that removing Dylan could kind of calm things down. Look, the simple fact of the matter is, John Morant was going to run into trouble. There were going to be issues there, regardless of Dylan. They thought, the whole "I'm fine the West" thing with Ja, then they go out and get spanked in the first round, don't even win a playoff series that year. They thought the team had gotten too cocky and too arrogant for its own good. Dylan's shot selection was certainly a concern for the Grizzlies. But again, there wasn't the kind of direct communication with Dylan that I think he needs to thrive. He got that in Houston with Ime Udoka. Clearly that's happening in Phoenix. And he's not wrong when he says the Grizzlies fell off.
Yeah.
Clearly allowing Dillon to move on was not the solution for Memphis. They haven't won a playoff game since he left. So, the other thing is, look, man, Dillon Brooks is a dude that if he feels appreciated, he's going to do, like he may said, if you love him up a little bit, he's going to do what you need him to do, what you ask him to do. If he feels disrespected, you're going to have problems, and he certainly felt disrespected toward the end of his time in Memphis.
Absolutely. Tim McMahon, ESPN, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Big picture in what Dillon Brooks has brought to the Suns obviously is palpable. We see it in the results. We see it in the standings. We see it on a night-to-night basis in just terms of the effort and intensity, and I think the coaching staff deserves a lot of credit for that as well. But from you, somebody who covers the NBA and watches it as closely as you do, this team had no expectations, even with Dillon Brooks in the fold. How surprised are you with what the Phoenix Suns have been able to accomplish in the first half of this season?
I'm not even going to lie. I'm shocked. Look, and this is kind of a funny thing. When the Memphis Grizzlies made the Desmond Bane trade and they got back that haul of picks, they believed strongly that the best asset that they got in that trade was the Suns pick in this next draft. And it turns out they're probably not even going to get that pick because of all the ways it's swapped. They thought they were getting a mid to high lottery pick with the Suns. And, the Suns are at least going to be a play-in team. They certainly feel strongly that they're going to end up in the playoffs. I agreed with the Grizzlies. I thought that was their best asset in that deal. I thought the Suns were in a really bleak situation where, they were a lottery team last year and, got rid of a Hall of Famer. I didn't think they were going to be a drastically improved team, but I think a lot of credit goes to, and I focused on Dillon in this story because he is a guy who's been a massive part of cultural resets in his last two stops and really helping build the culture in Memphis when they were winning. But you also have to give a lot of credit to Jordan Ott. The coaching carousel will not be spinning in Phoenix again this summer. They've got a guy who could be their coach for a long time. And if you want to see Devin Booker smile, ask him about Jordan Ott. He absolutely loves the guy. Ott has proven that he's really sharp in terms of X's and O's, but that's not the most important thing in NBA coaching. It's player relationships, and he's been great with that. They love how direct he is in his communication, but also adaptable. They respect his intelligence, and he's on the list of Coach of the Year candidates halfway through the season for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And listen, there were a lot of people who thought there was no pathway out of this for the Phoenix Suns unless they traded Devin Booker. What are some of the takeaways for you? Is this just proof of what can happen if you get the right chemistry? Is it proof of what can happen if you get sincere guys who really bust tail and try and give 100% on both sides of the floor? What are some of the takeaways that kind of illustrate how so many of us we're so wrong about this?
And look, I thought that the only way out was getting a haul for Devin Booker, and I think all those things you just said are true. And I also think I'm sure for you guys, for the Suns fans, even if they end up a 7 seed, get beat in the first round, whatever. How much more fun is it to be a scrappy bunch of dudes who are, you can call it overachieving, exceeding expectations, than just a historically expensive, epic disappointment, Now, what will be interesting is to see how the Suns are able to, or if they're able to, go from this, this new thing that they've established, new identity they've established, and enhance the roster to the point where they're a real threat. There are still some major challenges in place because of the big splashes that Matt Ishbia made coming right in off the bat. But I've been extraordinarily impressed with what they've been able to do since the summer, and that's from a front office perspective. Obviously hiring Ott, and then the players on the roster. And look, man, Colin Gillespie has been a godsend to the Phoenix Suns. And he's real. You talk about a guy who's fun to watch. I'm sure for Suns fans, fun to root for. And, that's the kind of guy that they need to continue to have. These guys who they're finding dudes on the margin that are becoming not just like solid rotation players. He's a real starting point guard in the NBA who's positioned himself to get a nice contract this summer.
Jordan Goodwin, too, off the scrap heap.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you before we let you go, Tim, I wanted to ask you on the flip side of the trade with the Rockets. And how do you assess Kevin Durant's spot? What have you seen from the Rockets? What has he brought? What is lacking there in your mind?
Well, what's lacking is Fred VanVleet, and that's just tough luck. What's lacking is that veteran point guard who, and look, the two dudes who set the tone for the Rockets in terms of defensive intensity and, just professionalism over the last couple of years were Dillon Brooks and Fred VanVleet. Dillon's in Phoenix, VanVleet's on the bench, in street clothes. So they're missing VanVleet. They're missing that veteran point guard. And then I do think that they don't have the same edge defensively that they've had, that they had last year. KD's done what you would think KD was going to do. The guy's averaging 26 on basically like 52, 40, 90. But they're in a rut right now. They've lost 5 to 7. They're in a tough stretch of schedule. Yep. When you talk about like real West contenders, I think they're a notch below that. And, but I'll tell you this, they love Dillon Brooks in Houston. They would take him back in a heartbeat. Mm-hmm. They have no regrets about that trade, though.
Yep, none. Tim, great stuff. Really enjoyed the piece. Thanks so much for spending some time with us today. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it, fellas.
Thank you. Tim McMahon, ESPN.com. Again, he wrote how the NBA's biggest villain helped turn around 2 franchises, including the Phoenix Suns, his piece on Dillon Brooks. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the divisional playoffs are upon us. We got to make our picks in the spreadsheet. We'll do it here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The shorthanded Suns forced the Pistons to earn a win in the deep end. In a Cardinals head coaching candidates update, Mike LaFleur will chat with the team today. And one of Dan Bickley's playoff football thoughts, could the Cardinals trade up to draft a quarterback? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know better than anybody the 3 magic letters MVP, most valuable player, but on the roadways, those 3 magic letters become BMW, the ultimate driving machine, one of the most exhilarating driving experiences you will find on planet Earth, and my friends at Chapman BMW can make that happen for you. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you are going to get an extensive selection of new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, and high-quality used cars. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage. Everything they do is red carpet first class. And once you become part of the Chapman family, by the way, their state-of-the-art service center is staffed by BMW certified technicians. That ensures your vehicle will always receive expert care. So go pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, then get the hookup that's available to every listener of this radio station. Ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He will hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season is going down Sunday, February 8th. Head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hobick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hobick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
Cover the point spread.
What's the spread?
Don't forget about the 14-point spread.
It's not a spread, it's a schmear. Bickley and Murata make NFL picks against the spread. The spreadsheet.
The spreadsheet. It's time. We're down to just 4 games on the slate this week. 8 teams remaining in their quest for Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. We've been doing this all year long. Now, the parameters have changed as we get to the postseason. We used to do a draft, so we each had 3 or 4 games every week in the regular season. But now, with the stakes higher, we're picking all the games. So we'll go through and give our picks against the spread in all 4 of these divisional round playoff games. Sammy, do you got a quick update on the standings?
I do. So Jarrett Carlin is 35-33-1. He leads the way.
Wow.
2 games above 500. You know, genuinely impressive.
Late push, too,
Oh,
by
yeah.
Jarrett.
Yes, and so
5-1 last week?
Just like his infamous track career. Great
Late
closer.
push.
Great closing speed.
Exact opposite.
Really?
Oh,
You
got
started
it.
out.
I-
You started out fast,
he
and
tried to hold
I
on.
used to run the 100-meter dash. I had excellent reaction time, and the first 40 meters of the 100-meter, I would be leading everyone. These much bigger, muscular, like a lot of the football running backs and wide receivers would run track in the offseason, and I'd just be like waving to the crowd, like
pulling an Usain Bolt.
And by the finish line, I would be like in 6th place every time.
Oh.
All right.
But no, so Jarrett Carlin leads the way. Dan Bickley and I are actually tied in winning percentage. We are both 31-34, and I have 2 pushes. And then Vinny, 28-40-1. I think first place might be out of the question.
Yeah, I basically have to sweep everything. Not gonna happen.
Yes.
All right, let's start with the first game on the slate. Saturday in Denver, the Broncos hosting Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills and that banged-up receiving core. Broncos favored by 1.5 at home. Bick?
I don't know how you're going to contain Dre Greenlaw attacking downhill.
What do you know about attacking downhill?
Exactly. But I'm not betting against Josh Allen. Give me the Bills plus 1.5.
Bills plus 1.5. I'm really, of all the teams in the field, I want to see the Bills win it.
Yes.
I don't think they're going to win it. I'm taking Denver minus 1.5. I think it's going to be a good game, but I'm going to be talking next week about the Bills falling short again, unfortunately.
Okay. I feel like a fool after we've had an entire season to disprove this, but I just don't believe in Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos still. So I am taking the Buffalo Bills. I think they're going to win outright, so I'm taking them plus 1.5.
All right,
Yeah,
Sammy?
so this line actually opened at minus 3.5 for the Bills when it opened on Monday, and it's gone all the way in the other direction, minus 1.5 for the Broncos.
It's moved 5 points?
It's moved almost 5 points, which is very, very unheard of. I'm taking Superman. Give me Josh Allen plus 1.5, but the line movement is very, very interesting.
Yeah, it sure is.
3 of you taking the underdog. I'm the only one on the favorite.
You're the only
That's
one
a
on
chance to make up a whole game on
that's the way to do
everybody.
it, man. That's the way to do it, bro. That's the way to do it.
The second game in Seattle, Lumen Field, Seahawks hosting the 49ers for the third time this year. The Hawks favored by 7. Will it be the 12s? Will it be the faithful? What do you got, Bick?
I really, really, really felt great about the Seahawks, their defense, the home game, the crowd. This injury to Sam Darnold has got me flummoxed. I'll stick with my initial approach, and I'll take the Seahawks laying that big fat 7 points, but I don't feel all that good about it.
Yeah, I don't feel good about it either. So I'm taking the San Francisco 49ers, who I think this is going to be a close game. I think the Seahawks win, but I don't think they cover the 7. So I'm taking San Francisco plus 7.
Do you know if the 49ers win, if the Seahawks win on Saturday and the Bears win on Sunday, it guarantees that a USC quarterback will be in the Super Bowl for the first time.
Wow.
Starting in the Super Bowl for the first time.
That's crazy.
That's nuts.
It
For
is.
the first time?
For the first time.
That's hard to believe. How about that?
Wait, no. Oh, yeah, no.
Who were you thinking?
I was thinking Carson Palmer.
Oh, famous Super Bowl quarterback Carson Palmer.
Matt Leinart didn't get there.
No.
Matt Barkley didn't get there.
John David Booty.
He never got there.
Never got there. This feels like a close game one way or the other. So the 7 points is just too big. So I'm taking the 49ers getting 7 points.
Got it.
Yeah, a team that is well known that I've backed all season long. The Niners, again, a lot of public money on the Niners. It was the complete opposite last weekend. A lot of people fading the Niners, so that does scare me. But you'd think they'd keep it within a touchdown. Although, and again, Sam Darnold's injury, wary, but I have the Niners to...
That is going to be one raucous environment.
I know. I hope it doesn't rain either, but yeah, Niners plus 7.
It's Seattle. Of course it's going to rain.
Yeah.
Sunday, 2 games on tap. The Houston Texans on the road at Foxborough taking the Patriots. New England, the home team, favored by 3.
Yeah, I love the Texans in this one, and I'm getting points. Put me down for the Texans.
I am in the same boat as you, Dan Bickley. Texans go on the road. They pull the upset. I like the Texans plus 3. They win it outright.
I agree with both of you. They were my Super Bowl pick before the playoffs. It feels like one of those years where a defense is just so good it carries the team with a mediocre quarterback to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Taking the Texans, getting 3.
Not so fast.
Oh, Corso does.
Okay.
I'm taking the Patriots minus 3. I think there's a lot of... the hype is well-deserved. The Texans defense may be the best unit left in the sport, but it's at home. You have Mike Vrabel. I think this is a Drake May type of game. He asserts himself as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, and 3 is a small number. I think they get it done.
All right, final game.
All right.
In Chicago.
In Chicago. All right, before I make my pick, Sammy, can you play me the sound from Matthew Stafford so I can understand his state of mind about playing in the cold?
Oh, wow, that's
I don't think he pulled it because it was too long.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I will take, even though this will be sacrilege to my Chicago homies, I trust Matthew Stafford in this cold very much. Give me the Rams.
Yep, I'm not going to stray from it either. Matthew Stafford and the Rams, who nearly won in the cold weather in Philadelphia last year, I think they get it done this week. Minus 3.5, I like the Rams.
Bears.
Yeah, I think the Rams get it done. I'm just picking against all these quarterbacks: Bo Nix, Drake May,
Caleb
Williams. These 4 kind of Bo Nix.
Pretty good strategy.
They don't have a ton of experience in the postseason. I got to pick Stafford on the road, getting minus 3.5, giving 3.5 points.
Sammy, will you make this the first unanimous game on the slate?
Bears.
Wow.
Bears and Caleb go marching. They go to the NFC Championship game. Give me the Bears plus 3.5.
You like the home teams?
If that happens, Sammy, I'll tell you what, we're going to party like it's 1985 in here. Cue up the ZZ Top, Bickley.
Again, I think it's a close game. It's going to be freezing cold, and 3.5, 3 in the hook is probably going to be significant. The Bears keep it close, and the team of destiny, I don't know if they win, but I trust the Bears late.
All right.
Bears.
We'll get these posted. Every girl's crazy about a sharp-dressed man. The spreadsheet divisional round picks have been made. We'll keep you updated and get this up on social media. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies, too, to kick off the 9 o'clock hour next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. It's up to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's a great New Year's resolution for sports fans? Watching sports in high resolution with the new entertainment system from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. But you don't have to take my word for it. Step into Waltz yourself and you will immediately see the difference. A great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. If you ever wondered what a TV that big looked like, they've got it on display in their theater room. It is spectacular. All the major name brands you're looking for. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Now is a wonderful time to put an outdoor television in your backyard. You'll also get a knowledgeable staff that will show you what products work best with live action sports, the kind of insight you'll never get from a big box store. You'll also hear the difference at Waltz. Great selection of audio components from speakers to sound bars, and when you pair up the right audio component together with the right TV, you will have magic. You will feel the difference, and I know because Waltz did that for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do you the same. In fact, they'll do you one better. While you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulko with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Suns dropped another tough one last night in Detroit, 108-105 without Devin Booker in their second of a 6-game road trip. They'll look to get back on track in the Garden on Saturday against the Knicks and potentially get Book back, and we might see Jalen Green back this weekend as well. The Arizona Cardinals have reportedly now interviewed Robert Saleh, Jeff Hafley, and Raheem Morris for their head coaching opening, and will interview Mike LaFleur, the Rams offensive coordinator, today. For more, head to ArizonaSports.com. And what a weekend of football. It kicks off Saturday with Josh Allen and the Bills in Denver for Sean Payton and the Broncos. Then an NFC West showdown between the injured yet dangerous 49ers and a banged-up Sam Darnold and the number 1 seed Seahawks. Sunday, the Texans and their defense travel to Foxborough for Drake May and the Patriots. And Sunday night in Chicago, Matthew Stafford and the Rams get the Cardiac Bears and Caleb Williams in what has the making for a great game and a great slate of games this weekend. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Ready to freshen up your home in 2026? Come visit the Window Depot today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices. TheWindowDepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carroll Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
And down the stretch we come on a Friday on the week. This is the 9 o'clock hour, which means it is time for Social Studies. You know where to find us, but if you don't, we are at Bickley_Marotta on X. We are at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and we're at Arizona Sports on YouTube. And today there was a little trouble with X and Twitter.
I'm noticing that right now because I went to my homepage and there's nothing there.
There's nothing there. So
the last hour or so has been kind of unable to get responses and stuff.
So I was able to take some early responses from the questions, but also we've leaned on the YouTube chat for some of their responses as well today. So
YouTube represent.
Yes, the 314 of you watching, thank you. We appreciate it. But let's start with the Phoenix Suns. How would you describe the Dylan Brooks experience so far? If you had to,
I think it's been fantastic. I mean, it's been everything the Suns need, and I've said it repeatedly. Knowing what I know now, I would have traded Dylan Brooks straight up for Kevin Durant. I can't say it any stronger than that. Now, I will say that the antics and all that, there comes a point where you wonder where it's all going and if there is a flip side, and we talked to Tim McMahon about that story. But I'm down with it, man.
Yeah, there very well could be a shelf life for others around Dylan Brooks because we know how he operates. The results have been overwhelmingly positive so far. There's been some negatives, but even last night, look at it. He didn't have a good game. He struggled to shoot the ball. But he also took shots in situations where the Suns needed buckets.
Yeah.
And he's not afraid to do that. And if Jalen Green comes back and Devin Booker comes back and Dylan Brooks is your third, maybe fourth offensive option, to have the depth of players willing to step up in big situations, it's only a plus. Sometimes the ball is not going to go in. It didn't go in for Dylan Brooks last night. It has been overwhelmingly positive. And if you would have told me this in July when this trade went down, I would have told you were absolutely nuts. But he is a culture setter.
And that's the thing. Last night, obviously, he didn't have it from an offensive standpoint, but he's proven this season that if Brooks or if Book, Jalen, or Grayson don't have it, Dylan is more than capable of having a good offensive night. TJ, I think this is my favorite response to this question. He said, great, well, actually rough, no wait, incredible, actually frustrating. It depends on the possession, to be honest, which, to be fair, he has a point. And then David Garcia from YouTube said, Dylan Brooks has been a thriller movie. He's waiting on the sequel. Hopefully it's not a horror movie. And then J-Rod Card said, amazing. He brings more heart and effort and character than the entire teams of the past 3 seasons. I'm watching the Suns again, and he's a huge reason why he gives this team attitude.
But go back to the last part of our interview with Tim McMahon when I asked him what he's seeing from the Houston Rockets as currently constructed. And the first thing he mentioned was they're definitely, he mentioned Fred VanVleet, but the next thing he mentioned after that was they're missing an edge on defense.
Yes.
That's what Dylan Brooks has brought, and everybody's bought into it. And to watch the Suns, especially in the first half, play defense the way that they played with the effort that they had, remarkable.
Yes. Okay, so our next question, the news of Kyle Tucker signing with the LA Dodgers last night, $60 million a year, which is staggering. But it made us ask the question, MLB fans, fill in the blank. The Dodgers are blank. It's an open canvas for you guys. There you go. A lot of those. A lot of that.
The Dodgers are the evil empire.
That's my answer.
Yes.
They're the new evil empire.
Yeah, the Yankees are off the hook.
The Yankees are off the hook?
Yes, the Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009, and they don't spend nearly as much money as the Dodgers do.
They've only won one World Series in the last 26 years.
Yeah. The Mets are spending the way the Yankees used to.
That's a good point.
And then some.
All right, so Steven Ruiz said...
It reminds me of one... I once knew a guy who loved Chinese food so much, he could eat spare ribs all day and dim sum.
Nice. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you want that type of content,
Yeah, exactly.
Stay tuned.
Wow.
9:30 Sports Kebab. Hopefully that's not your best.
Anyway, sorry.
Anyway, Steven Ruiz said they're ushering in the salary cap era in the MLB. Again, we'll have to wait and see about that. Adam Waltz said they're exposing a flaw in baseball while they can, but also giving every team a common enemy, which may be good for baseball. People love villains. And then from YouTube, Super Break Brothers said the Dodgers are simply shameless, which they might just be. All right. We had the conversation this morning about Jarrett Carlin once upon a time stealing the sandwich of Dan Bickley, and then that was
right out of his mouth.
That was brought up because Vince Marotta's half and half cream was finished this morning, not by Vince Marotta.
No.
And so we asked, what are the biggest unwritten rules of working in an office?
Never cook fish in the microwave.
Yes.
Right? That's a big thing. Pungent food you leave out of the refrigerators in the break room.
Mm-hmm.
I feel popcorn is similar to fish in that way.
No.
At least popcorn smells.
I don't know, man.
good.
That smell gives me a headache when it
Really?
overtakes. Yeah.
I think you are in. Well, if somebody burns it, that's terrible. People have overcooked their popcorn in the microwave, and that kills the whole office. But popcorn's a pleasurable smell,
agree.
I think.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Don't take anything. Don't steal people's lunches.
Right.
That one.
Don't drink if somebody's half and half.
And we have a special one here because we have the luxury of having an on-air bathroom for those who are currently working.
A single stall bathroom.
A single stall bathroom that you don't have to leave the facility to actually use. You don't have to go out into the hallway.
I say it all the time. Somebody needs
only.
to unscrew and take that seat off that toilet.
Oh, that's.
We will say this. It's only Devin Booker and Kyler Murray. Number ones only.
That's it. Exactly.
Ross Vegas had 4 good ones. He said, don't leave your red stapler out. Don't.
Definitely.
Don't burn your popcorn in the microwave.
That's what I was.
Don't take the last cup of coffee without making another pop.
That's one, you guys. I'm surprised you didn't mention that one.
And then
because this office is pretty good about that.
It wasn't always that way.
I remember
right
in the
now
past.
it is.
Yeah.
Right now they're very, very, very good about that.
And then lastly, he says, don't say Do you have a case of the Mondays on Monday? That rubs him the wrong way.
2 from Office Space. By the way,
no, man.
Las
Get your ass
Vegas
kicked, say something like that.
referencing my stapler. I've had 2 staplers lifted in 14 years here. Just stolen from me.
That's pretty
fantastic.
good longevity, though. 7 years a pop. It's longer than any Cardinals head coach ever made it.
And I have to read Steven Ruiz's because I genuinely can't believe this has actually happened. But he said, never clip your toenails in your cubicle. Yes, this has really happened. Imagine working and hearing the clip of something coming up, and one just flies over. Like, that is unbelievable.
That's bad.
And then on the YouTube chat, Will Smith says, absolutely no boiled eggs. Yeah.
I thought Will Smith would say, absolutely no slapping your coworker during a work event.
Man, that's good questions today.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
X's, it might be working again, but thank you two, for helping us get through this, and that's social studies every morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Sammy. That's Social Studies. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, a 4.2-mile run that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. You can learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next, Arizona Cardinals complete an interview with Robert Saleh. How hot are they on the trail of the San Francisco DC to take over as their head coach? We'll get into that. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Nolan Arenado, I'm looking around like, dude, I'm not 85 years old. Like, I can play baseball, and so. Yeah, you probably do have something you want to prove.
By the way, playing in the field is also part of playing baseball. It is.
You know he's good at that.
This guy's got a lot of clout, a lot of respect for what he's done in the league. This is a beautiful situation to bring a guy into the clubhouse who says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play every day, every game. I'm going to play. That's the tone that is going to be set in that clubhouse, largely because of Nolan Arenado.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There's something that a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit, and that is struggling with private student loan debt. And when you are struggling with it, it feels like the weight of the world is on your shoulders and you're dragging it around wherever you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and that's because YRefi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it with no judgment. They're not here to lecture you or question you or ask why you got in this situation in the first place. YRefi is here to help you start fresh. I talk to people who have felt completely buried, like they had no options left, and then YRefi comes in, gives them a real path forward. And there's something very powerful about knowing somebody's actually willing to work with you. You can't change what happened, but you can actually change what happens next with your student loan debt. Give YRefi a call, 888-YRefi-85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Life is short, so why would you spend decades enslaved to a mortgage company when there's a smarter way? With a Life Changer loan, every dollar you earn works for you, not your lender. Pay off your home in just a few years without changing a single spending habit and keep 24/7 access to your equity. Your money should serve you, not the bank. It's not magic. It's just math. So mortgage prison ends today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from Amco.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAA, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions, January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advance tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Robert Saleh's interview with the Cardinals go? Plus our thoughts on the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Burns and Gambo starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good morning. A thank you to our audience in Sun City out in the West Valley. We appreciate the support coming from the West Valley in Sun City this morning.
Arizona, again, is going to be the team that, how much are they going to pay a guy? Are they going to have sort of the leftovers? Are they going to have the last man standing type of deal?
That is Mike Garafolo about a week ago talking on the Anthony Gargano show.
Cuz, my guy.
Cuz, frequent guest of Bickley and Morrison Mornings.
Haven't talked to him in a while.
And he always says one phrase every time he comes on.
Love you, Danny.
I love you, Danny. But will the Arizona Cardinals have the leftovers? One job has been filled. That job
I love you, Danny.
That's a good one. One job has been filled. John Harbaugh, obviously. Well, it's still not official. There's still, man, it's taken a long time for that ink to dry in New York, huh?
Yeah, that's really, really interesting. You wonder what that is all about.
Takes a long time to write it that many zeros.
Yeah, maybe.
But it was interesting because earlier this week, too, Albert Breer, who covers the NFL for Sports Illustrated, he had a lot of details on Harbaugh landing with the Giants, how it happened. But here was Albert Breer also talking about quarterback situations and how John Harbaugh, as a prospective head coach for all these openings, how he looked at that.
He did work on the quarterbacks, too, and doing real film study on the quarterback situations in each place, getting to the point where even he was looking at Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore in relation to the Raiders' job. Of course, the Raiders have the first overall pick. As he went through his study, the list started to narrow, and the Browns and the Cardinals were eliminated. And the Raiders, I don't think, were ever going to be a serious consideration because he didn't want to be in the division with his brother. And so, starting to look at those, the options that he had.
Yeah, and if you wonder, look, I think all coaches are going to do this. We've talked about this in this process. It's not just a team interviewing a candidate and the candidate putting his best shine on to try to get the job. There's interviewing going back and forth. There's vetting going back and forth. And if other teams are looking at the Arizona Cardinals' prospective quarterback position and what it looks like and asking the question, can I win with this, with the great unknown? I mean, right now it looks like they're going into a season with Jacoby Brissett as the quarterback. He went 1-11 as a starter this year. If that's the case, that's going to be a major factor in maybe the Cardinals being, again, one of the final teams to hire a head coach.
Yeah, I do. I do think that there's I think as Cardinal fans, we want very badly what we simply cannot have. And I think in the case of this, I'm as guilty of it as anybody, because what we want everybody to kind of feel about Arizona the way we do. That is, we love living here. The only downfall is you got to deal with this NFL team losing too many games. And if you're the head coach of that team, it's probably different. But I'm still hoping that somebody values quality of life and the opportunity and the chance to compete in this division against these three heavyweights here to the point where they want to do this. And again, this is really it's put up or shut up time for Michael Bidwill, because not only does he have to write the checks and backfill the staff, which takes a lot of money, you're going to have to convince the next head coach that you are really in it to win it, like he said during his press conference. And that press conference, Michael Bidwill said that very passionately and very strongly.
That was the thing that stood out. The one thing that stood out from the press conference. We want to win. I'm as frustrated as anybody.
Josina Anderson tweeted out about an hour ago, quote, "Meanwhile, there is an interesting hire that is coming and will get named in the NFC probably next week, if not right after." Wow. I don't know who that is or what it is.
Real quick on the Cardinals job being appealing to some. I know the track record is not there with the coaches getting fired, but if you think about it, this year, if you take the job, it's likely a bridge year with Jacoby Brissett, right? You come in, establish the culture of what you want to eventually be. Mm-hmm. You're then more than likely going to be able to pick your quarterback in 2027 from the rookie class. And then normally you get 1 to 2 years to try to develop that quarterback. That's already 4 years as an NFL head coach. And if that quarterback turns out to be something real good, you've then lined yourself up for maybe an extension.
Yeah.
On the subject of what you just brought up, Sammy, about the turnover with head coaches in Arizona, and I don't know how big a factor that is, because I think all of these candidates look at all of these situations and they know the reality of life in the NFL. You don't win in the first 2 years, you're probably not going to be around. I think that's almost consistent across the board. There have been a lot of coaches in Arizona, but I don't think it's because of Michael Bidwill being irrational in firing his head coaches. I think all of the head coaches he's fired recently earned their firings.
I agree with that.
So, I also think, we always talk about, hey, can a coach fix a quarterback? I think every prospective head coach will look at a situation and go, yeah, they've lost, but I'm the guy for this job. So I don't know how big a factor that honestly is.
Okay.
So here's a couple of my thoughts. Number one, the idea of you need a new head coach, it's very important and all, but finding your franchise quarterback is even bigger than this head coaching search right now. So if you've come to the conclusion, like I have, that Fernando Mendoza is the only guy out there who can really play, which I really firmly believe. I love Trinidad Chambliss. I'm just not taking a chance on a 6 foot or less quarterback again. If that is the case, then you've got to wait to 2027 to get your quarterback. And if that's the case, you've got every incentive to tank all of next season. And if that's the case, maybe you fire Jonathan Gannon a year too soon.
Yes, yeah, I thought about that too.
Yeah, because that's a factor. No coach is going to want to come in here and say, "Oh, you know what? We're not expecting you to do much in year one. Just ease into it." No, I don't think that would be the tact, but that might be the reality.
I know. And so as much as we all want a different brand of head coach and somebody who isn't so robotic on the sidelines and so say nothing in press conferences, if that is really the goal, how do you affect that goal? How do you get to that goal? I don't know, man.
I also found it really interesting what Rob Fredrickson had to say about you. The head coach is one thing, but the staff that he brings with him is a completely other thing, because you could have a really high firepowered young head coach with a lot of charisma come in here and be like, I'm going to turn it around. But who are you hiring as your coordinators if you don't have a ton of resources in the NFL?
Well, we've mentioned Robert Saleh. He's interviewed. He's the guy that we both want to take over the job. He does have experience, but if you look at his experience, who were his coordinators with the Jets? His first offensive coordinator was Mike LaFleur, who incidentally is also interviewing for this job. He was replaced by Nathaniel Hackett. That didn't work out so good. His defensive coordinator was Jeff Ulbrich. Okay.
Yeah,
a guy with NFL experience. I don't think it's a name that moves mountains or really moves the needle that much. But second time around, how many coaches does he take with him from San Francisco if he goes? These are the questions. I'm still not. I'm not veering off my desire to get Robert Saleh in this job.
I'm not either. But again, we talk about like dream scenarios. A great scenario would be getting one of these head coaches we really like, and then potentially one of these other candidates not getting the job that they want and coming here as a coordinator.
But
you know,
Josina Anderson's tweet said,
an interesting hire in the NFC West is coming.
She said NFC West or just
No,
NFC?
I'm sorry, NFC.
Okay.
NFC.
Well, the Cardinals are in the NFC.
They are.
And the Giants have already got their guy, so that leaves...
No, but we don't know that yet. That thing is not buttoned up, and Josina Anderson is one of the ones who is saying, don't count these chickens.
So that would be, okay, us, the Giants, the Falcons.
Yep. Is that it?
That's it, right? Browns AFC.
Yep. That's it.
Wow. So
wow.
And if you think again, if you think John Harbaugh is going to New York, like some people do, then it's
two.
50-50 shot.
So it's probably the Falcons.
Yes.
Yeah, because there would be nothing interesting about Vance Joseph. There's nothing
interesting about Raheem Morris.
Yeah.
And if we're spitballing, it'd be maybe like a Mike McDaniel,
Marcus Freeman out of Notre Dame,
out of somewhere.
I don't think he's going anywhere now.
And you think about the Falcons, like who have they talked to and brought in? They did bring in Harbaugh, so that could bring some speculation, but that's very.
I think they've talked to McDaniel.
Yeah. So
or maybe it's somebody that's not even on our radar right now. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on this show, Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, starting next Tuesday. When you hear that word, just text it to 620-620. You'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, Jarrett's got the sports kebab heading into the weekend. You want to fire Jarrett?
Yeah.
What? That's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think from a Cardinals perspective, this changes things not so much because Tomlin is available, because as I said, I don't think you're going to get him. I think what changes things for the Cardinals is that Pittsburgh is available. And now that search got a little bit more diluted for the Cardinals to find their next guy.
That's a great point. It is one of the most stable franchises in the NFL, but there's a lot you've got to kind of overcome.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and retirement plans are like snowflakes. No two are ever the same. And when you imagine retirement, what do you see? Do you see opulent world travel? Do you see the Dan Marley plan where you're playing golf 6 days a week? Or are you kind of consumed with anxiety, worried you're not going to have enough money at the end of it all to do everything you want to do? Because if you're like most people, you might not have the peace of mind you need. You might feel a bit uneasy because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's a total different thing to feel totally prepared. That's what you get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment. You can get a second opinion on your existing portfolio. You can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they're fiduciaries, which means they're duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interest at all times. I became a client because they earned my trust, and if you want to get that retirement anxiety out of your life, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hobick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hobick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's 2026. New year, new you, new resolutions to keep for a couple weeks. Whether you're trying to eat healthy in the new year or not, your best choice is Omaha Steaks. They have multiple bundles to choose from. They have an all-protein pack if you're trying to slim down or eat clean, consisting of butcher's cut filet mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken breast, boneless pork chops, classic burgers, and more. Everything you need for your freezer and meal prep. Or grab one of the other bundles that include potatoes au gratin and caramel apple tartlets. That sounds good. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com, and for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SKY.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The shorthanded Phoenix Suns gave the Pistons all they could handle last night, but it wasn't enough in a 108-105 loss. And here was Jordan Ott post-game.
We don't need any excuses. We play these guys again soon. It's going to be the same dogfight, and that's where we'll get better. We'll just keep continuing to get better.
The Suns will now head to Madison Square Garden for their game against the Knicks on Saturday night, and hopefully getting Devin Booker back and potentially Jalen Green as well. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search continues as they interviewed 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh late last night. They have also interviewed Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley on Wednesday and reportedly interviewed former Falcons coach Raheem Morris as well. And today the Cardinals will be interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. ASU Hoops continues their gauntlet of a Big 12 schedule. This weekend they'll be at Houston on Sunday at 2:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication when you start any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is who will be playing each other in the NFC Championship game as Jarrett Carlin runs to the printer to grab the sports kebab.
I forgot. I got to do the kebab.
Oh, my God.
I saw him still typing during my update, and I go, man, maybe we drag this sports poll question out. But
take your time, Sammy.
Yeah. Talk really slow, Sammy.
Who's winning this weekend in the NFC? Rams, Seahawks, Bears, Seahawks, Rams, Niners, Bears, Niners.
I'm going with Seahawks, Rams.
That's what I've got too.
Yeah.
That's a majority of the answers there, 45%, and then 28% say Bears, Seahawks. Not a lot of love for the Niners in the poll questions.
Well,
there you go.
Everybody keeps doubting them, and they just keep winning. Yeah, and it's not hard to doubt them because of what they're dealing with.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Jerry, you got your papers? Okay, cool.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Laughter is a universal response, and there are 4 different ways we can gain laughter from an audience: surprise, relief, absurdity, and connection. It's not just about the reaction to the punchline. Stand-up comedy is a social bonding mechanism that relieves tension and connects people.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
All right, fresh and hot off the presses.
Oh, certainly.
Literally hot off the presses.
That's right, literally hot off the presses, because up to the last moment I am working to give you guys the freshest, most timely of comedies.
All right, now that you advertised it, and we're going to keep score on this.
Well, this is the Sports Kebab, ladies and gentlemen. Sports news scored. It is coaching carousel season, and the Cardinals are right in the middle of it as they search for a new head coach. Now, I have been following this, tracking this, making note of when and where every one of these coaching interviews are. And it's not for work or sports reason that I'm following where these lunch and dinner meetings are. It's so that I could sneak into these places right before and steal the free food. No, but it is interesting to see where the Cardinals go, what the Cardinals might do. Many fans want Robert Saleh. I think a lot of us on the show want Robert Saleh as the next coach. I'm on board with this. The Cardinals need an attitude change. And I'm not saying Saleh is tough and aggressive, but he literally looks like all of the commentators on UFC mixed together.
Yeah, he does. It's true.
He's like Dana Rogan. And Saleh knows how to get through tough times, and he is battle-tested with hardships. His grandparents lived through endless war in the Middle East. His parents lived through harsh political strife in Lebanon. He lived through the Jets. So believe me, and if not Robert Saleh, how about Kevin Stefanski? Why isn't he being mentioned? He won Coach of the Year twice with the Browns. Do you understand how crazy that is? Seriously, winning Coach of the Year with the Browns is like winning an Oscar for a Rob Schneider movie. I also like former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel. I feel like he has the best traits of some of the recent Cardinals coaches. Think about it. He has the innovative offensive mind of Bruce Arians. He has the youth and analytics of Jonathan Gannon. He has the bare, sockless ankles of Cliff Kingsbury. It's like the best of everything. Now, one coach we know will not be coming to Arizona is John Harbaugh, because he's agreed to be the next head coach of the New York Giants. And I can't blame him. If you look at their young pieces like Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors, and of course, Cam Scadaboo. I love Scadaboo, but Harbaugh is going to have to get used to his erratic behavior, would you say? He's a hell of a running back. Maybe not the brightest guy. You know what I'm saying about him? He's O.J. Simpleton.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
He's Warwick Dunce. He's Tiki Barbaric.
I'm not laughing at any of these.
I'm not laughing at these either.
He's Mercury Moron. He's Ofish Anderson. Ofish Anderson. All right.
They're very creative, but I will not have this slandering of Cam.
Well, he's a lovable guy. All right. Now, Harbaugh...
That was fresh and timely, though.
Yeah, that was.
Well, you know what? The thing is that the weird thing about John Harbaugh to the Giants, it's not officially official. We were just talking about this. Not surprisingly, insiders are saying John is still considering a huge last-minute offer from the Dodgers. Harbaugh being available at all was kind of a surprise when you think about it, but maybe not even the biggest surprise in his own division, the AFC North, as the Steelers parted ways with longtime head coach Mike Tomlin after he stepped down after 19 years on the job. This shocked me. What could possibly have made Tomlin quit after 19 years filled with playoffs and Super Bowl appearances? What could have killed his love for football after 2 decades of devotion? What could have affected him so much and been so taxing and unpleasant that he would walk away from the game he loves? Aaron Rodgers just completed his first year with the Steelers, and yeah, Rodgers has announced that he has not announced what he's doing next year, and said he will not decide on his future until he talks to his wife. But unfortunately, he can't since she goes to a school in Canada and you wouldn't know her. So. Elsewhere in the NFL, the last 4 teams in the NFC are the Rams, 49ers, Seahawks, and Bears. Can you imagine that? 3 teams from the NFC West and 1 from a city full of Chicagoans. So essentially it is the NFC West, I guess. Now the Rams have a tough game as it's supposed to be freezing cold and snowing at Soldier Field. In fact, experts say this is the most ice and white powder expected in Chicago during the playoffs since the heyday of Dennis Rodman. And finally, the College Football National Championship is this Monday, and what a matchup, Indiana versus Miami. And there's been so much talk about Indiana, but Miami is a great story too. I mean, they are red hot. Their coaches are on a roll. Their team is on a roll. Their fans are on payroll. And we'll see who wins, though. And I think it'll be cool if the Hurricanes win, just to see what Michael Irvin would do. In other playoffs games, have you seen this? He's taken off his belt and whipped the trash cans with the sideline, whipped it around. Amazing. Man, I haven't seen someone in college football remove their belt like that since Rich Rod at U of A. Allegedly, but also reportedly and actually.
Well done, Jared.
Thank you.
Except for the Cam Scatterbush.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
One of Tempe's favorite sons.
And I'm not sure Dennis Rodman was ever in the powder. I think
Is that true?
I think maybe John Belushi might have been a better punchline there.
Well, okay, that's good. Pretend I said that.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Rodman was more into the drink, right?
Yeah.
And we learned something today, too. Aaron Rodgers met his wife at Niagara Falls.
Right.
That's fantastic.
goes to school 2 towns over.
You wouldn't know her.
You wouldn't know her. That's right. That's right.
Sports Kebab every Friday with Jared Carlin. Follow him on X at JaredGC. We got some final thoughts heading off into the weekend, including a filling out of the weekend checklist. Bickley and Murata mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Lawler, I mean, he's still considered one of the top prospects in baseball. We all know about the failings that he's had at the major league level so far, whether it was the yips or his inability to hit at first. I feel like we've gotten to that point where Jordan Lawler, where it's like, okay, what are you? Who are you? How are you going to contribute to the Arizona Diamondbacks? And I don't mean Reno. I mean the Arizona Diamondbacks. How are you going to contribute to this team? And it feels like this is that year for Lawler. I just don't know where that path is.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about the best place in the Valley to get into a new Ford vehicle, and that, of course, is Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Well, it's experience. Earnhardt has been a name Arizonans have trusted for 75 years. It's about selection. Earnhardt Ford has the vehicles you're looking for, and, of course, it's about incredible offers. Like right now, you could take $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or check out the 2025 Ford Maverick with $2,000 in retail customer cash on gas models or $1,000 on hybrids, plus low 2.9% APR financing is available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, no bull for 75 years and counting. Or you can check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Happy New Year. Here, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Moving in Phoenix or the East Valley? Let me tell you, Moving Team 6 makes it easier than you'd ever expect. With their new Mesa facility, they're serving the East Valley with trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, packing and secure climate-controlled storage. They support veterans, train their crews, and every move is handled by full-time, experienced staff, licensed, insured, and ready to get it done right. Go to movingteam6.com. That's 6 spelled out.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Went for a song today that has to do with where all the weather watchers in the NFL are going to be this week. This song is called Chicagoland by a band called Magic Man, going back about a decade. Everybody's wondering what the weather effects are going to be.
Uh-huh.
And along those lines, never mind. I had it up. And I couldn't.
Couldn't pull it off?
I couldn't pull it off. I was going to play the Matthew Stafford sound that you had called for earlier. And that was Matthew Stafford saying, hey, we're looking forward to this. And he painted this historical picture. Football's meant to be played in weather like this.
Exactly.
I love it, even though he's in L.A. You got to love the attitude going in. Because it's going to be difficult for both teams. Mm-hmm. More so for the Rams. But Matthew Stafford has been a stud this year.
No doubt about it.
Yep. Go ahead, Bick. I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
Chicagoland, Magic Man, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right. Heading into a 3-day weekend. It's time to fill out our weekend checklist, which have not been going well for me lately. Although Saquon did end up with the most yards last week. No, he didn't?
It was Woody Marks.
Can never trust Woody Marks.
No.
All right, so we each go through and kind of predict what's going to happen over the weekend in various events. Pick what you got.
Item number 1, Ben Griffin will win the Sony Open as the PGA Tour gets underway in Hawaii.
Oh, you got to be thrilled about that, don't you?
I am.
Sammy, too.
Let's go. Number 2, Josh Allen will direct and engineer a last-second drive to beat the Broncos. So it's going to be a dramatic, thrilling ending. And item number 3, there will be at least 3 shirtless idiots at Soldier Field.
Oh, that's a given.
Good, 300.
Does that include the shirtless idiots on the field warming up that are going to play in the game?
No.
They do that as well.
Yeah, it's insane.
My 3. Jalen Green scores 15 points in his return to the Suns lineup. Now, I'm not specifying if it's going to be Saturday against the Knicks or Monday against the Nets, but in one of those games, it'll happen. The Houston Texans will, for the second straight week, score 2 defensive touchdowns in a victory over the New England Patriots. And, sorry, Bears. Rams win on a last-second field goal.
Wow.
By the kicker, Mevis. Hey, Mevis.
Mevis. Shut up, Mevis.
The thicker kicker.
The thicker kicker.
Drake May has 2 turnovers for the Patriots. I think the Texans are going to beat them. I think Jalen Green returns for the Suns and scores 25 points.
25?
Wow.
And I'm going to go out on a limb. It's for Monday, but I'm picking Miami to beat Indiana.
Wow.
Okay. All right, those are good. My 3 are, I go Monday night first. Indiana wins by 14-plus points in the national championship.
That'll be relatively close for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's more likely for sure.
And they stir up the pot of, is this the greatest college football team ever? I don't think the Dodgers are done. I think they make another splashy signing this weekend.
A signing or a trade?
One or the other.
Yeah.
And then I think we're going to see a backup quarterback in the NFL this weekend in one of the playoff games. I don't know who it's going to be, but there will be a backup quarterback playing at some point during these games.
Jalen Milroe?
Potentially Jalen Milroe.
Is he number 2 in Seattle? I don't even know.
I thought it was the Howell kid, but I could be way wrong. It might be
Sam Howell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe Matthew Stafford's finger for a couple. Maybe we see Jimmy G in there.
Ooh.
Josh Allen's had some reports of injury. You know, you never know. So I think we see a backup quarterback this weekend.
All right, there we go. The weekend checklist is filled out. I got a kick out of this last night. I got a kick out of a couple things. First, the Lakers lost at home handily to the Charlotte Hornets.
How about that?
Love it. Luka Doncic picked up his 10th technical foul of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And Rob
Drew
Perez.
Lock, by the way. Drew Lock is the backup.
Oh, okay. I forgot about Drew Lock, which I think a lot of people have. Eric Collins does play-by-play for the Hornets, and Luka got a technical for arguing a call. And Rob Perez said, most road broadcasters will work their way around this with a little gentleness. Not Eric Collins. Listen to this.
This guy is a whiner. And the Hornets have a chance to make it hurt. A potential 4-point play.
Well, they made it hurt because they did beat the Lakers. But I will say this.
That's wild.
I rip on the officials a lot. And you're on the side, what you can't stand about NBA officiating right now is all of the protesting, whining, complaining about every single call, the foul hunting. I'll take both sides of it and put them, mush them together. It's worse on both fronts than it's ever been.
I agree with that.
It really makes for a hard watch a lot of times. Last night in Detroit, not off the hook. It was
listen,
a bad night for the officials.
They'll drive you. My theory is they'll drive you crazy if you let them. I choose not to let them.
Well, you're wiser than me because I'm crazy. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Rob Fredrickson, Tim McMahon. Have a great, safe, long weekend. We're back on Tuesday. We leave you with this.
Dear Mother, after many hardships, I'm writing to tell you the great Gulf Civil War may be over. There will be much rejoicing as we partake in mead and mutton in Scottsdale in early February.
The NBA is probably the most drama-filled sport. Playoffs are the most drama-filled out of the most drama-filled sport.
I agree. Other than hockey, baseball, and football, it's probably one of the most drama-filled playoffs.
Hey, I want to date that woman. I'm going to get some time with her, and I'm not going to let her go.
Show your feet to the camera, Sammy.
No. You got money, Jared?
Stop scratching your head, you furry beast!
Shut up, ferret!
Shut up, ferret!
What a jerk!
What a hump!
Hey, it's half. Half here. The unmitigated temerity. Right? Chandler. We love you out in Chandler.
Well, someone horked our beer, you hoser.
I'd kiss you if I didn't have puke breath. Hey, Kevin Patullo. Oh! There's the door. Oh!
He was fantastic.
Well, we're going to go viral.
Yeah, baby.
It's the Packers and the Chiefs going at it Sunday in the groovy game. Arena.
Pizza.
Why is Kevin Stefanski's name not being mentioned? Realignment.
Realignment.
Gluten, gleeten, glouten, globet.
Complete the thought on Jordan Ott. He's brought a lot. Zip, zop, zop.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's it.
Ding, 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 ding.
Dial up the WWW.
I try not to dump during the show.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
He is not a hoe.
Crabs in his pants.
Most of the Cardinals' babies are ugly.
Old Butterfinger Brown.
Caleb the Iceman.
Taylor Gooch.
I thought that video was sick.
Kids call it FOMO.
He's not our generation's foremost rapper for nothing. Now I know where I am and what time it is. That's a joke for two.
Sometimes you gotta amuse yourselves, Eddie.
Coming up next, the big stories on this Monday morning No, that's not what we're doing.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery. Because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma.
Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carroll Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carroll's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carroll Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carrollhasthebuyers.com. Carroll and seller must agree on price and possession.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The shorthanded Phoenix Suns gave the Pistons all they could handle last night, but it wasn't enough in a 108-105 loss, and here was Jordan Ott postgame.
We don't need any excuses. We play these guys again soon. It's going to be the same dogfight, and that's where we'll get better. We'll just keep continuing to get better.
The Suns will now head to Madison Square Garden on Saturday night for a big one against the New York Knicks, with the hopes of getting both Devin Booker and potentially Jalen Green back. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search continues as they interviewed 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh late last night. They also interviewed Packers DC Jeff Hafley on Wednesday and have reportedly interviewed former Falcons head coach Raheem Morris as well. And today, the Cards will be interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. ASU Hoops continue their gauntlet of a Big 12 schedule this weekend as they'll be at Houston on Sunday at 2:30, and you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Football Friday. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for Wolf. John, what's going on?
I am very excited to be here today. Very excited.
You're in here on a pretty good day.
Yeah,
honestly.
Great day.
This has been a crazy week. Rick was talking about it before the show, considering all the breaking news we've had during the show this week with the Nolan Arenado trade, Mike Tomlin leaving Pittsburgh, Dante Moore saying he's not entering the draft because he doesn't want to play for the Jets. I added that last part, but it was implied.
True.
And now here we are on Friday. Who knows what could potentially happen today?
This is the best shift in all of sports radio. I'm not going to say they shouldn't pay us, but we get to sleep in. Morning sucks. You get to sleep in. You don't have to hit traffic. No, it's true. Getting up way too early is ridiculous.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah, it's just silly. It's dark. Middays are great. You saunter in, and everything happens in midday. So we've got this sheet right here. We're holding it. Great sheet. Nice work.
Already?
Something's going to happen. It always does.
What day was it, Rick? Was it Tuesday or Wednesday? I looked down and I had 5 show sheets by the end of the show. And I was like, wait, what am I? Like, I teased the wrong thing at one point.
I think it was Tuesday. I think that was when they traded for
Arenado, the D-backs. Okay, yeah, and then the Tomlin stuff was going on, and, and then we were changing other stuff around anyway because stuff was coming up, and we wanted to, there's a very nice, crisp show sheet here. That
I just straightened it out. I didn't mean to crumple it up. It was just for effect.
Show sheet. I just figured you'd hang it up on your fridge when you got home.
I got to straighten this thing up. Now I can't read it.
And we can't print you another one. Sorry, you only get one.
It's like 25 cents a copy around here. Whoa.
Mike Sando is going to join us in about 10 minutes, actually, to talk about the coaching carousel, but also the divisional round of the NFL playoffs, which finally is here tomorrow. Patrick Peterson, hour number 2. Our own Tyler Drake and our own Kevin Zimmerman, actually, in the final hour of the show to talk Cardinals and Suns. There's a lot to talk about with the Cardinals, and you might be the perfect guy to have in here today of all days after they just interviewed Robert Saleh. But let's start with the Suns. And, John, a game last night that Wolf and I had kind of settled by the end of the show yesterday that the Suns, who were going to be extremely shorthanded, we knew going into that game, still no Jalen Green, no Devin Booker, Detroit getting pretty much totally healthy. We knew this, we didn't know, but this is kind of our prediction collectively as a show, was that they were going to fight really hard, because that's what they do, have a chance to win, and then just sort of run out of scoring at the end. And oddly enough, we were actually right. It's exactly what happens.
Well, they scored 42 in the second half, and I hate celebrating losses, but I understand this. I'm not going to celebrate a loss because Detroit's number 1 in the East, and you're up 16, and it was close, and you kept it close. And we're playing professional sports, not Little League. You don't get trophies for losses. You don't feel good about a loss. You were up 16. All these different things happen, but it's very clear what you just said, that when we keep shooting over to the bench and we constantly are doing this, going, when Jalen Green comes back and when Booker is back and when they get this whole thing together, because I'm not expecting Grayson Allen to do what he did last night, but if you can contribute everything together, then everybody can get back in their pecking order. Too much is being asked of Dylan Brooks. Too much is asked of Connor Gillespie. Too much. So in the second half, when you're talking about a good team, and look, you got lucky because Cunningham wasn't very good. They didn't have any outstanding performers. Could you have won that game? Yeah. But exactly what you said you guys talked about yesterday happened, which was in the second half, they didn't have somebody where you could look over and say, okay, we can get a bucket from that guy.
Yeah.
There's nobody like that on the court.
In fact, the lesson here is probably that we should have predicted something better, because now that I'm looking at it, I think the exact line we had on the show was you probably need about 70 from Brooks, Gillespie, and Grayson Allen. And I'm looking at doing the math right now. They got 67, and they lost by 3. So they actually needed I guess they needed 71 from those 3 guys. Yeah, I'm with you. We can't. Now Rick's doing the 6-7 thing, which is even worse because he didn't say it. He made me say it. But we did. That was the prediction, right? It was like you got to get about 70 from these guys, and they ended up losing by 3.
6-7.
I'm with you. We're not in the business of celebrating losses at this point. I think the only time with this team at this point that it's acceptable is if you lose to Oklahoma City by about a point or 2.
Right.
It's understandable. It's acceptable, I guess, on some level. They lost that game last night, all things considered. But you're 0-2 on this road trip now, whether it's fair or not, whether you had a chance to beat Detroit and somehow you didn't shoot a single free throw in the fourth quarter or not, here we are the next day, and you've lost 2 in a row, which this team hasn't really done much this season, and you got a tough one coming up tomorrow too. You're staring at 3 in a row if you don't figure out a way to win tomorrow.
Well, in expectations have changed now. They're a team where I think the lowest you expect out of the Suns now is you're going to be in the play-in, which a lot of that has to do with the Suns. Some of it has to do with the way that the Western Conference is kind of situated, the lower teams. But you can see all the teams around you, and a team like the Rockets, for example, you could catch them. You could play well. We're all kind of holding our breath for Jalen Green. The only caveat I would give to Jalen Green, having covered that series last year, is he scored 38 one night, and then he did nothing.
Yeah.
And then he does nothing else. He's not a great defender. He's not a great rebounder. But in a game like last night, where you're out of gas and you're looking around the court going, can someone save us? Can we throw a life vest out there and get points? He will give you that. So I want to make sure that Suns fans realize that he's not going to save the season. Is he going to give you offense, which then allows people like Connor Gillespie and Dylan Brooks and people like that to get in the pecking order of where they should be on the offensive side? Yeah. But is he going to save the season? No.
I'll take the 38. I hear what you're saying about. I'll take the 38 and then a few nights of nothing, because right now, and it's not his fault, but all we've really seen from Jalen Green is 39 different outfits on the bench. I mean,
they're nice.
He
can dress.
The dude, he's a good dresser,
yeah.
But that's not really helping right now. Here's Jordan Ott after the game talking about what I actually just threw out there, that it was not an exaggeration. 0 free throw attempts from the Suns in the fourth quarter.
I looked up and their first foul was 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So we'll have to take a look. I just know how hard we play and know how hard they play. And I know the stats. I know the stats of where they've been all season. So we don't need any excuses. We play these guys again soon. It's going to be the same dogfight. And that's where we'll get better. We'll just keep continuing to get better.
You can almost hear him catch himself midway through of like, but I don't want my guys using this as an excuse. This is unfortunately life in the NBA. If you were a team that isn't loaded with all-stars or expected to be good, there are going to be nights. I'm not saying that's why they lost last night, but it sure doesn't help. There are going to be nights where you're just not going to get the calls because you weren't expected to be good this year. What do you think, you're going to come in here and beat Detroit with Dylan Brooks as your best player? No, you must be fouling more than the other team.
Well, there's a couple of ways to interpret that. It's, hey, we lost because of that. That's not what he's doing. What he's doing is a lot of these messages that coaches send after games, they're not really directed to the media or to the fans. They're directed to officials, which that one was, which in other words, you owe us from last game. Don't give me this stuff about we don't have star players on our team. That's a direct message to the NBA and, hey, we deserve some calls. And then a lot of times they're talking to players too, which is, hey, okay, if we're not going to get the calls, then we need to be aggressive and force the action and get to the rim. So a lot of times we think they're talking to us. They're talking to officials. They're talking to players in their own locker room. Jordan Ott is a really smart guy and a really good coach, and that's what veteran coaches do. They don't use the postgame to just, can we get through this in 5 minutes like players do?
Yeah.
They send messages to people, to players, to officials, to the league, and that's what he just did there.
1 of 11 from 3 in the fourth didn't help. Mark Williams was my player that I was going to be watching last night. He did not have it. I mean, I stopped watching.
Is it on you?
Mark Williams has been struggling a little bit lately. And, look, last night you're facing Detroit. They have a loaded front court. It's going to be tough anyway. But, that was not what they necessarily needed from him. It's an impressive effort on some level that they were able to build a 16-point lead in the first half, absolutely have a chance to win the game, certainly, like a realistic shot to win the game, but only 15 points in the fourth quarter. If you play the way you played in the first half most nights, and you have Devin Booker and maybe Jalen Green, and we've never really
who?
Yeah, exactly. Then you're going to be a team that is a playoff team, not just a play-in team. But last night's a loss, and like I said, they haven't lost 2 in a row very often, and they haven't lost 3 in a row since they started the season 1-4, and that was an entirely different team. So they need a win tomorrow night. All right, when we come back, let's get to football. Which storylines are you most intrigued by this weekend? The divisional round starts tomorrow. We're going to talk to senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando, is going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting at the buzzer. He tried the 3 to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here in Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com Hey,
Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly,
Here, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym. Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Quick shout out to Maricopa. What is going on in Maricopa? Thanks for listening on this Football Friday, and to just to prove it's a Football Friday. By the way, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf today. Mike Sando, senior NFL writer for The Athletic, joins us on the Arizona Sports Line right now to talk some football. Mike, thank you for the time. What's going on?
Not too much. I'm getting ready to go to a playoff game here in the Seattle market tomorrow night. You guys got playoffs tomorrow, or what's going on?
Why you got to do that to us, Mike?
We don't have tomorrow. The last few years.
I'm just checking. I mean, I'm just checking. I mean, the whole NFC West I thought was in the playoffs this year. You know.
Yeah, close enough. You round up and just put everybody in. I guess that's fair. Well, here
3/4. I mean, you take 3/4 in there. You know, 3/4 is a pretty good year.
Yeah, it's all about the division having success, right? We all win if the division wins. Well, here I'm gonna drag you down outside the playoffs first before we get into the playoffs. I'm just gonna start here with the Arizona Cardinals. You don't have to give me a specific name if you don't want to or whatever, but just in your mind, what sort of coach should this team be looking for at this point? Because it has been a while since they've been anything in the playoffs.
Well, I think because of the nature of this division, you need someone who can match up with these coaches. Okay, and so when I see Robert Saleh's name on there, I'm intrigued a little bit because he gets it in this division. He's been a head coach before. He's had some time off. I think the Jet job is an impossible job. You know, the Cardinal job hasn't been an easy one either, but I don't think it's the Jet job. You know, I don't think it's that hard. And so you've got to be able to match up with Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, and now Mike McDonald, who's got a great defense in Seattle. Looks like he's going to be he's a real good young coach. So that's where I start. I want someone who's got answers for these guys. We can't come in and have somebody who's going to take 3 years to figure out what to do against McVay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. A lot of sense, actually.
Hey, Mike, I know Robert a little bit, and the one thing I know he's concerned about, because with the Jets, they drafted Zach Wilson, and then he had the Aaron Rodgers thing happen, was the quarterback situation. Everybody kind of has the angle of, we want Robert Saleh, but would Robert Saleh want the Cardinals?
Yeah, he may have choices. Usually guys don't have more than one, but is Saleh in this climate? Could, because there's so many open. There's basically is there still 8 open, something like that?
Yeah.
I think that is something to, you got to sell them on that, so you got to have a plan. But yes, no doubt, the places with quarterbacks are going to be more coveted. Now, I think.
Let's see, here.
He's back.
Okay, yeah, Mike's back.
All right.
All right, Mike, sorry. We lost you right after you said Harbaugh.
Yeah, I think that Harbaugh knew that of the guy, he probably liked Jackson Dart enough to do that, right? So that's a hurdle for the Cardinals, because you go into that job. First off, what is the owner? What is Monty? Asking for? What are they telling you about Kyler Murray and what we got to do? What is the plan at that position? You don't have the top pick, so I do think that is a hurdle to overcome. Still, there's more good coaches out there than there are openings. Your job is to find them. And so when you watched Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens, get up there, and somebody asked him, "How are you worried about not being able to replace a coach as successful as Harbaugh?" And he said, "Wait a minute. You mean the coach we identified when no one else, was hiring a special teams coach?" So you can find a guy. These teams have been doing it that know what they're doing forever. And look at the Steelers. They didn't go into there saying we got to have Mike Tomlin all these years ago. They identified him and liked him. So there is a coach for the Cardinals who can do it. They've got to find him, and it doesn't have to be a name to do it. You have to be good at this. That's what and can they do that?
Yeah. We're talking to Mike Sando. All right, Mike, let's get into some of these playoff games. And since you brought up Seahawks-Niners, this was the one originally that if people were looking at any as a more lopsided game at this point, that was the one. But now Sam Darnold's dealing with an injury. Either way, it's the third meeting between these two teams. People keep wanting to write the Niners off, and they keep winning. What are you expecting from this game?
At some point, the 49ers are going to run out of gas with their injuries. I think it's probably this week. They played a couple weeks ago, and Seattle, I think, won 13-3, but it felt like 30-3, And so I just think it's too much to ask when you take Kittle out of the equation, George Kittle out for the year, torn Achilles, tight end for the 49ers. You're going to basically have too many. Seattle already has a huge matchup advantage with their defense against the 49ers. I think it's going to be tough. I think even if Drew Lock were to play, because Sam Darnold has this little oblique, I think the Seahawks could still win just because of their defense, and they're going to try to run the ball in that stadium and that environment with the state of the current 49ers. I think Seattle's going to probably get it done.
Hey, Mike, oblique injuries, we hear a lot of those in baseball, and I heard Sam's explanation. He said he took himself off the field, doesn't think it's a big deal, is going to do a little bit of rehab, but the game is Saturday. What is the concern level in Seattle for Sam Darnold's oblique injury?
Yeah. Well, I don't think they know because it's such an unusual thing. I don't think it's super high. They can't list you as probable anymore. He said 0% chance I missed the game. I do think that it's something that you can take a pain-killing injection. My concern would be more like over the course of a game, over the course of 3 games, does it limit him on some throws, especially if he were to take some hits? So I don't think it's a good thing for them, but I do think that they are set up really well to win anyway, and maybe even if Drew Lock plays, because Drew Lock's number one issue has been turnovers. Well, Sam Darnold leads the league in them, so it's not like this whole team has been predicated on 2008 Kurt Warner to keep this thing going. It makes sense to you?
Yeah.
Like, they're going to try to run the ball, minimize the quarterback, have him make a few plays in the play action game, and then win it on defense and special teams. They're great on special teams. So I don't think the formula changes. I don't think the 49ers play different defense depending what quarterback's in there either.
We're talking to Mike Sando. Mike, the other NFC game with the Bears and the Rams, a few weeks ago, a lot of people thought the Rams were maybe the best team in the NFL and the Bears were just kind of an interesting story. But after you saw the Rams struggle against Carolina and the Bears pull off another last-second win, and this game is in Chicago, how crazy do you expect things to get on Sunday night in Chicago?
I think they could. The Rams have huge mismatch advantages against the cornerback situation. When you have Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams healthy, their tight ends. They should be able to really do some things in the pass game against the Bears. That being said, Matt Stafford has a sprained finger. It's going to be super cold there. Feel like it's below zero. It's a tough track for special teams, which the Rams are not good at on special teams. They can blow the game that way. And then the Rams lose their corner, Ahkello Witherspoon. And so if this game is within 14 points in the fourth quarter, we've seen that script before. The Rams have given those away, and that's when Caleb Williams and the Bears have been at their best. So I do think it is a little bit of a scary game for the Rams. One that they could run away with it because of their offense and the Bears defense not being very good, but I don't know. They just haven't been running away from people lately, so I'm a little bit worried for them.
Mike, on the AFC side, Denver and Buffalo, I think Buffalo's obviously going to try to run the football behind James Cook. You got Josh Allen there, and then you got Bo Nix, who makes me a little bit nervous. One playoff game. Is it as simplistic as you got Josh Allen with a lot of his normal obstacles out of the way, versus a Bo Nix that doesn't have a lot of playoff experience?
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Denver. I mean, as a top seed, I think they had an 11-game winning streak, but I think they were the 58th team to win 11 in a row, and their average point margin in those was 58. Like, they're barely winning them, So I think it's a tough game for them. Their defense hasn't been as good to me down the stretch. I think Bo Nix has definitely some limitations. So this is a great opportunity for Josh Allen and the Bills to kind of keep it going and being a little bit under the radar. I think people haven't thought they're as good this year. So I think it's a good game. I probably do lean a little bit towards Buffalo, but, it's still going to be, I think, a competitive game.
Well, Mike, we appreciate the time as always. Enjoy your playoff football, all right?
What is that like?
I will. Actually, I'll tell you all about it. You guys know it's just been a minute. It's been a minute, and you'll get it back. But, it should be pretty fun.
All right, it's been like
Thanks,
a decade.
Mike.
All right, thank you, Mike. That's Mike Sando.
I'm so jealous, man.
Right,
and that's
there.
a great place to watch playoffs too, man. Loud, crazy.
I love a good divisional rematch in the playoffs too. So good for them.
Not going to forget that. We're going to have them on again.
Yeah.
And at some point in our lifetime, the Cardinals will be back in the playoffs, and we're going to call Mike.
He's the first guy we call when the Cardinals make the playoffs.
Don't let him in the stadium. Nothing. We're not going to forget it.
All right. When we come back, we'll stick with football. You just heard what Mike said about Robert Saleh. I think that's a pretty, I don't want to say unanimous, but it certainly seems to be the majority feeling right now among Cardinals fans and people who cover the team that Robert Saleh would be a pretty nice addition. He just interviewed with the Cardinals last night. What are the odds he will actually be their next head coach? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Meet Matthew Preston,
Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right.
Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, according to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. The Cardinals are interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur today. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Los Angeles Dodgers are at it again, according to multiple reports. Free agent outfielder Kyle Tucker and the Dodgers agreed to a 4-year, $240 million contract. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The shorthanded Suns forced the Pistons to earn a win in the deep end. In a Cardinals head coaching candidates update, Mike LaFleur will chat with the team today. And one of Dan Bickley's playoff football thoughts, could the Cardinals trade up to draft a quarterback? Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Football Friday. John Lund in for Wolf today. And, John, the reason I say that you might be just the perfect person to have in here today.
I've never had that said about me in my life, ever.
That's
the perfect person? Like, yeah, the opposite is true.
I was looking at there's actually a guy named John sitting in the newsroom behind you.
There's no way. Like,
oh, yeah, you're right here, John. Not you, the other John.
Very offensive for the second straight segment.
Robert Saleh was interviewed finally by the Cardinals last night, and this is a name that we had the poll question yesterday on Arizona Sports and Cardinals fans. Here's 4 options of established coaches the Cardinals are linked to. Who do you want? And Robert Saleh was the overwhelming favorite. I don't want to speak for every host on this station, but I'm pretty sure most of us, of the names that are linked to the Cardinals, Saleh is right at the top or near the top of the list. You've covered Saleh before, so how would you feel if he was the Cardinals' next coach?
That's a home run,
yeah.
An absolute home run. And there are others, but the reason why, and so I did pre-half and post for the 49ers for about 10 years, covered the 49ers for about 15 years, and talked to Robert a lot. We're not friends. I'm not trying to intimate that at all, but once I found out it was coming in, I made a couple of calls last night. And look, it's not that Robert wouldn't come here. He would. But the thing about it with the Jets is you get 2 shots in this league.
Yep.
So if you look at Mike Shanahan, Raiders, Al Davis, disaster, goes to the Broncos, wins Super Bowls. Pete Carroll goes to the Jets, fired, Patriots, comes back, wins Super Bowls. You've got to make sure that you might make the right choice the second time around, or you're just not going to get a third. And so what I know about Robert is he's very concerned. His concern is about the quarterback situation because they drafted Zach Wilson in New York. He was stuck with them. They never got out of neutral. They got Aaron Rodgers. He gets hurt. Then they just didn't really get along. Robert's gone. Here's the positive on Robert Saleh. He will 100% fix the defense. 100%. Not like Jonathan Gannon. He will fix the defense. So guys who have, we were just talking about this, Darius Robinson, who hasn't, I'll be nice, he hasn't blossomed quite yet. Walter Nolan, when he gets healthy, will be awesome in Saleh's defense. Josh Sweat will even be better. You get, Mac Wilson back. He'll maximize the secondary. He knows how to identify the right players for his scheme. And it's not the old Seattle scheme. It's evolved into this attacking downhill. He's emotional. He's the anti-Jonathan Gannon when it comes to, like, on the sidelines. He's hyping his guys up. Now, he'll be a head coach. He's a little different. But if you watch him this weekend, he's a hype guy, and he'll answer your questions, and he only knows how to be honest. And you'll just love the guy. I mean, absolutely love him. But he'll also, number one, he'll fix the defense. By the second year in New York, they went from the 32nd defense to the 4th defense. When he left, they were a top 5 defense. Jeff Ulbrich took over. They bombed.
They couldn't even get an interception this year. Yeah.
So he will identify the right players. He will fix the defense. The other exciting part about him is he's part of the Shanahan tree. So he had Mike LaFleur as his offensive coordinator, who's in today to talk to Cardinals. He knows Mike McDaniel well. Now, do I think McDaniel will go somewhere with a quarterback probably established? Yeah, but still he knows him. Everybody's talking about Clint Kubiak. Clay Kubiak, his twin brother, is the offensive coordinator of the Niners. Doesn't call plays because of Kyle. But Clay Kubiak could be co-head coach and offensive coordinator. So he would bring the right coordinator. He would fix the defense. Fans would love him. So it's a no-brainer. But I asked Mike Sando this question. Does he want the Cardinals? And that's what it comes down to, because in my mind, Tennessee has Cam Ward. The Raiders might have Fernando Mendoza. I don't think he would come to a place where he was not comfortable with the quarterback. He'll fix the defense. He'll fix the culture. He'll fix the atmosphere.
Feels like it'd just be a lot more professional.
Yeah, he'll maximize the players. He'll show emotion on the sidelines,
he'll
which
bring
fans
in assistance.
like. Yeah, he won't put up with crap. He's a leader of men. But he is very aware of the fact that he can't do it on one side of the ball.
You just amplified a lot of the feelings I've had on this coaching search over the last couple of weeks. You really just kind of drove the point home because, like I said, I like Saleh of all these names that we've heard the most. I always thought that, just kind of watching from afar because it's the NFL, so you're watching every team. Everybody follows every team in the NFL. I mean, the Jets' defense, it was great. I always kind of thought he maybe got a raw deal in New York because it's the Jets and it was just weird. So that's not something I hold against him. Oh, look at his record as a head coach. Like, yeah, you got to look a little bit deeper. I mean, it's not like the Cardinals are choosing between Robert Saleh and Sean McVay. They're choosing between Robert Saleh and Arthur Smith and Matt Nagy and some of these other guys, and then a bunch of unproven coordinators. I definitely like Saleh the most. But I think what you're saying is very real. If I put myself in Robert Saleh's shoes, I can't just take any head coaching job because if it doesn't work where I go next, then I have failed as a head coach twice. I think a lot of people within the NFL would look and say, yeah, it was the Jets, man. Like, you had half that team playing good. That's pretty good on your resume. But if he goes anywhere else and it doesn't work as a head coach, like you said, it's going to be tough to get a third option. This is the other part of what you just said, what that amplifies, and I think it's a feeling a lot of people around the Cardinals or Cardinals fans have is their history going to come back to bite them during this coaching search? Because there are good coaches available this time, and there's not always when you're looking for a head coach. There are good coaches available, but those guys may choose a different team over you. And in this case, it would hurt if Robert Saleh was like, yeah, great interview with the Cardinals. I kind of like what they're doing and everything. I do like pieces of that defense. I'm going to go coach the Titans or something. And we are stuck with an unproven coordinator again. Because that sets you back a few years before you even know what you have.
Well, I think, number one, Saleh would be my choice. But like I said, I think he's going to be very choosy in what he does. He can go back to the 49ers. He can wait for options. I think he's a little bit different. Some of the other guys you mentioned, if I was going to vomit, but that garbage can is too far away, and I didn't want the clean crew to have to come in.
If you want. Well, then we just redid the carpets, too.
But, like, Matt Nagy, no way. There's no way. Arthur Smith, did we just see what the Steelers offense did? That's who you're going to hire?
Not yet.
Or Jeff Hafley? Wait a minute. Didn't he give up 25 points in the fourth quarter? There's a line between what is a retread, which makes you vomit, and a guy like Saleh, who I don't believe got a fair shake, but in the NFL, it's 2 strikes and you're out, not 3 strikes and you're out. You get 2 chances. Belichick goes to the Browns, Belichick goes to the Patriots. I'm not saying that's what he's going to be, but I'm saying the second time around, Mike Shanahan was like, I'm going to the Broncos, an organization that had Pat Bowlen, the late Pat Bowlen, and a great organization. So they're going to make sure the organization is right. I don't know that the Cardinals are right. And that's just reality of it. And I'm not necessarily saying anything about the Bidwells from cheapness or anything like that. There is no salary cap on coaches. John Harbaugh just got $20 million plus guarantees of a staff. And Saleh has the position, or I think, because like you just said, the Jets aren't good. Okay, we give you a pass. Robert Saleh is going to walk in here and say, okay, I want X, but I also want these coaches. If you're going to get one of the OCs that I just said, Clint Kubiak doesn't call plays and Mike LaFleur doesn't call plays, you can give them a title and they can come over, but they got to make sure it's right. Mike LaFleur was the OC of the Jets when he was there. It didn't work. Well, that was Zach Wilson. So we can start making excuses about things. But the Cardinals, if they want a Robert Saleh, while it's not a John Harbaugh, they're going to have to make commitments to a guy who's unproven for not only himself, but the staff and the type of thing he wants to do. If he doesn't get that, he won't come here.
Yeah, and by the way, a coach coming in and making demands that, hey, I need a certain amount of funding to bring in the right assistant coaches. I want that coach. I don't want a coach who's like, yeah, just give me any assistants. I'm just excited to have the job. I want a guy who, like Mike LaFleur is interviewing as the head coach today. If you're telling me I can bring in somebody like that as the offensive coordinator under Robert Saleh, you're playing at a different level then. You're not cutting corners. You're paying special attention to detail right there. It's a fine line, and we'll get back into this, what you said about retread coaches, head coaches too, because I think we all want to land somewhere in the middle here. I very specifically don't want a coach that is just, yeah, he's been a head coach before and he's just not a good one. Like, I don't want that. But I really don't want an unproven defensive coordinator either. Nothing against Jeff Hafley.
But that's just what we had.
Exactly. Half the guys on this list are unproven defensive coordinators. They may go be a great head coach with the Raiders or the Titans or whatever, but we've tried it a few times. Like, let's try something different, which to me is either a Robert Saleh, a head coach who has proven he can coach and might just need to be in a better situation, which I think this would be than the Jets certainly were, or if you have to go unproven again, which you really don't, but if you do, at least an offensive coordinator with upside. But I would rather just have Saleh. All right, the loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley, Murata, Wolf, and Luke, and Burns and Gambo starting next Tuesday. When you hear it, just text that word to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. When we come back, pitchers and catchers report in about a month, maybe even a little bit less, depending on teams. You getting excited about baseball? Baseball might be broken. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions, January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at Barrett-Jackson.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring
exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscape, turf, of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Robert Saleh's interview with the Cardinals go? Plus our thoughts on the divisional round, the NFL playoffs. Burns and Gambo starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. John Lund is in for Wolf today. John, we're getting to this point where, especially here in Arizona, it's pretty nice out right now. It feels like spring training weather. It really has all week. Maybe it gets cold again here for a little bit. I don't know. But spring training, pitchers and catchers, about a month away. I think probably all have friends that come in from out of town for spring training we're looking forward to seeing. Baseball's almost here. We all love baseball. I think we'll probably fire up the Fantasy Baseball League around here again. Yeah, this is great, right?
What you're doing
here we go. Like, it sucks that football's going to end soon, but we've got baseball. The Dodgers just threw $240 million at Kyle Tucker. They don't even need Kyle Tucker. Like, they do not need Kyle Tucker.
No, it's like Thanksgiving dinner and somebody brings over a prime rib. Like, it's like, no, we're good. We're good. I'm already going to be asleep. But then they just
eat it in front of you, basically.
Yeah. When this first happened, first of all, I can't say the words that came out of my mouth because it's just, it makes you upset. And first thing it does is, this is going to cement the fact, unfortunately, that we're not going to be playing baseball maybe next year. That's a whole different conversation. So let's not do that because that's depressing because you just hyped this up so big. So I don't want to do that.
Let's enjoy this season is basically what you're saying.
I'm going to do something that's going to anger people, and I understand that. But it's not the Dodgers' fault. It's not. It's the system's fault. And what's happening is the Dodgers couldn't do all these things without deferred money. Lots of deferred. Almost the entire Ohtani contract is deferred. Blake Snell's contract deferred. A lot of these guys, Diaz's contract deferred. And what they're doing, there's this loophole that Major League Baseball, it's like they're whispering in the ear of the big market teams going, especially the Dodgers, hey, you can put this money into the future.
Yeah.
It's non-taxable money. So all this tax money that the Dodgers should be paying as this ridiculous ridiculously high payroll team, they're not paying because they're deferring the tax, and the tax is not like, think about your own personal money. If you could put money away and not have it taxed and then use it later, and they still don't tax it. Like a 401k, when you bring it out, you're going to get taxed. You never get taxed on this money, number one. And then number two, it's money that you're paying later, which is going to have more value. I don't want to blow people's heads off here, but the money will have more value in the future. It's almost like the Dodgers are the only team doing this. The Diamondbacks could do it. Everybody could do it. There's other big market teams that are doing it, not on the level of the Dodgers. So they're taking this major contract, deferring like $60 million of it, and saying, we'll pay, like the guy, Wimpy, the hamburger guy, like, I'll gladly pay you, Tuesday for Kyle Tucker right now. And no one else is doing it. So complain about the Dodgers all you want, and I get it. And I said the same thing to myself when this happened. But they're playing by different rules, and the other teams could play by these rules, but they won't.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. If you're telling me be upset at the Dodgers or the system, I am more upset at the system because this system has been heading this way for a while, and it's only getting worse, really. I mean, it's always, part of the reason that I love the NFL so much is because you can turn it around and you see different teams in the playoffs each year. And to me, that makes it more impressive when you have a dynasty in the NFL because, hey, everybody's playing by the same rules. Baseball, you're not playing by the same rules. And it's always been that way. And I grew up as a kid hating the Yankees, not because it's New York or not because they were winning, but because they got to just play by different rules. You're developing players for them. The Dodgers are taking it to a whole different level. Here's the number that Spot Track they tweeted this out last night, and a lot of people use Spot Track for just for a kind of reference on contracts. The Dodgers now have committed $2.1 billion to their roster. Just think about that. Not the Dodgers are worth $2.1 billion. The Dodgers have committed $2.1 billion in guaranteed money to their current roster. Now, that's
like
not for this year.
2047.
Yeah.
Like, it's unreal.
And they just won last year. They just won the year before. The D-backs took them out, I guess, the year before that. I'm not.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, honestly? If you could, this is what's blowing my mind. Not to get political, but our whole country is drowning in credit card debt. They're essentially saying you can put Kyle Tucker on a credit card.
Yeah.
Why won't the Diamondbacks do that? Like, there's a rule that basically says you can take a bunch of this contract. Ohtani's entire contract, for the most part, is deferred.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be dead. The owners of the Diamondbacks will be dead. You don't even have to pay the contract. Put it on a credit card. No thanks. Why? Why not?
I think it's like you kind of described it. It's almost a loophole that the team that needs the loophole the least just has discovered. And it really got amplified with the Ohtani deal, and everybody else is kind of like, can we do that? Is that even like? There's got to be some sort of risk involved, right? The thing is, the Dodgers don't even need the loophole, and that's the problem. And that to go full circle on this, we're all fired up about baseball season. At a certain point, if you get into a best-of-5 series in October, it doesn't matter as much what the other team spent. Once you're in that series, we saw it. The Diamondbacks did take them out 3 years ago. They swept them right out of the playoffs, but. And I say this every year, and it gets worse every year. The Dodgers are guaranteed a playoff spot this year. They already were.
Everybody in the West is playing for second.
Yeah, and
you're playing for
that's it. They are guaranteed that you can buy the division.
Yeah, that's bad for baseball. I mean, throw the numbers aside. It's bad for baseball or any sport if you go into the sport and say it's already done.
It's already done.
And not because Patrick Mahomes, I'm just going to Kansas City recently, not this year, but it's like you could put Kansas City as the winner of the AFC West. They won it like 10 straight years. I get it.
But
you have a chance.
Yeah.
But the Dodgers, honestly, we're sitting right here going, okay, let's not even talk about the Dodgers. What about the Giants? What about the Padres? What about the other teams in the divisions? Can we be a wild card team? Right there, all the rest of the owners have to say, wait a minute. Because you have Steve Cohen of the Mets. He'll do it. The Yankees to a certain extent. But because it's hitting us at home in our division here, we're playing for a wild card. That's a fact. Unless they have an unprecedented amount of injuries, which they'll just go sign other guys anyway or make a trade.
They are guaranteed the division. And I've tried to be relatively neutral about this. And because the Dodgers used to draft really well, and they developed their own guys, and I get it, we don't like the Dodgers here, but there was a time where I really respected what they were doing, even if I didn't like it. But, and they could spend money, but now it's just like, let's see, Mookie Betts MVP, we'll buy him. Freddie Freeman MVP, we'll buy him. Shohei, greatest player, we'll just buy him. Kyle Tucker, I don't know, maybe fourth outfielder, we'll buy him. I know he's not going to be
this is the first four in their lineup you just said.
It is absurd. They don't even need a second half of the lineup. They can do, especially those first three guys are Hall of Famers and some of the best ever to play. And how does it not kill your excitement for the season? A little bit. Like, I think the Diamondbacks are actually kind of in a unique position where I can still look at them and say, hey, Corbin Burns back, you make some moves. You can talk yourself into they're a playoff team. And they, we saw what they did a couple years ago in the playoffs. Like I said, they took the Dodgers out, so you can talk yourself into it. But if I'm a fan of about 15 teams in Major League Baseball, what is the point? If I'm the Pirates, I'm just developing Paul Skeens for the Dodgers. If I'm the Tigers, I'm just developing Skubal for the Dodgers. That's all I'm doing. So, and at least the Tigers are a playoff team, so maybe they'll get something out of it first. But a lot of those teams, those lower teams like the White Sox or whoever, if you get a good player and he gets too good, he's going to be on the Dodgers, and we all know it.
Well, and I think somebody needs to ask Rob Manfred this, and I'm just not a fan of Rob Manfred, but somebody has to ask the commissioner of baseball, is this good for the game? Because I don't want to be Pollyanna about this and sit here and say, oh, you got to think about the game. It's a business disguised. It's a sport, but it's a business, and there's kind of like sheep's clothing over the business, and they don't want you to look at the business like a hot dog. Don't tell me what's in it. Just eat it. That's baseball. Because what's happening is that it's really ugly. And what you have to ask Rob Manfred is, you're supposedly the person who overlooks this sport. This cannot be good because didn't we all have the same thing? We saw Kyle Tucker and we went, come on, man. Come on.
Yep. And to the point where I see Kyle Tucker, I'm like, I just hope he signed with any team except the Dodgers.
I would say, though, and this is why I think there's like a conundrum here for the leagues, is because you look at the Dodgers-Toronto World Series. That World Series rated unbelievably.
It was great.
You look at the Indiana-Oklahoma City NBA Finals, and that rated not very good. And it's just like these dynasties and things like that, like end up, and the star players. That's what brings people in numbers-wise. So everybody complains about it, but then you look at the numbers. It's like in March Madness when a blue blood is in versus a Cinderella, the ratings are just going to be better. And so it's like, what do they do?
I said this during the playoffs last year, which is not something you want to say too loud around here, but I enjoyed watching the Dodgers in the playoffs. But I also said, the reason why is like watching an all-star team. And in the playoffs, things are going to get intense no matter how good you are. Somebody's going to push back, right? So it was cool to watch an all-star team fight through stuff.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't be able to buy an all-star team.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that premise. You're right. There's this illusion in sports that we want parity. We actually don't from a rating standpoint. We want dominance. However, it is baseball's job to do their best, at least I think so, and again, maybe I'm being Pollyanna, to at least try to level the playing field best they can.
The other sports do that. The NFL does it, and the NFL's doing pretty well for itself as a business.
So I just think that it's bad for the sport when you wake up and 99% of the fan bases say, again, words that I cannot say, when you see Kyle Tucker sign with the Dodgers. If he signs with Toronto, if he signs, whatever, I don't care who he signs with. It's just, I don't know that it's good for the sport. If you asked Rob Manfred, because he's a lawyer, he'd give you some lawyerese. But I don't want to say that what it's going to lead into, because I do think it's going to lead into something where the rest of the owners say, we got to fix it.
It's like somebody on your street that already has 12 cars,
right,
and you have to ride a bike to work every day, and they just went out and bought a Bugatti.
Do you live in my neighborhood? That's exactly what's happening.
But they didn't buy the Bugatti to drive it. They just needed something to prop their recycle bin up, and they're like, let's just go buy a Bugatti.
We all have that friend too that's way too rich, and you're like, great, jerks. Oh, you have a golf simulator in your house? I hate you. That's what it is.
All right, we come back over to basketball. Dylan Brooks was really asked to be the man last night. How long can the Suns do that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings. Nolan Arenado, in the not-so-distant past, has put up big numbers. He's going to a much more hitter-friendly environment. I love this pickup. Would I have loved Alex Bregman to be manning third base for the Diamondbacks this year?
Of course.
Absolutely. I think everybody would have. But for what they ended up pivoting to, I think this is a great fallback for the D-backs.
So do I. A creative solution to a problem, and you're taking a chance that some guy can find magic or lightning in a bottle here. It's happened to people. J.D. Martinez really elevated his career when he got here, and I think maybe it could happen here.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, according to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. The Cardinals are interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur today. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Los Angeles Dodgers are at it again. According to multiple reports, free agent outfielder Kyle Tucker has agreed to a 4-year, $240 million contract with Los Angeles. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll give you the latest on how the Suns have fared on their road trip and everything going on in the NFL playoffs and the Cardinals coaching search. It all starts at 6. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf today. Suns off today. Lost to Detroit last night, the best team in the East, barely, 108-105. The scoring just dried up in the second half for the Suns. They scored 27 in the third. Okay, that's fine. 15 in the fourth in a 3-point game, John. You know, it's well documented. They were 1 of 11 from 3 in the fourth. They didn't get to shoot any free throws in the fourth. I don't like going down the path of the officials screwed your team in basketball because you just rip your hair out because if you look too deep, it feels like that, 8 out of 10 nights. But I always feel like the officiating crew should at least take a look in the mirror if one team has a huge advantage at the free throw line. Like, was only one team fouling tonight? Is that really what was going on? But either way, the Pistons ended up shooting 37 free throws to the Suns 25. We've seen more lopsided instances than that, but it's not great when you don't shoot any in the fourth and the other team does.
Well, one side of me says it's low-hanging fruit because you're always going to go after the officials because you love your own guys and you have their jersey and everything like that. But in last night's case, there was a couple of times like Grayson Allen went to the floor for a loose ball. If LeBron James in that same situation, he gets hit, LeBron James, they give him 6 free throws. Like, it's just,
just keep shooting until you make them, LeBron.
I mean, it's just, but you're a young team. Last night, you didn't have the star power, those kind of things. I mean, unfortunately, in the NBA, it's not a Tim Donaghy situation. I think it's more of a you're a star, you're not a star. And until that changes, which I don't think it ever will, you're just not going to get those kind of calls.
Well, that's why, Suns fans get so frustrated when Devin Booker doesn't get the calls because he's the only guy you really have on the team that would get superstar calls. It's not going to happen for Jalen Green for 2 reasons. 1, he hasn't played in the league very long, and 2, he doesn't play this year, so he's not going to get calls for himself. But you're certainly not going to get calls if you're Grayson Allen or Dylan Brooks, and that's just the reality of the situation for now. There's a good story Tim McMahon wrote about Dylan Brooks, just kind of called Dylan the Villain, looking at some of the moves. He went through how a villain saved 2 different franchises. Basically talks about how integral he was to Houston, how he left there on good terms after not leaving Memphis on great terms, and how instrumental he has been to the Suns doing what they have done this season. And it is 100% accurate. The Suns are not where they are if they don't end up with Dylan Brooks on this team. But I want to get your thoughts on this. I think last night sort of was an indicator this might be the case. I don't know that you can do it, and this isn't the plan, but I don't know that you can do it if Dylan Brooks is being asked to be the guy. He was 4 of 16 last night. He was in foul trouble very early in the game. He finished as a minus 17. Now, you can write it off as a bad game for sure. That's totally fine. But this team wasn't built for Dylan Brooks to be the guy. It's just how remarkably effective and valuable he has been if Devin Booker's the guy and he's
the second guy.
Yeah.
Or when Jalen Green gets here, Dylan Brooks is the second or third guy. He's so valuable in that role. I don't know how long you can get by asking him to be the guy, though.
Yeah, and I heard the interview with Bickley and Murata this morning with Tim McMahon. It was a great piece. You should check it out. It's on ESPN.com. And he goes back to his Memphis days. And if you remember right, he didn't even get offered a contract at the end. They were saying that he was a big problem with, because they had gotten to a certain extent, Memphis did, and they couldn't get over the top. And they blamed Dylan Brooks for a lot of the culture problems. There's a guy named John Morant who that's the problem.
Then they blamed their coach last year, and things still don't seem to be getting better.
Maybe it's not all on him, but what I'm seeing more than I'm going to be concerned about what he's doing is that he's being miscast. And I know we've talked about this for a long time, but until Green's back, and until, obviously, Booker hasn't been gone that long, but until everybody's in their right places, their right chess pieces on the board, then we'll be able to know what Dylan Brooks is. Part of me says he's going to work. The other part of me says if Dylan Brooks is on your team, you know what you're always going to be. And what I mean by that is really good teams don't need a Dylan Brooks. Because what they try to do, what Dylan Brooks wants to do is he wants to muddy up the game. Well, if you're really, really good, you don't want the game muddied up. And I mean this in every sport. Like football is a lot like this too. You want somebody to kind of take the other team out of their game because then maybe they're not as good. And Brooks is great at that. But what starts to happen when you're really good, you don't want to muck up the game. You want the game to be straight because you're better than that team. So I'm looking at this going, I want to see everybody come back. And if Dylan's still doing what he's doing, because that's what he's always done, so he will he be as effective? Or Matt Ishbia comes out and says, we're not going to trade this guy. What are you talking about? Like, he's a tradable player. Everybody's a tradable. He's not like a guy that you don't touch, Dylan Brooks. You see how he works into the brew. If it still works and everybody's back, fine. But if he starts to become a problem, not only is he not untouchable, you got to move him.
You mentioned Tim McMahon on with Bickley and Murata this morning. He talked about the ups and downs of having Dylan Brooks on your roster.
Well, look, there's going to be ebbs and flows for him, certainly, in terms of offensive efficiency. I'm not sure he's going to average 21 points per game in pretty efficient fashion for the entire season. But in terms of his energy, his intensity, the swagger, the snarl, the attitude, that will be consistent. And, there will be also some suspensions coming for technical fouls, because I'm just here to tell you, he's not going to tone that down.
Yeah, look, he is – the Suns needed him this season, I would argue, more than just about any team in the NBA, considering where they had been before. I think it's worked out better than you could possibly ask. But, again, he's not meant to be the guy. It's not supposed to be, hey, the offense runs through Dylan Brooks. Hey, Dylan Brooks – because last night when he had 4 personal fouls in the second quarter, and it's just like, man, if everything's riding on Dylan Brooks, he's going to be gone by halftime. Love having him on the team. It just kind of amplified. And the work ethic and the intensity and the edginess that he brings, and it's already rubbed off on some of the other guys on this team, is why they were in that game last night. But it just really highlighted how badly they need to get some scorers back in this lineup.
And you've brought this up before. I think they needed him, and they still do. They didn't have toughness before. They didn't have grit before.
They pushed around all last year.
So I want to give him his credit, but it does get to the point where you start wondering if the harm is better than the good.
Being miscast, I think, really, you summed it up. Like Trey McBride, great for the Cardinals. If you told me he's playing quarterback next year, I'd be like, you're not using him right. All right, when we come back, speaking of the Cardinals, which head coaching candidate stands out the most to Patrick Peterson? We'll talk to him next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think from a Cardinals perspective, this changes things not so much because Tomlin is available, because as I said, I don't think you're going to get him. I think what changes things for the Cardinals is that Pittsburgh is available. And now that search got a little bit more diluted for the Cardinals to find their next guy.
That's a great point. It is one of the most stable franchises in the NFL, but there's a lot you've got to kind of overcome.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Okay, it's the new year. Maybe one of your goals for the new year is to find your next house. Maybe you've already found it, and now you want to move in right away. You don't want to have to wait around to sell your old place first. That's kind of the perfect situation, right? Well, it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You find that new home, we'll buy it now, and then sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You can do it without waiting around or
doing a bunch of showings and living your life on everybody else's schedule. And by everybody else, I mean a bunch of strangers you don't even know. So Orchard cuts all those hassles out of it for you. And then their experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers, because Orchard agents are local experts, some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way, so it's nothing new to them. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your old home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here, and it's time to shout it loud. Ready, set, Ford. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Is it experience? Yep. Earnhardt's been a name that Arizonans trust for the last 75 years. Is it selection? Absolutely. Earnhardt Ford has exactly what you're looking for, with nearly 500 new Fords to choose from. Is it incredible offers? You bet. Right now, get $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or low 2.9% APR financing also available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, it still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. In Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Arizona Sports. Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six.
That's why we drafted him.
Former
Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5. He dives. He's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
Quick shout out to New River. What's going on, New River? It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today, and Patrick Peterson, Cardinals legend, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Always good to talk football with Pat P, especially going into the divisional round. Patrick, thank you so much for the time, man. What's going on?
Oh, man, always good to be on, Luke.
I wanted to start here, before we get into the playoffs, just the Cardinals coaching search. And I know we've talked about, maybe what kind of coach they could be looking for. I did want to ask you about one guy because, and I'm not even sure he's going to coach next year. I don't think he's really an option for the Cardinals. But how surprised are you that Mike Tomlin is not coaching the Steelers anymore? You've played for him before.
Yeah, very, very surprised when the news broke. having an opportunity to play with Coach Tomlin for a year, just knowing his desire, his passion, his fire for the game. I knew it. Just being around him, I know that it burns deep, through his body and through his soul. So I know the game meant a lot to him. He always talked about the next opportunity and the urge to get the young guys prepared for their opportunities, and to see the news that for him to be walking away was definitely shocking.
Hey, Patrick, just with your experience, and I'm going to ask you a really broad question, but to you, you can have a great offensive coordinator, you can have a great defensive coordinator, but that doesn't mean they're going to be a great head coach. So to you, what makes a great head coach?
Oh, man, it's a lot of components that can go into making a good head coach. I'll probably say the biggest thing is being able to relate to your team, being able to command the room. I won't necessarily say that's the biggest downfall for a lot of these first-time head coaches, because at the end of the day, there's a lot on their plates that they never really had to deal with before: the scheduling, busing, and plane departure and arrival, things like that. So there's so much on their plate. So you have to be able to micromanage, be a great micromanager, and also a guy that understands that you have to put other people in place to make your job that much easier, because you don't want to still be wearing multiple hats, because now you're not being able to focus on the big picture, if that makes sense. So a lot of those young first-year head coaches run into those problems just because there's so much on their plate at one time, to where they never really had to deal with situations and things like that on a day-to-day basis. So I believe a great micromanager for sure will make a great first-year head coach.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, what's that adjustment period like when you're a guy that's on the team and a new coach comes in? Because the Cardinals are going to have a lot of these guys that have started to build things with Jonathan Gannon or whatever. I mean, some of the guys have been here longer than that. Mm-hmm. And no matter who they hire, it's going to be a completely new guy coming in next year.
Yeah, that was always the tough part. I had opportunity, which is not a good opportunity, but, I went through it, 4 times, if I'm not mistaken, in my career during my time there in Arizona. So it's always that's always a trying state because you have you're going back to what you've been leaning on for the last 3 years for the guys who's been there under Coach Jonathan Gannon. Then you're having to go through a whole nother terminology change. A lot of the schemes are the same, but the biggest thing is the terminology, being able to get in and out of checks, understanding different techniques, so that'd be the biggest learning curve. That was my experience, having opportunity to change coaches, throughout my career. But at the end of the day, long as they get a guy in there that is a good teacher, that can help the guys understand his philosophy and get the guys to buy in early, I believe that it will make that transition that much easier for, players that's there, and also for the coach who's being hired.
Hey, Patrick, I know you played against the 49ers when Robert Saleh was there, so I don't know what you know or who you know or anybody who played for him or anything like that, but he seems to be the hot name around here. What do you know about Robert Saleh, and what do you think of him?
I don't know much about Coach Saleh. I had an opportunity to do a joint practice with him my last year in Minnesota. So, no, he wasn't even there. I think Steve Wilkes or someone was a defensive coordinator that year.
You're right.
Yeah, so, I just missed him. But I don't know much about him, but watching him from afar, he seemed like a very, very high-energy guy that loves guys who can, play with that passion, that fire, that desire each and every week. And the biggest thing, and we just talked about teachers and getting guys to buy in, you can look at what he's been able to do this year with the 49ers defense. These guys been dealing with injuries left and right, not being able to get to the quarterback, one of the, fewer teams to have interceptions, to get interceptions on defense, but yet they find their way in the divisional round playoff, and they still, muster up enough just to make stops, on defense to give their team a shot to win ball games. Now, a lot can go into that because they have a pretty prolific offense with Brock Purdy, playing out of his mind for the last 5 weeks. And we all know what Christian McCaffrey brings to the table. And then you have the Mad Hatter calling plays and Kyle Shanahan. So that can make the job that much easier. But seeing how his defense has been playing minus his 5-star players is been pretty remarkable.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, down to 8 teams left, obviously, in the NFL playoffs starting back up tomorrow. In your mind and your experience, what are the most important characteristics for a team going into a big game like this? Because some of these teams have clear strengths and other ones are weak there, but they're clear in other areas. But when you get to this point, what decides these games?
Man, situational football, being able to get, convert third downs and be able to get teams off the field on third downs. But the biggest component is going to be which team can run the ball the best, especially these teams that's going to be outdoors, like the LA Rams and Chicago Bears, the Seattle and 49ers game, even the Buffalo and Denver game. It's going to, I really truly believe the not necessarily the deciding factor, but a key component in this ball game is who's going to be able to control the ground and who's going to be able to impose their will, at the line of scrimmage. So that is always key in my opinion in the playoffs, just because of the elements that you're going to have to be dealing with. Special teams is another one, because a lot of these games are going to come down to the wire, field position, being able to flip the field, being able to get key field goals, and also maybe possibly even kicking the game winner. So to me, those are the top 2 things, and obviously defense and being able to stay on the field if you're offense. But those to me are the top 2 things that you must need to be able to be successful in the playoffs.
Maybe this is an oversimplification, but especially when I look over to the AFC and I see a Josh Allen who's been through all these experiences, then I see Bo Nix with the one playoff game. I see Drake May, who struggled last week in his first playoff game. How big of a deal is it, or is it oversimplification to look at these games and say, as you said, Purdy hasn't been there that long, but he's been to a Super Bowl and a couple NFC championship games. Sam Darnold hasn't got a lot of experience in the playoffs. How big of a deal is experience for the quarterback in the overall scheme of things in the playoffs?
Man, honestly, I don't think it is, that big of a deal, especially now at this stage, just because anyone can win it. These guys have, all of these quarterbacks who are in the final 8 have had a pretty doggone good season, for the most part. Now it's all about, can they do it again and be consistent with their work? There's no secret. That's always been the big question for Sam Darnold, going back to, Minnesota, having that amazing year. And then the last 3 weeks of the season, he was, couldn't be found, So at the end of the day, with these teams that's in the hunt right now, it's just going to come down to, who can make the least amount of mistakes and who can capitalize off of the mistakes that the other team gives them. So I don't think the experience is really going to be a major factor, because all of these quarterbacks have played a ton of football in their career.
Patrick, it's always great talking football with you. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care, Luke.
All right. You too. That's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line, right ahead of, this is going to be a big weekend, obviously, because it's the divisional round. We also probably start seeing some coaches maybe get hired here, maybe as soon as this weekend as well, now that Harbaugh is off the table. All right, speaking of the playoffs, when we come back, we'll give you some of the best potential storylines for this weekend's games. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting at the buzzer. He tried the 3 to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here in Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replaced my my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved and dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, according to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. The Cardinals are interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur today. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Los Angeles Dodgers are at it again. According to multiple reports, free agent outfielder Kyle Tucker has agreed to a 4-year, $240 million contract with Los Angeles. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. What stood out in last night's Suns game against the Pistons, and what is the latest regarding the health of Devin Booker? The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Wolf and Luke on a football Friday. John London for Wolf today. Let's talk some playoffs here.
Playoffs?
We got eight teams left. Four potentially great games. I don't know. Probably one of them won't be great. I don't know what that game will be.
Last week one was amazing.
They really all were really good except Titans, or not Titans, yeah. Maybe I was watching a replay. Texans, Steelers kind of trailed off.
Yeah, that sucked.
Patriots, Chargers was close for a while. Yeah. It was just kind of like somebody do anything.
But when you get like the Panthers and the Rams, and you get the Packers and the Bears, and I mean that was just like
Jaguars, Bills.
Yeah, the first 3 games were like, are you kidding? And the whole season has kind of been like that.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. You honestly,
could convince me that any of these 8 teams could win the Super Bowl. It's not typically like this. I'm sure if I went back and looked at the playoffs from even a year ago and the final 8 teams, I think we all knew a couple of them didn't have a chance. There's a couple I don't think are going to win it. I mean, San Francisco is just too beat up, but they could still win this week. They could still take more teams out. I need to see more from C.J. Stroud at some point for me to take the Texans seriously as like a Super Bowl contender, but I could still see them winning this week and or next week. Where do you start, John? When you go into these games, what's the biggest storyline to me? Because I still think there's one that rises above all the others.
Okay, I don't want to steal it from you, so go, and then I'll go too.
The one that still jumps out to me is Josh Allen in Buffalo. I was
going to take that same thing, yep.
Because it's just football more than any other sport. Quarterbacks get measured by their Super Bowls, probably unfairly. Look, Brady's won so many Super Bowls that I think it's fair to associate that with him. But when you have this guy's won 2 and this guy's only won 1. So, clearly Eli Manning was a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers. No, that's not how this works. You need to actually watch the games. So there's so much of it that is still out of the quarterback's hands. But it's there now for Josh Allen. If you look at this matchup, Bills-Broncos, it feels like the Broncos check every box. Except the Bills have Josh Allen. And as we saw last week, that's all they need sometimes.
Well, and it's overly simplistic, but I asked Pat Peterson this question. He goes, they can all win at this point. Respectfully for a player who played versus the type of athleticism that I own and have, which is horrible. The thing is you just hit it. Josh Allen can beat Bo Nix. This is overly simplistic, and only quarterbacks get records next to their name or two up. If you've got 2 Super Bowls, only 2 that aren't in, Eli Manning and Jim Plunkett, who have won 2+. So, like I said, it comes down to Josh Allen versus Bo Nix. I trust Josh Allen. When I look at Seattle versus San Francisco, throw the oblique out for Sam Darnold. I don't trust Sam Darnold. If it was a different quarterback that I trusted more, Seattle's got everything else but that.
Yeah.
And Purdy hasn't been around a long time, but he's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to 2 NFC Championship games, even though his arm got ripped off in one. And then you just mentioned C.J. Stroud. He turned it over, I think, literally 1 million times last week.
It was right around 1 million, yeah.
And if you just said the Texans' defense with a competent quarterback who won't put them in a bad position, I think the Texans could win the AFC, but I don't trust C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny that's the way you go with this because I'm looking at these matchups right now, and it's like, which quarterbacks do I know I trust this weekend? And I'm going through, and I'm like, okay, Josh Allen for sure. Drake May, I do, even though he's only played 1 playoff game. I trust Drake May. Now, I'm not saying they're going to win this weekend, but I'm just saying in general, more often than not, I don't think they're going to lose because Drake May melted down. I trust Caleb Williams at this point. You have to trust Stafford, even though I never fully trust him because he just has those games where he throws a pick 6 and just burns the Rams later too. But you have to trust him. He's won a Super Bowl and he's probably the MVP this year. And I trust Purdy to a certain extent, but that still leaves out, I don't trust Sam Darnold because he's never done it in the playoffs. I don't trust C.J. Stroud because I don't know what he's doing half the time right now. I trusted him 2 years ago.
Right.
Stroud and Bo Nix I put in the same boat of I could see either or both of them having really good games this weekend and earning that trust. Bo Nix to me is almost just an unknown. It's not like I don't trust him. He's just it's like when you try to buy a car right out of college and you have no credit. It's not that Bo Nix is bad. I don't know. He has no credit, good or bad. But those other 5 quarterbacks, I do trust, and I think that's an advantage.
Well, let me pull out Denver and Chicago. They're not playing each other, but, okay, one of 2 ways you can look at Denver. They're 11-2 in one-score games. They come back. They're always in close games, but they know how to win games. If you're a Bronco fan, you'd say that's a good thing. If you're thinking about Vegas odds, you'd say they're going to catch up to him at some point. And the same thing with Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams has come back so many times that I believe that if he's within a touchdown of you and he has the ball, you're in trouble.
You are.
But then he'll make wait a minute, that was just a little screen pass that you threw 5 yards over his head for the first 3 quarters.
Yeah.
It's like Clark Kent Superman. Dude, when are you going to go into the booth? So I'm not. Can that continue? Can the Broncos continue to win 1-score games? Can Caleb Williams continue against better teams to just play? Basically, the Bears play maybe one half of football.
Yeah.
Can they keep doing that?
It's funny that you highlight those 2 games because those are the 2 that jump out to me. Those games this weekend and similar storylines, although kind of flipped for those 2 names you brought up. I look at Denver and Buffalo, and it's like if this game's close at the end, Denver's screwed. Like, you don't let Josh Allen hang around at this point. He knows what's on the line. He's the best quarterback in these playoffs. I still think Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league, but Allen was better this year, and he kind of has been off and on the last couple years. If you let this game stay close, if you're Denver, I think you're playing with fire. But I also look at Buffalo's defense, and it's like Jacksonville could run on them last week, and then they just stopped for I don't know why. I don't think Sean Payton's going to stop. If R.J. Harvey or whoever they hand the ball to is running all over Buffalo, Sean Payton's not going to be like, well, but I have to win other ways.
Right.
He'll just run the ball 50 times and beat you. So I think Denver, and then ironically, in the other game is flipped, I would say the Rams, I think those two teams are better, but they need to put Buffalo and Chicago away, like out of range in the fourth quarter. Because if it's close late, yeah, I think Buffalo and Chicago will both win.
Look, I like Stafford a lot. Like you said, he can make those mistakes, but Puka Nacua makes it so that they'll get out to a lead. But again, they blew a big lead in Seattle. But people forget. They look at that game and they go, well, Seattle beat L.A. there. Yeah, they beat them 38-37, but they were dominating before the punt return for a touchdown.
Yeah.
The Rams are that good. Now, will weather play a factor in any of this?
Kind of think it has to,
doesn't it? That's the other thing about Chicago where they're going to be used to it. Stafford's got the arm to throw through it. And it was, he played in Detroit. He played in a dome in Detroit. Like, he didn't play outside
just
in Detroit.
because he had to walk to his car and it was cold.
Look, that's going to be a factor. And then Drake May is interesting because he was 6 for 15 in the first half versus the Chargers.
No, he wasn't great.
He was not great. And so go back to Patrick Peterson for a minute. He knows a hell of a lot more than I do. But I'm not convinced that Drake May. There is a difference. There's no doubt. There's a difference between regular season and playoff football. And the deeper you go, because you know the mistakes are going to be magnified and talked about forever, it's in these kids' heads. So I'm sorry, but until Nix does it with one playoff game under his belt, until Drake May does it with one playoff game under his belt, until Darnold does it with one horrendous last year playoff game under his belt against the Rams, I can't trust these guys.
Yeah, May, of those names I threw out there that I trust among the quarterbacks that are left is the one where I'm taking the biggest leap of faith, obviously, because he's 1-0 in the playoffs. He didn't do a ton in that game to be 1-0, and I think looking back, they probably played
and you're playing against the
teams
Texans
in the playoffs,
who are, and we saw this last week against the Steelers. They are so fast. So that some of the things that you may do, if they don't get beat deep, that means you're going to have to play a short, controlled passing game. And they come up so well in tackle, especially from the secondary. You're not going to get cheap things from them. If Stroud doesn't turn it over, which is a big if.
Which is a bigger if after last week.
I think it's going to be hard for New England to move the ball. And then it comes down to, field goal kickers, special teams, field position, those type of, not intangibles, very tangible things. But I think it's going to be a low-scoring game, which means it's going to be 34-30. But
it feels like it will be a low-scoring game.
So can Drake May make a play to win a football game? Because I think he's going to have to.
It's a turning point for New England for sure because this season has set up nicely. And they got a fourth-place schedule, but they got the fourth-place schedule to beat all fourth-place schedules of all time. Like, they didn't play anybody all year outside of Buffalo. And this is a team that lost to the Raiders even early in the year. But it's set up in such a way where I do believe Drake May is good and going to be really good in this league, but he got the benefit of just playing a bunch of garbage all season to build that confidence level up. And even last week, I think they probably played the easiest team in the playoffs. Now it's going to be a little bit tougher. Look, if New England was playing Denver this week, and it's different next week, if they were playing them this week, I don't think they have much of a chance. If they're playing the Rams, if they're playing Seattle, I don't think they win, but they're playing a team where they may only need 17 points to win the game. And that's another way to keep building up a young quarterback's confidence, a young team's confidence.
We're picking these later, right?
Yeah.
We're all picking these later?
Yeah.
That should be good.
Jamal's going to pick Houston. I'll make that prediction. My prediction is that Jamal predicts Houston. That's my prediction.
Do you pick with your heart? Is that what you're picking with your heart? You can't do that. You cannot.
Luke is just a hater. That's what's going on.
Just remember what I said later on in the show when we make predictions.
He's laughing. He knows he's going to do it. He knows already. He didn't deny it.
He's going to pick Houston.
What time are we doing that?
We are doing that. We're going to do that at 12:45, about an hour from now. Yeah. All right.
Well, spoiler, Luke.
Just get your picks ready. All right. When we come back to the Cardinals coaching search, if they took somebody from an NFC West team, would there be any extra value in that move? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Tuesday as we recap a wild weekend of NFL playoffs, and we'll update the head coaching carousel. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, Jonathan Gannon is getting a head coach, not coordinator, head coaching interview this weekend with the Tennessee Titans.
Can I do a reenactment of what the interview is going to sound like? I can't see him being...
You've already heard it.
He's not dynamic. Like, you want these guys to walk in and own a room and be dynamic. Was Jonathan Gannon ever dynamic? Did he ever own a... Like, I can't see him blowing a room away and an owner going, yeah, that's got to be our guy.
I even more than that, I'm not rooting against the guy. He was always great to us, but I'm surprised a team looked at last year and said, we got to interview him right now. You know, I'm not saying you can never do it. I'm not saying maybe you go back into the system and you're a DC for a team and he's got some DC interviews already with the Cowboys and Commanders. Maybe you go somewhere and you're a defensive coordinator, kind of build it back up. And, you know, maybe in a couple years, teams are like, hey, you know what? The Cardinals were kind of a mess that year, and they had a bunch of injuries. Let's give this guy another chance. I'm surprised the team is interviewing him for head coach already. I mean, he was the Cardinals coach 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? So doesn't mean he's going to get the job, but the Titans are interviewing him this weekend.
I mean, how would, when they ask you about, 15 and 36, like, how would you even answer that question? Like, you were a horrendous head coach. Oh, we had lots of injuries. Yeah, but other years you didn't. I don't even know how he would answer that question. You know, like when you're in an interview and you know that tough question's coming, and you're like, God, how am I going to answer 15 and 36?
I think that here, I'll be JG, and you ask that question, okay?
No, owners don't sound like that. All right.
Depends what owner you're going to be.
This week, Jonathan, I love you, man. This has been the most amazing interview of my life, but this 15 and 36, what do you got there?
Yeah, hold on, my phone's ringing. I'm going to have to take, you guys don't have good service in here. I'm going to have to take this outside, and then I'd probably just run. at that point.
That's a great
I was
answer.
trying to get somebody to call in the 2 seconds you're asking the question, but I couldn't pull it off.
Bring.
In time. Yeah. But yeah, that would be it. It's like you don't have no. I guess no Wi-Fi. I don't know. I got to go. Yeah,
that's a great answer. That's the best answer. You're hired.
That's tough to really defend at this point. All right. So as far as the Cardinals names, I think, like I said earlier, the vast majority of Cardinals fans want it to be Saleh. I want it to be Saleh. As far as names that are connected to the Cardinals, it sounds like that would probably be your first choice as well. You can put Saleh in this conversation, but how about some of these other guys? If they don't go with him, you've got Chris Shula, Rams defensive coordinator, Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, and Clint Kubiak, Seahawks offensive coordinator. And then throw Saleh in there, obviously, because he's the Niners' current defensive coordinator and making it work without a whole lot of players left because they're all hurt. And he's been there before. Those 4 guys represent names, not players, but names that you would bring in as a coach, that not only would you be adding them, you would be taking away from Seattle, the Rams, and San Francisco. And I would argue with it, 3 of those names, nothing against Shula. I'm not saying you could throw him in there too, I guess. But LaFleur with that offense, especially Kubiak with the Seahawks offense being led by Sam Darnold, and obviously Saleh because of his overall body of work, you'd be taking a significant piece away from a division rival too. You wouldn't hire for that only that reason.
It's just kind of a bonus, right?
Yeah, but how big of a bonus do you think it is?
Well, it's huge. I mean, let's think about this. Let's use a little bit of logic here. When Philadelphia lost Kellen Moore this year, how'd their offense work out? It stunk.
They didn't have an offense this year, actually.
Quarterbacks have a great relationship with these guys, and when they're play calling, and it really can throw them off. They're kind of that way. I was in San Francisco, and Robert Saleh left, and Steve Wilkes went in. It didn't work out. After that, they hired a guy named Nick Sorensen, had never done it before. That didn't work out. Detroit has fallen off. What happened last year to Detroit? They lost their offensive and defensive coordinators. Philadelphia, when they lost Shane Steichen to Indianapolis, fell off for a minute. Brian Johnson came in. It was terrible. Then they bring in Kellen Moore. They're fine. Like, people think that you're going to lose these guys and have no ill effect whatsoever. The 49ers lost DeMeco Ryans. All of a sudden he's in Houston. So these guys, it's a big deal because your players rally around them. There's a certain style that they have, and then it's completely changed, especially quarterbacks with offensive coordinators. So if you look at teams who have been successful recently, Seattle and Philadelphia being a couple of them, Detroit being another, Detroit didn't make the playoffs this year, the year they lose 2 coordinators. It greatly affects. It's a bonus. So you steal something from San Francisco or Seattle or whatever. It's a bonus. It's not the main reason you're doing it.
Yeah.
But it definitely can hurt teams on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, it feels like one of those things where I'm not going into an interview with Clint Kubiak saying, okay, we want this to be the guy because it'll really stick it to the Seahawks, because Seattle will just find another one. I mean, that's what they do. But if you tell me that you interview Clint Kubiak and you interview Jesse Minter and you like him pretty much even, maybe I am leaning Kubiak. You interview Raheem Morris and he's light years ahead of Clint Kubiak, then just give me the guy that's unemployed. I'll take if he's really the answer. I don't care that he isn't associated with the Rams or the Seahawks or whatever. But I want to play this cut for you. We played it earlier in the week, but it seems like a pretty significant obstacle that the Cardinals are facing anytime they do a coaching search, and they need to fix it. I don't know how. I mean, I don't think it's a simple thing where you just snap your fingers and fix it unless you were going to go throw $20 million to John Harbaugh. That would have fixed it instantly. But this is Mike Garafolo earlier this week, looking at all the teams that need a head coach and where a team like the Cardinals ranks among those teams.
They stand out to me for not great reasons, Kyle, honestly. Because if you're the Cardinals and you were one of the first ones to fire a coach, Jonathan Gannon, you think, all right, this is going to be like 5-6 openings, something like that. We'll get our guy. And then all of a sudden it's like, bang, John Harbaugh, ooh, Ravens is open. Bang, Steelers is open. You look at some of these openings, you've got yourself a quarterback situation that's extremely messy. So do the Dolphins. You have middle-of-the-road cap space. It's okay. It's not great. You also have, and this is a reputation throughout the industry, as a team that won't necessarily pay very well when it comes to head coaches and assistant coaches. You may have to break that this time around because you've got to find a way to stand out. If you go through, I mean, everybody's doing their list. We've done them too as well. Ranking the openings versus based on what's most attractive. Cardinals are going to be last, if not next to last, because the Dolphins also have a messy quarterback situation as well. If I'm the Arizona Cardinals, every job that opens behind me, I kind of go a little bit like, How are we going to stand out here? How are we going to get ourselves to stand out? How are we going to be able to find our guy? I mean, they'll find somebody. It's one of 32. I'm not saying that. But is it going to be the guy that you ideally would like to have had? I don't know. We'll see.
That's it right there at the end, John. I don't want to find a guy. Obviously, you can find somebody to coach an NFL team. It's not that hard. Hey, would you like to coach this NFL team? Here's a couple $1 million.
Sure.
Be in the NFL. Yeah, somebody will take that job. I want an answer this time. So how do you change that reputation if you're the Cardinals?
Well, I think there's a really easy answer here. I know it's very complicated, but it's really easy. If you keep doing the thing you've always done, this is a life thing. If you keep doing the thing you've always done, you'll get the same results. Yeah. Well, what are they looking at? Vance Joseph, 11-21. Matt Nagy, some of the names that he mentioned. Because the Cardinals are at the bottom of the pecking order here, and it's kind of like, you're at a large family and there's this huge dinner, and so you got to eat the scraps. No, you don't. You have to think differently. And to me right now, and all you have to do is watch what the Ravens are doing and watch what the Steelers are doing. They're not looking at the retreads. They're looking at the young guys. They're getting them a year early. If you can't get the guys who are the hot names, get them a year early. So right now, Davis Webb, 31-year-old quarterback coach of the Broncos, he's a hot name. He may or may not get hired. Get him a year early. Grant Udinski is a 30-year-old offensive coordinator of the Jaguars. Get him a year early. The Rams have a passing coordinator that's 35 that the Ravens and the Steelers are both interviewing. If you can't get the hot guys in this cycle, get them for next year, because those three names I just mentioned, if they don't get hired, people are going to look at them and they're going to use ageism and say they're only a 30 or 31, and they've only been the coordinator X amount of years. Who cares? That was McVay. That was John Gruden. That was all these guys. You have to get the guys a year early if you're the Cardinals, because then you're at the top of the pecking order, and these guys aren't going to say no, and they're not going to demand $20 million. You've got to take a risk and do things differently if you're the Cardinals. If you don't get Saleh, it's because Saleh's got other options, or Kubiak, or any of these guys. So if you're not going to get the Harbaugh, if you're not going to get those guys, jump the job market a year early and get some of these younger guys. And if you have to go through some bumps, fine. The Steelers and Ravens are doing that. Well, they're the ones who found John Harbaugh, a special teams coach in Philadelphia, and Mike Tomlin, a 30-year-old defensive coordinator in Minnesota. That should be your targets.
Problem is, they tried a version of this before. I know it wasn't Monty Ossenfort, but I mean, they tried this with Cliff Kingsbury, and everybody's like, well, it's not even on our radar. Only the Jets were looking at him as an offensive coordinator, and it's just, that wasn't a complete disaster. I mean, they did go to the playoffs, and that's not something they've consistently done, but do you trust them to find the right?
No.
I mean,
that's a great point. But would
thing.
Would that excite the fan base more, or would any of the retread thing, I can't stand it. What has Arthur Smith done? The Steelers have a horrible offense. Vance Joseph has great players. He's 11-21. It's nothing against him. I just don't think he's a culture-changing guy. I would rather take a risk on a younger guy than I would on a retread. I don't think Saleh's a retread, but I think a lot of these guys, where the Cardinals sit in the pecking order, they're going to be forced to take a retread coach, which they've already done, and it doesn't excite me.
See, that's the bigger issue for me, is when you look at the other teams that are out there that need a head coach. And look, Baltimore and Pittsburgh are kind of a separate thing. They normally wouldn't be out there looking for a coach. This is a very weird year. But when I look at the Dolphins and the Raiders and the Browns and the Falcons and the Titans and the Cardinals, if you're behind those teams on every coach's list or the majority of coaches' list, you need to change your image. However you need to do it, you need to change it. And I know they're building a new facility. I mean, and that's important. That's important to coaches when they come in and they're like, hey, your facility's behind all these other ones. It's going to be tough for me to bring in free agents. It's going to be like, I understand that stuff matters, whether it should or not. But you have to. I mean, this offseason is almost a referendum on if you are left picking scraps after the Titans and Falcons and Browns get their coach, you got to change that. And I get it. The Titans have Cam Ward, and he was the number 1 overall pick this past year. Maybe some coaches look at that and say, I need that quarterback, whatever. But in general, it shouldn't just be accepted. Well, there's 6 openings outside of the Ravens and Steelers, and the Cardinals would be, 5th or 6th. Like, why? What makes the Browns' job great? What makes the Falcons? The Falcons don't have a quarterback either. They have an injured Michael Penix who is more unproven than Kyler Murray, I would say. And yet, if that's your reputation, you got to deal with the fact that it is actually your reputation. You have to fix it. When we come back, we're going to take through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
No, owners don't sound like that.
Bickley and Moronic mornings.
Everything I see from this basketball team is trending up, in my opinion. In fact, the team that was supposed to have no present, no future, in the worst situation in the history of the sport, right?
Yep, that was
They are
said.
the first team in NBA history. The first team in NBA history. These Phoenix Suns are the first team in NBA history with at least 575 three-pointers and 400 steals at the midway point of a season. A historic effort from a team that was alleged to have no future and in a very dark place. We should all be very happy.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey Arizona, Vince Murata here, and it's time to shout it loud. Ready, set, Ford. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Is it experience? Yep. Earnhardt's been a name that Arizonans trust for the last 75 years. Is it selection? Absolutely. Earnhardt Ford has exactly what you're looking for, with nearly 500 new Fords to choose from. Is it incredible offers? You bet. Right now, get $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or low 2.9% APR financing also available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, it still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. In Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur today. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. In other Cardinals-related news, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that former Arizona head coach Jonathan Gannon is interviewing for the Tennessee Titans head coaching job on Sunday. And the Los Angeles Dodgers are at it again. According to multiple reports, free agent outfielder Kyle Tucker has agreed to a 4-year, $240 million contract with Los Angeles. And that is what is trending now.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Noon on a Friday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. John London for Wolf. It's Wolf and Luke today, and it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick, what do you got?
Despite missing Devin Booker and Jalen Green, the Phoenix Suns lost 108-105 to the Detroit Pistons last night. What were your biggest takeaways from the game?
Two big takeaways were sort of what everybody was hoping and anticipating yesterday going into that game. The Suns team's going to fight no matter who's in the lineup. That's one of the best teams in the NBA, and they had to go on the road and nearly beat them. That's one thing. And so that's impressive, and I think that's why people have found it so easy to get behind this team. But the other part is I don't think they're going to be able to do this very long without Devin Booker or Jalen Green in the line. And they may not have to. I mean, Book could be back as soon as tomorrow, but I'm just saying, like, you're asking a lot. You're already asking a lot this season, and they have been impressive, and they've overachieved to the point where I think you can count on it. It's not really overachieving anymore. They just are exceeding expectations. But you're not going to be able to do it without your top 2 scorers. Not consistently.
This is going to be a weird thought, but this is how my brain works in these. When these guys do come back, because I swear Jalen Green at some point is going to come back.
That's a binding contract. He has to come back. We're going to call John every week.
At some point, he has to come back and not wear all his nice clothes on the bench. But Grayson Allen scored 33 last night, and the first thought in my head was, I wonder what he could get on the trade market. Because they're going to have an overload there, and I think of players like their stocks, right? I mean, He's not going to be – I'd have traded him today if I could have. But he was great last night. He scores 33. I really like the guy. But, there's all this talk, they're going to move Nick Richards. They're going to get under the line, and they want to do this, that, and the other. But it's like they're obviously not winning a championship this year. Like, Grayson Allen is a solid piece. They don't have picks coming up. Like, could you move Grayson Allen when you get these guys to come back? And we're less than a month away from the trade deadline now, so we can start talking about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math. We're about 3.5 weeks away, and it would be nice to have Jalen Green playing now. It would be nice to have everybody playing now to get a sense of what that looks like and to see if you really do have an excess piece that you can trade.
And I like him, and he's been really good when he's healthy. But I just wonder, with a team that lacks picks and still needs pieces, what would you get for a guy who just, he can. Every once in a while, it's like, whoa, he's just having a great 3 night like he did last night. Scores 33. Just a thought.
Problem is, right now they need that because they don't have any other scores.
Because Jalen Green will come back. I don't know, maybe.
According to multiple reports, free agent outfielder Kyle Tucker agreed to a 4-year, $240 million contract with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So my question to you guys is, after this latest Dodgers signing, will there even be an MLB season in 2027 with the labor talks coming up in next offseason?
It's unfortunately a really fair question. I mean, you look at the Dodgers who have won the World Series the last 2 years in a row, and then they're like a bored rich guy who's just like, oh, fetch me Kyle Tucker and Edwin Diaz. This bores me to just win, but in 7 games. It's not good. I mean, at a certain point, and this is where you get in trouble as a business, you know? If you just think, well, okay, I woke up today and we're still good, so yeah, let's just keep allowing this to happen. This garbage isn't going to kill baseball overnight. It's going to kill it over years, because think of the next generation of baseball fans that is growing up in cities that never have a chance to win, whether it's Pittsburgh or the south side of Chicago or wherever, where you're growing up in these cities and you never even have a chance, a realistic chance to win. And it's that way for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and you're just developing players for 4 teams. Those kids aren't going to be baseball fans, or they're going to be fans of other teams. You're going to just have 10, 12 irrelevant teams at some point. But honestly, baseball already fights an uphill battle sometimes. Those kids are just going to go be fans of football or something else.
I just think it's wrong when you know starting the season that you're playing for a wild card. This is a perfect market for it. The Diamondbacks are playing for a wild card. So
and it's better than it is in other markets.
Well, and here's the thing, too, is it doesn't even matter that they're in the NL West. It's like, well, what are the Phillies doing? What are the Mets doing? What are the Cubs doing? What are the Brewers doing? Like, that's what you have to start looking at right when it starts. The owners already tried to put some sort of however they called it, a cap in. And the word is now is they're going to implement it no matter what, and they'll lose as many games as they can. Having said that, you're a curmudgeon for even bringing it up, and now everyone's in a really bad mood. Because this season hasn't even started, and we're going, next year we're not going to have baseball.
The Dodgers keep adding people.
Thanks a lot.
$2.1 billion invested in their roster in guaranteed money.
The divisional round of the NFL playoffs goes down this weekend. In the NFC, the Rams will take on the Bears, and the 49ers will play the Seahawks. In the AFC, the Broncos will take on the Bills, and the Texans will... the Broncos will take on the...
Bills. Broncos, Bills,
Broncos
Texans,
will take on the Bills, and the Texans will take on the Patriots.
Are they passing out whiskey back there?
I can't wait to hear your predictions in a half hour.
No, I'm sorry. I wrote it down. I wrote it down poorly.
Been there.
Anyway, this takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, who will be playing each other in the NFC Championship game? Rams, Seahawks, Rams, 49ers, Bears, Seahawks, or Bears, 49ers? You could answer it now, or we could just say, listen at 12:45. And I could just give the results.
Yeah, just give the results since we're going to do it shortly here. Go ahead and give the results.
Okay,
I have an answer, but
I'm going to vote who I think it's going to be.
Okay.
But not actually say it, because listen at 12:45, because that's when we're making our picks.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Rams Seahawks 45%, Bears Seahawks 27%, Rams 49ers 15%, Bears 49ers 13%.
Okay. I will say I could see any of those happening, and again, most years not the case, but I do have a pretty strong feeling of who I think it's going to be.
Which game do you guys think will be the most competitive?
Across all of the games?
That's a good
all 4,
question.
yes.
Man, you could...
It's gonna be Bills Broncos, because the Broncos always play 1-score games.
Yeah.
And I think.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue against that. I cannot take my eyes off Bears Rams for a variety of reasons. We're going to talk a lot about that. So I'm actually going to say Patriots-Texans I could just see being like a 17-13 game for 2 hours. You know what I mean? So that's going to be really competitive too. I think the only one, if you told me one of them wasn't going to be competitive, I would say the one with the best chance of that would be Seahawks-Niners. But it wouldn't shock me if the Niners won. I guess Patriots-Texans could get uncompetitive if Stroud plays again, like the way he did against Pittsburgh against the Patriots. Because the Patriots have decent defense, too. Yeah. So, all right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Arizona Sports.
What are those matchups again?
Is teaming up for something big.
Okay, so the Texans are taking on the Patriots, and the Bills are facing the Broncos. The Bills are not playing 2 games this weekend.
You had it right.
You have redeemed yourself.
You had
completely.
it right, but then you doubted yourself.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you say it one more time, Rick?
So this is the problem.
Did you write it down? Because sometimes I can't read my writing.
I wrote it down.
I knew it.
Broncos are taking on the Bills, and the Texans are
I write like a
taking on the
5-year-old,
Bills.
so I can't read my own writing.
I was kind of interested in Bills Patriots. I was like, yeah, okay, let's just get there. Arizona Sports.
We might get there.
We might. You might have just been ahead of your time. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey and others on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event February 21st. Just text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. All right. Here's an uncomfortable question we'll try to answer when we come back. What if the Cardinals find their next head coach and they have identified this guy and they're ready to offer him the job, and his stipulation is he wants to keep Kyler Murray? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Lawler, I mean, he's still considered one of the top prospects in baseball. We all know about the failings that he's had at the major league level so far, whether it was the yips or his inability to hit at first. I feel like we've gotten to that point where Jordan Lawler, where it's like, okay, what are you? Who are you? How are you going to contribute to the Arizona Diamondbacks? And I don't mean Reno. I mean the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yeah. How are you going to contribute to this team? And it feels like this is that year for Lawler. I just don't know where that path is.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAA-MCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and you're kicking off the new year with some serious savings.
What's up, Dave? There's no better way to start the year off with a brand new Hummer EV. For a limited time, get up to $8,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $799 a month. It's a new year, a new ride, a new opportunity you don't want to miss.
So shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Robert Saleh's interview with the Cardinals go? Plus our thoughts on the divisional round, the NFL playoffs. Burns and Gambo starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Shout out to Whitman. What is going on, Whitman? It is Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf right now, and this is a question that Wolf and I briefly threw out there last week. Very briefly. John Harbaugh had just become available, and, you got to talk about the possibility. What would it take to try to get John Harbaugh? And one of the things that we came up with, I don't remember if this is on the air, was, okay, what if you can get John Harbaugh in for an interview, and he's looking for selling points and what makes your team different than some of these other ones. What if he says, I like your quarterback. I like Kyler Murray. That's who I want to keep around. What do you do? Now, John Harbaugh's off the table, and he is in a different tier. It's him and Tomlin in a different tier, and I don't think Tomlin's coaching next year. Maybe he is, but I don't know that it makes a ton of sense. Whatever. Set that tier aside for a second. But what if you identify the guy you want here now, John, and you're like, okay, this is our guy. Like we've interviewed 13 people or whatever, and this guy is on a level all his own, and this is our guy. But other teams want him, and other teams are making offers, and Tennessee's making an offer, and they have Cam Ward or whatever. But this guy likes Kyler. He will come here if we keep Kyler. What does that look like?
All right, I'm gonna throw something at you. I'm gonna explain something, and I'm gonna throw something right back at you,
Okay.
which is this.
All right.
Talked to somebody who knows Robert Saleh very well extensively last night, and Robert wants to coach again, but he's not in the same boat as either some of these younger guys or a more desperate retread. You get 2 chances of this, 2 strikes and you're out. So he went to the Jets, and everyone can explain it away that the Jets suck and it's a bad organization, this, that, and the other. That's fine.
Yeah.
But Mike Shanahan went from the Raiders to the Broncos. Bill Belichick went from the Browns to the Patriots. You've got to make sure that second one is the right organization.
Okay.
Robert Saleh is not going to go Jets to Cardinals because, please, sir, may I have a coaching job?
Yeah.
Like, he's fine. He'll stay in San Francisco.
He can kind of call his
He's
shot.
dialed in, and he would be an absolute home run here. He would, as an offensive guy, you could get the other guy that you talk to, Mike LaFleur. He's not calling plays. You can still upgrade him and get him. You can
bring him in here as Saleh's offensive coordinator.
Yeah, and he was with the Jets. It didn't work out because they had Zach Wilson, or he could bring in Mike McDaniel, or he could bring in the other Kubiak, Clint Kubiak. He's the offensive coordinator of the 49ers, does not call plays, knows Kyle's system. So
Kubiak.
Clay. Clint is in Seattle. Clay is in San Francisco. Yeah. So that would be one of their guys. He's a Kyle Shanahan disciple on the offensive side. It's exciting.
So if you get Saleh, it's not just Saleh.
Yeah.
It's maybe one of these other names that are being linked to the Cardinals as a head coach, as a coordinator instead.
You're not getting what Gannon had, which is he's just desperate to get coordinators. He is well respected. They'll get a great staff. He's not like Gannon in that he's a people person. He's going to change culture. There's all these great reasons. You're going to be tough. He can identify the right defensive players for his system. Right now, the caveat for him is he will not go to a job where he doesn't have a quarterback in place because he had Zach Wilson the first time, and he had Aaron Rodgers, who he got hurt, that he just didn't see eye to eye with. So if Saleh's going to get his second and last chance, it's going to be because he has the right quarterback. He likes Kyler Murray. I know this. I've talked to him.
This is not a hypothetical now. You were saying he likes Kyler Murray.
He likes Kyler Murray. So, and I think, and let's just expand this out. I think most people who have any kind of gravitas to take this job, not a desperate guy who's like, yeah, I'll take it, would like Murray better than nothing. Nothing against Jacoby Brissett. Maybe Robert Saleh brings in a Mac Jones, somebody like that, but he's got to have somebody established. And I know people are like, oh, Kyler Murray again. But Saleh had to defend him a lot and was like, he's a problem. So
he'll have to defend him here in press conferences, but it's different. Yeah.
So I don't know where that relationship, you could speak to this better than I could. I don't know where that relationship lies, but I do know that no quarterback, because coaches are tied to their quarterbacks, that's the worst situation. The Raiders will have Mendoza. The Titans have Ward. Obviously, we know what the Ravens have. Like, there's certain situations where you look at it and you say, okay, and it's different than the Steelers, for example, because you believe in the ownership of the Steelers. They'll find somebody. The Cardinals don't have that kind of reputation.
Yeah. It's it's a tough question because.
So my question is back to you is, if he said, or anybody said, I want Kyler Murray or I'm not taking the job. What do you say back?
I'll use Saleh as the example because if somebody who's unproven comes in and says that, I got a bunch of other unprovens on the list I can move down my list to. But Saleh, I do think distances himself from a lot of the other guys on this list. And if Saleh says that, again, I can see it from his point of view. He just had Zach Wilson. Does he want a quarterback you take in the second round to be his entire future is tied to Carson Beck or somebody who you can't even guarantee that he'll get right now because he may or may not be there when you draft him, and then who knows what he is in the NFL. If we're to the point where I can get Robert Saleh and he's saying, I'll take this job over Tennessee or whatever, and he can't compete with Baltimore. If Baltimore offers him a job, he's going to go there with Lamar. But any of these other teams, I'd probably do it, honestly, because it is something that differentiates you from these other teams that are out there right now. If you have a coach that you want and they're looking at you and they're looking at the Browns and the Raiders and the Dolphins and the Titans and you don't have a quarterback, you just don't have your quarterback. And I do think Jacoby Brissett was clearly better last year. The offense was clearly better. You don't have one, though, that they like. And you could immediately move ahead of those teams if you're like, actually, we have Kyler. You want to go coach Shedeur or Tua or Kyler? I mean, that is a step up in a lot of minds. But I would definitely up front have the conversation of like, this is it for him. Like you get him for a year. If this doesn't work, there's a loaded quarterback class in 2027. The only reason I would even consider it is because it's somebody like Saleh saying it, but also because I don't know what your path is to get a quarterback this year anyway, whereas in 2027, there should be 5 or 6 good first-round quarterbacks. So if Kyler doesn't get it done this year, even with Saleh, then you draft one next year. And I have that conversation with Saleh up front. The problem is I think they've already decided, and I think Kyler's already decided that
that's
they're going
the problem,
their
is
own
that
ways.
is that has Kyler and his side decided we're just not coming back?
I think that was all decided right around early November.
And I believe that. But I just think, look, he could get hired and there's no quarterback and maybe it's Mac Jones. Mac Jones with the 49ers. The 49ers did a really smart thing because they lost Darnold after a year because he was only under a 1-year deal. They signed Mac Jones to a 2-year deal. Mac Jones maybe cost you a 3rd-round pick. Now, me personally, if Kyler's out the door, fine. I would take Mac Jones over Jacoby Brissett in a second. He's not when people talk about, they're really close and he's not Purdy. He doesn't have those kind of movement skills. But in terms of in this offense, which again, I'm assuming Saleh for a minute, he's going to bring in a Kyle Shanahan disciple offensive coordinator. They're going to upgrade in that area. They're not going to. It's not going to be a Pensing. They're not going to have those. They're going to be much better on the defensive and offensive side as far as coordinators. So Mac Jones can play within this offense. We've seen it. So I would be okay with that. But I know this. He's got to have someone in place, or his second last chance is not going to be.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I mean, again, if you put yourself in Saleh's position, are you really going to say, okay, this is it? I can either go take a job where they don't have a quarterback and I'm not sure about the direction of that franchise, or I can go coach Cam Ward, or I can wait a year. I can just go be the Niners defensive coordinator. Most of these guys that are hurt will be back next year. We might win the Super Bowl in 3 weeks, honestly, too. So, I completely get that sentiment from his side. I think I would hope we would all think that way if we were him. It is a tough question. I mean, if you're talking about Mac Jones, like I'm not personally sold on Mac Jones. If whatever, I keep using Jeff Hafley as the example, which I'm not trying to pick on him, but if he comes in and is like, and I want Mac Jones as my quarterback, and I'm going to bring in 2 coordinators you've never heard of, whoever, then no, I'm not doing that. If it's Saleh and he's trying to implement a Shanahan offense and he's going to cover the defense and he's right there with Mac Jones right now and he's comfortable that Mac Jones can do it, that's different. That's because
I think you can win with him. I think with him, you can win with him. And here's what I'm going to assume for a minute, something that Jonathan Gannon should have been able to do and didn't. Saleh will fix the defense. His second year in New York, they were 4th. When he got fired, they were a top 10 defense. He knows how to identify. His system works. He is going to defend. You're going to have a much better culture. There's all these things. His big key in bringing him in is offensively, what can you do? And to me, I don't know how everybody else thinks, you got to have the quarterback understand. He will fix trenches. They will be tough in the trenches. That means he's going to fix the offensive line. So if you assume that for a second, you've got the receivers, you got a great tight end. If you fix the offensive line, okay, but the biggest thing remains is the quarterback. And to him, he's going to ask you as much as you're going to ask him, what is our plan here? Because I'm not coming here unless I believe I can win at that position.
The worst part of all this, because I think you could really, especially with a guy like Saleh, if he likes the guys you have drafted on defense, and there's a real good chance that a good defensive mind does like those guys. It's just a matter of we got to keep Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan healthy, and there's a lot of pieces on defense that a good defensive mind might like. That might be a selling point over a place like Tennessee or whatever. But the real slap in the face here is the Cardinals finished with the same record as the Raiders. The Raiders just won some weird tiebreaker, and that's why they, in these coaches' eyes, have a quarterback already, because they can take Mendoza. Not all these coaches might not like Mendoza, but the Raiders essentially have a quarterback. The Cardinals can't really take one at 3, and it's because of a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back to basketball. How much longer can the Phoenix Suns afford to not have Jalen Green, especially if they don't have Devin Booker? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting at the buzzer. He tried the 3 to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here in Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110, or online at advancedwindows.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals head coach continues. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur today. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. In other Cardinals-related news, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that former Arizona head coach Jonathan Gannon is interviewing for the Tennessee Titans head coaching job on Sunday. And the Los Angeles Dodgers are at it once again. According to multiple reports, free agent outfielder Kyle Tucker has agreed to a 4-year, $240 million contract with Los Angeles. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. What stood out in last night's Suns game against the Pistons, and what is the latest regarding the health of Devin Booker? The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. One of the things that stood out in that game last night was the Suns really miss Devin Booker and Jalen Green. It's really, and any team would take the top 2 scorers off pretty much any team, and they're going to be in some trouble. And honestly, most of them probably wouldn't have hung in there with Detroit the way the Suns did. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf today. John, I'm going to play this cut right here from Dylan Brooks after the game yesterday, talking about the state of the Suns right now.
We'll get fully healthy soon, when the time's right, and we'll have our lumps and highs when we get everybody back. And, it really counts during March and April, catching your stride and finding ways to play great basketball.
He's right. They will eventually get healthy, but it's the NBA. There's no guarantee you're going to stay healthy. You know what I mean? Like this is a team. It's not a shock. They're going to really struggle without Devin Booker. They're 1-3 without him now this season. The one win came over Minnesota in early December, and it took a pretty monstrous total team effort to win that game. But the whole context of this season, unfortunately, has been, hey, you're 41 games in. You've had Jalen Green for 30 minutes. Not 30 of the games, 30 minutes. 41 games, you've had him for 30 minutes. And that's what makes it so much more remarkable that they're still 7 games above 500. But you can only take so many hits. And I don't know, maybe Devin Booker plays tomorrow, or maybe he misses a week and a half. I don't know how you're going to win any of these games if you don't have Booker or Jalen Green. I'm sure they would. Let's say Book misses 5 games. I'm sure they still find a way to beat Brooklyn, and maybe they beat Atlanta too or something. But like tomorrow against New York, if you have Devin Booker, I feel like you win that game. If you don't, and you already don't have Jalen Green, that's probably a loss.
By the way, you just mentioned 41. I'm no math guy, but that's halfway through the season. So you're talking about a team. In one sense, you feel really good because double 24. I was told there's no math on this show, but that's 48. So you're talking about 48 wins for a team that really a lot of people thought was going to be a lottery team.
The over-under was 30.5.
Right. Yeah. In fact, Tim McMahon, who wrote the piece on Dylan Brooks, was talking this morning that there was a trade, and the reason why everybody wanted that pick for the Suns was they thought it was going to be a lottery pick. And now you're talking about that's not going to be a lottery pick. So in one sense, you feel really good. And you feel better because you look at Jalen Green and you say, okay, to me, on this team, he's a 20 to 25 point scorer easily. And then we know what Book is. And all of a sudden you're starting to put into a pecking order. Then you bring in Jordan Ott, who to me, they play the right way every night. They give themselves a chance. Detroit's the best team in the East. I'm not celebrating a loss, but what I'm saying is you're on the road and you're missing Book. And of course you're missing Jalen Green because you always do. And not only are you competitive, you're up 16. And let's be honest, probably should have won the basketball game, but they ran out of gas. And that's not an excuse. I think it's an explanation. So when you get those guys back, the assumption would be they're going to be really good. Now, Grayson Allen's not going to score 33, but Dylan Brooks isn't going to go 4 for 16. I think he's going to be a much more efficient offensive player because he's like your 4th option.
Yeah.
So that would make me believe that as much as we're excited about what this team is, a 48-win pace, you get Jalen Green back, get Book back, all of a sudden you're even better.
Yeah, I think they've earned the right now halfway through the season where you feel comfortable with them if they're at full strength. We just haven't seen them at full strength. And even if they're full strength minus Jalen Green, you still feel pretty comfortable that they will beat the lesser teams and hang with the good teams. But I think right now they've been pushed a little bit too far. And that game last night was brutal and it was ugly, and it's I'm sure what the Suns wanted. Jordan Ott talked about that afterwards.
It's awesome. We want to play in these nights. That's playoff basketball. This is a really good team, top team in the East. They play extremely hard, extremely physical. We pride ourselves in doing the same every night. I think they felt us early, how hard we play. Then the fourth quarter became football. You look down and the free throws hurt us. They foul the most in the league. We end up with less free throws, 14-0 in the fourth. Obviously, we were fouling there at the end, so we have to take a look. But obviously, that plays into why we only have 15 points in the fourth. So, got to play through it. Thought we did a good job of trying to play through it. But that's playoff basketball, and that's what we want to be in. We want to be in these environments to grow. We got some of these young guys that haven't played in it, and then even the guys that have, we haven't played together. So these minutes against a really good team on this road trip is going to help us, and we're going to get better from it.
Yeah, I mean, free throws are supposed to be part of the fourth quarter because both teams have picked up enough fouls where you're in the bonus and you're shooting free throws. And the fact that Detroit attempted 14 and the Suns attempted 0 is weird. That's a weird stat that if I were the officiating crew afterwards, I'd be like, okay, wait, how did that happen? Like, how did one team shoot 14 and the other didn't shoot any? So, but that's neither here nor there for this specific part of the discussion, John. The reality is now they're 0-2 on this road trip. They got 4 games left. You don't want a season-defining road trip right now because things are going so well, especially going into it. But you're in real danger of this being a losing road trip, and that's not something they've really dealt with this year.
Well, and here's the other thing, too. When you start looking at this, all the teams are kind of jam-packed. The Clippers are starting to play a little better basketball. They're 8-2 in their last 10. This is compacted. The West has been like this for years, and so all of a sudden you're compacting all these things. The teams at the top, especially like in Oklahoma City, they'll start resting some guys as it gets closer. I'm not saying that that's part of this equation, but what I'm saying is that that's the reason why that everything gets compacted. And you can go from 24-17 at the midway point of the year on a pace to win 48 and feeling good about yourself and assuming that Jalen Green's going to help the team to going through a streak, like you said, and all of a sudden you're fighting to stay in the top 10.
Yeah.
And that's where they've got to change their mentality of saying, okay, this has been good to this point. Oh, my God, we're getting accolades. It's human nature to kind of go, we're good. But you're through a stretch right now on the road in which you can tailspin your season, and you got to watch out.
They're at such a crossroads here because set everything aside. Halfway through the season, you're a half game back at Houston for 6th, and that is obviously a huge distinction between 7th and 6th. It's huge. You just start in a best-of-7 series instead of playing Golden State in a play-in game, right?
Yep.
So if you could make that jump, it's just a half game. You're only a game back at the Lakers for 5th. You're still only 3 back of Minnesota for 4th. You're 4 back of San Antonio and Denver for 2nd in the Western Conference. It's not that crazy. But if you don't have your best scorers, you're going to take on some losses, and then you do have to look at what's behind you. And it's not like they're really in danger unless they go into free fall of missing the play-in entirely. They're still 6.5 games up on the 10 and 11, which is Memphis and the Clippers. But, like, you're a game and a half up on Golden State. Do we not all believe Golden State will get better in the second half? They'll flip that switch. Not a lot of teams in sports can, but Golden State seems to. And I'm not saying flip the switch to the point where they're going to be the number 1 seed, but flip the switch where they can make up a game and a half on you if you don't have all your players. And then all of a sudden you are in the 8th spot or maybe the 9th spot, and you're just fighting for a first-round series against Oklahoma City. I think at this point, this Suns team deserves better than fighting to play Oklahoma City in the first round.
Well, let's assume a couple of things here. The Warriors are training Jonathan Kuminga, which they may not get what they think is equal value, but they're going to get somebody who fits their team better than what he does.
And they don't seem to like him.
Right. And in the Rockets, you're sitting there, and the great thing about this is you look and you're like, okay, you're 2 games back in the loss. They've got Kevin Durant. They got a ton. I think that the Rockets will say to themselves, what do we have to do to improve? I think there are going to be teams that say, okay, we've got to get better. Now, like you said, you're going to have to go all the way down. The teams like the Blazers, the Grizzlies, the Clippers, the Mavericks, they're greatly flawed. So you're almost locked into this certain spot. But because you're so good and because for a second you can say Jalen Green's going to make you better, let's have fun for a second. Could they jump up to the Rockets? Are the Lakers going to make a move? Like what? Because I'm sure that they're disappointed, not necessarily disappointed, but they don't have all the right pieces that fit. Well, teams make moves ahead of them because I want to get greedy here.
Yeah.
You're almost on a 50-win pace, move up. I don't want to sit in the play-in. And like you said, you play in the play-in. You're playing Oklahoma City in the first round. Well, that was fun. Thanks. Good night, everybody.
That's the one team I don't think the Suns could make the series very interesting with. They might make each game very interesting, but it also might be a 5-game series or something. Whereas like if you told me Suns Spurs in the first round tomorrow, the Spurs are going to be favored, certainly. But the Suns play them well. And that's going to be a nasty series, which is the way this season should look in the playoffs. The Suns should be a playoff team in a series that they can make really interesting. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run and walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an Arizona State Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. All right, we come back. It's prediction time. We are only about an hour, 15 minutes left in the show, and we're not that far away from actual football this weekend. So predictions for every game next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Nolan Arenado, in the not-so-distant past, has put up big numbers. He's going to a much more hitter-friendly environment. I love this pickup. Would I have loved Alex Bregman to be manning third base for the Diamondbacks this year?
Of course.
Absolutely. I think everybody would have. But for what they ended up pivoting to, I think this is a great fallback for the D-backs.
So do I. A creative solution to a problem, and you're taking a chance that some guy can find magic or lightning in a bottle here. It's happened to people. J.D. Martinez really elevated his career when he got here, and I think maybe it could happen here.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed. 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Tuesday as we recap a wild weekend of NFL playoffs, and we'll update the head coaching carousel. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, here we go. Let's do all 4 games. Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. We're going to bring command and control in on this. Rick and Jamal are going to make picks as well. So we're going to just go game by game. Nothing, you don't have to pick against the spread. You don't have to do any of that stuff. Just pick who's going to win each game. You guys ready back there?
Yeah.
Born ready.
Wow, born ready. All right, well. Jamal gets to go first. Then.
He is cocky.
Yeah, well, I was going to say we should go youngest to oldest here.
All right, well, Jamal, you're going to start with. You know what? Let's start with the game then. Since I said earlier you're going to pick the Texans, let's go Patriots-Texans in the other half of the AFC.
Yeah.
Jamal.
Well, I think everybody's penciled it in already.
Wrote your pick in.
The Houston Texans.
Yeah.
But the defense is amazing. That's the biggest reason.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I just knew you were going to pick them.
Yeah. Well, why is that, Luke?
Because C.J. Stroud went to Ohio State.
OH. No, nobody.
Not going to finish it.
All right.
Sorry.
All right. Okay. Well, yeah. What a team we are.
Good.
All right, it's my turn.
I'm not sure C.J. Stroud is the selling point right now. I think it's the defense.
Yeah, but he plays.
He does play.
Yeah, I think that as much as I would love to see Josh Allen get to the Super Bowl, I think that we're going to see the Texans get to the Super Bowl. So obviously they're going to beat the Patriots here. I think that their defense is just super, super, super legit, and defense wins championships, as they say. So I am going with the Texans as well.
All right. This game's a tough one because it's tough to pick against defense in this time of year. That defense against an inexperienced quarterback. Drake May is an inexperienced quarterback, but the Patriots defense isn't bad, and they can run the ball. They got 2 decent running backs right now. Ramondre Stevenson's been resurrected halfway through the year. I don't think Drake May is going to have to make a ton of plays to win this game. Definitely could see Houston winning, but things always seem to work out for New England. Something will just work out for them. So I'm going to go with the Patriots, actually.
Wow. Okay.
I didn't know which way you were going. You kept swerving to both sides. I was like, where's he going? So you took the Patriots, right?
That's why I'm picking the Titans.
Can I give technical fouls on here? No.
I had no idea where you were going.
They could be rescinded though.
Playing both sides, Trebek.
I was gonna pick the Texans, but then Jamal's reasoning was so out of whack, and he's wearing a Cardinals hat, so I just don't trust him. So I don't want to base my pick on your pick.
Jamal's usually not too bad with the picks, but he does pick with his heart.
But yeah, you cannot pick with your heart. You cannot. When people do that with fantasy football and everything. Well, I will pick the Texans despite Jamal's pick. I just think the defense is that good. I'll go with everybody. And C.J. Stroud can't turn it over 42 times again.
I also just feel like for some reason all year on this show, and even in the picks poll I was doing with my friends all year, I just feel like I keep picking the Patriots, and I'm the only one, and they keep winning. I don't really want them to win. I think we just did 15 years of this, didn't we? I'm kind of over the Patriots, but...
Were you the only one to pick them? So
yeah. That's the way it's been all year.
Big gain.
Technical foul.
Said with such emphasis right there. All right, Denver and Buffalo. I guess I should give out the favorites, too. Denver is the home team, and Denver is actually favored right now. Jamal, you can go first again.
I'm taking Buffalo. Without no Lamar, no Patrick Mahomes, no Joe Burrow, there's no way Josh Allen does not win this game, and I think he's going to put Buffalo on his back, carrying the victory.
All right, well, he did that last week.
Yeah, I think I'm with Jamal. He's going to put them on his back one more week and then run into the Texans defense. Broncos defense is really good too. Wouldn't shock me if they win, but I think that we're going to see superhuman Josh Allen, Superman Josh Allen, and the Bills are going to win.
I think this is the toughest game to pick this week because I could see a scenario where the Broncos, I said this earlier, if they're running successfully against the Bills, and they should be able to because the Bills can't stop the run, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to do what Jacksonville did and be like, we can't run anymore. That's not fun. They'll just run the ball and beat Buffalo. But you got to be up by at least double digits in the final, 3 minutes? If it's close, I think Josh Allen finds a way. I've never even been to Buffalo, but I'm rooting for Josh Allen. Give me Buffalo. It's not going to be fun to pick against Josh Allen at this point.
Yeah.
But I think this is the toughest one to pick. I absolutely could just see Denver winning by 14.
By the way, neither of you get credit for saying you could see Denver win. You both said that.
No
credit
so
on
no
Monday.
matter what
Zero.
happens,
Of course not. Of course not. I'm not.
no matter what happens, we're right.
Of course not. I'm not going to take credit for that.
I'll just make it a clean sweep. I just trust Josh Allen. It's overly simplistic to say Josh Allen versus Denver, but Denver's 11-2 in one-score games. I'm going to say, some people say that means they can do it. I think it means that their luck's going to run.
I think Denver is still underrated nationally. I mean, they're favored, so I guess they're not that underrated, but they're favored by 1.5 at home. I just, if this were college game day right now, the graphic would be flapping up and we all pick Buffalo, and you'd be like, wow, you guys.
And then we're
going to
be what is it? Freezing cold takes.
Freezing cold takes is gonna post us with, after we all pick Alabama and Vanderbilt upsets, then that's how it usually goes.
That's the only reason we're saying, like, you could absolutely see Denver winning this, because Denver should win the game.
They should, yes.
All right, Seattle and San Francisco. Seahawks at home favored by 7. Sam Darnold dealing with an oblique.
By 7?
It was more than that.
That's insane.
It was 7.5 till Sam Darnold's oblique got hurt.
Okay.
So, all right, let's just start with Jamal again.
You know, I'm also starting to rethink my picks because
the other things Jamal does.
because Rick is picking the same. Okay, Rick. I didn't know Rick had the Texans getting to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Before the playoffs started, I had the Texans.
You did.
Getting
You've
to
been
the Super
consistent
Bowl.
with the Texans.
And
all 3 of you have picked the same in the first 2 games.
I'm a little worried.
Okay.
I think that's going to change though, because I'm taking the Niners.
Okay.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan loses to a team twice in 3 weeks.
Okay.
There's no way.
That's fair. That's fair. Rick?
Yeah, I trust Brock Purdy way more in the playoffs than I trust, especially an injured Sam Darnold. And I know there's no George Kittle. I know there's no Fred Warner. But, yeah, I mean, I trust Brock Purdy. That guy turns into a whole different player in the playoffs.
What's that word you like to use, Rick?
He's got that moxie.
Okay, well, I was thinking elite. But
he's approaching elite territory. He's approaching elite
Jamal's
territory.
reaction when you also took the Niners, if I had known you guys were thinking with the same brain, you could have one of you could have said your pick into the mic together. This might be picking with my heart the other way. I don't really want Seattle to win, so they're going to. I'll take Seattle. I'll take Seattle over San Francisco. I don't trust Sam Darnold, but I do trust their defense. No George Kittle's rough. That's rough. And, I really don't want Seattle to win, so they're going to. How's that for logic?
That's good rationale. I think this is the easiest one to pick. I love Kyle Shanahan. I think what he's done, I think he's the coach of the year. I don't even think it's particularly close for what he's done this year. But like you said, how much longer can they just be like, cockroaches and just like, you can't win? Oh, yes, we can.
Yeah.
I don't trust Darnold. I agree with you guys, but I'm going to take Seattle. They're at home. They're healthier.
They also... they really kind of screwed the Niners here, making them play on Saturday after they played on Sunday for no conceivable reason. Like, why did the Niners have to play on a 6-day week here? You could have easily just gone Rams-Bears. You could have flipped those games. So, I don't know. All right, so you went San Francisco too, huh?
I went Seattle.
Oh, you went Seattle. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so final game. We'll go Bears-Rams. The Rams are favored by 4.5. So that actually got bigger. Game's in Chicago, but the Rams favored by 4.5. Jamal?
So this is the game I'm looking forward to the most. I'm going to take the Bears. The Rams going into Chicago with negative 27 degrees. And I think Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur are setting up for like a WrestleMania match here in a few months. I like the Bears. I think Caleb Williams is on a heater. The defense is going to turn Matthew Stafford over a few times.
You think Ben Johnson's just on a run to go through Matt LaFleur and then Mike LaFleur and just every
all
other
the LaFleurs are done for.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jamal, but the Bears' luck runs out here.
Thank God.
They probably should have lost. They probably should have lost last week. It's been a bit too fluky for the Bears here. They're meeting, in my opinion, the best coach in the National Football League and this year's best quarterback. So I'm going to go with the Rams.
I agree that Sean McVay is the best coach. I have the Rams as the best team. I was telling John during the break, I'm in this huge fantasy football playoff pool, and I have way too many Rams. I'm way too invested in them for the whole playoffs. But it's going to be 5 degrees, 24% chance of precipitation, which is snow when it's 5 degrees, and the wind about 20 miles per hour. It's a night game. I don't trust Matthew Stafford. He should be able to get it done. They have the better team, but they don't put teams away anymore, and I don't trust their secondary. So if this game is close late, I think the Bears are going to find a way to win it. I'm surprised it's a 4.5-point underdog for sure. So yeah, give me Chicago.
Matt Stafford used to play in this division.
In a dome.
He did.
Yeah, but he would also have to play outside against the Bears and the Packers.
He didn't win very often, no.
Do you remember when he was playing for the Lions, though?
Well, maybe the worst question of all time. Remember the woman in Tampa Bay who asked Todd Bowles about the weather in Detroit? And they'd only been playing at Ford Field for like 20 years, and he goes, they play inside.
Yeah, that was
terrible.
He was like trying to be nice about it.
Yeah, he was trying to be nice.
So, yeah, I guess it's cold outside.
Yeah, it's like
all these cold weather cities should play outside.
You know, it's hard because, and none of us can relate to this. It's going to be, like you said, it's going to be 10 degrees, and it's going to wind and precipitation. Easy for me to say.
It's such an equalizer.
Whoa.
This game should be a pick 'em. It should be just a coin flip.
I'll take the Rams, but no, I'm not going to caveat that. I was going to do what you guys did, but I can see it now. Didn't you just say in the hall Chicago would win? Didn't you just acquiesce to someone that Chicago would win?
I picked Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure.
Chicago.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I picked Chicago. Yeah.
You can hit me. I'm sorry. I thought you said the Rams.
That's the stakes on this game?
Yeah, you can hit me.
I think the Rams are a better team.
No, you were in the hall going, I really think. So you do believe that?
I absolutely believe Chicago's going to win this game. And I really believe they're going to keep it within 4.5.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they may lose, but they're definitely keeping it within 4.5.
Plus, by the way, Luke's a superstar in this. You're in a poll of like 125 people, and you're in like the top 5.
Yeah, but I'm too invested in the Rams, so that's the problem.
Oh.
All right, when we come back, which Arizona Cardinals coaching candidate out of the 13 that they're connected to stands out to Tyler Drake? We're going to ask our own Cardinals reporter here at Arizona Sports next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when Kevin McCabe hosts AZ Preps Live, Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is starting off the new year strong with big savings.
Absolutely, Dave. It's our New Year's savings sales event. All month long, you can lease an all-new 2026 Train for just $279 a month or purchase with $47.50 in savings. Plus, the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options at $799 a month, making this the perfect time to upgrade your ride.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. Liberty GMC
GMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur today. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And in other Cardinals-related news, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that former Arizona head coach Jonathan Gannon is interviewing for the Tennessee Titans head coaching job on Sunday. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Robert Saleh's interview with the Cardinals go? Plus our thoughts on the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Burns and Gambo starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, Tyler Drake is in here right now. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf on this Friday, heading into a football weekend. What's going on, Tyler?
What's up, guys?
You know,
what's up, dude?
We should make Tyler make picks real quick here. Give us your 4 winners this weekend.
Ooh.
We want to throw out the games real quick.
Yeah, give me the games.
Okay, so we'll just go rapid fire. Okay, Denver, Buffalo.
Denver.
Okay, I'm gonna write these down. I'm gonna see where you fit in.
What's your reasoning? Because reasoning's the best part.
Oh, I was just told to go fast.
Yeah,
okay. Sorry, Luke just dirty looked me. Hurry up, go fast.
You're the first one of us to take
that
Denver.
That one's probably might be the toughest one for me to pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, New England, Houston.
New England.
Okay. Yeah. See, I'm the only one that took New England before you walked in here. So Tyler's kind of doing his own thing. San Francisco, Seattle.
San Francisco.
Okay. And Chicago, LA.
Oh, my co-host is going to be very mad, but I'm going to go LA.
Go LA. Okay. So Tyler, right there. Okay. All right.
All those are going to lose.
No, 3 out of the 4 you were kind of against the grain. That's good.
I like it. All right. Let's start with the Cardinals coaching search and the name Robert Saleh. What do you think when you hear that name?
I think that should be the next Cardinals head coach if he wants to come here.
Okay.
That's exactly what I think. I think that when you look at the list of candidates that you have right now who are either linked or who have interviewed, he's at the top of the list for me. Not only is he have some head coach experience, he's got the NFC West experience. He is, like we were talking about off air, a little bit connected with some of these guys who are the next, the McVays of the world, the LaFleurs of the world, the Shanahans of the world. So just everything about him would be the guy that I think should come here and really take over. I just think give him another shot, bring him in, and let him go to work. I really do think it's a tier above everybody else on the candidates list for me.
I agree with you.
Yeah, we're gonna role play for a second here because I think that Saleh will have options. He can go back.
Oh yeah,
he's not a retread guy. I look at some of these guys and I just want to puke when I hear some of their names because I think they're a flat retread and it's a desperation situation. I think at some point the interview went something like this: I'm the Cardinals, or I'll be Robert Saleh. Sorry. Hey, everything's great. I love what I'm hearing here. Everything's great. How are we fixing the quarterback situation? Because one thing I know about him is that he would be great and he would be perfect and he would change culture and he would fix the defense. He would do all the things that Jonathan Gannon was supposed to do. Mm-hmm. He would do that. But he's not coming here unless he's got a clear vision or the Cardinals have a clear vision of who the quarterback is going to be.
Yeah, and then that's the thing too is Saleh's got to also protect his resume because you've already seen him be a head coach one time and fail in New York, but how much is that on New York and how much is that on him? So I think it's a little bit of both, but again, it's the Jets, one of the most dysfunctional franchises in football. You look at it and I think the Dante Moore situation, what happened and him going back to school, that takes you a little bit out of the running for a quarterback this draft. So I think you're probably kicking the can to 2027 and probably saying, hey, we're going to roll with Jacoby Brissett for a little bit. Let's see what happens there. Maybe we'll bring in another veteran, but for right now, I mean, hey, maybe we
Cam Roberts all again. Hey, it's nice to talk to you guys. I got to go.
Exactly, and that might be the case.
I don't think he'll do that.
But see, so I'm going to ask Tyler the question you and I were debating earlier. All right, so what if Robert Saleh's like, you know what? It's down to you guys in Tennessee. They got Cam Ward, but I like Kyler.
Oh,
if you bring him back, here I am. I'm the coach.
I don't think so.
You don't think it's possible, or you wouldn't do it? Because I don't think it's possible. I would consider it for him. With the caveat that he's out of here in a year when we can draft a guy, unless he really turns it around.
I guess that's the thing too. I think it's been too long for Kyler.
It's
time for both sides to start anew, do something different. But that does make it a lot more interesting if he goes, I do like Kyler. I still wouldn't do it.
That's fair.
Maybe that's a knock, but I think you just have to go, hey, ride Jacoby Brissett till you can. Get another veteran. I mean, Mac Jones, he's on the Niners. Do they have a little connection there? I don't know. Do you make something work there? But I really do think you can't rush it and go into the draft and just grab somebody because Robert Saleh wants to get a young guy in there. So I would personally think that they would kick the can to 2027.
In terms of if it's not Robert Saleh, is there another candidate that intrigues you? Because I know it seems like everybody in the building here is Robert Saleh or bust kind of a thing, and I agree 100%. I know him well. I think he would be perfect here. But because like I said, I think that's a deal breaker for him.
Yeah.
Because as you just pointed out, in football, it's 2 strikes and you're out.
Yeah.
Shanahan went from Raiders to Broncos. Belichick went from Browns to Patriots. Like, you've got to make the right decision the second time around. And the Cardinals don't give candidates the benefit of the doubt. They look at it and they go, nope, not again. So if he says no, I don't think the Cardinals would say no. I think he would. Where do they go?
Ooh. Well, you go a little bit more outside the box. So my 2 prerequisites is you've got to be a part of the NFC West at some point. You got to have prior head coaching experience. But there is one name, Clint Kubiak, who would be, I think, another maybe Cliff Kingsbury 2.0 type situation. A little bit more NFL experience. But I look at it because you see what he did with Jackson Smith and Jigba. He took him another step forward. You've got 2 wide receivers here in Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson, who you could get even more out of. So that right there is just connection. Get your first-round pick where he should be. Get your diamond in the rough even more out of the rough in Michael Wilson. And then you see the NFC West connection. I mean, Seattle's top 10 offense. They've got Sam Darnold doing his thing. Definitely not a one-off there. So he's a guy that really stands out to me. If you're really trying to flip the script, go back to the offensive-minded coach, that's kind of where I'm starting.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Is there anybody that's not on the list that you wish was on, realistically?
Yeah.
So I'm going to say you can't say Mike Tomlin. Is there anybody else that's like, this guy should be? And I guess the second part of that is, do we know this is the final list, or could they still add guys?
Yeah, they could always still add guys. I mean, Jonathan Gannon, I think, was a later addition, too, especially when he's going all the way to the Super Bowl. So there is some guys that could still be out there. But I'll tell you right now, you said Mike, and I was like, oh, no, don't say it, Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
That's the guy right there. Is bring him in, let him, at least hear what he has to say. That's the offensive guru that could... you want to talk about the Kyler situation. Maybe he wanted him back, and you see what goes on there. But at the end of the day, I still think they're going separate ways.
I don't think I'd do it for him, just Saleh.
Yeah, okay. But McDaniel, he just really, again, head coach experience, NFC West ties. I would love to see McDaniel get an interview because I think it would be, if he comes in and gets an interview, it's Saleh and McDaniel are 1A, 1B for me.
I do think that's an intriguing name for the reasons you just gave. Offensive mind has been in this division and has been an NFL head coach, so he's not just going to be like, I don't have an answer when you start losing games.
In terms of a dude, he's the most amazing guy that you've ever talked to in your life, and he knows so much more about football than anything. He's an amazing guy. Let me throw a theory by you, just because I'm looking at the way the Cardinals always do business, and they're going to do this until further notice, which is this year, I believe, because of the uneven quarterback situation, all these different things, because of losing, because of the Bidwells, they're going to be at the bottom of the pecking order. Why not jump the system a year in advance? What I mean by that is watch what the Ravens and the Steelers are doing. They're not looking for the next coordinator. They're looking for the next young guy that can be there for 20 years. Not that the guy's going to be like that for the Cardinals, but you're looking at Grant Udinski, who's the offensive coordinator of Jacksonville. Or you're looking at the passing game coordinator of the Rams. Or you're looking at Davis Webb, quarterback coach of the Broncos. Why not think outside the box and get next year's best choices now? Because you're not going to get this year's best choices. You're the Cardinals. So why not get Davis Webb? I know he's 30. I know it's going to take time. I know he might screw up some things. But next year, he'll be at the top of the cycle. Because if the Cardinals keep doing business the way they're doing business, they'll keep having the record they're going to have. Do you get any kind of inkling that could happen?
I could say, it could happen. Never say never. I just think at this point you need to get somebody that's experienced. When you look at these previous head coaches that the Cardinals have brought in, I mean, you're going back to, I think, Denny Green, of the last guy who had some prior experience at a head coach. And that's why I just think shift the thinking. Go to somebody that's been there before. And I know, yes, you want to retread with Robert Saleh. You want to go with these guys who have failed before. Look at what other team, look at the team, look at the situation they were in. I just lean more that way. I think I'm still a little gun shy from Cliff Kingsbury in 2019 of bringing in a guy who really wasn't in the NFL at that point. And, I mean, he went through his ups and downs, his ebbs and flows. He was going to be that next hot name. And you know, he got to the playoffs, but outside of that, everything collapsed. So for me, I think I'm just going for somebody that's more experienced, that has more NFL ties, and that can bring in an experienced coaching staff around them, because I think that's going to be huge.
Tyler, before we let you go, any sense of what a timeline looks like? Is this something where they could hire a guy tonight, or it could be 3 weeks from now? Like, do you have any sense of if they have a preference there, or if they even care when they do it?
It depends on how many other guys in the playoffs they want to talk to. That's going to be the other thing. If you start seeing, you know, the Niners falling off this week, if you start seeing guys that are in the coaching candidates list fall out of the playoffs, it might kick up a little bit. It's going to be very interesting, especially when we go back to the Gannon situation of him going to the Super Bowl and having to wait and all that process. So I think we'll see some names come off the board, and then we'll have to see where the Cardinals fall.
Tyler, great stuff as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man.
That's Tyler Drake, our own Arizona sports Cardinals reporter. Hopefully for Tyler's sake, they get the right coach so he can cover some wins this year. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Just listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo starting next Tuesday. Then when you hear it, text that word to 620-620, and you will be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. All right, when we come back, we'll stick with the Cardinals and their coaching search. Is there maybe an off-the-radar candidate that they could hire as their next head coach? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think from a Cardinals perspective, this changes things not so much because Tomlin is available, because as I said, I don't think you're going to get him. I think what changes things for the Cardinals is that Pittsburgh is available. And now that search got a little bit more diluted for the Cardinals to find their next guy.
That's a great point. It is one of the most stable franchises in the NFL, but there's a lot you've got to kind of overcome.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype, M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine, simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to see why more car buyers than ever before are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. For 75 years, Earnhardt's been a name Arizonans trust with the experience, selection, and offers to prove it. Right now, score a $1,000 trade bonus on a remaining 2025 Ford Ranger on approved credit. Or get $1,000 in bonus cash on a remaining 2025 Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport when you trade in a competing vehicle. Or get an awesome low payment on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $289 a month on a 36-month lease with $33.69 due at signing on approved credit. Their founder, Tex Earnhardt, used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Includes Jeep Conquest Cash or Toyota Conquest Cash for qualified customers. $0 security deposit APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license, apply, $99 top fee. See dealer details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
It's just a public service announcement, sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I...
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Tuesday as we recap a wild weekend of NFL playoffs, and we'll update the head coaching carousel. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Waddell. What is up, Waddell? Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf today. And John, this is something you brought up before the show. Well, we talked about it, briefly, even just with Tyler right there. There's a couple ways. There's a few ways, really. The Cardinals can go with their next head coach that they hire. And there's degrees of this, right? You can hire a guy with experience as an NFL head coach. And you can break that into two classes. A guy with experience that maybe wasn't in the best situation his first time around, like Robert Saleh. Or, there's a fine line there where you get to guys that are just retreads and we know what they are. Yes, they've been an NFL head coach, but we know what the ceiling is. I don't think we know Saleh's ceiling. So that's why I like him, and I want experience. You could also go the other way. You go with another coordinator. I think if you go with a young defensive coordinator, at a certain point, you're just doing the same thing. Why did you even fire Gannon? Because you're not going to know if this guy's any better than Gannon for a couple years, probably, especially in this division if you do that. Or you could go another path, which you brought up earlier. You could just go almost a complete unknown with this hire.
Yeah, and I get, because Tyler said this, and you and I were talking about it a little bit earlier, they went that way before, and okay, it didn't work out with the beautiful coach, but I would say that if you start looking at this, you're the Cardinals and you're at the bottom of the pecking order. That's just the way it is. And it's not necessarily because of you're losing or anything else. Tennessee has Cam Ward. That's going to be attractive. Depending on what certain candidates think of Fernando Mendoza, I would get nowhere near the bowl cut of Mark Davis, but somebody might. and that's fine. But you're a bad decision maker if that's your haircut and he's owning your team. So
it does raise questions right out of the gate.
You're a bad decision maker. So. But if you like Fernando Mendoza, you got your quarterback. You are tied to the quarterback.
What if he made everybody they draft get the same haircut? Like, what if Fernando Mendoza had to get the Mark Davis haircut?
He'd probably stay in school.
Probably.
That's why Dante Moore went back
just in case.
It looks like, whoa, I'm going there. But so you've got it. You're tying your quarterback or your coach to your quarterback, and so if you don't have that, and you have the track record they've had, and all this kind of stuff, it probably makes for the worst situation. Maybe outside the Browns. The Browns are just the Browns. So maybe outside of that. So what I'm thinking is jump the market. So next year, Davis Webb is going to be really hot, the quarterback coach of the Broncos. Grant Udinski is the 30-year-old offensive coordinator of the Jaguars. He's going to be hot next year, et cetera, et cetera. The Rams have a passing game coordinator. Clint Kubiak is the hot Kubiak this year. Clay Kubiak, who's the offensive coordinator but doesn't call plays for the 49ers, is going to be a hot name next year. I think what you do is you jump the market. And you say, if you can't get a Saleh, why get – what would bother me is Matt Nagy would bother me. Joseph would bother me. Arthur Smith would bother me. Like, that's just getting a coach to get a coach. And you know in two or three more years, you're in the market again. And what you're trying to do, your parents always tell you that. Do it right the first time. Do it right the first time. Do it right the first time. So don't go cheap. You're already paying coaches anyway. Why not just go out and jump the market and take your chances? Because it is also – that's how Gruden came aboard. That's how, a lot of these coaches, that's how Sean McVay came aboard in L.A. Sometimes you take a chance because I know what Arthur Smith's going to be.
Yeah, it is a good point. It's definitely something to think about. My stance on this from day one being a week and a half ago when they fired Gannon, was very similar to Tyler's. I want an established guy. Specific for the Cardinals. If I'm the Raiders,
show me the line between the retread and the guy that what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, and that's the thing. Like that line that you're talking about is I have Robert Saleh on the line of established guy. I still think there's more there. The other guys I have on that list aren't on the Cardinals list, whether that's Brian Flores or I know you guys both mentioned Mike McDaniel. Maybe he's just better as a coordinator. I don't know. But there's at least some – I see some of those guys and think there could be upside. There could be more upside, certainly with Brian Flores. I mean, he's barely been an NFL head coach, and he coached 3 seasons with Miami and had a winning record 2 of the seasons, and Miami was a mess then. So that's somebody, but he's not on their list. McDaniel doesn't seem to be on their list. I'm not the world's biggest Mike McCarthy fan. I know he has a Super Bowl. I kind of feel like we know what his ceiling is, and it's lower than the Super Bowl, even though he has a Super Bowl, unless he's going to bring back Aaron Rodgers in his prime. But, I think he probably is the line. He's not necessarily a retread because he's had success, but you kind of know what is. But some of these guys, I agree with you. It's just like if you're just like Matt Nagy, I feel like we know what Matt Nagy is. Maybe that's not fair, but go ahead and hire Matt Nagy and see what the fans are.
Look, and here's the other thing. He had Patrick Mahomes, and even when he did, that offense wasn't very good.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Arthur Smith's offense, I just saw it. Now, they were playing the Texans, but I've seen it all season long. It's not very good. So I get confused when I go, why are you rehiring a guy just because he has experience? Yeah. I'm cool with the experience
I need to see
part.
A selling point, like an actual selling point more than, and this is to me, who has from day one wanted an experienced head coach. Your selling point can't only be you've been a head coach before. Because some of these guys, and this is where I was kind of going with this, I hear what you're saying, what a lot of people are saying, that they're not going to get the first pick. And I think that's something they have to address and figure out because you're not looking for, yes, Baltimore and Pittsburgh are out there, but you're not fighting with some of these teams. You're not fighting with Buffalo for a head coach. And okay, it's us or Buffalo, and a candidate's like, well, I can go coach Josh Allen or I can coach. No, you're fighting with Tennessee and Cleveland and the Raiders. Like you should be able to. It should be close enough where you can move ahead of them with money or whatever, or weather, or you sell your defensive talent that maybe was hurt last year but is young and maybe one of these coaches likes that. I don't know. But the part of this is if you're not, let's say, Robert Saleh's first choice and he goes somewhere else, a lot of these coordinators like Mike LaFleur and like Clint Kubiak and some of these guys, you could argue are next year's guys. I mean, I don't know that you're going to go after Mike LaFleur and you're going to, you're Mike LaFleur's 4th choice. I don't know that he's in. Maybe he is the next wave that you're talking about. The reason I think this is interesting is because it's essentially what the Suns did. The Suns went out and got Jordan Ott, who the prevailing wisdom on him around the NBA was, yeah, this guy's going to be a coach someday. He's not necessarily on everybody's radar this year, still maybe a little young, a little inexperienced, but in 2026, or certainly 2027, Jordan Ott's name's going to get brought up in a lot of coaching. And the Suns went out and just got him, and look what he's doing. Different sport, obviously, and they got the right guy. You got to get the right guy. You can't. The Cardinals have a track record of not getting the right guy. So
I just think it's always going to be hard for them to get the hot guy. You're just not going to get that person, and I think you got to think outside the box. I get it. Kingsbury didn't necessarily work out. I understand that. The other negative, I wonder if this is a negative or not. 3 of the 4 teams in the NFC are from the NFC West. You've got to come into this thing thinking, okay, do I have the quarterback? Do I have the right ownership? Do they win? Do I, and then all of a sudden you're playing in the NFC West. Now, I think it's better than the Browns. I think it's better than the Raiders. I would look at ownership. The 2 things you have to look at as a candidate is quarterback and ownership.
Yeah.
Are they dedicated to winning, and do you have the right guy in place? That's why I think you have to jump the market, and then you throw in the NFC West and how tough it might be to win here. And I just don't know who you're going to get.
It is not the easiest. There are good coaching candidates out there. I mean, Kevin Stefanski, we haven't mentioned his name yet. I don't know if he left Cleveland and was like, I'm out of here. I'm leaving the country. I haven't heard anybody going after Kevin Stefanski, but that's another one that I would
Can you
consider.
imagine that interview, by the way? Who am I tying myself to? Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, Deshaun Watson? Like, what am I doing?
Yeah, I would think everybody would be his first choice ahead of what he just had. All right, we come back to basketball, and what exactly makes for a successful road trip now for the Suns? They've already begun 0-2. We're going to talk to Empire of the Suns co-host Kevin Zimmerman will join us in here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting at the buzzer. He tried the 3 to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here in Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 5-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved for dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur today. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. In other Cardinals-related news, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that former Arizona head coach Jonathan Gannon is interviewing for the Tennessee Titans head coaching job on Sunday. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. What stood out in last night's Suns game against the Pistons, and what is the latest regarding the health of Devin Booker? The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf.
We wrap up the week here. Kevin Zimmerman, co-host of Empire of the Suns, is joining us in studio right now to talk about the Phoenix Suns, both last night and going forward. What's going on, Kevin?
How's it going?
It's going. It's good. It's good. What was your takeaway from that game last night? Because there was some good, but there was some bad, and I don't even know how to feel today.
Okay, there's 3 buckets right now. One, I'm not worried about a losing streak because I just think the fight they showed to start that game last night, coming off that Heat loss, that's a really good team. Their defense is solid. They hung in there, and it was just a couple bad possessions. I guess the one thing we could talk about is the Dylan Brooks experience, which it feels like a train that's kind of maybe going off the tracks in the last few weeks.
Feels like it's gotten a little crazier, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Since the LA game, is that about when? Or
yeah, it's just can he just revert back to? We know he's going to push the envelope. He's going to get technicals here and there, but from that end, it's you got to just chill out a little bit sometimes and realize what is going on. I just don't know if we're going to reach an inflection point on this or if it's just going to keep going or whatever.
I think that the best thing that can happen to him is if he reverts back to being where he should be in the pecking order of this team.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a scorer. He's a complementary player that's an irritant, that plays some tough defense, but when you get him in the right pecking order, I think he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
It's just having him miscast as your number one scorer, as we're watching the game last night, going, okay, who's the go-to guy? Well, they don't have one. They're out of gas, and to think that Dylan Brooks is going to be that guy, that's never going to work.
Yeah, and he's going to have to adjust on the fly here. I mean, when you assume Book would come back from that ankle sprain pretty soon, and when he and Jalen Green are back, then it becomes your third on the pecking order probably. Grayson could argue that he's up there too. So, yeah, that's the subplot of all this is once they're completely healthy, how does he function within the offense? Is it as much of the mid-range? I think the averages are probably coming down the last few weeks. And is he fine? Just he can be aggressive as a spot-up three-point shooter. I think he'd be happy to do that. And it's just, do you kind of revert and readjust to the personnel around you? That's going to be the thing to watch once they are healthy.
I know you said you're not worried about a 2-game losing streak, and I think that's fair because halfway through the season they really haven't lost more than 2 in a row at any point other than the very beginning of the season when they weren't this team. But where do you worry about, if this road trip starts to really get off the rails and you look around the Western Conference and it is still the much more competitive conference? Like, if you don't have Devin Booker for a few games, if you still don't have Jalen Green, when does this start to catch up with you?
I'm just worried about standings, I guess, and when you start to, if they really started to slide and it goes beyond this week, I would say. How the roster's built, I just don't have, I guess, maybe lower expectations even still considering how well they've played. Because last night, again, it's one of those where they had a chance to win against the best team in the East, and it does come down to just personnel at the end of the day. So I don't really have those big concerns until the concern becomes, you're losing playoff spots or play-in spots, or you could have been out of the play-in and that kind of thing.
Okay.
This is really convenient to have you in because, not that I'm a math guy, but 24 plus 17 is 41. Half of 82 is 41. So we're at the midway point of the season. I would imagine that it's great having this conversation because didn't we think we were going to have a conversation of lottery and being near that, even though they don't have the pick? But, I mean, being down there to sit here halfway through the season without Jalen Green making much of a contribution and a lot of other injuries, you got to say to this point it's been wildly successful.
Yeah, and from the successful standpoint and players having individual success as you starting to get close to the trade deadline, then you're in an advantageous position because, look, you don't have to do anything. Ideally, you'd get rid of Nick Richards' salary because he's not playing anyway. You get under tax, and then you're set up for the future, and you think that way. And you're also still probably going to win once you get healthy, and this roster's it's pretty well put together from what we've seen. But the other advantageous part is trade deadline. People are going to come at offers for your players possibly, and you don't know what's out there. I can't tell you what the return would be where I'm willing to shake this group up because that's just not clear. There's not one guy. Jonathan Kuminga was maybe their target in the offseason, and he's just had a terrible time after that weird contract situation there. So what can they do to get better? I don't know, but they'll at least have options on the table, and they'll have the ability to say, hey, yeah, you want to give us a bunch for Grayson Allen because he's a little redundant with Jalen Green and Book. We'll see what that looks like because he's had an awesome season, but at the other end, it's Grayson Allen's had an awesome season and it would change your team if he was gone. So I think they'll have a lot of things to look at in the next month, and they can kind of pick and choose if they really want to be aggressive.
Kevin Zimmerman's joining us sort of along those lines. I talked to Kellen Olson about this earlier in the week. I heard you guys on the Empire of the Suns talking about a version of this too. How much do you need to look big picture, and not in the sense that you would want to disrupt anything this year, but you are in the Western Conference. This is a magical run. I think you see it all the way through. I'm pretty sure you feel the same way. But can this be the group next year and the year after? Because you don't have easy avenues to add significant players other than adding Jalen Green at some point.
That's a good point. I mean, to me, there's the tax discussion, which is, look, if you're going to be over it a little bit, if you make a little roster upgrade that probably assume costs more money than sending someone out, then you might as well look at how you can actually make a run this year. Because, look, the contract situation isn't great when you look at long-term, like Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, even Bradley Beal dead money at this point is going to be lingering. I don't want to count how many years.
It's several years.
Several. So to me, I think that's a discussion, but there has to be a real discussion on okay, can we add a piece to this team that will make us better in the future, even if it shakes things up a little bit this year?
Could you do it in the offseason? Is that?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a lot of this can wait till the offseason where you look at Grayson and Royce O'Neal again in those contracts, and can you move them for a really, maybe a younger piece or draft picks or whatever. So to me, I think they're in a place where they don't really have to do much, which isn't exciting to talk about for your guys' shows.
It's exciting to watch, though.
But it's exciting to watch, and that's where we have to remember where we were the last 2 years.
Yeah. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Just because I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment. He didn't play well last night, but I mean, your first-round pick is a center. Mark Williams is sitting there. There are going to be teams who want size, and the reason I like trading in season is because you have leverage. In the offseason, everybody's got equal leverage.
Yeah.
But if somebody needs size, and I like Mark Williams, I do. I think it was a nice trade. It's a nice move. But the Lakers tried to get him last year. If there's a team that makes sense for Mark Williams and you can get an asset Would he be somebody that they would look to move?
Even him, I think offseason would be even better because of his restricted free agency. And there you could say, okay, we're going to do a sign and trade where we're giving you a bigger contract and we're moving you for a piece that is, a guy who's established and coming in. So that's a quirk with him where I don't know if it might be better to wait and let the other team make his contract if you're actually going to trade him. Because right now I think he's like $6 million if I'm guessing off the top of my head. So yeah, and also his value, you got to get a center back because Oso's been awesome. I think the afternoon show is going to talk to him just about how much he's come around the last few weeks, but you still need a second guy there, and as long as Kaman Malawach isn't really getting in the rotation, I have concerns if they have any center depth right now, if Mark Williams went down or Oso right now.
Yeah. Kevin, great stuff, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good weekend. That's Kevin Zimmerman joining us right there to talk a little Phoenix Suns as they head into this weekend. Of course, games against New York this weekend. And actually, since we're not back till Tuesday, they play Brooklyn on Monday night as well. All right, when we come back, since we're not back till Tuesday, they're going to crown a national champion in college football before we're back on the air. So why don't we talk a little bit about that and the rest of the coaching carousel in the NFL. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lunn, in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll give you the latest on how the Suns have fared on their road trip and everything going on in the NFL playoffs and the Cardinals coaching search. It all starts at 6. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Okay, so you just heard Vince Marotta right there. We are back on the air Tuesday, all the shows. And what that means, it means a few things, actually, John London for Wolf today. You've got the Suns are going to have played a couple games before the next time we're in here. The divisional round is going to be done. We're going to be down to the final 4 teams in the NFL. We are probably going to know a couple of these coaching vacancies being filled. I mean, maybe not the Cardinals, maybe the Cardinals, but there's 8 teams that still need a coach. I got to think one of them hires one in the next few days. Maybe not, just because the playoffs are still going, but I got to think somebody does. And we're going to have a national champion before we're in here. So I'll let you take this any direction you want, except I'm going to strongly suggest national championship because we haven't talked about that much this week. Indiana and Miami, and Indiana a massive favorite in that game.
Well, I'm terrible because, and I shouldn't say this because they're going to leave, but I was watching all the build-up to Oregon, Indiana, and everybody was Indiana this and Indiana this and Indiana this. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, these are 18 to 22-year-old kids because McAfee and everybody, Indiana just doesn't make mistakes. It's like they're young kids, of course, to make mistakes. And then they just crushed Oregon's soul. They ripped their face off.
I bought into it, too. I bought into the, man, you just beat Oregon. Right. It was close. Like, this is going to be a close game. And it was threw a pick 6 on the first play from scrimmage.
Yeah. And it was like, oh, my God. And then, Dante Moore's got to go back to school. But I'm buying in, which means Miami will win. But Miami's got this feel-good story. They're at home, everything like that. But it just seems like Indiana's just a bunch of cyborgs. And I can't even believe I'm saying it because it still doesn't compute that they're as good as they are. Now they're plus 22 in turnover differerential. They're getting a lot of breaks, things like that. But they just seem like at every turn, like they haven't even played a close game. I mean, Ohio State they did for the Big Ten championship, but outside of that, they just crush people. So how could you go anywhere else?
It's hard to get a read on some of those Big Ten teams going into the postseason. Somebody's going to take this as a slight on the Big Ten. It's not meant to be that, but the conference is so big that some of these teams, like Ohio State, too, just played a lot of trash this season. And so you're like, I know they're good, but how good are they when they're playing an SEC school? And it's the same thing for Oregon. I mean, Oregon's in the Big Ten, too, but like Indiana, at least this season, played Illinois when Illinois was good, Oregon and Ohio State. They beat Illinois 63-10. They beat Oregon, but it was close. It was 30-20, and obviously Ohio State was close 13-10. But it's like you look at the rest of their schedule, and it's like Michigan State, cool. UCLA, cool. Penn State was a mess by then. Wisconsin, awesome. Purdue's terrible. Indiana State, Kennesaw State, Old Dominion. Like these are real games that were on their schedule, and so they're good going into the postseason. But how good are they? They embarrassed Alabama. And then whatever the next level of embarrassment is, that's basically what they did to Oregon, 56-22. It's the last time you see a team put up 56 on Oregon. So is it disrespectful to Miami that Indiana's an 8.5-point favorite? Maybe, yeah. But I'm not picking against Indiana now that I've seen them play other teams in the actual postseason. I know this is just Oregon
Does home field matter to you? I mean, the fact that they get this thing at home? Because you know what you know this. Indiana's bought up all the tickets. So everybody's saying Miami's at home. That's great if it's your home crowd. But because these are tickets that everybody can have, I think something like 60%, based on zip code of where you buy it, that's how they find it out, is that it's going to be Indiana fans, even though it's in Miami at the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, I mean,
Miami at Hard Rock, I should say.
I don't really care what the fans outside the stadium, like who they want to win. That's not going to
that's exactly.
Game. Yeah,
so it's actually going to be more of an Indiana crowd than it is a Miami crowd, even though it's in Miami.
Yeah, I don't know how you can watch what they did to Alabama, who Alabama maybe a little shaky by the end of the year by Alabama standards, okay, but 38-3. And then what they did to Oregon, who really wasn't shaky and had just handled Texas Tech, who also wasn't shaky. I don't know how you can look at Indiana and say, oh, yeah, they're going to lose. Here's their weak. Where's their weakness? They don't have a weakness. So it's football. It's the beautiful part of the game. Miami's defense is legit. Miami deserves to be here. I don't think anybody questions that. Maybe they catch Indiana on a bad day, but like you said, if Indiana's a bunch of robots, then they don't have a bad day.
Yeah, and I watched all of it, all the pregame. It was everybody, and usually when that happens, you said this earlier, where it's like everybody picks and then they show that they were all wrong, but then it just came true. Now, can we completely look at that Oregon game? Because Dante Moore does that and then he fumbles it again, and they made so many mistakes at Oregon.
Yeah,
maybe it's a little bit closer, but what I look at is the physical dominance. And even if Alabama's not to their normal standards, to physically dominate Alabama, which they've got a bunch of NFL guys still on that team, they're physically dominating teams. And then Kirk Cignetti on the sidelines never change. Like even though they're this young, the thing that impresses you most is they get up 21-0 on you, and they want to rip your throat out still. And normally what happens with young players and young teams is they take the pedal off and it gives you an opportunity, but they don't.
That's the scary part of it, because I look at this and I'm like, yeah, Miami's not going to get blown out. Miami's defense is too good. They're not going to see 56 points from Indiana. And I definitely don't think we're seeing 56 points, but it could be a blowout. If Carson Beck makes a mistake, and he does make them, he actually got away with a few mistakes. They easily could have lost to Ole Miss. I'm not going to say they should have, but they easily could have, where he was making mistakes. Could you not see a scenario where Indiana gets the ball, they score? Maybe Miami gets a field goal, Indiana scores again, Carson Beck turns the ball over, then the game's over. And then we're just off to the races with Indiana. Whereas I don't see a scenario where Miami could blow Indiana out. So a lot of stuff would have to go wrong.
So many mistakes.
Fernando Mendoza would have to get hurt. He got hurt in what was the game? It was the Ohio State game at the end of the Big Ten
first play, right?
And he just came back because he's a robot, so it doesn't matter.
And I believe in him, by the way. I know that there's a lot of people who, this, that, and the other. If you look at the history of the position at the pro level, it's that kind of you don't have to be the most athletic. Montana's not, Brady's not, like Drew Brees isn't. Like, I don't understand why he's getting knocked so much. Now, they have great talent. They have receivers are going to be in the NFL. They have running backs are going to be in the NFL. They have a great offensive line, but he's really good.
Yeah, he is. I was a little slow to come around on him just because, like, I remember him at Cal being just a guy, especially 2 years ago when Cal was in the Pac-12 with ASU. Remember the Pac-12? That was the thing.
What was that?
So, and then when this season started, again, you don't know what you can make of a guy when he's beating Old Dominion and Kennesaw State and Indiana State. But it has been so obvious that his improvement, you just watch him. You don't have to watch the All-22. You don't have to be an NFL scout. Just watch him from games earlier in the season to games in November to games now, and he has gotten so much better. I don't know that I look at him as like a generational, he's going to be great no matter where he goes. So I'm a little worried about him going to the Raiders, but he's no doubt the first pick in the draft. Yeah. And I mean, he's an NFL quarterback.
Well, and from a college standpoint, he's the most efficient quarterback in all of college football. His touchdown to interception ratio, they just have to make a lot of mistakes that they haven't made all year. And like I said, before the Oregon game, I was kind of getting sick because these are young players who make mistakes, but they don't.
Yeah.
And when Oregon made the initial mistakes, that's when the young players come in. They're trying to pat him on the head, but you knew Dante Moore's psyche was shot. And if that same thing, like you said, has happened, look, Miami is riding this huge wave and all these different things. And Mario Cristobal comes home, and there's all, Carson Beck, people doubted him. Like, I understand all those storylines. You're going home, all those things. It's a great storyline. It's just you're going up against a team from a college level that is as dominant as we've seen. And the only reason why people have been slow to come around is because it's Indiana.
Yeah,
if they were Alabama or Georgia or anybody else, people would be praising this team as one of the greatest of all time, but they're having a hard time wrapping their head around it saying Indiana on their jersey.
Although if they win, they'll finish 16-0, which that's hard to argue with in terms of all time. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. Thanks to John Lund filling in for Wolf today. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Lawler, I mean, he's still considered one of the top prospects in baseball. We all know about the failings that he's had at the major league level so far, whether it was the yips or his inability to hit at first. I feel like we've gotten to that point where Jordan Lawler, where it's like, okay, what are you? Who are you? How are you going to contribute to the Arizona Diamondbacks? And I don't mean Reno. I mean the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yeah. How are you going to contribute to this team? And it feels like this is that year for Lawler. I just don't know where that path is.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Paul Caldisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur today. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And in other Cardinals-related news, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that former Arizona head coach Jonathan Gannon is interviewing for the Tennessee Titans head coaching job on Sunday. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, the dealer of carbohydrates, Sean Gambadoro. What's going on, Gambo?
What? Burnsy, what's going on? I told you those bagels are the best.
They're the best, and we're all going to slip into a food coma here in about 45.
Ray Wolf and look back.
We asked management, would it be all right if we could revert like to kindergarten days and just take a nap for about a half hour during the day? So I think we're all going to need a little nap after bagels the size of your head were delivered today by Gamble. Those are fantastic.
Best bagels in town. Look at the size of that. Look at that bad boy right there. Look at that.
Look at that. Yeah.
Look at that bagel, you YouTubers.
Zero protein, 100 grams of carbs.
That having a little taste of heaven on earth, that bagel.
It was good.
It's so good.
It was good.
It's so good.
God, am I going to need a cup of coffee in about a half an hour? Yeah. I'm just going to
I could have brought you in. They got coffee at the Bagel Man. They got coffee there.
I'm good on the coffee. I'm good on the coffee. But those bagels were fantastic.
Oh,
yeah, thank you for bringing those.
You're very welcome.
Yeah,
you're very welcome.
And a wide variety of cream cheeses as well. So we're good. We're fueled up. We're ready to go.
Good cream cheese.
We're flying on a carb high right now, and we'll just take it as long as we can take it until we just crash.
Until we crash.
Right. And when that happens,
it's Lauren and Jamal.
I'm sure you'll tell us. Yeah, you guys will just take over the show.
Yeah. Lauren had a bagel too, so she might crash too.
Maybe we give one to Jamal too, so we just kind of infect him as well with the bagels. Yeah, fantastic. Anyway, we got a lot going on, a lot to talk about on today's Friday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting, at the buzzer. No. He tried the three to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here at Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
Remember that train, I think I can, when we were kids, like the train that could or whatever it was.
Yeah.
The little train getting up the hill.
The little engine that could.
The little engine that could. The book. Yeah, I think I could. I was, God, this is crazy. I was so freaking proud of the Suns last night. I know this may sound absurd. I'm never like this. I'm a wins. I was so proud of how hard they battled that team. How much and I didn't think they were going to win. Like, even towards the end, I just didn't think they were going to win. Mm-hmm. Grayson Allen took 17 three-pointers in the final 28 seconds of that basketball game. I mean, it was incredible. But, man, the game ended, and I'm like, God, man, they really gave it everything tonight. The heart of that band, the heart of a lion. They played so well. I'm not disappointed. I don't know if you feel the same. I'm not disappointed. Oh. They went and played the best team in the East without their starting backcourt and with Dylan Brooks sick, and they freaking had the lead in the fourth quarter. Like, it was a much tougher game than it should have been. The Pistons walked out of there like, why was that so hard? It's because you had to be thinking. The Pistons, like, you've got everybody back. Brooks is ill. Booker's not playing. Green's not playing. You're running into Oso Iguodaro and Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie, and these guys are taking it to you.
They're giving you all you can handle.
Taking it to you.
All you can handle. Yeah, no, it's there's like little elements of the game to be disappointed in, little elements of the game to want better for them. But you look at it from 30,000 feet, you look at it from a big view up high.
No, man, you're not gonna be disappointed in that game for a couple of reasons. Number one, they did everything that you said that they did, right? The way they played hard, the way they battled, the way they did it shorthanded, all of those things. And again, and I keep leaning on this crutch, but God, they've just built up so much equity and so much running room and so much margin for error with the first half of the season that they've gotten off to. You can afford to drop a game like that to the Detroit Pistons. It really doesn't hurt you. Nothing was really, last night wasn't a big harmful loss. They didn't get wounded. There was not like their playoff hopes had a, big hit last night. They're fine. They got half the season to go. They got a long way before wins are going to start mattering like that. So because of the equity they've built up, you can afford to lose. Would I have liked to have won? I got to admit, I was thinking about, wow, can you imagine we're in here on Friday and we're talking about beating the full-staffed Detroit Pistons with no Devin Booker, no Jalen Green, and Dylan Brooks Hill, and that would have been a hell of a... So that part I'm a little disappointed
We
about.
knew what the recipe was. We said it yesterday. The recipe is you got outscored them by 3. And I said they got outscored them by 21 points. If they get outscored them by 21, they give themselves a shot. They actually outscored them by 24. The Suns made 17 three-pointers. The Pistons made 9. So that is 8 more three-pointers. That's a 24-point advantage. And that's what we kind of figured. We talked about it yesterday. Without the weapons that they had, without Green and without Book, they were going to have to bombs away from three-point range. So plus 24 points in the three-point range probably should have been enough to give them the win. The problem was they couldn't stop Detroit in the paint. There was a huge advantage for Detroit in the paint, and that's where they won the game. So I loved what they were able to do from 3. I loved it. But when you look at their ability, the Pistons' ability to score in the paint, they had 44 points in the paint. Durant was a dunking machine, putbacks and alley-oops. He had 3 dunks in the third quarter. Thompson had one, and Durant had another one in the fourth quarter. So the Suns were out-rebounded 54-41. They were out-rebounded by 13. They gave up 44 points in the paint, and that was enough for Detroit to kind of offset the bombs away three-point attempts by Phoenix.
There's no doubt, especially in that third quarter, where it just felt like every single basket was at the rim for Detroit. Every single one. They came back, they took the lead in that third quarter, and it was point blank. It was offensive rebounds. Mark Williams got hammered last night. I thought it was another not so great moment for him. And again, you're talking about big picture, not being disappointed with how things went last night. Little picture, I was a little disappointed in Mark Williams. He didn't hold up very well against that physical Detroit team. Little disappointed in Dylan Brooks. I thought he kind of lost control again and certainly shot really inefficiently and didn't channel himself very well last night.
He didn't have a good game.
He did not. And he really hasn't had back-to-back 2 good games, I think, for the Suns as part of this losing streak. And we'll talk about him a little bit later.
They shut down Cade Cunningham.
They
shut him. Jordan Goodwin.
Jordan Goodwin. Hats off to you, brother. I mean, we salute you for what you did to Cade Cunningham. You made one of the best players in the NBA look
silly,
average last night, mediocre.
What a
last
job
night.
by Goodwin!
He did
What
fantastic.
a job by Goodwin!
Grayson Allen, after the game, talked about him personally attempting 20 three-pointers.
I had a few that were just kind of late. I think I had 2 or 3 late shot clock heaves, and then a couple just play designs at the end where we're trying to get one up quick, but. Throughout the game to get up like 15 quality ones is what it felt like was, it felt good, but it's it's not me creating all of them. A lot of it's ball screens, our movement off the ball, somebody getting an offensive rebound. So it's a lot easier when you get a handful of ones created by teammates in there.
Kellen, in his write-up of the game this morning on ArizonaSports.com, had a great little note that I thought just told the whole story about how much effort the Suns were putting into last night's game. Midway through the second quarter, the Phoenix Suns had 8 steals and 7 blocks. Okay,
yes.
They had 15 combined in the first 18 minutes of the game. On average, the Phoenix Suns in a game will have about 14 and a half combined steals and blocks. They surpassed that number halfway through the second quarter.
They were up by 16?
The effort was max. The throttle was full. They were standing on the pedal defensively. And, the
bench had 7 steals.
Punched Detroit in the face to start that game. Just Detroit was like, what the hell? What just hit us? And they couldn't hold on because Detroit's physicality and, like you say, at the rim and the offensive rebounds and the points in the paint. The Suns just had absolutely no answer for that at all. They just couldn't contend with it. But, boy, for a while there, the Suns were just smacking the Pistons silly, and it was fun to see.
Yeah, they forced 11 turnovers in that first half. They had 7 steals. The Suns' bench had 7 steals. Goodwin had 3. Overall, 9 steals, 8 blocks, 11 turnovers forced. Grayson Allen was unconscious. He had 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 blocks by Grayson Allen in the first half. You're right. It was almost like, I'm not going to punch the bully once. I'm going to punch him and keep punching him and keep punching him. They're not going to know what hit him. And the Suns did that. Now, I thought Detroit's defense in the last few minutes of that game was spectacular. Just absolutely spectacular. Every time they passed it to Colin Guyon, pass it to Royce Guyon, pass it to Grace Guy, they were defending that three-point line like their lives depended on it, knowing that Phoenix was they had to take the three-point shot away from Phoenix. And I thought they did a great job in the last few minutes of that game. But that was that run. I thought it was the run that kind of, did Phoenix in. I'm going to go back to my notes here because, I like my notes. It was a 13-2 run, and it put them up by 6. And because the Suns were playing so freaking well. And the Suns were actually up 94-89. 94-89 early in the fourth quarter. They scored the first 2 baskets of the fourth quarter. But that 13-2 run put Detroit up by 6, and it was just enough. The Suns got within 2, but they couldn't get any closer than that.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, well, first of all, let me tell you about this opportunity we've got for you, because the loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and right here on Burns and Gambo starting Tuesday of next week. When you hear the code word, text that word to 620-620, and you will be entered to win Greenskeeper tickets to the greatest show on grass. Who interviewed who last night between Robert Saleh and the Arizona Cardinals? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting, at the buzzer. He tried the 3 to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here in Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, back here to say about Liberty GMC, and something I do not like at all is getting my car service. Every time that little light pops on the dashboard there, I think, oh, great, I got to go get my car service, which means I got to sit there and I got to wait for it, and I got to figure out a time to drop it off, and I got to do this, and I got to do that. Or I could just take it to Liberty GMC, because at Liberty GMC, they have perfected the art of servicing your car. First of all, they've got a late night shift that they've added, which means you can drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and it's going to be ready for you the next morning. All right, so you just don't have to worry about the wind or anything like that. You just drop it off and it's ready for you the next day. Right now, they're also offering 25% off for everybody when you get your vehicle serviced at Liberty GMC. So a lower price and convenient service for my vehicle, done and done. That's at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us Tuesday at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to what goes down in the NFL divisional round and college football playoff national championship game. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out Avondale on this Friday afternoon. Hello, Avondale. Got the weekend coming up. Enjoy it. Maybe it's a 3-day for you, like it is.
Is Avondale the only one that gets a 3-day weekend? Or
yes, it's a
just Avondale.
New federal law. Only Avondale gets a 3-day weekend. Everybody else
has to work.
Everybody else has to work on Monday. No. I'm sure there are other communities around the valley. I'm just wishing Avondale specifically a happy Monday if they get Monday off.
Mitch has his Broncos stuff. Jamal's decked out in Cardinal gear, and I don't see Bears gear for Lauren right now.
Lauren is superstitious and does not wear Bears gear.
Wow.
Oh.
Lauren not only does not wear
only
Bears
after
gear,
a win, though.
She does
after a win.
Third-person references, too. Who knew?
Lauren will be wearing the same outfit on Sunday that she wore last Saturday.
Does Lauren fall victim to the superstitious thing? Like really? Lauren can't rise above that?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. I don't, as if what you wear is going to influence the outcome of that game. Okay.
When it comes to the Bears this season, I'm not taking any risks.
You're covering all your bases, taking out all the insurance policies. Okay, that's fair. That's legit. Last night, we have there has been, because it's been so quiet when it comes to this Cardinals coaching search. And by quiet, I mean we've seen the candidates. The Cardinals haven't released the candidates. We've just seen the names as they've been reported. We don't know how things went last night between Robert Saleh and the Arizona Cardinals. But I can envision, Gambo, something very similar to how things might have gone between Monty Williams and the Phoenix Suns a few years ago, where it's just as much I'm going to interview you guys as you're going to interview me. You know, like I'm going to have some options here, all right? Yeah. And I've got teams that want to talk to me, and not that he needs to go into it arrogant and cocky and kind of, hey, you need to tell me why I should pick you. But I do think any good candidate, and I guess this applies to any coach who might want to be the coach of the Cardinals, but in particular those who are really in demand, I think it should be very much a two-way street. I got a couple questions I want to ask you, in terms of the organization and how it's going to be run and what things are, what's going to go down, right?
I hope you're not planning to go to dinner later, because I got a lot of questions I got to ask you.
Order takeout.
Yeah.
Uber Eats. Let's go. We're going to sit here a while. I got some questions I need to ask about you guys.
Just as much, right? I mean, just as much. Now, I like how expansive the search is. We talked about the Suns search, and I don't even know if you would have got to 15. I don't know if you would have got to Jordan Ott. I don't even know if he was, if you would have only taken one of the Cleveland assistants, it probably would have been Johnny Bryant that you interviewed and not Ott. But they expanded it enough to where they got to see Ott, and they were going to hire a first-time coach They were not going to hire a veteran coach, so that was the difference, right? They weren't going to hire Frank Vogel. They had fired Monty, veteran coach, fired Frank, veteran coach, fired Budenholzer, veteran coach. They were going to go first-time coach. This is different. This organization is looking at first-time coaches and second-time coaches and whatever they have to do. So they're trying to leave no stone unturned, interview as many people as they can. But those guys, as we talked about yesterday, your second job is huge in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
If you fail the way Vance did his first time around, the way Robert Saleh did his first time around, usually you get a second chance if you're a good coach. If you're a good coach, you go be a coordinator, you're going to get another chance. If you screw that up, you'll never be a head coach again. Now you just become a coordinator.
Yeah.
You're just a coordinator.
Yep.
So that's where it comes in. Like, you've got to make sure you're making the right decision if you are a Vance Joseph or Robert Saleh, because you don't want to get stuck with an organization that's not committed to winning. And, all of a sudden you're fired in 2 years, then you'll never get another job.
Yeah, and that's 100%. And so it's a reason why I think Raheem Morris is not particularly attractive in this hiring cycle. He's a two-time head coach in this league. He hasn't done particularly well at either stop. It's like, what? No offense, but what have you done to deserve a third shot at this? What have you done to deserve a third bite of the apple?
I think
because
you're exactly right.
It'd just be so rare, right, for somebody to, and that's why he just doesn't appeal to me as a candidate at all, because I'm like, you've gotten two chances at it.
3 in Tampa, 3 in Atlanta, fired both. I don't think he gets another chance.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets another chance.
But for Saleh, and that's why you're 100% right. Saleh's got to be, if he's in a position to be able to be, and that's the key here too. Like, some of these guys are in a position to be a little bit pickier the second time around than others are, right? John Harbaugh could basically choose whomever he wanted. Kevin Stefanski can probably roughly choose basically whoever he wants at this point. He's such a commodity out there on the market. Has Saleh graduated to that level? Is he to the point where he can be as choosy as a Stefanski or a Harbaugh? I don't know. I don't think Vance Joseph can be as choosy. I don't think Matt Nagy can be as choosy. There are guys, I don't think Arthur Smith can be very choosy. You're thinking of the guys that the Cardinals have interviewed who might be second-time head coaches. I think there's a line that you draw between the ones who can be a little bit pickier than others, and I don't think I'm going out on a limb by saying it. I think Saleh is on the other side of that line. I think Saleh is in the area of, I can be a little picky about what second job I take, because I'm kind of a commodity right now in this cycle where some of the other guys can't. Albert Breer yesterday talking about Harbaugh, and John Harbaugh taking a giant shot, which, by the way, hasn't become official yet. I read a Schefter tweet today that they're still kind of hammering some things out, and it's not quite done. No one's thinking it's not going to be done, just that they haven't quite dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. Here's what Breer said yesterday about Harbaugh's research on the teams.
He did work on the quarterbacks, too, and doing real film study on the quarterback situations in each place, getting to the point where even he was looking at Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore in relation to the Raiders' job. Of course, the Raiders have the first overall pick. As he went through his study, the list started to narrow, and the Browns and the Cardinals were eliminated. And the Raiders, I don't think, were ever going to be a serious consideration because he didn't want to be in the division with his brother. And so, starting to look at those, the options that he had.
And if we're talking about a job interview, which a good job interview is always a two-way street. If we're talking about it being a two-way street, if I'm Robert Saleh, that's one of my questions too. Hey, quarterback situation. What's the plan? I'll tell you what I think. I want to hear what you guys think. Where are we going? And then you start talking about OCs and all of that stuff. That's all part of the conversation.
I think it was Albert Breer who mentioned that was one of the reasons why the job wasn't attractive to Harbaugh.
That's the cut I just played. Yes, that's the cut I
just played. And so if these teams that have better quarterback situations, like say the Ravens, that's a lot more attractive of a job. So that's that's something that's going to work against the Cardinals. Now, if you're Monty, you've got to have an answer ready for these guys. Like, you have to have an answer ready. Here's what our plan is to do with the quarterback situation. You've got to know now. You can't answer that question and be like, we're still debating that. We're not sure. We might bring back Kyler. We might not. We might draft a guy. We might not. We might try to go get Malik Whitmore. We might not. No, you've got to be steadfast when selling the coach, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a big offer to Malik Willis to be our coach. Or you know what? We're going to bring Kyler back. We think you, with the right coaching staff, can get more out of Kyler than Gannon and his coaching staff did with Petzing. Like, whatever you decide you're going to do, you've got to sell that to the coach, and you've got to be adamant that this is the direction we're going to go and be confident in that direction.
Something else, too, that I think needs to be a part of these conversations, and we meant to bring this up yesterday, and we just ran out of time. It was a tweet from Teo Mackey over at AZ Central, but he was citing a story that was done on a Packers website, which pointed out, and the Packers have been eliminated from the playoffs, obviously, but pointed out the overall lack of experience on their coaching staff compared to other playoff teams. And it was really eye-opening. Like the number of years the assistants on the Green Bay Packers of NFL coaching experience had on their staff compared to, say, like the staffs of the 49ers or the Bills or the Chargers. And the Packers were way, way behind. And then when you take out the coordinators and you look at the true assistant coaches, the Packers were way, way behind everybody else who made the playoffs. Teo went and counted the years of experience on the Cardinals coaching staff last year. They were tied with the Green Bay Packers. I mean, there was, and a lot of people think that was ultimately a big downfall of Jonathan Gannon, that while he was a first-time head coach, having so many first-time, young, inexperienced NFL coaches on his staff who didn't really know what to do when things got sideways was a big downfall for Jonathan Gannon.
I remember a story about 6-7 weeks ago, while the season was still going on, that every single person had moved up, right? Had moved up. It's not that anybody came with all this experience. No, there was like one or two coaches on the whole staff that had actually made a lateral move from that to, and I can't remember the story, and I probably could find it if I wanted to, but it would take me some time. So, but it was like everybody had jumped up. Tight ends coach jumped up to coordinator, or linebacker coach jumped up to defensive coordinator, or everybody jumped up. Nobody was in that role for an extended period of time. So yes, major lack of experience on Gannon's
According
staff.
to reports, Mike LaFleur is conducting his interview with the Arizona Cardinals today. No word yet on Chris Shula and when he's going to do his, but the Rams assistants are doing their interviews today. LaFleur interviewing with the Cardinals. No word on Shula yet. We'll keep you updated on that when we have more. When we come back, you can't spell villain without L-A. Well, a lesson we all learned last night, didn't we? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Nolan Arenado, in the not-so-distant past, has put up big numbers. He's going to a much more hitter-friendly environment. I love this pickup. Would I have loved Alex Bregman to be manning third base for the Diamondbacks this year?
Of course.
Absolutely. I think everybody would have. But for what they ended up pivoting to, I think this is a great fallback for the D-backs.
So do I. A creative solution to a problem, and you're taking a chance that some guy can find magic or lightning in a bottle here. It's happened to people. J.D. Martinez really elevated his career when he got here, and I think maybe it could happen here.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There it is. Ron on the YouTube chat right now. Ron is saying, Gambo, what M Drive do you use? Because I'm trying to lose a little weight. I'm going to recommend Boost and Burn to Ron. You go online at mdriveformen.com. That's mdriveformen.com. And you can find Boost and Burn right there. M-Drive is also the #1 men's selling health brand in Sprouts. It's all over Sprouts. You'll see M-Drive. And right now, they've got their New Year sale going on. You use the code New Year, you'll get 20% off everything in stock right now. So if you are looking to get some Boost and Burn or M-Drive Elite or M-Drive Prime or any of the great M-Drive products, I recommend you go online right now, mdriveformen.com. That's mdriveformen.com. They've got their New Year sale going on, and you could get 20% off everything. Boost and Burn is a great product with a lot of clinically tested ingredients. You're going to absolutely love it if you're working out and you just want to lose a few extra pounds. It supports healthy testosterone, increased energy, metabolism, and endurance. You're going to love it, and you can save some big money when you go to mdriveformen.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals continue narrowing down candidates for their next head coach, a couple more interviews have been scheduled and completed. Last night, 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh had a conversation with the Cardinals brass, while today they're set to talk to Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. You can see all the latest with the Cardinals' search for a new head man right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. In NFL playoff news, the Houston Texans will be without wide receiver Nico Collins. He is in concussion protocol. And then Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold is dealing with an oblique injury, but he does expect to play tomorrow night. And in Major League Baseball, Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker last night, whatever. But today, the New York Mets signed Bo Bichette to a 3-year deal, planned to play the former Blue Jay at third base, while the Phillies brought back catcher JT Realmuto, also on a 3-year deal. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever, so schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll give you the latest on how the Suns have fared on their road trip and everything going on in the NFL playoffs and the Cardinals coaching search. It all starts at 6. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Already my favorite moment of the show was Mitch and what's trending now saying, yeah, the Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker. Okay, big deal, whatever, move on. I like that. That's good.
You're not getting a salary cap. So it's not going to happen. It'll never happen.
No, it'll never happen.
It's not going to happen. I know everybody. Sorry, it's never going to happen. The players will never give that up. They will never give it up. Let's go Dodgers. Now, I hate the Dodgers with all my heart.
Let's go Dodgers.
Okay, you do too. Listen, the salary cap will never happen, and I don't care if the owners are going to say, we can outlast them, we can outlast them, we can outlast them. We have more money. You're not going to do it because you're going to just hurt the fans. You're going to hurt the game. So it's never going to happen. The players will never give up a salary cap. But here's something you can do. The Dodgers are able to sign Tucker and Diaz because they're paying Shohei Ohtani $2 million.
Yeah.
$2 million.
$2 million.
What you've got to do to these big market teams is you've got to say no deferred payments. You don't get to defer payments. The Pirates could defer money. If you want to be more competitive, you could defer money. The Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, you can't defer money. You can't take Shohei Ohtani $700 million and kick it down the road. So you could sign Diaz and Tucker and have Betts and have Freeman. And that's probably the way I would do it, is just that you can't, because they deferred. I was taking note. They deferred $30 million on Tucker's money.
$30 million on Tucker.
You can't defer it. Pay him.
As of this time a year ago, they had $1 billion in deferred salary. That's obviously just gone up with the deals that they've done this offseason.
Right, and their owners have all the money in the world, and they don't care what happens. They just want rings. And good for them. Like those owners want to win. They want to win. That's great. But what I would do is, because you're not going to get a salary cap, is I would go to these big market teams and put some limitations on what they can do. You want to pay Shohei Ohtani $700 million? Pay him $700 million. But don't defer it and pay him $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
You want to pay Kyle Tucker $240? You can pay him $240, but you got to pay him $100, all of it. You can't defer the money. So I think that is an avenue that you could go after these big market teams and attack them to where, okay, you could do it, but there's a price to pay.
I think any option is worth exploring as long as it's you can't get hung up on a salary cap, whether you're a baseball fan or whether you're a baseball owner, because you're just going to cost. All you're going to do is cost yourself fans. All you're going to do is cost yourself games. All you're going to do at the end of the day is cost yourself money. You're just going to do it. And so, yeah, that is one idea. In fact, there's a lot of people who believe that the reason why the Dodgers did this, in addition to them being competitive and wanting to win another and doing all that stuff, is that they know a year from now, if not a salary cap, something's coming down that's going to make it really punitive for them to do moves like this. They're just not going to be able to go, willy-nilly and just start paying guys like this and deferring salary in the way they've done it with Ohtani and Yamamoto and everybody else. And so in their minds, let's just do it now while we can. Because a year from now, we're not going to be able to. 2 years from now, we're not going to be able to. There are going to be restrictions in place that's not going to make it as easy for us to do what we've been doing these last couple of years. So let's get it out of our system and do it while we still can, and then we'll worry about what it's going to be like a year from now. I don't know what the solution is, but I know what the solution is not, okay? The solution is not a salary cap. Not because I don't want one, not because it wouldn't be great for the game. It would be. You're not going to get it.
You're
not going to get it.
They'll never give it to you.
So rather than put us all through the pain and suffering of trying to get something you're not going to get, figure out a constructive way that's going to be more appealing to the players that will not cost us base. Because it wasn't even so much that the Dodgers got Kyle Tucker. Like, if you're a Diamondback fan and you saw the news last night, you probably rolled your eyes and you thought, oh, God, Diamondbacks got to deal with that again. Here we go.
It's Bichette.
It was no. It was baseball fans in general last night who were like, oh, God, they're going to so lock out next year, aren't they? Like, the reaction wasn't even Diamondback fans having to deal with the Dodgers getting another star player. It was all of baseball thinking, is there going to be baseball in 2027?
Right.
That was the concern.
Yeah.
But more than any one team or one fan base, it was that concern that there's going to be no baseball next year because of what happened last night.
I have a concern too with the fact that it's not just elite players that are getting the money. You want to pay Vlad Guerrero Jr.? You want to pay Shohei Ohtani? Bo Bichette? You're seriously going to pay Bo Bichette that much money? Bo Bichette got $126 million on a 3-year deal.
With a couple of opt-outs in there, too.
He's Bo Bichette. He's terrible defensively. And he's had injuries. So when you start to take the margin, like a good player, and start to pay him like he's elite, we got a problem here. That's why all of these, like what Mike Hazen's doing with Fott and with Perdomo and with Corbin Carroll.
Who's this Perdomo guy?
Did I say it again? J-Mart. Lock these guys up. Your only chance is to lock guys up, and you're going to lose some of those battles. You're going to lose some of them. But your only chance is to lock up the young players that you draft to contracts that allow you to not lose them when they hit. You have to buy out their free agent years. You have to.
I took a screenshot of our friends over at D-Back Stats and Info did a side-by-side of Corbin Carroll's season last year and Kyle Tucker's season last year.
Yeah.
And, I mean, keep in mind, Kyle Tucker's making twice as much money as Corbin Carroll. This is to your point about getting these guys when you can. Thank God they signed Corbin Carroll when they did.
Yeah.
Because Corbin Carroll had a better WAR, played more games, had more plate appearances, more hits, more homers, more RBIs, more stolen bases, a better slugging, a better OPS than Kyle Tucker did last year. And Kyle Tucker just got $60 million a year to go play for the Dodgers, and the Diamondbacks have Corbin Carroll locked up for $111 million for 2032.
He cannot be a free agent until 2032. You got him for 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. You got 6 more years of Corbin Carroll.
Can you imagine how much Corbin Carroll is worth in this marketplace? Can you imagine
He'd get
player of that age?
$240 million.
He'd get way more than that.
How many years are we talking about?
He's younger than Kyle Tucker. I mean, he's
on a 6-year deal. He'd get
one of those 10-year deals. He'd get one of those 10-year,
$500 million,
$500 million kind of deals.
Yes, yeah.
You know, based off of if we could magically wave a wand, which God knows we would not want to do this, and make Corbin Carroll a free agent right now, can sign with anybody. Oh, he'd easily get 10 years and $500 million for where he is age-wise and what he does on the field. Thank God they signed him when they did. It's also funny, and I one more point I want to make on this, that it's the Diamondbacks sweeping the Dodgers back in 2023.
That started this whole thing?
It sure did. It must have really pissed them off.
Well, who's the owner? The Guggenheimen? Oh, what's the Dodgers guy?
The
owner of the Dodgers. It's like it's a family of investors and miners. They were in the mining industry.
Yeah, I don't know the exact
Guggenheim, I think. They are so freaking loaded.
Yeah.
Like, they don't care. They literally don't care. They'll spend whatever money they have to. They just want rings. They just want championships and parties and things like that. If they lose $400 million in a season, they just write it off. It's not a big deal. Other organizations can't do that.
That and the fact that they've got Shohei Ohtani on their roster, and not only are they saving money from the deferred contract on Ohtani, but they're making money from having Shohei Ohtani on their roster and all the money that they're able to make off of that.
So don't let them defer money. Don't let them defer money.
Since the 2023 playoffs, when the Diamondbacks swept them on their way to the World Series, the Dodgers have added Shohei Ohtani, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, Teoscar Hernandez, Tommy Edman, Roki Sasaki, Kyle Tucker, Edwin Diaz. Yeah, the Diamondbacks pissed them off real good because they've been on a mad, drunk spending spree ever since, and with nothing but World Series to show for it.
Just trying to see who the top free agents are going to be next year, because they'll probably get them too.
but no, I think next year's going to be different. Yeah. Not only because is the game going to be in a lockdown mode or things like that.
Owners have to do something.
They have to do something. They have to do something to make it more punitive on these teams from doing what the Dodgers are doing. They have to. It's not a salary cap, but it's got to be something to impose a harsher set of rules on it.
More revenue sharing for the lower level teams. You could try to do that, but you got to make those teams spend that money too if you're going to give it to them.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We'd love to have you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Burns, Ron Wolfley and me, Dave Burns, on the Arizona Sports team as we help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event. It's on February 21st out at State Farm Stadium. Text the word hike to 620-620. Wolf's going to be out there. I'm going to be out there. We're going to be hiking all over that stadium. Learn more. Sign up today. Text hike to 620-620. NFC playoff games this weekend. We preview them coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on AC Preps Live. AC Preps Live Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about the law firm of Berg Simpson and why you should hire them if you've ever been involved in an accident. If you've been hurt in an accident, you know by now you got a lot of choices out there, right? You just see them all along the freeways when you're driving around, all the advertisements, and you're trying to figure out what differentiates Berg Simpson and what makes them different is they've got over 24 lawyers named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. They've got over 12 lawyers named in the Super Lawyers publication. And in particular, if you've been involved in an accident involving a semi-truck, you really need to call Berg Simpson because now this is a different level of insurance battles that you've got to fight in terms of getting what is owed to you and getting what you're deserved. Berg Simpson has extensive experience when it comes to dealing with these insurance companies specifically. So if you're ever in need, hopefully you're not, but if you're ever in need, let the best team represent you by calling 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze. La, 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 la.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to see why more car buyers than ever before are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. For 75 years, Earnhardt's been a name Arizonans trust with the experience, selection, and offers to prove it. Right now, score a $1,000 trade bonus on a remaining 2025 Ford Ranger on approved credit. Or get $1,000 in bonus cash on a remaining 2025 Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport when you trade in a competing vehicle. Or get an awesome low payment on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $289 a month on a 36-month lease with $33.69 due at signing on approved credit. Their founder, Tex Earnhardt, used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Includes Jeep Conquest Cash or Toyota Conquest Cash for qualified customers. $0 security deposit APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license, 599 top fee. See dealer details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
In walks Lauren. She's got our social media poll question of the day. Don't have the first clue what it is.
Well, I should open with, we are now apparently hiring on this show because Mitch has decided that his job is too hard during this last break. So now we're hiring.
Mitch has decided his job is too hard.
Yes.
Did he say that to you?
Mitch works too hard.
No.
This job is too stressful.
It was sort of implied. He
younger generation.
Mitch is having a moment, but it's okay. We love him. We just love teasing him every now and then. That's all.
I grew up in an era where everybody had two jobs. Everybody.
Makes you part of the club.
Some had three. People worked. Younger generation, 40 hours. What? Now, again, work-life balance, live to work to live. I get it. But that's ridiculous.
None of this has anything to do with Mitch. We were just teasing him about, Mitch works just fine.
What does this have to do with the price of tea in China?
It doesn't. It's just. I was just in there and we were just giving Mitch a little grief because it looked like he was going to eat both of those bagels in one sitting, and it just spiraled very quickly.
You can't. The bagels are too big.
Yeah. So and he's not going to.
He's not going to.
He's being very quiet right now. But we love you, Mitch. We love you. All right.
The silence back in the booth here?
It's troubling. It's troubling, yeah. What's the poll question today? What do we got?
The poll question today is off of the conversation you guys were having just last segment, which is, who will win this upcoming World Series? The Dodgers or the field?
Field.
Always take the field.
Field.
Something happens to a top pitcher. They were so hurt last year. They almost lost the World Series. The Blue Jays had him beat.
3-2.
Had him beat. Blue Jays had him beat.
field. Don't even have to think twice.
Ground
about
ball. Let's throw it home instead of getting you out of first base. Stupid.
It still haunts me.
Stupid.
Well, audience not in agreement with you guys.
Yeah,
57% of our audience going with the Dodgers, 43% going with the field.
I get it. A lot of people are very pissed off hombres right now when it comes to the Dodgers and what they did. I totally get it. It's but I don't think it's a guarantee they're going to win. I mean, they'll win a bunch of games, obviously. They're going to win a tremendous amount of games during the regular season. But the World Series, all sorts of things could happen. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. If one of you could please look up what each of the three teams we all have remaining in our little playoff battle here.
I've got 2 left.
I think we all have 2 left.
I have the Rams
I believe.
and the Patriots.
Okay. I know I have Seattle and San Francisco left.
Okay, so you're going to lose one.
I'm going to lose one, but I'm guaranteed to have one. Who do you have again?
I have the Rams and I have the Patriots.
Okay. Lauren and or Mitch are looking it up. Lauren's got it.
I have the Broncos and the Texans.
Okay.
Mitch has the Bills and the Bears.
Okay. I know who I'd want to be.
Who?
Mitch. Because I think both of those teams are going to win.
Bills and Bears?
Mm-hmm. I think both those teams are going to win this weekend. I just nauseated both of them because I just picked against Mitch's Broncos and I picked Lauren's Bears, which makes them both really mad at me, but I think that's what's going to go down this weekend. Let's talk about the NFC playoffs. The first game is going to be the 49ers and the Seahawks. That is on Saturday night, a rematch of a game that we just had a couple of weeks ago in which the winner got the number 1 seed in the NFC. And Seattle's defense stuck it to San Francisco, and they had George Kittle for that game. They won't have him for this game.
No. The last time they played, they held San Francisco to 173 total yards. That is the fewest yards in Shanahan's career. He's never had a team that had that low amount of yards. Now, something else is in play here. San Francisco played Sunday. When is this game?
Saturday.
And San Francisco played Sunday. Here's some numbers for you. Since 1984, teams that are on 8 or more days rest are 7-0. And teams on the shorter rest have scored 10 or fewer points 6 out of 7 times. So teams that have had 8+ days of rest are 7-0 since 1984. And teams that are playing on short rest, like San Francisco is, 6 times out of 7, they've scored 10 or less points. This bodes very, very well for Seattle, outside of a possible oblique injury to Sam Darnold.
Well, I think there's a couple issues with Sam Darnold, but yeah, that number is very, very relevant. It's the reason why Kyle Shanahan was unsuccessfully publicly lobbying the NFL to put Seattle-San Francisco on Sunday and not on Saturday, so that they would have an extra day's rest as soon as they beat the Eagles. Shanahan said, I hope the NFL will do the kind and generous thing and schedule our game for Sunday and not Saturday, so we're not dealing with a short week. His prayers went unanswered. They're going to be on Saturday. The oblique injury from Darnold is interesting because it just cropped up yesterday. He says it's not that big of a deal, but he was questionable. Says he's going to play, but it just happened in practice, so we don't know the severity of it. I really think the only thing that favors San Francisco in this game, honestly, is another Sam Darnold meltdown game like he had last year in the playoffs when he got sacked 9 times by the Rams.
He
when
leads
he was
the
with
league in
Minnesota.
giveaways. He's got 20 giveaways. Nobody's got more.
I don't think it's unreasonable to think that Sam Darnold can have a Sam Darnold game and that San Francisco can take advantage of that. If he just does. I mean, it's as good as he's been, he has those moments.
Listen, nobody's more depleted than San Francisco. I'm shocked that we all should be shocked that they're still in the playoffs right now. We should be shocked they even made the playoffs. We watched the Cardinals decimated by injuries, set a franchise record with 14 losses. San Francisco has been just as decimated with injuries. I mean, no Warner, no Kittle, no Bosa, no Ayuk, and on and on and on. They've lost so many key players, and look where they are right now. San Francisco has had the second lowest pressure rate in the NFL at 26.7%. They don't do a good job of affecting the quarterback. In the playoffs, it was worse.
Yeah.
They had the worst pressure rate in the wild card round, 16.2%. So I understand what you're saying about Darnold, and it probably is the only way I think San Francisco could win is Darnold has one of those really bad games. But San Francisco doesn't even really get that much pressure on you. So that's going to be a problem.
How are the Niners going to force Sam Darnold into that kind of game? It's a good point. First Seattle home playoff game with fans since January of 2017. The last home playoff game they had was during COVID when the stands were empty. So that place is going to be rocking. The other NFC playoff game is on Sunday afternoon. It's the Rams taking on the Bears in what is expected to be the first game in Matthew Stafford's career that he plays where the temperature is below 20. He has never played in a game in which conditions are expected like they are in Chicago. It was
cold in Philly last year, and they almost won that game in the playoffs.
He's according to the information I read today, he has never played in a game where it was below 20 degrees.
I think Caleb's 2-1 in games like that where it's really cold.
Correct. Yes.
The Rams haven't put it together in like the last 6 weeks, so they haven't had they're the best team, in my opinion. They're the best team, but they haven't put it all together. I think they do against the Bears.
You think so?
I think the Rams put it all together against the Bears. I know the cold weather thing. One-score games really favor Chicago, too. They've been really good in one-score games compared to the Rams. Bears are 8-4. The Rams are 5-5 in one-score games. You got to worry about Stafford's hand. How right is it?
Yep.
Is he going to be okay? I want to see what the temperature was in Philly last year. I remember the Rams almost won that freaking game. They didn't win it, but it was cold there, and they didn't play. They played well. They gave up 31 points to Carolina. The Rams, like they didn't even play that well against. They were a dogfight right till the end.
They really haven't played that well as of late.
But if they do, they're going to win. Like they're the better team.
Yeah, between the weather and the finger, I've got the Bears in this game. I feel like I'm going out on a little bit of a limb on this one because I agree with you about the Rams being the better team, but between the weather and the finger, I got the Bears in this game. Lauren is very happy to hear that you have picked the Rams. She does not want people picking the Bears. She does not want your support.
I gotta see the game time temperature in that other game.
You read the same stat I did. Do you not believe it? He hasn't won a game when the temperature was or he hasn't played in a game when the temperature was below 20 degrees.
Yeah, 35 degrees. The Rams, Philly, 35 degrees.
It's going to be zero.
Zero, yeah.
In Chicago.
Zero. It's going to be, I just.
And how many fans will we see with no shirt on?
Countless. What? 60?
Countless.
70?
I think it's going to be a factor.
How much hard liquor do you have to have in your body in order to take your shirt off when it's that cold?
That's why you get a Malort shot and you move on.
A Malort shot?
A Malort. Have you ever had Malort?
No. What is this?
Oh, it is a Chicago alcohol of choice. It is disgusting.
Okay.
And that's why it warms you up like
your body.
no other.
Okay, a Malort shot.
Yep.
Lauren's born and raised here in Arizona, but I think if anybody ever offered our job in Chicago, we'd lose her.
It might be the case. With how physical the Suns have played through the first half of the season, will this style continue to benefit them when it gets to the postseason? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. They're ready to help you right now. The mortgage rates have come down tremendously. I mean, just look it up. You could Google it. The incredible how much the mortgage rates have come down. It's even making it affordable for people to buy houses with the rates being so low. There's a lot of you out there that are still renting. You don't want to rent, but you have because the mortgage rates have been high. Well, now that the mortgage rates are low, why not contact the Lund Mortgage team, your local mortgage broker? Over 30 years in business right here. Matt Oliver, Lisa Lund, this crew is second to none. It's the only mortgage company I've ever used in Arizona, and they can help you with all of your mortgage needs. All you have to do is call them at 623-889-0130. They will start by getting you pre-approved for a mortgage for free. Pre-approved for a mortgage, absolutely free with the Lund Mortgage team. You could also email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com, and they can monitor rates for you if you want to refinance. And when you get to the right rate, they'll let you know, and they'll help you. Email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com or call them at 623-889-0130.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
All right, let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit they deal with. Private student loan debt. When you're struggling with it, it feels like this weight you're dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Why Refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it without judgment. They're not here to lecture you. They're here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who felt completely buried, like they had no options left, and then Why Refi stepped in and gave them a real path forward. There's something powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. Look, you can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. Call Y-Refi at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals continue narrowing down candidates for their next head coach, got a couple more interviews that were scheduled and completed. Last night, 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh had a conversation with the Cardinals brass, and today they're set to talk with Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. You can see the latest with the Cardinals' search for their new head man right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. In NFL playoff news, the Texans are going to be without their top target in wide receiver Nico Collins. He is in concussion protocol and will not play Sunday afternoon. Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold is dealing with an oblique injury that popped up yesterday, but he does expect to play tomorrow night in Seattle. And in Major League Baseball, the Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker. And then today, the New York Mets signed Bo Bichette to a 3-year deal, planned to play the former Blue Jay at third base as well. And then the Phillies brought back catcher JT Realmuto on a 3-year deal as well. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us Tuesday at 10 a.m. We'll be discussing the latest regarding the Cardinals coaching search and what the Suns did in New York. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, Suns are in New York for 2 games. They got the Knicks tomorrow. They got the Brooklyn Nets on Monday. Maybe Devin Booker's back for those games. Maybe Jalen Green is back for those games. We don't know. I haven't heard anything yet. Oso Ighodaro is scheduled to join us at 4:30 today for our weekly Suns player interview. So we're looking forward to talking to the Valley Hoopster. In the meantime, Suns 0-2 so far on this road trip. We knew this East Coast swing Gambo was going to punch. And the Suns, to their credit, have punched back. They haven't won a game, and so I'm not trying to make this out to sound better than it is. They're 0-2. They're riding a losing streak. But they have shown a tremendous amount of fight, whether they were down 20 against the Miami Heat or whether they were, looked like they were on their way to a loss last night against the Pistons, and they rallied to make that thing a game at the end. The Phoenix Suns have held their own, albeit without a win, but have held their own against 2 physical Eastern Conference teams, which might be a harbinger for what things are going to be like in the playoffs when things get a little more physical.
I think they will. I think these games are good for them. And I know they're losing, and it sucks, and you want to see the Suns win every game they play, but they're not going to. And there's going to be some losing streaks here. They haven't had a 3-game losing streak since the first couple games of the season when they started 1-4. They've only had a 2-game losing streak since then. They haven't had a 3-game losing streak. They lose to the Knicks, it's 3 games. So there's going to be some adversity. I want to see how this team reacts to when things are going bad and they're losing some games. I want to see how this team, reacts to being punched in the face by these physical teams. And they've done it. Miami was a physical game. New York's going to be a physical game. Detroit was an extremely physical game with Thompson and Durant and just how hard they played. I mean, the only guy that wasn't playing physical was Duncan Robinson. It was one of those really tough games to play. Do I think it'll make the Phoenix Suns? Yes, I do. I think these games will. You got to play in these games. You got to play in these hard games, these physical games. You got to get used to it. You got to get used to the officiating when it's not going your way. You just have to. And so, last night was 4 technicals, and it was a crazy game. Like, it was a crazy game. It was pushing and shoving and guys getting hit in the face and guys going down on the ground. And it was one of those games. And I think that this is going to help the Suns be more battle-tested for the playoffs when they come around.
Jordan Ott after the game on exactly that.
Awesome. You want to play in these nights. That's playoff basketball. This is a really good team, top team in the East. They play extremely hard, extremely physical. We pride ourselves in doing the same every night. I think they felt us early, how hard we play. Then the fourth quarter became football. You look down and the free throws hurt us. They fouled the most in the league. We end up with less free throws. It's 14-0 in the fourth. Obviously, we were fouling there at the end, so we have to take a look. But obviously, that plays into why we only have 15 points in the fourth. So, got to play through it. Thought we did a good job of trying to play through it. But that's playoff basketball, and that's what we want to be in. We want to be in these environments to grow. We got some of these young guys that haven't played in it, and then even the guys that have, we haven't played together. So these minutes against a really good team on this road trip is going to help us. We're going to get better from it.
The first basket Detroit had in the fourth quarter came at the 8:25 mark. They didn't score for the first 3.5 minutes of the fourth quarter. 3 minutes and 35 seconds without a basket. Mark Williams scored off a pass from Dunn. Dunn hit a floater. It was 94-89. They got their first basket at the 8:25 mark. They were struggling to score, too. The Suns were matching the defensive effort. They were playing as hard as they could. The Suns were playing physical. Yeah. Jordan Goodwin got his mask knocked off. Like, it was a physical game. Detroit got the better of it. They're better suited to play that style of basketball than the Suns are. There's no question about it. The Suns needed to win that game at the three-point line. They were plus 24 on three-pointers. They had 8 more three-pointers than Detroit had. That was their way to win the game. Detroit's way to win the game was, we're going to just beat the hell out of you inside and get all these points in the paint, and they did that, and that actually trumped the three-point shooting. But again, I think the level of play is good for all of these players to get in that game and understand how much it means.
Yeah, the only caveat for me, whereas I agree that obviously that style is going to be the kind they're going to see in April and hopefully in May if they are able to advance in the playoffs. Certainly things are going to get more physical. I don't like how they've closed the last 2 games. I don't like how they've played in the last 2 or 3 minutes of each of these last two games. So
Right.
if there's a lesson to be learned through all this physicality and all this toughness and all this East Coast playoff style basketball, is that you have to keep your head and play a little bit better down the stretch of these games, because the Suns really haven't. It was kind of a you-know-what show against Miami in the last 3 minutes of that game, with Norman Powell getting open the way he did and Bam Adebayo getting open the way he did, and silly fouls and silly, they didn't play smart. Last night, and we're going to talk about Dylan Brooks in 7 minutes in the next segment, so I don't want to say too much about him other than to say he's got to be available, and he's got to be smarter, and he's not got to be so aggressive with the fouls, and he's got to be in those games at the end, especially on a night when they don't have Devin Booker and Jalen Green. So I love everything about how they've risen to the challenge in these last two games.
Find out how to win them.
Except for how they finished. I feel like they've gotten sloppy and a little unfocused in the last 3 to 4 minutes of these games, and that to me is the thing to work on.
To your point, when they got it to 102-100, they just ran out of gas. Oso had a shot blocked by Duran. It was a good point on the broadcast. Like, you've got to get rid of the ball quicker. You can't try to lay it up off the glass with a shot blocker like that. You got to let the ball go a little bit quicker. Brooks fouls out. Allen shoots an air ball 3. Oso misses a free throw. Mm-hmm. Goodwin misses a floater, just a floater. Allen misses a 3. Allen misses a 3. Allen misses a 3. Allen misses a 3. He did hit one in between there, but he did miss like 4.
Yeah.
So that's your end of the game. Oso gets blocked. Brooks fouls out. Allen shoots an air ball. Oso misses a free throw. Goodwin misses a floater, and then Allen misses 4 3-pointers. That's not good execution.
And mostly, I don't have a problem with Allen missing threes. I think at that moment with Dylan Brooks out there, who else are you going to turn to in a moment like that? He's your best shooter. I want him shooting the basketball. I just don't like Dylan not being available. I don't like Dylan not making himself available. And this is another point they made during the broadcast. It's why those fouls early on in the game. You kind of want to save him a little bit for the end, right? Like,
you're so right.
You don't want to have 3 fouls in the first half. Pick up your 4th foul really quickly at the start of the second half, because then chances are, especially with a player like Dylan, chances are you're going to run the risk of fouling out of that game, and you have to be available in a moment like that. The game before against Miami, that to me is the one where they just kind of got unfocused. I felt like they just kind of had
that game. That one hurt because they had it.
Yeah,
I thought they had this one. I kind of felt like they weren't going to win. Detroit full strength. It was like you're starting the fourth quarter with Isaiah Livers and Goodwin and Dunn, and it was just like, all right. But I thought it was a terrific effort. I thought they played their asses off. I think they tried really hard. But I like your point on Dylan, man. Saves. And then it was a terrible challenge that they lost because he trusted Goodwin. Goodwin said, I didn't hit the guy's elbow. And then the replay's
clearly got him. Yeah,
they hit him right on the elbow.
Clearly
like it took them an eighth of a second to determine that. So you got to be careful not to trust the players. I know it's I didn't foul him. I didn't foul him. Challenge. Shit, no. Unless your video guy says to do it, then don't follow the players because they lost their challenge. That hurt.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, speaking of Dylan Brooks, Charles Barkley was speaking on Dylan Brooks and what he's meant to the Phoenix Suns, but it's been the good and it's been the bad with Dylan, and we'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Nolan Arenado, I'm looking around like, dude, I'm not 85 years old. Like, yeah. I can play baseball, and so yeah, you probably do have something you want to prove.
By the way, playing in the field is also part of playing baseball. It is.
You know he's good at that.
This guy's got a lot of clout, a lot of respect for what he's done in the league. This is a beautiful situation to bring a guy into the clubhouse who says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play every day, every game. I'm going to play. That's the tone that is going to be set in that clubhouse, largely because of Nolan Arenado.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Think about how much of the day we work and make money. How much of the day are we spending making money? How many hours a day are you working, start to finish? You're working so hard. You're spending so many hours to make money. You got to make sure that money's going to work for you. So I tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax every single day. They've got 5 locations in the Valley. I use Stuart Willis and have for many, many years, and they take care of you with expert financial advice, retirement plan, financial plan, tax plan, so that way you can feel confident that you're working hard to support your family and put away for your financial future. You know you've got somebody working just as hard to make sure your money's going to work for you so that you can get there at some point and retire with some dignity and some money in the bank and be able to do some of the things that you want to do. Give them a call for a free portfolio review. You'll find some of the best financial services all at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500 plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Tuesday as we recap a wild weekend of NFL playoffs, and we'll update the head coaching carousel. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Happy Friday to everybody out there listening or watching on the YouTube subscription. If you subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube, you can watch our show whenever you want. Happy Friday to the folks out in Surprise who are hanging out with us on this Friday. Surprise!
Surprise!
Surprise! Surprise! Charles Barkley, when not even really talking about the Suns, he was talking about something else entirely. He was on the Sports Brothers podcast on Wednesday and had very, very nice things to say about Dillon Brooks and the Phoenix Suns when speaking about something else entirely.
Let me tell you something. That boy Dillon Brooks in Phoenix, we were supposed to be in last place in the West. That boy Dillon Brooks, man, he got us balling. He's like one of those guys. I play with a guy like that, like Derek Smith, Mark West is like that, Dan Marty were like that. They'd be like, if you don't play hard, I'm going to kick your ass after the game. some guys on your team like that, man.
I always love it when Chuck refers to the Suns as we and us. It just makes me feel good. Just to hear him accept ownership of the Phoenix Suns, I like that. And why not with the record that they've got? But he's not wrong about Dillon Brooks. We know what he's been, but Gambo, we're with every single game, every single moment, we're learning to live with the other stuff that he does too. And it's a constant push and pull battle when it comes to the culture changing and the good stuff that he's doing versus the times where he just kind of loses his mind out there.
Yeah, and look, we know Dillon Brooks as an opponent when he was with Memphis, when he was with Houston. We're just getting to know him as your player. I love what the Suns have gotten out of Dillon Brooks, and I think the good far outweighs the bad.
I agree.
But there is bad. Like,
yes.
there is bad. I mean, all these technical fouls and the foul trouble and, there is. But the good far outweighs it. His leadership, what he's meant to this organization, his ability to score when they've been out without Jalen Green, his ability to, to lead, his defense. Now, yesterday they relied more on Jordan Goodwin because Brooks was in foul trouble and you can't have him guarding Cade Cunningham. Will be out of the game in a New York minute. So they put Goodwin on him, so he wasn't able to do his normal duty as a defender. But I think we just have to accept it. Like, you accept, like I don't know, like a spouse or something. Everybody's got flaws.
Sure.
Right? Dillon Brooks got some flaws, and we just have to deal with the flaws because the positives far outweigh the negatives.
Except being married to you, I'm sure that's a recipe for perfection, isn't it? Right, Chelsea?
I'm trying to think, what flaws do I have?
Right, Chelsea? Oh, I'll probably hear about a couple of them here in a minute or two.
What flaws
if you
do
keep
I
it up. Our buddy John Voida over at Bright Side of the Sun,
Very handsome.
I thought coined it very well. He said it's like 85 to 15%. Right, like 85%, we love him. It's great. It's awesome. We love everything you've done. Mm-hmm. And there's that kind of 15% where it just drives you a little bit crazy, where it's, as he phrases it, live by the Dillon, die by the Dillon. And he said that it really is like an 85-15, 85%, 15% equation. You love what he gives most of the time. You brace yourself for the other 15%. That's the Dillon Brooks experience. And over the last two games, and I do agree with John on this 100%, not 85%, 100%. Over the last two games, I think the Suns have died by the Dillon Brooks experience. He hasn't been efficient shooting the basketball. I know it's a little different when he doesn't have Devin Booker out there. Gambo, he and the phrase was used last night, and I can't remember who used it during the game, but the tunnel vision he gets sometimes when he's out there, he doesn't really pass the basketball. He gets it. He is going to shoot that thing, right? And that's when Devin Booker and Jalen Green are back, I think it will change. It has to change. It has to change. There's a stat in Kellen's story this morning on ArizonaSports.com that caught my attention in that last night, Dillon Brooks tied the league lead for the most games with 15 or more points and 1 assist or fewer. Like he just gets in these tunnel vision zones.
Miami game, he was 1 for 10 from 3-point range.
Where I'm going to shoot. I'm going to shoot. I'm going to shoot. I'm not even going to share. I'm not going to look to pass. I am looking to shoot.
24 shots versus Miami.
And I know the Suns have given him a lot of freedom for that. I feel like the last couple of games, he's borderline abused that freedom a little bit with just his inability to get anybody else involved. Now, again, I want to be clear on this. I'm with you. It's been largely positive with Dillon Brooks. But that part that you have to learn to live with a little bit, it's been kind of tough these last couple of games between the flagrants and the technicals and all the shots and none of the assists and all those things that have added up to 2 losses that I think Dillon's got to wear a little bit if we're being honest about it.
Yeah. I think the hope is that when they're fully healthy and they've got Jalen Green and they've got Dillon and they've got Devin Booker back, that those 2 guards are going to be the majority of the guys getting up shots and that Dillon's shot selection is going to go down. I mean,
It has to. It has to.
Yeah, he's averaging, this month 17 shots a game.
Mm-hmm.
Last month 17 shots a game. The month before that 16. He's averaging 16 or 17 shots a game. And I think that here's what I hope, and this is what I believe. From everything I've been told about Dillon Brooks from players and coaches in the league, this guy wants to win more than he cares about anything else. He wants to win. This isn't about I got to get my points. Durant is more about I want to get my points. I think Dillon Brooks is more about we have to win. He's going to understand that when Jalen comes back and gets his high volume of shots up, Dylan's going to have to shoot the ball less. He's going to have to just concentrate more on the intangibles he brings to the table, which is great defense and hustle. And he's still going to shoot. It's not like he's going to shoot 4 times a game. But you certainly don't want. You know how many times he shot? In the last 5 games, he's shot in over 20 times, twice. He had 22 against Memphis and 24 against Miami. So you just don't want that. Nobody really wants that. That needs to go to your other. Book gets that, you're okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I don't say fall in line, but I think he'll understand that he's best suited letting those guys shoot the ball more.
Yeah. The phrase that John used in his story, and again, it's spot on, is self-awareness. And I think you're right. I think these things are going to happen. I hope they does. He needs to have the self-awareness to understand that for all the good that he brings, can he dial back some of the bad? He had the 16 points last night on the 4 of 16 shooting. He was 1 of 10 the other night from distance against Miami. You mentioned that as well. So far on this trip, 2 games, 11 fouls, 2 flagrants, a technical that got rescinded, right? Not on the floor to finish the game last night when they could have used him. And I know he was under the weather and he was ill and it was kind of adding all up. But Dylan Brooks, after the game last night, does he regret anything about his rough game last night?
Foul at the end, especially on my part. A couple of transition threes and, just a lot of middies and shots that I usually make. That stuff happens in the long season and, refocus and play a better game next
All right, hard to make out what he said in that one. But
basketball is so hard to figure. You're either hearing a bunch of background noise or basketball's bouncing. It's always a tough listen.
But I believe that whenever Devin Booker and Jalen Green come back, that it will correct itself, and that he'll understand, and that hopefully it's the fouls. I don't know if that's ever going to get. The shooting, I think, will get fixed. I just don't think he'll take as many shots when those 2 guys are on the floor. I think he'll kind of downshift into the role that maybe he was more intended for.
Sure.
It's the fouls and the availability and being smarter about when to foul and not kind of losing your mind the way he does. I don't know if anything's ever going to change that with Dylan Brooks. Ever going to change.
You take Devin Booker, who everybody loves, one of the perfect Suns players, and even. There's times with Book, he's these 3-point shots not falling. My God, he's shooting so poorly from 3. What's good? So it happens with every play. It's an 82-game season. It's a long season. We're going to have those games where you're just really shaking your head about what a player does.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, 1 coach down, 8 vacancies to go. Who are the so-called experts predicting will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? We will talk about that coming up here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting at the ball. He tried the 3 to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here in Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Lots of reasons. Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way. They put customers first. They give back to the community they call home in many ways. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze. With mobile service plus pickup and delivery, makes it real easy for you. You can get your vehicle taken care of without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, you can purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150 starts as low as $33,995. There's over 150 in stock, 100 of the F-150s in stock, over 100. So when you're in the market for a new car, used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. Visit them at 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals continue narrowing down candidates for their next head coach, a couple more interviews have been scheduled and completed. Last night, 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh had a conversation with the Cardinals brass, and today that same brass is set to talk with Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. You can see all the latest with the Cardinals search for a new head man right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Regarding tomorrow's Suns game against the Knicks, injury report just came out. Devin Booker is questionable, dealing with the ankle sprain that he suffered on Tuesday. Jalen Green and Jamari Bouye remain out. For the Knicks, Jalen Brunson is questionable. He is also dealing with an ankle sprain. In NFL playoff news, the Houston Texans are going to be without their top wideout on Sunday. Wide receiver Nico Collins is currently in concussion protocol and has been ruled out. Seahawks maybe will have their quarterback, but Sam Darnold is dealing with an oblique injury. But the expectation is that Darnold will play tomorrow night in Seattle. And in Major League Baseball, something happened last night, but today the New York Mets signed Bo Bichette to a 3-year deal. The plan for the Mets, reportedly, is that they're going to put the former Blue Jay at third base. And then the Phillies, in the same division, they're bringing back one of their own. Catcher JT Realmuto is coming back on a 3-year deal. And that is what's trending now.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. A timeline of the Cardinals head coaching interviews up to this point. Cardinals head coaching candidates include Mike LaFleur chatting with the team on Friday. And where does ASU's Jordan Tyson rank among Field Yates' NFL draft prospects? Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I love it, Mitch. We're not even talking about it. We're just saying we're not even bringing it up. What happened last night? Just something happened last night. You want to know what it is? Go look it up. Kyle Tucker went to the Dodgers on 4 years and $240 million.
Baseball's broken.
Something happened last night.
Baseball is broken.
The Arizona Cardinals coaching search, it does continue. By the end of this weekend, it's quite possible that there'll be more coaches who will have been eliminated and therefore can have second interviews or could take jobs or whatever. It could happen to Robert Saleh. It could happen to Clint Kubiak. It could happen to Vance Joseph. It could happen to Thomas Brown, the Patriots passing game coordinator. These are all guys who were at one point considered on the Cardinals list. Either of the Packers assistants, Mike LaFleur, Chris Shula, Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator of the Texans. In other words, there could be, depending on who wins and who loses this weekend,
yeah,
there could be some movement, right? Like potentially, I don't know if hirings necessarily, but certainly guys that you could only have one interview with now virtually, you could potentially have a second interview with face-to-face if their teams get eliminated. It's interesting to see the predictions from everybody. You mentioned yesterday, we were talking about Robert Saleh, who had his interview last night with the Cardinals. You found a USA Today story in which one of their NFL writers predicted that Saleh was going to go to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Benjamin Albright, a guy that I follow on Twitter, covers the NFL. He did a prediction for each job. He had Vance Joseph as the guy who he thought the Cardinals was going to.
Does he still have Vance Joseph?
He does.
Okay.
It was a tweet.
He's got Vance.
It was a tweet from yesterday, I think.
Because there was somebody else that had Vance as well. Connor Orr originally had Vance.
And then
I think he changed
to Jeff Hafley.
Okay.
The Packers defensive coordinator. Albright yesterday had Vance Joseph to the Cardinals, Hafley to the Dolphins, Kubiak to the Falcons, Flores to the Raiders, Minter to the Ravens, Saleh to the Steelers, Matt Nagy to the Titans. He didn't have Kevin Stefanski going anywhere, which he said he admitted it was kind of odd. Saleh being predicted going to the Cardinals would be, make a lot of people happy, I think, if that prediction came true. Nobody knows, of course, but everyone's trying to play the connect the dots and guessing game and where everybody would end up, given there's so many vacancies and so many coaches.
So many vacancies, so many and then obviously the after the hiring of the head coach, it's going to be the staff. Listen, if they hire a defensive coordinator, man, the most important thing is like, who is the offensive coordinator this team going to be? You've got Trey McBride, you've got Michael Wilson, you still have Marvin Harrison Jr. They're going to draft a running back. I don't know who the quarterback's going to be, but there was a whole thing. Before last season started, there were people that thought Drew Petzing has a good year. He could be a head coaching candidate.
Sure.
Okay? And he's not a head coaching candidate. He's not getting any opportunities. I don't know if maybe somebody will bring him in as an offensive coordinator, maybe not. But at the beginning of the year was like, Drew Petzing. They were 2-0. It was like, oh, my God, Drew Petzing. And then everything went to hell in a handbasket. And the offense was terrible, and everybody blamed Drew and Gannon, and that this is where we ended up, a 3-14 football team. But who that offensive coordinator is going to be if they hire a defensive guy is going to be such a huge hire.
Yeah, no, there's no question about it. Now, this is an interesting counterpoint here for Mike Sando, and I have not heard a lot of people suggest this. There are 8 coaching vacancies out there now. The Giants presumably are going to hire John Harbaugh. When he was on Wolf and Luke today, Mike Sando expressed the opinion, and he believes there are more good coaches out there than there are jobs available, that the supply outweighs the demand. And I haven't heard anybody say that yet. So I'm curious as to why he says that is the case. Here's the cut.
There's more good coaches out there than there are openings. Your job is to find them. And so when you watched Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens, get up there, and somebody asked him, "How are you worried about not being able to replace a coach as successful as Harbaugh?" And he said, "Wait a minute. You mean the coach we identified when no one else, was hiring a special teams coach?" So you can find a guy. These teams have been doing it that know what they're doing forever. And look at the Steelers. They didn't go into there saying we got to have Mike Tomlin all these years ago. They identified him and liked him. So there is a coach for the Cardinals who can do it. They've got to find him, and it doesn't have to be a name to do it. You have to be good at this. That's what and they do that.
If you go back, if you just go back, they gave a chance to Ken Wisenhunt, who was an offensive coordinator for his first head coaching job. Denny Green had been a coach and had success, and they went that route. Bruce Arians was a long-time successful offensive coordinator who got a chance to be an interim coach, and you liked him, you gave him a chance. Steve Wilkes, before he was with the Cardinals, he was a defensive coordinator, with the Panthers, and he was very successful. You gave him a chance. Cliff Kingsbury, you pulled right out of college. Couldn't even put his own staff together. Keim had to put the staff together for him because he didn't have enough knowledge of everybody. And then Gannon was a successful defensive coordinator with the Philadelphia Eagles. His team was in the Super Bowl. So, like, you've gone the route of Bruce was more or less an offensive coordinator. Denny was a head coach. Wisenhunt was an offensive coordinator. Wilkes was a defensive coordinator. Kingsbury's the only odd guy out of the group. In the history, if I just you look at the history sometimes and you see where they're going to go. So just going backwards, Gannon, defensive coordinator, Wilkes, defensive coordinator, Wisenhunt, offensive coordinator, Arians, offensive coordinator, Denny Green, head coach, Cliff Kingsbury, college coach.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back to Tobin and McGinnis, and I don't want to go back.
But I think even just as important as offense, defense is to Sando's point, finding the guy who's going to be good at being the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. And to his point, the Cardinals, if we're being honest about it, they've really only gotten it right once in the last 25 years, and that was Bruce. You know, that's the only one where they
Okay, can we talk about Wisenhunt for a second?
Sure, absolutely.
I mean, he took him to the Super Bowl.
I know
he was an offensive coordinator. He took him to the Super Bowl.
He did.
And so there was a guy. My memory, I don't remember if he had other opportunities to interview for jobs back in that cycle, but he
did.
He did?
I think he did, but I don't recall.
He was very successful with the Steelers. And there was some thought that maybe he would eventually get the Steeler job, and he didn't get it, right? And then the Cardinals hired him, and he had a run with the Cardinals, and he took a team to a Super Bowl.
Okay.
So he was an offensive coordinator. You identified him. You went after him. He started off as the Steelers tight ends coach. He became the offensive coordinator. The Cardinals hired him to be their head coach. He took him to a Super Bowl. He got fired by the Cardinals. He got another job as a head coach with the Chargers. It didn't work out very well.
Yeah.
But, like, if you want to say I don't know if you want to consider Wisenhunt a success or not. I mean, his career coaching record was 48-71. But he did take the freaking Cardinals to the Super Bowl.
I know, and we're so far removed from it now, the days of us debating whether it was Warner or Wisenhunt who got them to that Super Bowl. I think the main part of that team's success story was that they got very, very lucky that they found Kurt Warner to be their quarterback. And I mean, you know,
you don't think they would have done it with Matt Leinart?
It's just no. I know they wouldn't have done it with Matt Leinart, and so I don't mean to diminish anything that Ken. You're right. You're 100% right. He took them to a Super Bowl, and he of course is owed some of the credit from that. But I think the cornerstone of that team and their success was that they got very fortunate to find Kurt Warner when they did. Whereas Bruce, I feel like Bruce was. He got here, and they were good right away. They were good in the first year. They almost went to the playoffs. In the second year, they did, despite losing two of their quarterbacks. In the third year, they were went away from going to the Super Bowl. And it was in the fourth year when things started to fall apart. And he was the last coach hired in that cycle. He was the last coach that was hired by any NFL team. And I think, to Sando's point, you found the right guy on that list. I don't think – I guess my broader point is – I don't think the Cardinals organization has been very good at finding that guy throughout the course of the years, and I hope they're going to be better about it this year.
I misspoke. It was the Titans that he ended up going to the Chargers, and then he went to the Titans and became the head coach of the Titans.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I misspoke. So before people blow me up on Twitter, I remember he was the Titans head coach, but he was with the Chargers as a coordinator. I think your point's well taken. Like, they have kind of failed more than they've had success with those guys. So if you just take a look at the guys that were coordinators, you had Wilkes, which didn't work out at all. You had Gannon, which didn't work out at all. So you had two guys, you had two defensive guys that didn't work out at all. But the two offensive guys had more success.
Wiz, BA, yeah. I mean, Cliff took him to a... You know, he wasn't an NFL assistant.
Got to the playoffs.
He got him to the playoffs. They won 11 games under Cliff Kingsbury.
So can you make the argument they've had more success with offensive guys than defensive guys?
Oh, yeah, without question. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, without question you can. Yeah. And maybe that bodes well for the offensive guys in the cycle. I don't know. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we preview the NFC playoffs. Now it's the AFC's turn. Do you pick the best team or do you pick the best player? That's one of the debates this weekend in the AFC, and that's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Moronic Mornings.
We don't know who's going to end up being the head coach of the Cardinals. We don't know how this is going to work. There is a chance that we're going to be completely underwhelmed by the hire of the Arizona Cardinals and overwhelmed by what that coach delivers. We were all underwhelmed by Jordan Knott.
That's what I'm talking about with needles and haystacks. You've got to be looking for the right traits. And I hope Monty Ossenfort has that clearly locked into his vision. That approach, led by Brian Gregory, had them looking for certain attributes. And it led them to Jordan Knott. And it led them out of the darkness.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Early detection saves lives. Had about 50 people sign up for this, and this is great because hopefully it'll help a lot of you out there. Lifeguard Imaging, right here locally, is offering our listeners a free, this is absolutely free, you don't pay anything, a complimentary coronary artery and heart scan for free. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Look, 1 in 2 men are going to end up with cancer. 1 in 3 women end up with cancer. 40% of us end up with cancer. Many find out when it's too late. It's just the way our system works, you know. But a lifeguard imaging, it's all about giving you the opportunity to early detect what could be wrong with you and your body. They offer a lung scan, an abdominal scan, a full body scan, a virtual colonoscopy. But right now, they're offering you a coronary artery and heart scan absolutely free. Might help you prevent a heart attack, stroke, heart disease. And all you have to do is call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us Tuesday at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to what goes down in the NFL divisional round and college football playoff national championship game. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That's a banger. I haven't heard this one in a while. Tip jar a little Kings of Leon for me. Use Somebody. I like this song. I haven't heard this one in a long time. Doesn't have the singing in it, but it's always weird when I don't hear the voice of the guy kicking in. We just do the instrumental version, but it's a good tune.
I know this song.
They're the 2 AFC playoff games coming up this weekend, And I want to start, if I can, with the Bills and the Broncos, just because that's the first game of the weekend.
It's the better game.
Saturday at 2:30, and it is the better
It's
game.
a better game.
I believe that the winner of this game will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. No disrespect to the other two, but I think the winner of this game is going all the way. And there was a preview when we both saw it, and I loved it because I think it really gets right down to the heart of the matter with this game.
Best team versus best player?
Best team versus best player.
Yep.
Who are you going to pick? Because last week, it was kind of the same situation. The Jags were the better team. Josh Allen was the better player, and the better player won. The Jags were a better team than the Buffalo Bills. I don't think anybody would deny that.
Ran all over them.
And the better player, the best player, made the plays when they mattered most, and he won despite. And I think it's exactly the same scenario this week. Nobody will deny that Denver is the better team. They are. But Josh Allen, can he throw on that cape one more time and go do Superman stuff like he did last week?
Remember the Allen Iverson team that went to the NBA Finals, won the first game, and then lost to the Lakers?
Yeah.
Nobody remembers any other player on that team.
No. No. Now you're going to make me look up.
Nobody knows any players that are on it. Who the hell played with Allen Iverson when he went to the finals?
Philadelphia 76ers.
They won the first game against the Lakers, and they lost 4 in a row. That's this Bills team. This Bills team is like, the Bills, the Jim Kelly Bills teams that went to 4 Super Bowls. My God, we can name half the freaking team. Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed and Bruce Smith and Cornelius Bennett. Like those teams were freaking great. This Bills team just lacks so much talent.
Yeah.
It just lacks talent. And so I don't know. They can't stop the run, but Josh Allen is Superman and he could do things all by himself.
That 76ers team, I looked it up. I just had to.
Yeah.
Theo Ratliff was on that team.
Oh, God.
Dikembe Mutombo was the defensive player of the year in the NBA that year. He was a second-team All-NBA player. Aaron McKee was the 6th man of the year in the NBA that year. Eric Snow, Tyrone Hill, George Lynch, Tony Kukoc was on that team. Matt Geiger and others, but
that team sucked.
Yeah, the team was kind of a one-man show. I mean,
right.
no disrespect to Dikembe. That team was kind of a one-man show.
No, it's a perfect example. Everybody listening right now, you're right. I can't name one freaking guy that played with Allen Iverson on a team, but I remember Allen Iverson took the team to the finals. Practice? Yeah, but this Bills team is similar, right? Like they're not a good team. They've just got this great player. Last year, the Bills knocked Mitch's Broncos out of the playoffs, but that was in Buffalo. This is in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
It ends here for the Bills.
You think
it
so?
Ends here.
You think so?
That home field advantage is a real deal. That's a real thing. Vance Joseph is a great defensive coordinator. Now, do I worry about Bo Nix? Yeah, I worry about Bo Nix beating Josh Allen. That's not what it's going to be. It's going to be the Broncos beating the Bills.
I know Mitch knows this. And in doing the research for this game, it's one of those things that if I knew, I forgot. And then I saw it. I'm like, oh, yeah, I think I knew that at some point. Nobody has thrown more passes in the NFL this year than Bo Nix.
No.
Bo Nix has thrown more pass attempts than anybody else. That's crazy. That's crazy talk right there, but it's true.
They have to run the football.
And that's the thing is the Jags ran all over the Bills last week. A lot of people think if the Jags had just stuck to that game plan, they would have beat Buffalo, but they went away from it for whatever reason. And so R.J. Harvey becomes a really key guy in this game to see if they can establish him and do the same thing to the Bills defense that the Jags were doing. Yeah, not Terrell Davis. He's not walking through that door. Yeah, no, he's not walking through that door. The Broncos D is obviously a bunch of monsters. They've got the 5th most sacks in a single season in the NFL since 1963. I mean, they led the league in hits, quarterback hits, and pressures. They're a bunch of ballers.
Everything. Sacks, pressures, quarterback, led the league in everything.
Yeah, I'm. This to me is the toughest game of the weekend to predict. I mean, hands down, the toughest game of the weekend to pick. And so when I say who I think is going to win, understand it's like a 51-49 kind of margin that I'm picking that team. But I think it's the Bills. I'm going to go with the player over the team one last time and see if they can pull it off. I just don't know if I trust Bo Nix yet in this moment. As great as that defense is, I just don't know if I trust him. The other game,
I'm gonna go Broncos.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm sorry. You said Broncos, so I thought you had made your pick.
I'm going Broncos.
I'm going, but I think it's the toughest game of the weekend of all the 4 to pick. Texans taking on the Patriots. That game's the early game on Sunday. I believe it starts at 1:00. Drake May has never faced a defense as good as Houston's in his career.
Nope, never faced the top 5 scoring and top 5 total defense ever.
And that's what I think is going to be the difference in this game. I think the Texans are going to win this game on the road because I don't think Drake May, like he handled himself okay against the Chargers defense last week, and the Texans offense is just dreadful, awful, terrible.
If they had a decent quarterback, I think people would pick them to go to the Super Bowl.
I think so too.
Their defense is that good. They just nobody trusts C.J. Stroud.
I can't believe we've gotten to the point. You remember in the initial reaction to the C.J. Stroud Bryce Young draft, where it was like, "Oh my God, how could the Carolina Panthers screw this up?"
Yeah,
nobody's saying that anymore.
No.
Nobody's saying that anymore.
Both guys went to the playoffs this year.
Not that Bryce Young is all that, but the way he's kind of resuscitated his career the last year and a half or so, and the way C.J. Stroud is just run into this iceberg has some people wondering if the Panthers did, in fact, make the right choice at quarterback a couple of years ago.
This is a tough one. Now, Nico Collins probably not going to play in this game, right? The wide
Probably
receiver?
not. They're not expecting. I don't. Have you?
He's already been ruled out.
He's been ruled out.
How about Christian Gonzalez, that cornerback?
He will be playing.
So he's going to play? That's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
All right.
You go Patriots?
Damn, this is the hardest game for me.
Is it?
This is the hardest game for me. All right, I'll go with the home team.
Okay.
I'll go with the Patriots. I just don't think the Texans have a good offense. I'm gonna go Patriots. Get the ball to Stephon Diggs.
The number that I saw in one of the previews, the magic number for the Houston Texans is 20. They've won 16 straight games when they score at least 20 points. They're 12-0 when they've scored at least 20 points this season. I don't think they can't get to 20 in this game, and that's a double negative there. I think they can get to 20 in this game.
You know what's crazy?
I really do. And so if that's the magic number, and I believe the Houston Texans scored 20 points, then I'm going to pick the Texans to win.
2 of the coaches hired in the Jonathan Gannon year are coaching in the AFC playoffs right now.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They were never going to get Vrabel. He was always going to go to New England.
DeMeco Ryans.
If I remember right,
Peyton.
I thought you were talking about the Patriots.
No, in the AFC,
game.
Just in the AFC.
Oh, in the AFC in general.
The cycle in which Gannon got hired was Sean Payton and DeMeco Ryans.
Vrabel wasn't in Gannon's cycle. You're right. Didn't DeMeco turn down the Cardinals or not want to talk to the Cardinals? Like I thought I remembered that he didn't. He was.
I don't remember him interviewing.
He was good to let that one slide by. Maybe because he knew he was going to get the Houston job, or he liked the Houston job better. But yeah, he's worked out great. Sean Payton's obviously worked out great. So on the AFC games, we're split. You're going Patriots. I'm going Texans.
I'm going Broncos.
I'm going Bills. You're going Broncos.
Okay. And then NFC.
We'll do this at the end of the show.
Later.
But
we'll do it later. We'll do it later.
Save it. All right.
Ryan's canceled his interview.
Canceled it.
That's I remember.
Look at that memory right there. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that memory.
When we come back on the Burns and
like
Gambo
an elephant.
show.
He got the memory of an elephant.
Got all sorts of things like an elephant. I was talking about the body weight. Just big body.
I'm not touching this one.
I'm not really awkward. We're gonna just go to the 4:00 reset right now, real quick. Thanks. Bye.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple: honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals continue narrowing down candidates for their next head coach, a couple more interviews were scheduled/completed. Last night, 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh had a conversation with Cardinals brass. Today, that brass is set to talk with Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. You can see all the latest with the Cardinals search for a new head man right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. Regarding tomorrow's Suns game against the Knicks, Devin Booker is questionable, still dealing with that ankle sprain he suffered on Tuesday. Jalen Green and Jamari Bouye remain out. For the Knicks, Jalen Brunson is questionable. He, like Booker, is dealing with an ankle sprain. In the NFL playoffs, the Houston Texans are going to be without their top target. Wide receiver Nico Collins has been ruled out as he is in concussion protocol, so he will not go on Sunday. Tomorrow, the Seahawks quarterback is the center of attention because Sam Darnold popped up on the injury report with an oblique injury, but Darnold's expectation is that he will play tomorrow night. And in Major League Baseball, the New York Mets signed Bo Bichette to a 3-year deal today. The plan is for the former Blue Jay to play at third base. And then meanwhile, the Phillies brought back catcher JT Realmuto. He's back on a 3-year deal. And that was all that happened in Major League Baseball free agency. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Lauren is here. She's got the top stories of the day on the Burns and Gambo show. 4 o'clock reset time. She looks uncomfortable. It's Friday going into a Bears weekend. Playoffs, all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you saying I'm uncomfortable, you've kind of nailed it.
A Bears-Broncos Super Bowl would be freaking awesome because these two would...
Gambo.
I mean, it really would. If we had Bears-Broncos in the Super Bowl with you two, that would be 2 weeks of you guys having to work together.
Do you want the show to be good? Do you want it to be on air?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can see you go. I can see you going to Mitch. You want to go?
While you were not here, Burnsy, there was a debate. Also, Mitch wasn't here, which is an important detail. Gambo did on air say that he thinks that if Mitch and I had to get in a physical altercation over our teams playing each other, that he thinks I would win said fight.
Oh, wow. Well,
Yep.
I hope it wouldn't come to that because I believe that'd be in violation of all sorts of HR rules around here. But I do see Mitch already has his game face on this one. He's
Yes.
very serious over there right now.
Very
about his Broncos.
stoic.
Very stoic about his Broncos. All right. It would be. I do co-sign with Gambo on this one. A Bears-Broncos Super Bowl would be good.
Just to watch you two guys for 2 straight weeks.
It'd be kind of fun. That being said, what's going on in sports? 4 o'clock reset time. What do we got?
Mitch would work out of the wedge, by the way. I'd move him.
Right.
I think he would. He
He'd move to the wedge. We'd be just fine. Yes. All right, well, let's head on over to the Arizona Cardinals because we've started every reset this week with head coaching news, and we've got more to it. So
why break precedent?
Exactly. Why not just stick with it? And that is that Robert Saleh interviewed with the Cardinals last night, and Mike LaFleur, the Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator, is speaking to the Cardinals today.
Okay, one other note about Vance Joseph that I wanted to get to, and I'll play the sound from Vance Joseph a little bit. The second interview the Cardinals could have with Vance Joseph couldn't happen until either they lose this weekend or they make the Super Bowl. Like, he can't do a face-to-face until we get to that 2-week gap between the conference championship and the Super Bowl. So if he really is one of their top candidates, I don't know whether he is or whether he isn't, but if they win, if the Broncos win, you might be in a little bit of a wait before you can even have a second interview with Vance Joseph.
With Vance Joseph, yeah. That's interesting, yep.
And some NFL injury news for the games this weekend.
Okay, what do we got?
Sam Darnold, his injured oblique, he plans to play against the Niners. Fred Warner's practice window was opened up this week, but he will not be ready to go against the Seahawks. If they beat the Seahawks, he would be ready to go for the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
The Texans have ruled out Nico Collins.
That's big.
He's still in concussion protocol.
Yeah, he's a good player. That's big.
Yeah, Christian Gonzalez cleared concussion protocol. He's ready to go.
One of the best
for them.
corners in the NFL.
The Bills have activated Ed Oliver and Curtis Samuel off the injured reserve. Both will be ready to go against the Broncos.
Okay. The big one, I think, is the one from the Patriots-Texans game. Because while I think Bills-Broncos is the toughest game on the board to call, I don't disagree that the Texans and Patriots might be the second toughest game to call. And potentially that's the kind of news that could swing it. Christian Gonzalez is it. But, I mean, to me, that game is going to come down to the Texans' defense and whether Drake May can figure them out or not. Because they're so good. They're so good. And I don't think he's ever seen anything like it before. But
I think if the Bills had Bruce Smith and Cornelius Bennett and that defensive line play at their age right now, they could do a better job stopping the run than the Bills' current defensive line can do.
I'm not sure that I agree with that one, but we'll see. We've also got to keep our eyes on temperature this weekend because the coldest NFL playoff game ever could happen in Chicago this weekend. Ben Johnson came out to the media earlier this week and said the Bears have been practicing without any heating capabilities on their field whatsoever and have been practicing that way for the entire season. And the Rams, as they prepare to travel to Chicago, have been practicing outside where the average temperature in LA this week was 81 degrees.
The coldest playoff game ever?
Ever.
In the history of the playoffs?
Yes.
I remember there was a game.
Because of there is supposed to be.
Because of the wind chill?
32 miles per hour
What about
off the lake.
What about the ice bowl?
Rumored it could be the coldest ever.
The coldest one I remember in recent memory was the Dolphins playing the Chiefs in Kansas City a couple of years ago on a Saturday night. It looked cold.
The ice bowl is known for its extreme cold temperature. The kickoff temperature was minus 13, with wind chills reaching a low of minus 36. There's no way this could be the coldest game ever. It's going to be 20 degrees.
No, it's not. It's going to be 0 with wind chill coming off the lake.
So the wind chill will be 0.
It's going to be 0 degrees in Chicago.
And the wind chill will
added
make
the
it
wind chill.
Okay.
Less than
the
that.
kickoff temperature for the ice bowl was minus 13, and the wind chills made it minus 36. I'm just saying. I think this meteorologist guy is wrong.
Meteorologists are the one job where you can be wrong consistently and nobody cares.
Pretty much, yeah. Nobody really cares if you're wrong about stuff like that. Yeah.
No, that could be another example of that. And in the NBA, the Suns lost to the Pistons last night, 108-105. Without Devin Booker, Grayson Allen was the Suns' leading scorer with 33 points. The Suns are back in action tomorrow in New York to play the Knicks. Devin Booker is questionable. Jalen Green is out.
Okay. So no Jalen Green tomorrow against the Knicks. Maybe Devin Booker.
What's the next game after the Knicks? Is Brooklyn?
Brooklyn on Monday.
I'm going to say Jalen Green plays in that game.
And then Philly on the second night of a back-to-back the night after.
On a Tuesday. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, good news on Book. Still waiting on Jalen Green.
Maybe good news on Book. We'll see. He's questionable on that one.
That's good. I like questionable rather than an out.
Yeah, so do I.
You know what? Yeah, me too. Yeah,
I'll take it.
Questionable sounds way better than out.
And the Sacramento Kings are expected to get Domantas Sabonis back tonight after missing 27 games due to a partially torn meniscus in his left knee. The Kings play the Wizards in Sacramento.
A lot of people think that
blow that whole thing up in Sacramento.
Sacramento could be a team maybe where Kuminga goes potentially, but yeah, I don't know.
Suns had interest on him before he did the deal because they could have got him on a much lesser deal. And now the deal doesn't really work for Phoenix. It doesn't make any sense.
It is great not hearing the Phoenix Suns name associated with Jonathan Kuminga now that he's requested a trade. I have found that to be a breath of fresh air. That the Suns are.
Me too.
You will not find the Suns listed among the teams that as potential landing spots. It's great, fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, and
less work for me.
Cambo's happy about that, and the MLB news that Mitch keeps so.
Good night, everybody. He's just avoiding it,
swerving away from.
Like he actually left the room. He's like, I don't want to hear about it.
He really doesn't want to talk about it.
Baseball's broken. It's really broke. I don't know what you could do. Something's got to be done. Kyle Tucker going to the Dodgers for $240 million and deferring $30 million. Again, my problem here is you can't pay Shohei Ohtani $2 million. Shohei Ohtani's getting paid until 2043. It's ridiculous. It allows them to get Tucker and Diaz and pay Betts and pay Freeman because they deferred all of Ohtani's money for like another 20 years. It's just something's got to give because baseball is really broken. And the other thing is like Bichette to the Mets he's not like he's good. Like, we're paying good players like they're elite superstars in this league now. It's crazy.
Bichette got 3 years, $126 million. He will play third base for the Mets, a position he has not played in his career.
Because he can't play shortstop. He's terrible at it.
He did say he was open to a position change. So, yeah, okay.
Yes. And JT Realmuto will be back with the Phillies. He agreed to a 3-year, $45 million deal. And we'll wrap this whole thing up with some college sports news because U of A will visit UCF in Orlando tomorrow at 2 as they look to stay unbeaten. ASU will play Houston on Sunday at 4:30. Yes, Bernsey.
I grit my teeth on that one.
Yeah, good one there.
Houston's good.
And because we could be off on Monday, hard to know right now. The national championship game is Monday between Indiana and Miami at 5:30.
Just for clarification, the could be is in that if the Cardinals do the thing and hire a coach over the weekend, we'll have some programming
You're stuck
on
with our
Monday.
shining
Yeah.
faces.
The last 20 national champions had at least 2 top 10 recruiting classes in the 4 years prior to their winning season. Indiana's recruiting classes in the last 4 years, 29th, 59th, 60th, and 53rd.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Miami had one that was number 5 and one that was number 8. They had 2 top 10. Indiana, Portal makes a difference here, but that's a crazy story.
Yeah.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate that. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, could the Phoenix Suns be buyers at the deadline? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Baseball pass ahead to Allen, catching, hoisting at the buzzer. He tried the 3 to tie, but it hit the backboard. Good defense by the Pistons, and the Suns fall short. The final score here in Little Caesars Arena, Detroit 108, the Suns 105, and a heavyweight fight here tonight.
We chop up what happened to the Suns at the Pistons last night. So hang with us at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Here's the reality. When you hit 40, your eyesight starts to change, and it starts to change for the worse. Most people will see a significant decline in their vision between 40 and 50 years old. Now, you can keep changing the prescription on your glasses and getting new contacts and going through that routine every year as your eyes adjust, or you could go to Dr. Jay Schwartz and get a vision correction procedure, and then you could be like me. I'll be 60 this year, never wore glasses or contact lenses. I don't even need readers. That's how good the Schwartz Laser Eye Center was for me. Now, if you've been told you're not a candidate for LASIK, no worries. They've got the camera inlay procedure, the Evo ICL, and, of course, the LASIK surgery. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your sons and D-backs. If you are 40 or above, I'd like you to go in and get a free thorough eye exam and find out if you're a candidate for one of these procedures. That's right. If you're 40 or above and your eyesight's starting to change, let's get you. They got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Let's get you that free eye exam and see if you are a candidate for one of these great procedures. Call 480-483-EYES to schedule or go online at teamidoc.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here, and it's time to shout it loud. Ready, set, Ford. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Is it experience? Yep. Earnhardt's been a name that Arizonans trust for the last 75 years. Is it selection? Absolutely. Earnhardt Ford has exactly what you're looking for, with nearly 500 new Fords to choose from. Is it incredible offers? You bet. Right now, get $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or low 2.9% APR financing also available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, it still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. In Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Welcome.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll give you the latest on how the Suns have fared on their road trip and everything going on in the NFL playoffs and the Cardinals coaching search. It all starts at 6. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out Tempe on this Friday afternoon. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Tempe.
It's your old neck of the woods, right?
It is indeed. I was born in Flagstaff, but basically raised in Tempe. We moved there when I was just a little baby. And I lived there for most of my childhood. I love Tempe. I have nothing but great memories of growing up in Tempe. A really, really cool place to live. The Phoenix Suns lost last night. They are officially halfway done with the season. They're at the midway point at 24-17. They have played 41 games. They have 41 games to go. That would mean they're on a 48-win pace, which would comfortably allow you to dine like a king at the Rah Rah Room at some point. As soon as I get to 37 wins, it's lunchtime for you, man.
I did commandeer a castle in Bergen, Norway, and called myself the King of Norway. So
did you?
I ran all the way up to the top. I took the flag and I waved it around. I said, I just took over this castle.
What does
my family was all sitting at the bottom
to do
because I get to dine like a king.
Oh,
you said I get to dine like a king.
Oh, okay.
Don't you remember what you just said a minute ago? You lose your memory?
Trying to figure out why.
You said I get to dine like a king. I said I felt
you are
like
the
a
king of Norway, and you get to dine like a king.
My family was yelling. My family was like, "Get the hell down from there! Get down!"
I bet they were.
Yes.
The trade deadline in the NBA is, because we're halfway there, is remarkably less than 3 weeks away. It was 3 weeks from yesterday, February 5th.
Yeah.
Trade deadline in the NBA. And, you know, we've heard Matt Ishbia chime in on this topic on our show. We've heard him say, hey, we like our team. Well, of course, we'll look into it. We'll explore it, but we like our team very much. There were some headlines yesterday locally when Jake Fisher, NBA insider, said in his newsletter that he does with Mark Stein, he used the phrase sneaky buyers to describe what the Phoenix Suns could be at the trade deadline February 5th.
Right.
There have been names and suggestions and ideas tossed about, but mostly, Gambo, most people seem to think that if the Suns do something, it'll be something small, and it'll be something that gets them under the tax line, and that's it.
I'm going to say at this point, now things can change, but my opinion would be that they trade Nick Richards for a second-round pick. Gets him under the tax, and I want people to remember this, and I don't think a lot of people know, but Dylan Brooks, if they make the playoffs, gets a $1 million bonus. That would count against the Suns. So I think moving Nick for just nothing and getting a second-round pick would probably be the preferred avenue to go down.
Okay.
Now, let's see where they are and what they need. Obviously, if there's any injuries over the next couple of weeks, they may decide that they want to do something bigger. The most fascinating thing to me, and I'll never just the comment by Matt Ishbia, hey, we're either going to do something really big or we're not doing anything. Like, it's either like, the outhouse to the penthouse. Like, it doesn't pay for us to do a minimal deal. We either need to get under the tax, not be a repeat offender, or we need to just go all in and do whatever the hell we have to do if we think. Now, I don't think they can win a championship, and most people don't. I think they could give somebody a run for their money in the playoffs, but can they win 4 playoff rounds? Probably not. So I think the best thing for them to do is make a smaller move, get under the tax, take yourself out of the repeat offender thing, because next year you got to sign Gillespie, you got to sign Mark Williams. You're going to have to keep some guys that you want to keep. Salary's going to go up. The NBA salary cap will go up as well. You know, you still get some of the Beal buyout. So I think it's better just to get under.
Yeah, I agree. And Matt Ishbia's comments, I think, are the crux of that. He said it's stupid for us. It's mismanagement. It's malfeasance for us to be $300,000 over the tax line. There's just, if we're going to do it, we're going to be way the hell over the tax line, not $300,000 over it. That doesn't stop people, though, from trying. And as we were joking about during the 4 o'clock reset, I'm really, really glad that nobody's linking the Suns to Jonathan Kuminga now that he's asked out of Golden State. I'm not interested. I'm glad to hear they're not interested, and I'm glad to see that no one's linking the two of them together. There was a crazy suggestion, and I don't even remember where you got it from, but of a Jalen Green trade, kind of like a blockbuster-ish type deal for the Suns at the deadline. But I think something like that is more rooted in the idea that people don't trust that Matt Ishbia won't be tempted to do something big, right? Like, that's just the Matt Ishbia way, a lot of people think. And so they're trying to link the Suns to big trades because of that.
It was CBS Sports, and they did a one trade every West team should make. So they had to literally go through the whole thing. And so they said, Phoenix gets Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Jacques Landale, and Gigi Jackson, and the Grizzlies receive Jalen Green. Like, not going to happen. Not going to happen. It says the Suns have little they need to do this season besides duck the tax. Why mess with the formula in what has become a feel-good season? But then they talk about, like, you know, KCP and what they could do here. I don't see any scenario. I think you could duck the tax by getting off of Nick Richards. And I'll tell you what will easily allow them to get off of Nick Richards is just the way Oso Iguodala's playing. He's going to join us next, Oso? He's going to join us next.
Yeah.
The way he's played has really allowed the Phoenix Suns to say, okay, I can, if Mark Williams is going to miss some time, we can play Oso more minutes. And I think that has allowed Nick's a third-string center. He's expendable. You find a team that needs a big body with some experience, and you get a second-round pick from him, and you call it a night.
They continue to be this talk of the NBA. This is Tim McMahon, national NBA writer. He was on Bickley and Murata this morning.
You know, the Suns are at least going to be a play-in team. They certainly feel strongly that they're going to end up in the playoffs. I agreed with the Grizzlies. I thought that was their best asset in that deal. I thought the Suns were in a really bleak situation where, you know, they were a lottery team last year and, you know, got rid of a Hall of Famer. I didn't think they were going to be a drastically improved team, but I think a lot of credit goes to, you know, and I focused on Dylan in this story because he is a guy who's been a massive part of cultural resets in his last two stops and really helping build the culture in Memphis when they were winning.
He was the one that wrote that Dylan Brooks story that I was talking about yesterday, the one that described the changes that Dylan Brooks have brought to the Suns when he came over. But at this point, the Nick Richards or something like that is the play, especially when you consider we still haven't seen Jalen Green for any more than 5 quarters. So I think for the first time in a while, it'll be a fairly quiet deadline for the Phoenix Suns. I know. And I know you appreciate that.
I appreciate that.
Thank
you.
Last year it was anything but, because it was Kevin Durant and it was Jimmy Butler and it was that whole nonsense.
What time did I text you in the morning?
5:45?
Yeah.
4:45?
Something crazy.
Something like that. Yeah. So that deadline was nuts. Trying to remember the deadline 2 years ago. The deadline 3 years ago was the Kevin Durant deadline. That one was crazy. That one was Matt Ishbia buys the team. The ink is barely dry on the contract, and they ship everything and everyone to Brooklyn for Kevin Durant. I'm trying to remember what happened. What happened in that other trade deadline? What happened in the trade deadline 2 years ago? So what would have been 2020? I'd have to go back.
So after Durant, they added Beal.
Was that O'Neal? Did they get
Royce?
Did they get Royce at that deadline?
I don't know. They all run together. I'd have to look it up. They all run together.
Yeah, I think it was O'Neal. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you that Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we'd love to have you out there with us. Ron Wolfley and myself are going to be on the Arizona Sports team, raising critical funds for the special needs community. It's the Cardinals Climb event. It's coming up on February 21st. Text the word hike to 620-620. Ron and I are going to be out there
hiking
at
away.
State Farm Stadium, hiking all over that stadium. Learn more. Sign up today. Text the word hike to 620-620. He had a huge impact on that game last night for the Phoenix Suns. He had a huge impact on the Suns in general the last few weeks. Oso Iguodala and his 6 steals are next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Everything I see from this basketball team is trending up, in my opinion. In fact, the team that was supposed to have no present, no future, in the worst situation in the history of the sport, right?
Yep, that was
They are
said.
the first team in NBA history. The first team in NBA history. These Phoenix Suns are the first team in NBA history with at least 575 three-pointers and 400 steals at the midway point of a season. A historic effort from a team that was alleged to have no future and in a very dark place. We should all be very happy.
Yeah. Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's amazing how good you feel about yourself when you've got confidence in yourself. A lot of people don't because of the smile. A lot of people out there don't like their smile. Their teeth are just not right. Maybe you've got some chipped teeth, some broken teeth, some big gaps in your teeth, a lot of discoloration, so you don't smile, you don't laugh, you hide your smile. You don't like to eat food, you hide your mouth when you're eating food. ProSmile Dental is ready to help you right now. The dream team of doctors, Dr. Mehta, Dr. Valangi, Dr. Hassini. Dr. Hassini's a Corona del Sol grad. That's right, huge Corona del Sol guy. Suns, Cardinals, D-backs, they love Arizona. This is their home, and they've got the best dental implant center out there, and that is ProSmile Dental. You know what they could do for you? One day. Come in for treatment, and you could leave with a temporary smile the same day. The same day. A brand new temporary style. 2 weeks from start to finish, you'll have your new smile with ProSmile Dental. The custom veneers are second to none. They also do the All-On 4 implants, the All-On X implants. So if you're not happy with your smile, check out ProSmile Dental. 2 locations in the Valley, Scottsdale and Phoenix. And they offer some great financing, really great financing, including 10 years of financing. You can pay it off over 10 years so you can look good now and pay it off a little bit at a time. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here, and it's time to shout it loud. Ready, set, Ford. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Is it experience? Yep. Earnhardt's been a name that Arizonans trust for the last 75 years. Is it selection? Absolutely. Earnhardt Ford has exactly what you're looking for, with nearly 500 new Fords to choose from. Is it incredible offers? You bet. Right now, get $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or low 2.9% APR financing also available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, it still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. In Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals continue narrowing down candidates for their next head coach, a couple more interviews were scheduled/completed. Last night, 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh had a conversation with Cardinals brass. Today, that brass is set to talk with Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. You can see all the latest with the Cardinals search for a new head man right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. Regarding tomorrow's Suns game against the Knicks, Devin Booker is questionable, still dealing with that ankle sprain he suffered on Tuesday. Jalen Green and Jamari Bouye remain out. For the Knicks, Jalen Brunson is questionable. He, like Booker, is dealing with an ankle sprain. In the NFL playoffs, the Houston Texans are going to be without their top target. Wide receiver Nico Collins has been ruled out as he is in concussion protocol, so he will not go on Sunday. Tomorrow, the Seahawks quarterback is the center of attention because Sam Darnold popped up on the injury report with an oblique injury, but Darnold's expectation is that he will play tomorrow night. And in Major League Baseball, the New York Mets signed Bo Bichette to a 3-year deal today. The plan is for the former Blue Jay to play at third base. And then meanwhile, the Phillies brought back catcher JT Realmuto. He's back on a 3-year deal. And that was all that happened in Major League Baseball free agency. And that is what's trending now.
Home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Coming off the court, you hear it straight from a Suns player with Burns and Gambo.
Our weekly visit with a member of the Phoenix Suns last night. If my notes are correct, his 6 steals were the most by a Phoenix Suns player in over 3 years.
He's just setting records left and right, plus minuses and steals and
just getting the job.
We got a 50-point game coming soon
for Oso. I don't know, Oso Ighodaro. We got a 50-point game coming anytime soon out of you.
Man, I don't know. We're gonna see. I'm just trying to get some wins out here.
What's the most you ever had when you were at DV, Desert Vista, where my kids went to school? By the way, they went to DV.
I don't know. I think I had a couple of 30-some point games, but I always would have a lot of different stats. I was never just like a pure scorer. I kind of did a bunch of different things on the floor.
Well, if you would have played that school in Yuma, you would have had 100. You see that kid scored 100 the other day in a high school game?
Yeah, I did too. And no matter what level that is, that's a lot of points.
I know, but come on, man. At some point, they won by 85 or something. Don't you take the kid out of the game if you're the coach?
Yeah, but he probably got close and he wanted to break the record. So I don't know. That's impressive.
You think you would have wanted to stay in the game?
I probably would have came out, to be honest. But
you see, I told you. There's no way that kid should have stayed in the game for 100. All right, it is what it is. All right, the Heat, the Pistons, the Knicks. How different is it, the physicality, when you play East Coast basketball teams on the East Coast compared to playing West Coast teams?
Yeah, I think every game is different. The Pistons definitely are one of the most physical teams in the league. The Heat is kind of a different type of physicality. Like, they have a lot of wings that drive the ball physically. Obviously, they're a little bit undersized at the big position, but their bigs are super talented and skilled. So I think every game is different.
We were talking about this earlier. I think these games are going to be good for you guys. You know, down the stretch in the season, come playoff time, when you play these close, hard-fought games against these real physical teams. Do you think, even with losing these games, do you think there's some advantage there for you guys? Do you think there's a benefit to playing these physical type of games?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're getting better each game. I think we're learning something from each game. So I think playing, especially such a tough, like you said, a tough stretch of games on the road, obviously down, book last game, whatever the circumstances are, I think these games are going to build character for us, and we're going to get better.
Oso Ighodaro is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Suns were in Detroit last night. Their road trip continues tomorrow when they take on the Knicks in New York, and then they'll stay in New York to play Brooklyn on Monday night. You obviously, second year in the league, and your game has just grown by leaps and bounds so far in year number 2. For you, Oso, what would you attribute that to? Who would you attribute that to? What makes you feel like you've taken that leap in your game, and what's allowed that to happen?
I think every game is different. The Pistons definitely are one of the most physical teams in the league. The Heat is kind of a different type of physicality. Like, they have a lot of wings that drive the ball physically. Yeah, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be out there. I think this summer I mentioned a couple times that I spent a lot of time on my body, just getting physically stronger. I think I'm a little bit more explosive. I can play more physical, and that allows me to be in different positions on the floor. So, I don't know, our coaching staff, and shout out our video guys too, have spent a lot of time with me this summer, and yeah, I think it's really been paying off.
What did they show you? What were some of the things they pointed out that they thought you could get better at or that you could alter when it comes to your game?
Yeah, just positioning, rebounding-wise. Obviously, we're going to play teams that are bigger, more physical, whatever the case may be, and just using my advantages, my speed, my quickness, whether that's getting the screens fast so that it creates pockets for my teammates, just using my every advantage that I have, every chance that I can get.
The steals, you had 5 against Golden State in December, and then you come up with the 6 against Detroit. I think one of the biggest things I've seen in you is just your ability on these switches, right? When they're looking for matchups, you are really, really good defensively, being able to go out there and guard, just about anybody on the switches. Just tell me about that and how that part of your game has come together.
Yeah, I think I've always taken pride in that, being able to guard any position on the floor. And I think in high school and growing up, just playing a lot of one-on-one, two-on-two, going and playing pickup, different places. And then in college, we switched everything. So a lot of colleges don't do that, but I had the chance to do that in college, and I think it really helped with my versatility on defense.
Yeah, I think it has. I mean, it doesn't help these other teams when they get a switch and they've got you because you're long and you're quick and you've really done a good job defensively. I was even saying last week, I think out of all the players, I've seen the biggest development in you from year 1 to year 2. Your development to be able to play these major minutes. I mean, man, you're playing a ton of minutes for this team right now. What is the biggest difference, in your opinion, from last year to this year?
I think just the intensity. I think last year our foundation and our schemes and coverages weren't as aggressive as they are this year. And J.L. is really pushing me to be aggressive on the defensive end and make people uncomfortable and using my strengths. And so that requires a lot more intensity, a lot more energy, and I think the more of that I can play with is the better I'm going to play.
Speaking of intensity, we're talking here with Oso Ighodaro of the Phoenix Suns. He's joining us on the Burns and Gambo show. On December 19th, you had 13 rebounds, and Dylan Brooks said after the game, quote, "Finally he yelled at me," close quote. And he was talking, knowing this is a radio program and there's only so much you can say. What did he say to you, and what did you say back in that exchange that you had with Dylan Brooks, and how hard has he worked to try to get that response out of you, Oso?
Yeah, he had got on me about a play a couple possessions before, and so then he was on me about the play, and the first couple of times I was like, I got you. And he kept going and kept poking. And then I just kind of snapped and lost it on him. But we're just such great competitors, and we have such a great respect for each other that in heated moments in the game like that, we can say whatever we need to in the moment, and then the very next play get past it and have each other's back. So I'm super grateful for him, and I'm glad he's my teammate.
Couple of expletives I'm guessing you can't say on live radio, but did it feel good to yell back at him? Like, hey, dude, shut up, all right? I got you. I hear you.
For sure. I mean, it's just, it was just an authentic moment. It just kind of happened. And, yeah, I think it was for the best.
Yeah. You weren't worried he was going to, turn around and, try to punch you or anything like that?
Nah, I'm not doing.
Everybody, Barkley was talking about him last night, just the leadership and what he's brought to this team. It was something, we all know this, it was something that you guys lacked last year. We had Book on in the beginning of the season. He said the last 2 years were the toughest of my career. It's changed a lot from last year. I know it has for Book, but how is it for you? I mean, how has it changed for you from last year to this year as far as enjoying the game?
Yes, I'm really enjoying this year a lot. It's more, obviously the NBA is completely different to college, but this is a lot closer to college than my first year was in terms of culture and identity and just the total buy-in of the team. And I think that is conducive to winning. So I've really been enjoying the team and the culture and what we're building.
All right, there's one thing we got to see you improve on. You ever think about that Rick Barry with the underhand free throw? Anything like that?
Man, not the underhand free throw, but, it's definitely something that I'm spending a lot of time on and I'm going to continue to work at.
All right, if you need me to meet you down at DV and shoot some free throws, I'm ready.
I appreciate that.
So we appreciate the time, man. Congratulations on what's been a really good season.
Great season so far.
Enjoy the rest of the road trip. Safe travels, and we'll talk to you at some point later on in the season, all right?
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Oso.
Oso Iguodala, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo
He's
show.
got to get the free throws percentage. It's got to be a little better.
The silence, I think, kind of answered the question. I don't know if he really appreciated that, but
we got to shoot the free throws better.
That's why you're Gambo, man.
We got to shoot the free throws better.
That's why you're Gambo. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you. That was really awkward in here, wasn't it? We just had like 30 seconds of just. Okay, this is awkward. All right,
Rick Barry, the little like underhand, that was thing. Yeah.
That was the awkward moment of today's Burns and Gambo. We should give an award out for like every awkward moment of the show.
No.
No, we shouldn't.
The most awkward moment was you comparing yourself to an elephant.
That was pretty awkward.
Yeah, that was pretty awkward. Yeah. All right, you're right. You don't even win the most awkward moment of the show.
Awkward. I was just telling the guy he's got to get better at his free throws.
The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and right here on Burns and Gambo starting on Tuesday. And when you hear the code word, text it to 620-620, and you will be entered just like that to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Should the Arizona Cardinals draft a running back this year after all? Is number 3 too high to take one? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Coming off the court, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Of the names that are linked to the Cardinals, Saleh is right at the top or near the top of the list. You've covered Saleh before. How would you feel if he was the Cardinals' next coach?
That's a home run.
Yeah.
An absolute home run. And I did pre-half and post for the 49ers for about 10 years, covered the 49ers for about 15 years, and talked to Robert a lot. Once I found out I was coming in, I made a couple of calls last night. And look, it's not that Robert wouldn't come here. He would. His concern is about the quarterback situation. Here's the positive on Robert Saleh. He will 100% fix the defense. 100%. Not like Jonathan Gannon. He will fix the defense.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I am a proud member of Global Credit Union, and as such, I get to reap all the benefits that come with doing banking with Global Credit Union, and I would really hope that you would look into doing the same thing, because when I tell you about Global Credit Union and when I tell you about their commitment to you keeping your money in your pocket, it is real. It's a real thing. It's the reason why Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. It's the reason why Global Credit Union members can get a better interest rate than you can at a typical bank. It's because the commitment is there for you to keep your money in your pocket so you can do the things you want to do, whether it's buying a house or buying that engagement ring or buying this or buying that. Global Credit Union gets it, and that's why banking with them is way better. If you haven't done it, explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, let's get an update on our social media poll question of the day. Here is Lauren to update us on exactly that. Lauren, take it away. What do you got for us?
All right, guys. Well, we talked about it a little earlier on in the show. Mitch has been scooting around it all day in the updates, which is who will win this upcoming World Series? Is it the Dodgers or the field?
It is the field.
I'll take the field, too.
It's not a great day for baseball, what happened last night, but it's still, the Padres almost beat them a couple of years ago. Padres probably should have won that series, and they didn't. The Blue Jays should have beat them in the World Series.
Should have beat them.
It's not. Yes, during the regular season they're a juggernaut. In the playoffs, man, anything can happen. Their bullpen left that whole postseason wide open. They were so bad last year. So yeah, give me the field. It's not a great shiny day for baseball. What happened last night? Give me the field.
The Dodgers are leading the way with 53% of the vote, 47% going with the field.
All right, we'll talk more about the Dodgers' big move and Gambo's big suggestion for what Major League Baseball should do about that with their signing. And then there was another signing today, Bo Bichette going to the Mets on a 3-year deal. But the Arizona Cardinals and their offseason, a very big, important offseason, obviously, not just with a head coaching hire, not just with the quarterback position. There's the number 3 pick overall in the draft. And, man, good luck finding any consensus on what the Cardinals should or could do at number 3. You sent over a story today, and we've seen his name pop up on a few mock drafts. And every time it does, kind of makes us a little squeamish to see a running back that high.
Yeah.
But there is at least, I don't buy it, but at least there is an argument to be made that they should be looking at Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame, at number 3 overall.
One of the things I thought was interesting, NFL.com did the running back rankings, 1 through 64, running back rankings. Obviously, the 49ers with Christian McCaffrey came in at number 2. The Rams had Kyron Williams. He was number 8. Kenneth Walker, the third from Seattle, was number 14. So the number 2, the number 8, and the number 14 running back in the NFC West. The first Cardinal I could find came in at number 48. Yeah, they got a running back problem. Michael Carter came in as the 48th best out of 64. And it says the Cardinals went through a laundry list of starters at the running back position because no one could stay healthy. Though Bam Knight had the most starts, Carter led the team in carries and rushing yards and was a dependable target for Murray and Brissett. Carter's a free agent in March. Yeah, running back is a major issue. Now, do I want to take Jeremiah Love in the first round? Not really. I'd rather. I want a difference maker on the offensive line or defensive line. And you might say, well, why defensive line? Well, I still think if you can get a great player there, a pass rusher, I think you go ahead and you do it. They need help in a lot of other areas. The only one they don't need help at tight end.
Yeah.
But they can absolutely use a running back. I don't know that you could wait until the 5th or 6th round to get one. I don't think I would take one in the first round, although Love would be, like a lot of people might like. They need it. Like, they need a guy like Jeremiah Love. Their running back situation's not good. It's one of the worst in the NFL.
I mean, they clearly need a running back, and you can't count on James Conner. Again, I don't even think they'd want to at this point. They obviously have a need. In Trey Benson, you have no idea what you got in Trey Benson. I'm looking through the complete list here, and it was put together by Maurice Jones-Drew. Here I am patting myself on the back for my memory, and it's all sorts of spotty when I'm thinking about this. I'm looking at the list, and I'm trying to figure out how many of them were first-round picks. Bijan Robinson was, Christian McCaffrey was, Jonathan Taylor was James Cook? I don't remember. Was Jahmyr Gibbs? I don't recall. Yes, he was. Okay, I got the thumbs up from Mitch. Derrick Henry was.
Cook was not. I don't remember. Cook was not a first-round pick.
Jahmyr Gibbs was who the Lions took with the pick that the Cardinals traded out of after trading out of the 3rd overall pick.
Okay.
Look up Cook. Cook was definitely not a first-round pick.
Second round
pick.
Achane from the Dolphins? No.
Nope.
Kyron Williams, I don't believe was. I don't think. Javonte Williams, I couldn't tell you. Saquon Barkley obviously was. Travis Etienne was. Josh Jacobs?
Kyron Williams was a 5th-round pick.
Okay. Josh Jacobs was?
Josh Jacobs was a first-round pick.
Okay.
Yep, he was a first-round pick.
DeAndre Swift? No? Okay. So it's just off the top of my head, it seems like it's running about 2/3, not quite 50-50.
But some of the really good ones went in the first round.
But the really good ones went in the first round.
Some, like Swift was a second-round pick. Some of the good ones, Cook was a second-round pick. But there are some.
Would you take either of them over McCaffrey, Gibbs, Robinson?
No.
Like, I'd rather have any of those guys.
I know. It's a huge debate. Like, it's a fair debate. It's not stupid. It's like they need help on the offensive line, but man, they've got no freaking running back.
Yeah.
They have nothing at running back. You can't count on Trey Benson. There's no way. We've seen Trey Benson. He looks okay, but nobody's like, oh my God, Trey Benson's going to be the next, star player for the Cardinals. I don't know.
Yeah.
James Conner, I don't think he's going to be on this team.
And of course, I know you know this, and I know everybody out there listening knows this too. It's can you have a great running back who's running behind a subpar offensive line? Like, it's a chicken and the egg conversation. And I feel like the offensive line is the thing that has to come first before you have the great running back. That having the great running back, Ashton Genty in Vegas, could run. Stuck behind a terrible offensive line. Terrible. It didn't matter that he was the 6th pick overall. So what? So what?
Got to fix the offensive line.
And so that's the only reason why I don't love the Jeremiah Love ideas. Yeah, you can throw the greatest running back in the world back there. If you're not blocking it right up front, who cares? Doesn't matter. You're not going to have success. And so, look, Jeremiah Love would be intriguing to me, and I know you don't love the idea of a trade down. You've been very clear about that. That, to me, is a guy you get in a trade down. That, to me, is a guy you get if you move down a few slots, you pick up an extra asset, you have an extra first-round pick to play with like you did a couple of years ago when you moved down with the Paris thing.
So you're saying move from 3 to 8.
Yeah.
Take Love at 8.
And pick up something extra along the way
to help you
fill the gap.
And get an offensive lineman there.
That, to me, would be the only circumstance in which I'd say, okay, I'm cool with Jeremiah Love being your first selection overall in the draft. I don't think you can do it at 3. I just don't. Not unless they just go spend a fortune on the offensive line, which you sent me another list today, and I saw something similar of cut candidates for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I know where they are cap space-wise. They're kind of middle of the road. They can create a lot of room with some of these cuts if they wanted to.
9 Cardinals marked as potential cut candidates this offseason. Sean Murphy-Bunting, Baron Browning, James Conner, Bilal Nichols, Dalvin Tomlinson, Jacoby Brissett, Akeem Davis-Gaither, Zaven Collins, Evan Brown.
I don't think this
was Donnie Druin, who does a good job on SI. Donnie Druin had this 9 potential cut candidates. And Murphy-Bunting, yes. Baron Browning?
I don't think so. I don't think they'd cut him. Connor, yes. Bilal Nichols,
yes.
The only 2 on this list.
Tomlinson?
There are 3 on this list I'm pretty sure they wouldn't. I think it's Baron Browning. I think it's Dalvin Tomlinson. And I think it's Brissett.
Yeah.
I think everybody else on Davis Gaither, Collins, Brown, Evan Brown, Bilal Nichols, I think they all could be cut candidates, and they could save themselves a bunch of cap space if they want to do that.
Right.
A bunch. But do you agree? Those three are the ones I'm like.
I agree on that, but I don't agree on trading down. I'm going to stick with this.
Okay.
I don't want to trade down.
Okay.
Go get a superstar at number 3. Go get a freaking stud at number 3.
When we come back, the Phoenix Suns have not lost more than 2 games in a row since the beginning of the season. Can they avoid changing that trend on Saturday when they take on the Knicks? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here for V's Barbershop, located all throughout the valley. The original V's Barbershop back in Arcadia 26 years ago. And, man, it was just the place to be. Everybody went. It felt like everybody went and got their haircut at V's Barbershop. People would come from all over the valley. I would come all the way in from Gilbert to get my haircut at V's Barbershop. They were that good. It was that unique. They had carved out that kind of a space here in Phoenix where it's just an old-fashioned, old-school throwback barbershop with the best barbers in town, a guaranteed great haircut. When you walked out, you were going to feel good about yourself. They've expanded. They've grown. They're everywhere. I mean, they are all over the place, and they continue to grow, but nothing has changed when it comes to V's. The best barbers in town, in some cases, the best barbers in the country. A real, escape from the world when you walk into a V's Barbershop. I mean, really, you do leave your troubles behind when you walk in there. You're going to absolutely love not only the haircut, but the experience of getting your haircut at V's Barbershop. So the next time you need one, go to vbarbershop.com and book your haircut experience at V's.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved and date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. Got to turn all the buttons on. This sponsored by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. As the Cardinals continue narrowing down the candidates to be their next head coach, a couple more interviews have been scheduled/completed. Last night, 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh had a conversation with the Cardinals brass. That same brass today had a conversation with Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. You can see all the latest with the Cardinals' search for a new head man right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Regarding tomorrow's Suns game against the Knicks, Devin Booker is questionable with the ankle sprain that he suffered on Tuesday. Jalen Green and Jamari Bouye remain out. For the Knicks, Jalen Brunson is questionable. He, like Booker, is dealing with an ankle sprain. In the NFL playoffs, the Houston Texans are going to be without their top receiving target on Sunday. Nico Collins entered concussion protocol after their game against the Steelers. He has been ruled out for Sunday. And then a name to watch regarding Saturday's slate is Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold, who popped up on the injury report with an oblique injury, but the expectation is that he will play tomorrow night. And in Major League Baseball, the New York Mets signed Bo Bichette to a 3-year deal. The plan reportedly is to play the former Blue Jay at third base, and the Phillies brought back catcher JT Realmuto on a 3-year deal. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us Tuesday at 10 a.m. We'll be discussing the latest regarding the Cardinals coaching search and what the Suns did in New York. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Friday. Phoenix Suns, and we just found out about an hour ago, as Mitch mentioned a moment ago, Devin Booker is questionable for tomorrow's game against the Knicks. Jalen Green has been ruled out. Was that a guess, or was that an educated guess on your part about Jalen Green playing on Monday?
Just a guess.
Okay.
They've been looking at this mid-January, for a little while now, and we're in mid-January. It's got to be one of these games. I would think it's going to be one of these games.
Yeah, well, but it won't be tomorrow. Jalen Green has been ruled out for the Knicks. He won't play, so we won't see him. I was about to call it his son's debut. It feels like it's going to be his son's debut whenever he plays. It's not. But it's been, 30 games, I think, that they've gone without him? 30 or 31 after last night.
Well, we knew it was going to be, late December, early January, and now it's mid-January, so it's probably a little bit longer than they wanted, but just trying to, when it initially happened, they were hoping late December, early January. We're mid-January, so it's not too far off the mark, but obviously they're taking every precaution necessary to make sure he's right.
Of course, and again, they've built up some equity and some running room, so they've allowed themselves to take their time on this, but I think you can just feel the fan base kind of getting a little antsy to see him. It has been a long, long time since we've seen him and seen them and kind of seen their vision of how this is going to look. But it is good news that Devin Booker is questionable for the game tomorrow and maybe his ankle injury. I'm glad we haven't seen the email from the Suns. Devin Booker will be reevaluated in a week or two.
That's the kiss of death, that email?
I just don't, because that email is, it's semi-serious enough. Yeah, reevaluate is the words I don't want to hear.
That's like, don't ask us for 2 weeks. We'll reevaluate in 2 weeks, so stop asking.
Exactly. Because the Suns, and the reason, beyond the obvious that we're making a deal out of this, the Suns have matched their season-long losing streak by dropping these last 2 games, and if they lose one more in a row, it'll be their season high.
If you take out the 1-4 start, because they had lost like 3 in a row.
Oh, did they lose 3 in a row? Okay, so you're right. Take out the 1-4 start.
Take out the 1-4 start.
Since the 1-4 start, they haven't done any worse than a 2-game losing streak.
Yeah, from 5 games till now, they haven't had lost more than 2.
It's possible that adversity is about to hit this team a little bit on this road trip.
They're not used to losing consecutive games. And haven't lost 3 in a row since the beginning of the season. I think this is a tough trip. We've said it all along. You got to brace yourself. Like, there are going to be losing streaks here, okay? You got a whole second half of the season to play. There's going to be another 3 games. If they lose to the Knicks, it's not the last time they're going to lose 3 games in a row.
No.
They're going to be 3-game losing streaks. the thing that you try to avoid is you try to avoid the 7-game losing streak, the losing 7 out of 8, the losing 8 out of 10. And they've done a great job of that. They've done a really good job of that. It's not about winning streaks as much as it is about not having bad losing streaks. Last year's team had some tremendous losing streaks. This year's team has not had that. This is a tough road trip. You've got to find a way to scratch out a couple of wins here. So, if you came back 2-4, it's not the end of the world.
No, of course not.
I don't want to be 1-5. But 2-4, you lost 2 games off your. You were what, 9 games over 500? You'll have lost 2 games off that pace.
Yeah, and thank you for correcting me. They started the season, as you mentioned, 1-4. They went 1-0 and then lost 4 games in a row.
Right.
We're not counting that, but we're not counting that.
I'm not counting it.
That seems like forever ago, and it was. I think it definitely is adversity. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for them to go through this and figure it out. And again, this is kind of the same. File this under the category of the benefit of being able to take their time with Jalen Green. They've won so many games. They're on a 48-win pace. Nobody thought this basketball team was going to win 48 games this year. Nobody. Not like we had. I remember we had Matt Ishby on the day the season started, and I asked him if he had a number in his head of how many. Yeah, I'm guessing that number wasn't 48. Because when he was on with us a week ago, he said, "Yeah, we've kind of exceeded my expectations a little bit. This is even better than I thought it was going to be." And he admitted this was better than he thought it was going to be.
I said to you yesterday, the day before, teams budget. You do your budget in advance. Like our radio station, we'll do our budget. They're doing their budgets now for the whole year. You budget in advance. The baseball teams, basketball teams, everybody. I'm sure when the Suns were doing their budget for this year, they weren't including like playoff revenue games. I'm sure they weren't. I'm sure they didn't sit down and said, "Yeah, well, I'm going to count on like the Diamondbacks." Like you project, like, do you think it'll be a playoff team? Yeah, so you project that revenue in. The Phoenix Suns, the first couple of years with Durant, you projected playoff revenue being in. I don't think they got to it this year, and they were like, "Hey, you know what? We're going to project 5 playoff games this year, and we're going to make $2 million in each one. That's an extra 10." I don't think they projected that. It would have been foolish. Nobody would have believed it.
No, it would have been bad accounting for them to project that, right? Because it would have been almost irresponsible.
Yeah,
so
then you would have had to have Kevin Costner from The Untouchables go get the accountant.
you
like that one.
Oh, I did. I liked that one. I like that one. Yeah.
Yeah, you liked it.
Yeah. When you were gone on your vacation over the holidays, Kellen was filling in most of the time. He had never seen The Untouchables.
Yeah, you told me this is crazy.
So he texted me later when I was on my holiday and said, "Oh man, I just watched The Untouchables last night. Holy crap, that was a banger of a movie." It's like Sean Connery was throwing 102 miles per hour that whole movie.
He was great.
So good in that movie.
Was it Andy Garcia with the gun?
Yeah, where
you got the shot.
Where Costner says to him, "You got him?
You got him?
Yeah, I got him. Take him." Boom.
Great scene.
Fantastic.
Such a great scene.
Fantastic. God, I may have to watch that this weekend. No, adversity is, even if they go 1-5 on this trip.
That's adversity.
I mean, it's because 1-5 on this trip means you lost to somebody you probably shouldn't be losing to.
Brooklyn or Atlanta.
Brooklyn, Atlanta, Philly. I could see them losing to Philly. I could certainly see them losing to New York. 1-5 means you lost to somebody you probably shouldn't have lost to, and then you're going to come back having lost 5 of your last 6.
Yeah, and people will doubt you a little bit. You'll see some stories about the Suns, and the Suns have come back to earth now. And
you'll just wonder if that 8 out of 10, that 11 out of 13, you'll worry if this is the start of that, and then you're in. Would you be in a full-blown crisis mode if we get to the point where they've lost 8 of their last 10 or 9 of their last 12? Would it be panic? Would it be cry? I don't know. Because then it'd be up against the trade deadline, and maybe that would change how they would react around the trade deadline. I don't know. But you can start to see the seeds of adversity being planted right now with this. And even that,
I think
they've played so well during this 2-game losing streak.
They could have won each of those games.
It's like I want to sit here and say, here comes adversity. But, God, they were, like, right there in both of those games.
I said this last night. I almost felt ashamed that I said it. But, like, I was so proud of the Suns last night for playing the way they did. Like, really? Your starting backcourt's not playing? I mean, you're playing Jordan Goodwin and Oso Iguodaro and all these, and you're like almost beating the freaking Pistons. You were beating them most of the game.
Yeah.
Then they took control. Then they kind of took the lead. They had to run. They took the lead. But, like, they didn't have control. They had to keep their starters in the whole game. The whole freaking game.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get to rest anybody. I loved the battle last night. I thought it was a terrific battle for Phoenix.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, as the Cardinals head coaching search carries on into its second weekend, how important is previous head coaching experience in that search? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Nolan Arenado, in the not-so-distant past, has put up big numbers. He's going to a much more hitter-friendly environment. I love this pickup. Would I have loved Alex Bregman to be manning third base for the Diamondbacks this year?
Of course.
Absolutely. I think everybody would have. But for what they ended up pivoting to, I think this is a great fallback for the D-backs.
So do I. A creative solution to a problem, and you're taking a chance that some guy can find magic or lightning in a bottle here. It's happened to people. J.D. Martinez really elevated his career when he got here, and I think maybe it could happen here.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and the Arizona Diamondbacks, and my family and a lot of families that are listening right now have gone to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. If you need a eye doctor, I highly recommend Dr. J. Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Nobody does it better than Dr. J. Schwartz. Now, between the ages of 40 and 50, most people will see their vision start to change. It doesn't get better. It gets worse. You can use as many carats as you want. Your vision's going to get worse for most people out there. And when that happens, your options are continue to change your glasses and new prescriptions every year, year and a half, and contacts, and always going in for eye exams, or have a vision correction procedure done by Dr. J. Schwartz. He specializes in LASIK surgery, but there are so many others now. The Evo ICL, the camera inlay. There are so many different procedures that can help you see the best that you can see and maybe avoid the glasses and the contact lenses. So stop relying on them so much. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America. Fighting for you, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll give you the latest on how the Suns have fared on their road trip and everything going on in the NFL playoffs and the Cardinals coaching search. It all starts at 6. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I haven't heard this song in a long time. I fought the law and the law won. Shouting out Cave Creek on this Friday. Hi, Cave Creek.
Don't fight the law. There's your message right there. Don't fight the law.
Don't fight the law. The Clash. I fought the law, and the law won. The coaching
Not
search.
rock the cash bar.
No, not rock the cash bar. No, we're not rocking the cash bar today. Unless you're going to a wedding, in which case you might be rocking the cash bar this weekend. The coaching search going into its second weekend now, and this could, for the Cardinals, potentially, and I say this, knowing that a lot can change, but potentially things could loosen up a little bit this weekend in that there are, and this applies to several of the coaches that have been on their list. For example, the Rams, okay, Mike LaFleur, the Cardinals interviewed Mike LaFleur today, according to reports. A win over the Bears on Sunday would delay any second-round interview until the Rams are done playing or until the week before the conference title game. So like it's or the week between. I'm sorry, I misspoke. The week between the conference championship games and the Super Bowl. That 2-week break that we have. So if the Rams win, or if the Broncos win, or anybody else wins this weekend, and the Cardinals have interviewed one of those guys, they won't get a second chance at talking to LaFleur or Vance Joseph or any of those guys until the 2-week layoff between the conference championship and the Super Bowl. So potentially, if one of those guys gets eliminated this weekend and they want to commit, they could. Or if they wanted to wait for a second interview for that guy because that guy's team is still in the playoffs, then you're talking about the 2-week layoff between the championship games and the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I would expect they interview everybody and then they narrow it down, and you bring the owner in at that point. You narrow it down to 2 or 3, and you make a decision. And we'll see where it goes. Sala was in last night. I think Jonathan Gannon, the old Cardinals coach, is going to interview for the Cowboys on Tuesday for their defensive coordinator job. So
he's interviewing with the Titans for their head coaching job this weekend, I believe, on Sunday.
He's going to interview for the defensive coordinator position on Tuesday, Jonathan Gannon, JG. We'll see. I mean, they met with Robert Saleh. I don't know if they're locked in on him, if he's their guy or not. I think that they need to go through and interview everybody just to see, scratch the surface. We talked earlier about they've had more success hiring offensive coordinators than defensive coordinators. In the past, we looked at the defensive coordinators they hired have not done well. Steve Wilkes was 1 year and wasn't any good. Jonathan Gannon was 3 years and wasn't any good. The offensive coordinators they hired Ken Wisenhunt. He was an offensive coordinator with the Steelers. He took them to a Super Bowl. They hired Bruce Arians, offensive coordinator with the Steelers. Maybe they should just hire Arthur Smith. Had some success with these Steelers offensive coordinators. I'm teasing. I don't want Arthur Smith.
Yeah, no.
But, Arians was an offensive guy. Then he went to the Colts as an interim. He was the interim head coach, but they had success with Arians. They had success with Wisenhunt. The head coach they had success with Denny Green. They did have some – actually, they really didn't have that much success with him. Their drafts were really good, but the teams weren't very good.
But here's the other thing that I think goes hand in hand with the hiring offensive coaches has led to success. In both of those occasions, they had a quarterback. They had Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer. They had a quarterback that they could believe in, they could trust, and that they thought was going to win them some games. I think the two go hand in hand. You can't hire an offensive coordinator and expect him to make a 5-course meal out of what's in the fridge if what's in the fridge is no good, And so I think the quarterback question now, when they hired Bruce, nobody knew Carson Palmer was going to be that good. Nobody had any idea. He was just viewed as better than Kevin Cobb, and that was it. And he turned out to be terrific, reborn here. But I think that it's not enough to say you hire an offensive coach and everything's going to be okay. The quarterback question has to be answered in order for it to work. Agree?
Yeah,
No, you don't?
No, I think that, yes. I think that's real. I think that's why I think you're almost... I don't know how they don't punt on 2026 season. I don't know how they don't punt on it. But Michael Bidwell says he wants to win right now. And okay, I get it. You're frustrated from the season. You went 3-14. It's an embarrassment. You set the franchise record for the most losses ever.
Yeah.
I get it. You want to win right away, but hard to do it without a quarterback.
It sure is. Sure is. You mentioned LaFleur, Saleh last night. I would tend to guess, and this is just a guess, I don't know, that the Saleh interview last night was just as much him interviewing them as it was them interviewing him, given how in demand he is. He's got what he interviewed with, I think I'm going to get this wrong. He interviewed with the Dolphins yesterday, and then he's got the
2 on Sunday.
Titans and the Ravens on Sunday.
Yes,
Did I get that
Sunday.
right? Okay,
Yes.
I got that right. Vance Joseph yesterday, the defensive coordinator of the Broncos, mentioned how flattered he was to be doing head coaching interviews as he's been doing the last week or so.
It's flattering, but it speaks to the entire program. And again, I think when teams want to hire a coach from a winning program, right, they want the recipe. So it speaks to Coach Payton, it speaks to the ownership, it speaks to George, our players. It's everyone's reward, kind of, so to speak. It's strange that way, Obviously, when teams are struggling and they want to make a change, they look towards the teams who are winning, and how we flipped it here in the last 3 years is pretty special, and it's a way to do it, So that secret lies with us, and so they want that secret.
Doesn't explain why the Titans are interviewing Jonathan Gannon.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
That does not explain why the Titans would interview Jonathan Gannon for the head coaching job.
It does explain why only one team is interviewing Jonathan Gannon for a head coaching job. There should be no teams interviewing him for a head coaching job.
Let's go over the teams of the guys that the Cardinals are into. You have the list in front of you?
Of the 13 names?
Yeah, you've got Vance Joseph, Broncos, winning.
Give me a minute. Okay, so
Robert Saleh.
Broncos, Vance Joseph.
Winning.
Robert Saleh. You've got
winning.
Anthony Weaver from the Miami Dolphins. They're DC.
Okay, not winning.
Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy.
Okay, winning.
Seahawks offensive coordinator
not
Clint Kubiak.
this year, but over time. Okay, what'd you say, Kubiak?
Clint Kubiak from Seattle.
Winning.
Former Falcons head coach Raheem Morris.
Not winning.
Patriots passing game coordinator and tight ends coach Thomas Brown.
Okay, they're winning.
Packers DC Jeff Hafley.
Yep.
Rams OC
winning.
Mike LaFleur.
Winning.
Rams DC Chris
winning.
Shula. Texans DC Matt Burke.
Winning.
Chargers DC Jesse Minter.
Winning.
Steelers OC Arthur Smith.
They
won.
They made the playoffs. They made the playoffs. They've made so who are we talking about? One coach on a losing team?
Weaver and Morris are the two.
Okay.
Are the two coaches that they have been connected with that are on quote-unquote losing teams.
Okay.
Everybody else has been on a winning team this year.
So out of all of the names, so just to go to Vance Joseph's point, the vast majority of these guys you're looking at come from organizations that have had success and are winning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which is and Vance Joseph is absolutely right, but I also don't think I mean is it that tough to figure out what the secret formula is? I mean, let's look at the Denver Broncos. Okay, the Denver Broncos, first of all, they took a big swing at Sean Payton, and it worked. Like they took the risk. They gave up the draft picks. They paid the man that money, and it worked. Sean Payton was absolutely the guy. The risk they took that so far has paid off for them was cutting Russell Wilson and maybe more importantly, drafting Bo Nix and handing him the job and saying, okay, you're the guy. That one's worked out way better than they thought. They've spent a ton of money in Denver.
Three of those teams that you mentioned do not have great quarterback play.
Which?
Three of the teams. The Texans.
Okay.
The Dolphins.
Yeah.
The Broncos.
Yeah.
They don't have great quarterback play.
Falcons didn't either.
Texans are really good. Okay, Falcons don't have good quarterback play either. So some of them didn't have, but the Broncos have a great defense. The Texans have elite defenses. Denver and Houston. Elite defenses. But there are some teams out there that you're talking coaches that have, that are part of an organization that doesn't have superior quarterback play.
No, they don't. But and I don't, the Broncos I wouldn't say have superior quarterback play. They've just had good enough play. I think
he's decent.
He's decent. He's
middle of the pack.
He's
middle of the pack.
You could do a lot worse than Bo Nix. You could probably do a lot better, but you could do a lot worse. I guess I'm just saying, like, if Vance Joseph comes in, you've been talking about Vance Joseph since day one.
I like Vance.
The little voice inside my head is telling me it's going to be Vance who gets the job. I said that yesterday. I really believe that. I think I think he is going to be the one who ends up getting it because of his familiarity with the organization, because as second chances go, this might be the best one that he's going to get, whereas a Robert Saleh could maybe get a better second chance to coach his second team than Van Joseph gets. But I also think, spend more on your assistant coaches. Invest fully in the roster, the quarterback thing, like all the things.
Their coaching staff under Gannon was the least experienced in the NFL.
One of them, yeah, it was one of
the
them.
least experienced.
Yeah,
there were like only two guys that actually had been at the positions that they were at. The majority of the guys that they had hired were all getting advancements to go take the job that they had.
On April 11th, it's the iconic event known as Pat's Run, 4.2-mile run and walk honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. You can learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. The LA Dodgers went and did the Dodger thing again, and everyone's worried there's not going to be any baseball in 2027 because of it. Is it that doom and gloom? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Nolan Arenado, I'm looking around like, dude, I'm not 85 years old. Like,
Yeah.
I can play baseball. And so, yeah, you probably do have something you want to prove.
By the way, playing in the field is also part of playing baseball. It is.
You know he's good at that.
This guy's got a lot of clout, a lot of respect for what he's done in the league. This is a beautiful situation to bring a guy into the clubhouse who says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play every game, every day, every game. I'm going to play. That's the tone that is going to be set in that clubhouse, largely because of Nolan Arenado.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or you can shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC's, the best trucks, the best SUVs, and at Liberty GMC, nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. So whether you're looking for Canyons or Sierras or Yukons or Hummer EVs, it's all Liberty GMC. For example, 2026 Terrain. Right now, you can get it for just $279 a month with a lease deal, or you can purchase it $47.50 off of 2026 Terrain. The popular Yukon XL models, very, very popular vehicle. They're arriving daily at Liberty GMC with lease options starting at $799 a month. Same with the 2026 Hummer EV SUV. You can lease that for $799 a month, and it's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Y-Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Y-Refi at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals continue narrowing down candidates for their next head coach, a couple more interviews have been scheduled and completed. Last night, 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh had a conversation with the Cardinals brass, while today that same brass had a conversation with Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. You can see all the latest with the Cardinals search for their new head coach right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Regarding tomorrow's Suns game against the Knicks, Devin Booker is questionable. He is still recovering from that ankle sprain that he suffered on Tuesday. Jalen Green and Jamari Bouye both remain out. For the Knicks, Jalen Brunson is listed as questionable. He, like Booker, is dealing with an ankle sprain. In the NFL playoffs, the Houston Texans are going to be without their top receiving target. Wide receiver Nico Collins has been ruled out for Sunday's game against New England. He is in concussion protocol. And then the name to watch going into tomorrow night's action is Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold. He is dealing with an oblique injury, but Darnold told assembled media that he does expect to play tomorrow night. And in Major League Baseball, the New York Mets signed Bo Bichette to a 3-year deal. Reportedly, the plan is to play the former Blue Jay at third base. And the Phillies brought back one of their own. Catcher JT Realmuto is back in Philly Red on a 3-year deal. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement, tax, and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us Tuesday at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to what goes down in the NFL divisional round and college football playoff national championship game. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Arizona Diamondback Stats and Info tweeted this out last night, right after Kyle Tucker signed with the LA Dodgers. The looming MLB lockout in 2027 just got a whole lot more loomier, which is not a word, but I like it. I don't like the idea that the looming MLB lockout in 2027 got more loomier, but boy, last night it was just like the world had ended. You know, the
last thing, like really, like seriously, Kyle Tucker signed with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
For $240 million.
And the thing about it was like, if anybody was even like half paying attention, it wasn't that much of a surprise. They had been mentioned as a looming destination the whole offseason. Everybody had been said, hey, don't forget about the Dodgers. They're kind of just, somebody described it as like they were hanging around the backboard waiting to make a rebound, you know, just in case it didn't work out with the Blue Jays or somebody else. All offseason long, people were saying, do not count them out. Do not rule them out. They could easily swoop in and get them. So it shouldn't have been a surprise, but the minute it happens, everyone's like, oh, that's it. That's it.
Well,
It's going to be a lockout,
yeah.
and they're going to shut the sport down because nobody wants this anymore. Rosenthal had a story today on The Athletic. Some assistant coach texted him and said, that's it. We're going to be locked out in 2027. Here we go. Get ready.
But it's not going to lead to it. The players will never give them a salary cap. Like, I just can never see it. The players will never give a salary cap. You know, there's players out there that would probably chip in money to keep the younger guys going because they made so much. They don't want a salary cap. I don't think the owners have the ability to hold out longer, probably. But the damage that would be done to the sport, I don't know if it's irreversible or not. I don't know. Fans always tend to go back eventually, but you'll piss a lot of people off if you don't have a season. Do the owners have more money? Yeah. Can the owners hold out longer? Yeah. Are the players ever going to give them a salary cap? I don't think so. I don't think the players would ever give it up. And I don't think that they have to. I think that they just have to come up with some tweaks here to stop this from happening. I suggested earlier, Shohei Ohtani's making $2 million this year. It allowed them to go get Kyle Tucker and Edwin Diaz. It allows them to keep Betts and Freeman and Will Smith and all of these guys. Why? It allowed them to get Yamamoto. Why? Because Shohei Ohtani's making $2 million. They don't have to pay him the rest of the money until like 2034, 35, 30. Right. They're paying him through 2043. So the suggestion was stop the deferred payments for the big market teams.
Or at least put a punishment on them that really disincentivize teams from doing it, right? Like, I mean, just
you can't defer.
Just make it so hard to do it that nobody wants to do it.
So
anymore.
If they were paying Shohei Ohtani $70 million a year instead of $2 million, would they be able to go sign Kyle Tucker? Maybe not. You know, if they were they're paying Shohei Ohtani $700 million. If they had to do that all for the time he's a Dodger, I think it would prevent them from having to sign these other guys. Now, their owner's filthy rich, and I get it, but I still think that, like, Kyle Tucker's got deferred money.
Yeah.
He's got $30 million in deferred money.
Yeah, not as much as Ohtani, but he's
So if you said, okay, Ohtani's, how many years did Ohtani sign for? He signed a $700 million contract.
Is it 10 years? That was 10.
Whatever it is. Okay, so if it's $70 million a year and you've got to pay him it, hey, you can't defer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, you can't defer. The Pirates can defer because they don't have the revenue streams you do. They could push it back later. These other teams, but you can't. The Yankees, the Mets, the Red Sox, the Cubs, the Dodgers, the big market teams should not be able to kick all that money down the road. That's your punishment for being a big market team and having more money than everybody else. You can sign anybody you want. You just got to pay them.
It's the big reason why a lot of people thought the Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker in the first place was they know that this time next year there are going to be dramatic changes to the financial landscape, not in the form of a salary cap, but something that's going to be prohibitive from them doing the things that they've been doing the last couple of years. So it's almost like let's have one last cocktail before last call. You know, last call's coming. The bar's closing. Let's get one last beer in before they kick us out. And some around the game are looking at the Tucker contract as exactly that. This is going to be our last ability to dip into this. Let's get him while we can before the restrictions kick in. I don't know. I'm more optimistic about this than other people are. I don't love what the Dodgers did last night, obviously. It's as a Diamondbacks fan, I don't love it. I don't love it as a baseball fan. It's not great for the game. The system does not work. But I also believe at the end of the day that there are enough smart people in baseball. I'm not suggesting that a lockout wouldn't cost them some time next year.
Okay.
But this idea that they're not going to play baseball at all in 2027, that they wouldn't miss any more than like a minimum number of games that would, allow them to escape with minimal damage done to the game, I just don't think they'll do it. I don't think they'll go full on DEFCON 1, we're going to blow it up and we're going to dig in and there's going to be no baseball in 2027. There could be delays. Could be a delayed spring training, a delayed season, a slightly shortened season. But I believe that Major League Baseball would do that to their sport to the extent of missing half a season over this? No way, man. There's just too much at stake. There's too much money. I don't think they will, but I could be wrong. There are a lot of smart people who think that's exactly where this is headed.
Jeff Passan tweeted out, fans feel like the game is unfair. Bill Plaschke from the LA Times, so what? Who cares? If 3 consecutive titles blows up the game, so be it. The Dodgers' only responsibility is to their fans, and they have more than fulfilled their civic duty, and that's all that matters.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that at all. They're operating within the rules that they exist right now.
Right.
I mean, I don't.
But I think
Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree that the Dodgers?
No, if I was a Dodger fan, I'd be beside myself. We got Kyle Tucker too.
Of course.
Yeah, you want your team to win. You want to do whatever. But again, the problem is, like, these other teams cannot compete.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the revenue streams that the Dodgers have. They don't have them.
Jesse Friedman, he sent out this tweet about 3 hours ago. He covers the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's a good follow on Twitter. and I bookmarked this because I knew we were going to talk about it again, and I wanted to read this off because I 100% agree with this.
Okay.
All of these statements can be true at one time. Number one, the Dodgers are doing precisely what they should be doing. Yes, that can be true. Number two, they probably won't win the 2026 World Series. That can also be very true. The Dodgers are
They're the favorite by far.
They're the favorite, but give me the field. There's just too much that can happen. But they're the favorite, but they could very well not. Number three, some owners need to spend more. Damn straight. Number four, MLB's competitive balance mechanisms are flawed and in need of fixing. Absolutely.
The Dodgers have
Those are all true.
The Dodgers have an $8.3 billion TV deal. $8.3 billion with Time Warner.
In a time when a lot of teams' local TV
are going
deals
MLB.
Are getting blown up.
They're going MLB.
They're losing it. They don't have it.
$8.3 billion.
I just know.
They're paying $425 million in a competitive tax.
I just know as a Diamondback fan, I appreciate my team's willingness to try. Because there are a lot of teams in Major League Baseball who do not try. I saw a list today of the amount of money each team has on their books from 2026 on. Okay, so like guaranteed salaries.
Okay, I'm going to guess. Can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead, guess.
Dodgers are $2 billion.
2.1. 2.1 billion.
I didn't even see it. I'm
very,
just guessing.
Very good guess.
Well,
very
700 million's Ohtani.
Yeah, $2.1 billion. The next closest team is San Diego at $1.2 billion, Toronto at $1.2 billion, the Mets at $1.1. And the Diamondbacks, to their credit, okay, Philly's like at $865 million. The Yankees are at $789 million. But then there's this group, and it's Boston, and it's Atlanta, and it's San Francisco, and it's Arizona. And they're all and I mean, Arizona should not belong in that group based off of market size and revenue and things like that.
Yeah.
And God bless them for trying. God bless them for being in the same relative group as the Boston Red Sox, Atlanta Braves, San Francisco Giants, and the D-backs. I think that's a testament to their willingness to say to hell with it. Let's go get Corbin Burns and defer some of that money. Let's go sign these guys. Let's go do the
deals
thing.
Are actually really good. Now they've got to charge less for tickets, and they don't get as many. Like the Dodgers average $50,000 a game, $50,000 a game at Dodger Stadium. Like, so they have that. They've got the TV deal. Like, there's so much revenue coming in, and there's a revenue mechanism to share. But it is really like the Dodgers' ability to spend this type of money is just these other teams just can't do it.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the NFL playoff games this weekend. We've broken down the NFC, the AFC. We'll give our final predictions, and we'll nauseate the kids on the other side of the glass because we're talking about the teams that they love. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. I had Christian Brothers out at my house yesterday because we had a toilet bowl that wasn't flushing properly. And so we had to have Christian Brothers come out, and they replaced a big part on it. It was great to get it done, and I really respect the Christian Brothers, and I use them all the time for plumbing, electric, AC needs. We take advantage, and we use Christian Brothers. If you are in the market for any plumbing needs at all, I want you to use Christian Brothers. They're local. They've got over 50 years in business right here in Arizona. Nobody does it better. Plumbing, electrical, and, of course, your AC units. Again, 50 years in business, ready to help you right now. Call 602-222-3535, and they'll take great care of you. If you've got a clogged drain, if your toilet bowl's not flushing properly, if you're not getting hot water the way you should. My issue was a valve. I had a valve. They had to come out and they had to replace the valve. The water metering device replacement. That's what they had to replace on mine. So had them out, paid for it, got it done, and it was good to go. Call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves. Right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Locally, there is nothing on tonight. None of the local teams are involved tonight. Tomorrow, the Arizona Wildcats, top-ranked team in college basketball, taking on UCF. Grand Canyon's in action tomorrow. Suns are taking on the Knicks tomorrow. Devin Booker is questionable, and Jalen Green has been ruled out. And then on Sunday, it's ASU versus Houston, and of course the NFL playoffs all weekend. On Monday, assuming we don't have a show on Monday, and the reason I say that is if the Cardinals go and do something crazy and hire a coach over the weekend, then we'll be here on Monday, and if not, we'll be back on Tuesday with the MLK Day. Monday night's the national championship in college football as well.
Yes.
So busy weekend. Yeah. A lot going on.
Can Indiana get it done?
Yeah. But tonight's best NBA game looks like it's Minnesota taking on Houston. Cleveland's taking on Philly. That's a decent game as well. So there's some NBA action on tonight. But that's what's on tonight, the games that we are going to watch this evening. 4 divisional round playoff games this weekend. Starting tomorrow, the Broncos and the Bills is the first game of the day.
Okay.
Starts at 2:30.
Are we all going to make picks here?
Yeah, are we all jumping on? Yeah, we all doing it? Yeah, Mitch? Come on, Mitch. Come on. All right, cool. All right, so we all making picks? Broncos, Bills. Who wants to go first? I'll go first.
Okay, you go first.
I'm going to go first.
You're taking player over team.
I'm taking player over team. I got the Bills.
Okay.
In this one.
I'm going to take...
But I'll just say real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Toughest game on the board to call, I think. Toughest game on the board to call.
I'm going to take team over player. That's a hard place to play. They've got a great home field advantage. Their defense is phenomenal across the board. They lead the league in quarterback hits and pressures and sacks. I'm going to take the Denver Broncos at home.
Okay. Mitch, you going with this is tough.
I'm in
for
a
you.
fun spot. Yeah.
You're in a fun. Yes, you are in a fun spot.
Because I have the Bills in our prediction pool, and then of course naturally.
Oh yeah,
Broncos.
I want to refresh that too, so we go over again who everybody has. So yeah,
I have Bills and I have Bears.
You have Bills and Bears.
So technically, this weekend I come out a winner, regardless.
Yeah.
But
you're rooting for your Broncos.
I can't pick anybody else.
Okay.
But I'm fascinated to see what Josh Allen can do. I really am.
Yeah, because he's the best player on the field. But typically, I would go team over player too. It's the reason why I picked the Jags last weekend and was wrong. But I'm going with Josh Allen on this one. Lauren?
I have the Broncos and the Texans remaining, and I'm sticking with that. I'm going with the Broncos.
Okay, so I'm the only one taking the Bills.
All right.
I'm the only one.
You're on an island all by yourself.
I am indeed.
Okay.
Saturday night.
SATURDAY. It's night.
The San Francisco 49ers at the Seattle Seahawks.
That's a Bay City Rollers song for anybody that doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
The Bay City Rollers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to go first, Mitch?
No, I'm just glad that I know that was a Bay City Rollers song.
So important for you to know he had to say it twice. It's the Bay City Rollers.
Also, choosing that over Elton John.
It's the Bay City Rollers.
Come on.
I know, right? Like the definitive Saturday night song is Saturday nights are right for fighting.
Give me the Niners.
Niners for Mitch.
They're going to beat the electrical compound by their stadium by being on the road.
Lauren?
Can we go back to the Bay City Rollers?
Yeah.
Option in this karaoke moment. I'm going to go with the Seahawks in this one.
You're going with Seattle on this one.
I am. I'm thinking that Sam Darnold's going to break his own self-imposed playoff curse.
Who's you picking?
Seattle.
Okay, you picking Seattle? Anything to shut you up, man. I swear to God.
SEATTLEC. Hawks.
LEC?
Put me down for the Seahawks.
Like C for Seahawks.
Okay,
Yeah.
Put me down for the Seahawks as well.
All right, we're all going Seattle.
No. Mitch went 49ers.
Oh, Mitch went 49ers.
Mitch went 49ers.
Okay.
Mitch went 49ers. Sunday early game starts at 1. Is the Texans taking on the Patriots. And we have 2 minutes left in the show. I'll start this one.
I don't know on this one.
I think this is the second toughest game of the weekend to call, and I'm going with the Texans in this one in their defense. Gambo?
Hard to pick that offense. They have no Nico Collins. I'll go Patriots by a field goal.
Okay. Lauren?
I'm going Patriots, too.
Patriots. Mitch, am I on an island?
What happens when rock meets rock and they just sit there like this? I'll take the home team. I'll get the Pats.
Okay. Oh man, so I've gone lone wolf on 2 of the games this weekend, like that bit they do on NFL Network.
Just watch out. You might get marooned at the end of this.
He likes the road teams.
I might.
For the record, I hope your picks are right so far.
I went Bills lone wolf and I'm Texans lone wolf. God, that makes me nervous. All right, and then finally, Lauren's Bears against the LA Rams. Lauren
has no comment.
Lauren
will not be picking.
That's
cheating.
Lauren's
not picking.
Cheating.
Lauren is excusing
That's
herself.
Cheating.
Lauren must choose.
No.
Lauren must choose.
No.
Mitch chose.
I know Mitch is a bigger person than I
Okay,
am.
listen, you don't have to say it. Hold up your right
Here.
hand if you think it's going to be the Bears. Hold up your left hand if you think it's going to be the Rams. You don't have to say anything.
Here, I can pick
right
for Lauren.
hand.
You ready?
Let's
go Jets.
Hurry, we're almost out of time.
No, I'm not picking.
God, Lauren, you're no fun.
Bears.
Rams. I got the Rams.
I got the Bears.
Going with the better team.
I got the Bears.
Taking the road team in that one.
Okay. And
I
Lauren.
don't care how freaking cold it is. And it's not going to be the coldest game ever, by the way.
You've been so upset about that the whole day. Like the whole day, that has really bothered
The high
you.
school was like minus 40 degrees.
Yell at NFL Network about it.
Arizona Sports at Night is next. We'll see you Monday or Tuesday here on the Burns and Gamble Show. Stay tuned for Mitch and Kellen.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.
Go. The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when Kevin McCabe hosts AZ Preps Live. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play.